Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go on a shortened week, 4th of July week. I know a lot of people on vacation today, but that's okay. You're listening, and you can get in when we play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? And there was a lot to learn this weekend in one sentence, including who is one of the best teams in baseball. To me, this is it's so shocking that this team, first of all, after where it started, secondly, after all the injury, third with this lineup, fourth, they're plus 46 in run differential, which is the lowest for any of the really, really good teams in baseball. But they're only 2.5 games out of the best record. The Tigers and the Dodgers are both tied with the best record. And the Astros are just 2.5 games behind those two teams. And this is so improbable, yet here they go, continuing to win. They are 9-0-2 in their last 11 series. 9-0-2. Best record in baseball in June.
We have to, but you know what? I was thinking about this. I'm like, John and I have to stop opening every show with, can you believe the Astros won?
No, they won.
How is this slappy ass team winning a single game? They're the worst.
Well, not that they're slappy ass, but
every series we're like, I don't understand what's happening. How are they winning games? They're terrible.
But it is amazing. It is amazing what they're doing.
Okay, so I was all set to just tell you, all right, we got to stop. We got to stop doing this. They're a good team, and let's just leave it at that. Let's stop opening every show with it. And then you say 9-0-2 in the last 11 series. Like, holy crap! What am I going to say? Like 9-0-2.
9-0-2.
Their best teams weren't doing that.
No.
Their best teams weren't going 9-0. Their best teams probably never had a run of 11 series where they were 9-0-2.
And yet they just don't
but they
look the part because we're so used to seeing, the lineup that is just so great. I mean, they've been doing this. I mean, they're 8-9 games better than last year when they had Jordan, when they had Tucker, when they had Bregman. Mm-hmm. They just played 2 first-place teams and won 5 out of 6 against them. They are just so good. This team and 3 of the 5 guys that are starting, well, maybe even 4 of the 6 guys that are starting. Lance McCullers Jr., there was a lot of talk about him on Saturday night.
Oh, man.
It was terrible. It was terrible, but let's not forget it was his first game back. And a buddy of mine,
but he wasn't back from an arm injury.
No. But he
hadn't been gone for 3 months.
No, but he hadn't pitched in a while. So, you got to give him a little bit of a break. A buddy of mine, DFA him. I'm like, what? So that you can bring up another minor leaguer? We've already got 3 minor leaguers in the rotation.
You're going to DFA?
You got 3 minor leaguers in this rotation
I can
already.
go back. If you want, we can go back to his game log, and I can go find you the same exact game and then 3 dominant performances after that. So let's slow down. It was a bad performance. We did the same thing after the game where his kids were threatened. We saw the same. That was the same type of game. And then, that was actually even worse. And then he came out with, I think it was 3 straight, maybe 4 straight games that were really dominant games. So let's slow down. The Astros don't have a lot of options. He had a bad game. Let's move on.
Yeah. And guys are coming back, and it's going to be interesting to see the way that they go about it when. I mean, I don't know how you're going to – do you just throw Javier back in? Do you just throw Garcia back in and just say, Brandon Walter, thank you for your service and bye, or Ryan Gusto? I don't know how they're going to go about this thing because those guys haven't pitched in so long that you're on a roll. You're just one of the best teams in baseball. And with this lineup and with this rotation, just amazing. But that bullpen, Brian Abreu coming in yesterday with 2 on and nobody out. And then they went to the bench and brought lefties up instead of Justin Turner. They decided it'll be better off to bring this slappy up that's got 2 hits and 80 at bats, and thought that was a good idea. He popped up and then strikeouts. I mean, Brian Abreu worked. I didn't realize this first time he worked 2 full innings this season. It seems like Brian Abreu, he's a workhorse. He's like right up there at the top of the league.
But you never go to, unless there's threats of extra, you're in extra anymore.
Right.
I mean, you may go across innings because you come in to save somebody, but you never go 2 innings anymore.
Too full, right. But he came in and saved it for Fromber because I wanted to see Fromber, his last 2 starts, 13 innings pitched, no runs, like I don't know how strikeouts, and just listen, Fromber deserves to be an all-star this year. He deserves to be an all-star this year. You know Hunter Brown's going to get there. Fromber deserves to be there. Pena deserves to be there. Pena got hit in the ribs and had to sit now, and you're leading off Isak Perez. I thought it would be a really good opportunity to lead off maybe a Cam Smith. How about Cam Smith on Friday night? He said, "Oh, really, Cubs? You traded me? How's this taste?" Yeah, he looked. Cam Smith looks really, really good at the plate. He's our cleanup hitter.
Yeah,
Cam Smith is our cleanup hitter now.
He's very poised at the plate now. Like he's really coming into focus. This is going to end up being a great trade for the Astros.
Yeah.
The Tucker for Cam Smith is going to end up, and it's what you have to do. Like, I wish they could have done it previously with some players, but you really couldn't because you're winning, like you're competing for World Series. But this is an example of when you move a guy for a top prospect, this is what can happen. You just you just started a new clock on right field that could last. Well, it'll last for sure 6 years. So we sure will have him 6 years, and then he probably signs Scott Boras and leaves.
Well,
odds are.
Well, but look at how that bit Jeremy Pena this weekend, signing with Scott Boras. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Hit him right in the ass. Okay.
Yeah. You think that's why he got hit?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe people are thrown at him. This is what
you sign with Scott Boras, you may get hit.
You might get thrown at.
You never know. Right. By the way, I saw the most violent movie I've seen violent show on Netflix I've ever seen in my entire life. Nothing is more violent than a show called Mercy for None. It's a Korean revenge show where somebody kills a guy's brother. And and this is the most violent show I've ever seen. Like, it's like everyone signed with Scott Boras, and this guy was out to get them all.
So it's just nothing but what do you mean?
Korean mobsters and somebody killed his brother.
Like John Wick?
Well, way more violent than John. Let's just, they don't have a lot of guns in Korea, I guess, because guns only show up like in 2 of the 8 episodes or 7 episodes. It's all knife work. It's all everyone getting stabbed through the throat and stabbed in the face. And
nice. I like that.
A ton of knifings.
I like where you go,
no. I had to forward it. Yeah. The one scene where he's sticking the knife slowly through the throat is just, I was like, I can't do this right now.
All right. Wait a minute. That should not have led. That should not have been in the show.
That's the violence that could happen to you if you sign with Scott Boras.
If you sign with Scott Boras, I get you.
If Ginju is coming after you because you sign with Scott Boras, then sign with the Astros.
But by the way, Dell, are you on Q department?
We finished that.
Yeah, I finished that.
We've been had that, John.
You guys been had that?
Yeah, we've been had Q department.
It reminds me of True Detective a little bit.
Yeah, it started a little slow. I'm surprised you made it out of the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, no.
You usually quit. You're usually an early quitter.
No, I am a quitter. There's no question. I'm a show quitter. But what about Jabari? Okay, we'll get back to the Astros. We got sound. We got all kinds of stuff. But we also got Jabari. 5 years, 100. See, isn't this a little? Shouldn't Jim Crane take a little? Now Jim Crane has done this. In all fairness, Alex Bregman, Jordan. He's done this a little bit early. Sign him to a deal. Maybe it's not max dollars. It's $122 million extension for Jabari Smith. He's a key cog.
Great, great contract.
Great
contract. You sign him long term. You lock him in at a reasonable rate. I mean, he's getting enough money that it makes sense for him to sign more than a 3-year deal. The Rockets are giving him enough that in 3 years this is going to be very Dylan Brooks is no longer there, so he's going to, and I don't know that there's no guarantees about Tari Eason being able to always be healthy. So this is probably your starter. I mean, he's probably a starting forward moving forward for much of his career. He follows the same I just feel like it's the same Robert Horry trajectory, only a much more impactful regular season player. And I like it. I like it. I mean, you know who you have moving forward. You know your team. Rafael is getting this team kind of locked in. Some pieces are going to be staggered, but I love that deal that I heard yesterday. I was very happy about that.
Yep. Now, a lot of talk. I mean, it's a really good. I mean, I love seeing Jabari back. The only injury that he's had is that hand injury, and that's just freaky. And it happened in shooter. It was Duncan, right? Wasn't he Duncan? And he hurt his hand.
Is that how I heard it? Yeah, I think so. But he heard it in the pregame. Yeah.
Yeah, he heard it in the pregame.
That's been the only injury.
Anyway, that's a really, really nice signing, especially right at, as you said, after you lose the player. What about Dorian Finney-Smith? He could be next. Allegedly, you're going to have to do something about Whitmore. You're going to have to maybe move, but you got some money freed up because of the deal that you made. You saved $20 million on Fred VanVleet. Dorian Finney-Smith is out there, and that's the talk. And with the smoke, where there's smoke, there's fire with the Houston Rockets. That wouldn't be. I like Dorian Finney-Smith. He's a piece. Apparently, really good defensively. Averages about 7.5, 8 points a game. Gets about 3.5 rebounds a game. Shoots 44% from the field, 40% from three. I mean, that's a guy that you can count on. There's another big in there. How does Dorian Finney-Smith figure into this thing?
Well, I don't know. He's played with, like, Udoka has a background with him, and he's been around. That's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that he's been around for this long, but he's played for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not an old player, but he's 32. I mean, he ages your roster some. Now you're having, now you're going to have you're up to now 4 players who are over 30. 4 players who are over 30 years old. You're getting a little, your roster's getting, you're adding some age to the roster. If you were looking at him, I don't know where he plays though. Like, I guess he would play if you look at him. The Lakers want to keep him. He opted out. The Lakers want to keep him. Is he playing in place of Tari? Like, he's not going to get Tari's minutes. And Jabari is going to, I guess you're going to look at Jabari as a 4 basically. So, then I suppose you have potentially Tari. Like, we still have to see how this roster is going to shake out. If Tari is playing if Jabari is playing the 4, is there any chance Tari could be starting at the 3 and Amen the 2 and Fred the 1? Is that the plan? I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how this, because if that's the case, and say
it again, who's your 5 starters?
Oh no, I'm missing KD.
What about
I'm missing KD? So then Tari's coming off the bench. Well, like, where's Finney-Smith's minutes? That he'll get minutes, I guess, but Tari is not playing any. He's going to play the wing. I'm just kind of curious where those minutes are going to come from, because Steven Adams is going to get minutes, and Tari Eason is going to get minutes. If they're signing him, I do wonder if Tari Eason's ever going to be a every game player, or if he's going to always have to be a can't play back-to-back games type of player.
Well, if that's the case, well, then that's the case.
If that's the case, the tough decision is, what do you pay a guy like that? Maybe frankly, Dorian Finney-Smith could be the replacement for Tari Eason moving forward. That's something I don't even want to really talk about, but I do find it a little bit curious that he might give you a little bit of replication, but an older player, but frankly a better 3-point shooter. If you look at him over the last couple of years, well, it was really only last year he really found his shot from 3. Other than that, he's had some up and down years, but he's not bad. Like, he has the capability. He's a little up and down 3-point wise, but he's good enough that I can see this being one of the reasons the Rockets want to target him, is that he has a little bit of range from 3.
Yeah. 8:14, we're just getting it started. There are a lot more questions about the Rockets. There are more questions, more stuff to talk about with the Astros as well. All kinds of stuff. We got some more gambling in the NBA that we have got to talk about as well. A lot of stuff. So we're just getting it started. 713-780-3776, and we are a half hour away from What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. No, it's a holiday week. There are probably a lot of people on vacation this week as we head to the 4th of July holiday on Friday. So if you're somebody that hasn't gotten in before, or you would like to whatever, participate, come on, 713-780-3776. We'll get you in right away. Right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Matter of fact, I took my peptide last night before I go to bed. I've got peptides for focus. I've got peptides for free testosterone. See, the testosterone, it's funny. You can get your testosterone replacement, but what's important is the free testosterone. And they've got peptides that will boost the free testosterone in you as well. And that's what I'm taking right now. So it helps in everything that you're doing. You feel better all the way around when you've got more free testosterone. And I've got that now. You have to worry with the with all kinds of stuff that could happen when you got, and these people are professionals and they know exactly what they're doing. We're talking about 11 locations around the city, and they're just awesome. They are just awesome. And I'm telling you, if you're looking for the best way to get your testosterone replacement, I've got it for you. It's the best way that I've done. I've been doing this for years and years and years, and I'm telling you, I love the way that Game Day goes about it more so than any. 11 locations, free consultation, labs in every facility, and experts that know how to get you where you want to be, whatever it is. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One thing I learned over the weekend is that the Rockets are bringing back. They're bringing back Jay Sean, Aaron Holiday, and Jeff Green. And my question to you is why? First of all, on both sides, why? Jay Sean has been here for how long?
Jay Sean's just catching the check.
Catching the check. That's all.
He is. You'll see some Jay Sean when he gets in. He plays admirably.
No, he does. But
he's an Ime guy. He actually fits Ime, and right now he thinks, I just like living in Houston. I can't hey, you know how many millions I'm getting right now?
Yeah.
I don't have to really go out there and. Now, if you want to play basketball, you probably have to go to a worse team if you're Jay Sean Tate. It's not like he's going to be in high demand from good teams. Maybe he just doesn't want to go to a bad team right now. I don't know.
I don't know either. He's a practice player. He gets in so infrequently. He's not obviously not part of this rotation, especially if you get Dorian Finney-Smith on top of it.
Why would you not want him if you're the Rockets, though? He knows, he fits your culture. You're not looking for a rotational player anyway.
No, but he's a veteran player that's making a little bit of money.
Yeah, you can get a cheaper version of him, but a lot of times that happens in the draft. You didn't have a draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. Yeah, between the three of them, I think that I looked at it last week. They made about 20 million.
Gordon Green and Green, Jeff Green still playing basketball is crazy to me.
Yeah.
That one's crazy. If I'm Jeff Green, I'm playing you can't get me out of Houston if you're Jeff Green.
I mean, Jay Sean was $7.5 million.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
No, that's why to me, you don't just throw away your draft picks because especially first rounders, because those are the guys who will be the next Jay Seans.
Yeah.
It's a valuable, having first round picks are valuable in the now, if you're a bad team, they're not as valuable in the 20s, but if you're a good team, every first round pick has value because they're the next guy up on the bench that helps you, afford your higher dollar players. So I thought that was a sneaky great thing that happened where they didn't have to give up a lot of the ones to make that Kevin Durant deal work. Yeah. They only had to give up this year. So they held on to the rest of them, which I'm excited about. They gave up seconds, but unless
5 seconds, that's a lot.
I'm less concerned about the seconds. But
Aaron Holiday makes more sense to me. Because
Holiday makes a lot of sense. He played well for the most part.
Yeah, he came in. He actually, I mean, they used him not a lot, but when they did use him, I mean, sometimes in big game situations, he played well. He plays great defense, and you just lost a 2-guard. So. There's a guy that can come in here and play the guard, play the guard position. You know what kind of energy he's going to bring off of the bench.
I am a little surprised that we're talking about the Jeff Green deal is a little bit surprising in terms of the number.
He made 8 last year, I think, right?
Yeah, and he is.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
No, but so he signed a. Let me see. When is his 50? He's 25. So did you see how much he signed for?
Who?
Green.
No. What was the number?
I don't either. I'm trying
to.
No.
They I don't think they released the numbers yet.
Okay. I was going to say I can't find it.
No. I don't think they released it.
It can't be more than a 1-year deal.
No. And all of them could have gone unrestricted free agents. They could have gone wherever they want. I'm really surprised about Jay Sean. He's been here for a while now, and
Jeff Green turns 39 in August, John. Woo. We're getting sneaky old in terms. Now, luckily, it's not all in the, Kevin Durant's going to be 37. Jeff Green is 39.
Well, he and Kevin Durant are only 2 Seattle Supersonics left.
Yeah. Steven Adams feels older than he actually is, but he's only going to be 32.
You got a nice blend now. You don't want to be the youngest team, and now you
don't want to be 39.
No,
but that guy is not. He's not a core player.
Speaking of old players, Eric Gordon apparently opted out of his deal, and there was some rumors that Eric Gordon was a possibility of coming back here. God. I don't see Eric Gordon fitting in this, but
No.
Especially defensively.
We're not interested. We don't need a 30. We've literally got 39, 37, 32, 32. I'm counting ages of guys that they will be. If you get Finney Smith, he's 32. We'll have 5 guys who will be 32 or older this year. No thanks. That's already starting to really. You're starting to get a little old. Although the core is young. So I don't
32 is not
Eric
old.
Gordon. I don't
know what 32 is not old.
By NBA standards,
no,
it is.
It's not.
Go look at the winning teams the last 5 years. I've seen this study. It's about young basketball teams now. It's not old basketball teams are out. They are out in the NBA studies. And 32 years old, if you have a bunch, look, one of them's not a big deal. Maybe even 2. You start getting, but that's the thing. I am in context. A lot of these guys, like Jeff Green, he's not a rotational player. No, Kevin Durant is a major factor. Fred VanVleet, major factor. Steven Adams, major factor. Those are all 3 rotational. And Finney Smith he'd probably be a rotational player.
Yeah.
So that's starting to get a little bit. You're starting to get a little older when you're relying on that. But of your 4 best players, only one of them would be older. I don't know. It depends on what you think of Fred VanVleet.
And good news
Eric
for
Gordon,
you.
No on Eric Gordon. No, stop bringing up Morey guys. I don't want anybody Daryl Morey's ever signed on this team anymore. They've just got all bad taste in my mouth.
Speaking of which, good news for you. James Harden has signed a 2-year deal with the Clippers.
I was going to quit radio if he came back here.
You were going to quit radio?
I said it out loud with my mouth.
No. Don't quit radio on James Harden.
Because I couldn't have cheered for another James Harden team. I've done it. I just can't do it anymore. Yeah. He's not a guy I want to cheer for, and I don't have to now.
Yeah, no, that is good. You don't have to cheer. You don't have to quit radio.
Well, I never thought there was ever really any chance since the head coach doesn't want him.
No, right.
It's just for some reason fans just keep going. Now would be a great time for Harden, if we're being honest. Because now James can help these young guys learn how to be pros. And he can control the ball, and he can really what? What? Y'all want to do this again?
No,
what? Now would be a great time to get. Now would be a great time to, to get Deshaun back too. Let's get Deshaun back here. See if we can't trade for him.
Well, that would be now.
Now
we're talking
a great
about
time to get Deshaun back too.
That would be something. That would be something. That would be interesting. So. Yeah, a lot of basketball news going on right now.
They're running it back, aren't they? The Rockets are going to truly run it back, except for 2 guys.
Yeah, well.
If you're bringing Jeff Green, if you're bringing Green, Tate, and Gordon back, I really didn't think Jayshawn Tate would be back. I'll be honest with you. I just thought you just shuffled the deck. I mean, he's either not going to want to be here. I would want Tate and Green to take less money because let's face it, their roles. Jayshawn Tate's role is a lesser role now relative to when he signed that contract. So to me, Jayshawn Tate should not get the same money.
Well, and we don't know what the numbers are. I would imagine it's not going to be. And Jeff Green can't make another $8 million this year. Honestly, I mean they're pretty.
They're already. Listen,
you got to give them credit. Fred VanVleet went from 44 to 25. I mean, they know what they're doing. These people know what they're doing. So I can't even imagine that those guys are coming back at 8 and 7.5, and then whatever Aaron Holiday makes. I just can't. I just can't imagine it. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to be a top dog? Of course you want to be a top dog.
Top Dog Fireworks helps you listen, 4th of July is coming up right around the corner. You got to get to Top Dog Fireworks. This is where you get all of your fireworks. This is the spot to get your fireworks. And if you've been asking, you say, man, it's not like I go buy fireworks all the time. And maybe you haven't bought fireworks for a long time. Well, Top Dog Fireworks is where you go. And you can go to topdogfireworks.com. You can find one of their 14 locations. I'm going to give you an example of why you go there. You don't want to get just a few things, man. You got to go big. This is one day you're going to do this. So let's hit the BOGO, the wall of buy one, get one free. Over 100 items in the buy one, get one free while supplies last, because they're going to sell out of some items. So get in there today and let's start getting it. $250. If you spend that, you are going to get a special reward while supplies last. So make sure you ask about the $250 spend before you even start. I can tell you a portion of the sales will go to supporting local youth organizations. But this is important as well. When you stop in, don't forget, every single one of the 14 locations is going to have a winner for the giveaway contest, the holiday giveaway contest, where they're going to give away an assortment of fireworks valued at $450. And everyone has a chance to win that when you enter into your local location. But it doesn't stop there. You're also going to be entered into winning the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast Assortment. That is valued at $1,100. To enter, just visit a Top Dog location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form today.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets with the win by signing Jabari to a 5-year, $122 million deal. The Astros with another series win, 9-0-2. 9-0-2 in their last 11 series. That is incredible. Best record in the majors in June. this team just continues to amaze. Well, you saw this. I saw this earlier this weekend. Warren Sharp put out his best offensive lines in
ranking
football.
every line. Yeah.
Eagles, Broncos, Lions, Bucks, Vikings.
But don't read the whole thing, John, because we may get to a break by the time you get to the Texans.
Well, I'll just skip ahead to number 32.
Yeah.
And he's got the Texans as number 32. Does he not? Apparently, he doesn't know about the offensive line coach who was promoted, from one of the worst offensive lines.
It's almost like he's
football.
just looking at all the players we added.
And then he doesn't know about our new good plays that we're going to be calling. Plays.
Now you can call good plays, but hopefully they're going to call for the good blocks.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's that. Plus, we have a running back who's really, really good at blocking. Right. Nick Chubb, he can block for the quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's that.
He's kind of like many people are calling him the tackle of running backs.
Many people say
in
he
pass
is the
protection, he's
highest
the tackle of running backs.
Right.
Many people have said this.
Yep. So I don't know about what Warren Sharp. I don't. His offense.
I mean, theoretically, you say, okay, so yeah, they lost Laramie Tunsil and added a guy who was, borderline. It was a free agent that wasn't a lot of interest in him. Cam Robinson. Yes, they added one of the poor pass protectors in the league, and Ed Ingram. But that doesn't mean Ed Ingram's going to play. A lot of this Ed Ingram gnashing of teeth, he probably won't even play. That's the good news. You just you traded a pick for him, but he probably won't have to play, God willing. Yeah. And then you have, Laken Tomlinson, who, he's fine. We still get back some of the, we're still playing the hits like Stu Scruggs and play the hits.
I don't think he's taken into account so the formation, it's going to be a 12 formation. We're going to have a running back and 2 tight ends. We're going to have 8 guys blocking for CJ.
Oh, we running 12 all the time?
Yeah,
that would be new.
12.
If Nick Caley goes to 12 as a base.
Yeah. And we're going to have 8 guys
one
blocking.
Of those tight ends
CJ's
is named
9, 3 in the routes.
Hold on.
And
One of those tight ends.
One too many. 2 in the routes.
Dalton Schultz is one of those tight ends.
No. He's not. He doesn't. This situation. He's not,
they don't call the good blocks for him.
No. Cade and Brevin are going to be our guys. So we're going to have 2 guys in a route. And then you talk about confusing. You don't know which of the 2 wide receivers. There's only 2. But you don't know which of the 2 wide receivers CJ is going to go to. So we got 8. We got max protect, 8 guys, and 2 receivers in the route. Now see if you can stop us. That's all I'm saying. You know what? We don't even need Nick Caley. I'll just call the plays and the formations. All right. So that's the way we go about this thing. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We haven't touched yet on this. I mean, yet another. It's surprising to me that guys are, with as much money as they're making, that there's still some gambling going on. The biggest deterrent for me, people talk about, well, James Harden just threw that game. He must have. It was the way he played in Game 5 against San Antonio.
Through an elimination game. But I mean,
right.
It is hard. There was something going on where he was mad at somebody. I don't know what happened, but he didn't try.
Yeah.
He didn't try in an elimination game. For me, I mean, I did cheer for him beyond that. Like he had the 2018 was a great year, but man, how do you forget when a guy doesn't try in an elimination game? Doesn't even try.
But accusing him of gambling is almost to the point of ridiculous. As much money as that guy makes, he could not.
No.
He could not add to his income, risking his income for marginal sports bets is almost ridiculous.
There's only two things that it could be. He would have had to have been threatened with violence or violence against someone else if he didn't throw a game, and that's something like you'd see on a movie, or he was pissed off at a coach or his teammates or the organization or owner or whatever and said, okay, you want to see what happens if I don't, take all these shots or whatever the case may be? Here you go. Because James actually had a great game the game before, went to overtime, and he didn't play as well in overtime. But I think that somewhere along the line that maybe because it was Kevin McHale, if I remember correctly, I think he just got sideways with Kevin McHale and said, okay, how about this? And then did that in a game where he wouldn't even try. But yeah,
he got sideways.
But the gambling thing now, it's always going to be the small players who you have to watch. But in this one, John, I don't know. I don't know if you read the story on this with DeJounte Porter. This is a guy who was betting on himself under, and then basically, is accused of feigning injury so he could get out of a game and make money on himself. On who's the player right now?
Malik Beasley.
Yeah, Malik Beasley. With Malik Beasley, when I read it, I don't know if you read about it, but it was betting patterns on him that everyone bet under 2.5 rebounds, and then it went over. He had 6. And so there was a betting bet, like there was a bunch of money lost. It was like under 2.5 was plus 125, and then it went to minus 250. So these crazy betting patterns, but that doesn't necessarily mean, and then he had 6 rebounds. So it was all lost. All that money that moved was all lost. So they're going to have more than just that.
Well, it's not only that. Did you see the one where they're down 9 with 5 seconds left, and if the free throw, and he gets the ball and he runs down the court and he dunks it, and they cover. They ended up covering.
That
because
should be a bonus point for him. The fact that he cares about gamblers that much.
Well,
that's not point shaving. That shows that he is a competitor.
Yeah, he's on the right side.
He's a gambling competitor on the right side.
We've got
to stop punishing guys who are gambling on trying harder.
And then there was the one where Giannis blocked his shot, and it was like 1.2 seconds left, and he put up a 3, and Giannis blocked it, and Giannis is messing with him. They were down. They were way down, and Giannis is messing with him, and Malik couldn't have been more pissed off that Giannis blocked his shot. It wasn't because he blocked his shot. It was because he had to get that. And then there was the tweet to, who was the other player? Oh, Anthony Edwards. And he tweeted this out. You're going to have to get 7 threes tonight to beat me. What? Wait a minute. What? Wait, you got to get 7 threes tonight to beat me.
To beat me.
Yeah, to beat me.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. Maybe
that was about
there was a prop bet of him versus Anthony Edwards.
No, that was about the league leader in threes made in the season.
Well, then that's not that big a deal.
Because Anthony Edwards wound up, I think, leading the league in threes made, and Beasley was competing with him for that, I believe.
Oh, well, then that's not that.
Malik Beasley was competing for the most 3-point. Well,
that's what he does.
I didn't realize he had that many threes
last year.
Well, because all he does is make threes. He can't play defense. That's all he does is put up threes. So, like Duncan Robinson is a 3-point shooter. That's all he does. That's why he's now on the open market and may not get a big deal. Malik Beasley's a one-trick thing.
Yeah. There was also a video of Malik Beasley covering outside, and the dude, I mean, it was like his feet were in cement.
But these video dredging,
just let the guy run
like
around.
We're trying to do some confirmation bias. Like that 3-point thing doesn't bother me at all now that you give me context. That seems like nothing. All that money on an under, and he ended up getting 6 rebounds. Like getting blow-bys. Is James Harden throwing points every single possession? Because his feet are in concrete as well. Like, I don't know. This may be things where you have that, and now you're looking for confirmation bias with every video. I don't know. You gotta have something before you're going to start. The Player Association not going to let you take action against a player unless you have concrete evidence. And a lot of that would get kicked out of a court of law. I think it'll be interesting. The league has got to have something on him more than just videos of him being bad defensively or getting mad after a shot was blocked. That's circumstantial. You just don't know.
So
my guess is they've got something else.
So the numbers, Malik Beasley made 319 threes this season. Anthony Edwards made 320. So it was about, hey, you need to make these at the end of the regular season to beat me, and he beat him by 1.
Yeah, that's not that big a deal.
Gotcha.
That's not that big a deal. But the fact that it's leaked that they're investigating him, there's something else to it. Like it's not about whatever that is where people are showing that kind of stuff. It's something way more salacious than that. It's betting patterns. And I guarantee it's not just one that lost. There's going to be others, I'll bet, that they have that look suspect, and maybe some that won. I don't think they would be making this investigation public if it was just based on the things you're talking about, John. They've got to have something. They got to have something there.
There's something. Well, they wouldn't have all this out there unless there was something.
I would agree with you. They wouldn't. You don't put this out there and damage a guy's reputation because he got a shot blocked at the end of a game or he dunked to cover. Like those are circumstantial things that you think look suspect. My guess is there's something else.
Right. So do you know who was third this year in 3-pointers made per game?
Yes. Easy. Jalen.
Who?
Jalen.
Neither.
I'm just kidding.
Fred VanVleet.
Well,
he took a ton of them.
Actually,
how many did he take per game?
If you Steph made 4.0 and he took 10 per game. Fred VanVleet made 3.9 and he took 8.9 per game. He actually was a better shooter than Steph Curry.
Wait,
yeah.
What? How many did Steph take per game?
Hold on. Do you understand what percentage you just had?
Game. Steph took 10 per game.
Okay.
And made 4.
Okay.
And Fred VanVleet made 3.9 and 8.9. That's how.
Okay. You are you doing the math on that?
Because,
tell me how that math works out. You know he's shooting about so he's shooting. What is he shooting right there?
43.5%.
Is that what Fred shot?
Yeah.
I'm looking at his stats, and it says he's under 35% from 3.
What are you talking about?
I got this right here.
You're looking at
maybe in the playoffs he did that. I would give you that in the playoffs.
You're looking at playoffs. Fred shot like dog turd.
He took almost 8 per game during the regular season and made just under 3.
Oh yeah, I was in the postseason.
Yeah. He had a nice run the back half of that series.
Well, he actually
had
really one huge game.
Yeah.
Out of the 7, really, really good games. But yeah, I was like, but I've gotten tricked by that too, where you hit stats and it defaults on postseason. But I'm like, that's not Fred. That's not Fred's shooting stats. You're looking at someone else.
My human eyes told me what Fred shot. Yeah, so understood. Fred total. We talked
about a world
35% ain't 35% ain't horrible. Wait a minute.
For a high volume shooter,
he shoots nearly 8 per game, and he's under 35.
You need to be if you're going to shoot that. I mean, you need to be at about 38%.
Hold on. No. Fred VanVleet is 37.8.
That's for his win.
For last year.
I'm looking at it right now. 24-25 on ESPN. He shot the ball from 3 nearly 8 times a game, 7.7, made 2.7, percentage 34.5. His career total 37.1. But yeah, the numbers are here. He was average to below.
Yeah.
As a 3-point shooter.
John. You're looking at special stats that the Rockets have given you.
I'm not. I'm looking. Well, mine are different.
He had one of his worst.
Mine's got 4.8 made, 12.7 attempted, 37.8.
That's his field goal percentage as a total. That's his overall
I don't
shooting.
know what you're looking. Yeah. Literally, Fred VanVleet had his worst shooting performance from 3. His second worst in the history of Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet's splits last year were 38
from 3.
If we're rounding up his splits overall, period, 38% from the field, 35% from 3, and 81 from the free throw line.
I mean, 37.8. It's his lowest from the field since his rookie season. His 3-point percentage is his lowest since 34-2 and 22-23. Yeah, Fred's free throw percentage was the lowest of his career ever. He is the worst shooting. Fred shot worse than he ever has for his entire life last year. Yeah. Not one year in his career has he shot as bad as he did with the Rockets last year, from 2, 3, and the free throw line.
Yeah. I see that. Yeah, I was looking at field goals. I was looking at field goals, not 3-point. All right, let's break it here, and when we come back, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn this weekend? There's something that happened this weekend that you learned that you want to share with it. It could be about your kids. It could be about, it doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about sports. You learned something, all right? I learned something. We all learned something this weekend. You get one sentence to tell us, okay? I know that there's a lot of people on vacation, so if you've ever wanted to get in on this thing, this is the time, because you will get in very quickly. One sentence, 713-780-3776. Right now I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about how good Chastang Ford is, what the Chastangs have meant to the city of Houston for over 80 years. There's been someone in the Chastang family selling vehicles in the city of Houston for over 80 years. And Joe and his son Patrick now are incredible at keeping that tradition going and doing it all the right way. You don't stay in business as a family for over 80 years unless you do it right. And that was passed on from the original. I mean, that's just so cool to see the Chastang family being able to sustain this. Not only sustain, but excel. Number one in commercial truck sales because they just do everything right. And retail, guess what? You're going to benefit as well from employee pricing to transparent deals to best in service to no markups, no add-ons. All of these things happen every single day at Chastang Ford. Business or retail, you are going to get that truck or SUV at customized the way you want it and just the perfect vehicle for you. All you need to do is go to ChastangFord.com on 610 in Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're playing What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence, okay? So what did you learn this weekend? Or something that happened this weekend that you learned something. 713-780-3776.
Can I start?
Yes, you may.
No matter what the vintage is, a Berhalter will screw us over.
How about that? He's pretty good at soccer, huh?
He's pretty good, but he missed a penalty in the shootout last night.
Yeah, but the German kid got it though, right?
Yeah, the German-born kid Damian Downs, who grew up wanting to play football, so it has all these things coming together. He wasn't born here. He really wanted to play football, which is that whole best athlete thing that we have discussions about. It all came together. I mean, I'm sure Alexi Lawless was punching the air because the kid wasn't born in this country, but he wound up making the penalty that pushes it into the semifinals. Yeah. But we were talking about Berhalter as you were walking in. The kid Berhalter. Lance.
Berhalter. What a terrible shot that was.
And that's Berhalter's kid?
Yes. They like the world feed, it's not controlled by Fox. So with soccer, it's the world feed, so they pick whatever they want. He misses and they flash the Berhalter family up in the stands. I think his kid's sister was there, the mom was there, and Berhalter was there.
Sweet.
It wasn't great.
And I just texted Dell immediately, Berhalter, screw us again. And he's like, not surprised.
It's not surprising. It's what it is.
That's just a shame.
I learned that we had the best goalkeeper in the world. In the world, huh? In the world. Well, he stopped everything Costa Rica shot.
He said penalties are his thing when he was interviewed after the game.
Yeah.
He loves that, huh?
Yeah, it's his thing. He didn't come in with a lot of acclaim. They had goalkeeping issues. I think he even made a bad mistake in the group stage, but he came through when it mattered.
713-780-3776. Our first caller this morning is Lance's Donut Crumb. Lance's Donut Crumb. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys. I'm so disgusted the way Lance treated me, but I got to say, you two boys, y'all have the dirtiest mouths in the game. Toodles.
Toodles.
Why does your donut crumb talk like that?
I have no idea. My donut crumbs are zesty.
They are zesty. I didn't realize you had that zest coming out of your mouth.
I guess so.
I guess so.
That was Jetter's name.
Dell, who is Lance's? For those of you who don't know what we're talking about,
it's the big lie that's been perpetrated at the station that somehow I left donut crumbs near a microphone.
On
Dell says
microphone.
On the microphone. Came out of your mouth on the microphone.
Like I said, it's a big rumor that's
that's
really
the mic that Dell uses.
It's never been substantiated with video proof.
Sorry, I didn't pull up my phone and film it. I just reacted to it live on air. Let's go to Mike. Mike, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the manager at La Madeleine doesn't like being called Pepe Le Pew and will try to fight someone.
Pepe Le Pew. You called the manager at La Madeleine Pepe Le Pew.
And we'll try to fight someone. Now funny. I'm curious if this was if he observed this or if he was involved in this.
Whatever the case may be, do not call the manager
ever
at La Madeleine Pepe Le Pew.
It's probably some dude from Kingwood getting called Pepe Le Pew. He's like, what? I just work here. I'm not French.
Who's next?
Let's go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that in addition to being the first $1 million per year baseball player, Dave Parker also owns 2 Popeyes chicken stores.
Huh.
Dave Parker passed away.
Yeah, man.
That's
the greatest, one of the greatest throws in the history of the game from right field in an all-star game. An absolute laser in an all-star game to throw out. I can't remember who was running, but it's one of the greatest throws I've ever seen to this day. The greatest throws I've ever seen are Bo Jackson had one from the outfield and Dave Parker. And I can't think of it. There's another one I've seen before.
Well, Clemente had.
Yeah. And there's been some that have been right field to third base that have been insane, but
yeah.
ESPN.
You know what's pretty cool, though, is I know he wasn't inducted, but at least he knew he was going into the Hall of Fame before he died.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool. That's pretty cool that he knew that a lot of guys are inducted posthumously. He was at least he's going to be inducted posthumously too, but at least he knew he was going in, which is cool, which is great. 713-780-3776.
I just found it. He threw at Brian Downing. That's right. In the All-Star game. It was a throw. It was a one hopper. It was a base hit. He just caught it and just laced one. No, it was a rocket that he threw.
713-780-3776.
Peter, what about Peter? Let's get Peter in here.
Peter, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that if I had saved every toy I ever got as a kid and never opened it, I would be a millionaire.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
You don't want to open it. You definitely can't play with it, but you can't even open it, to have the value. You just don't even want to open your toys.
What kid can do that? Listen, I can't wait 40 years from now when this is going to be valuable. I'm not opening this toy. Now you rip it open and you play with it. What about all those packs of baseball cards
if I knew, yeah. I grew up in an era of baseball cards where I thought they were going to be valuable. I saved a bunch of them, and then Eric Davis never turned into the star we all expected.
Right,
and then my Mark McGuire's lost a lot of value once once everyone knew he was juicing.
Yeah, but you know what? You probably had some in there that you got to have the rookie. You got to have the original.
Oh no,
rookie.
I do. That's what I'm talking about. Roger Clemens rookie card, Ryan Sandberg, guys that I thought would be worth more. Like Ryan Sandberg, you guys need to pony up. Got a Ryan Sandberg rookie. Let's go. Let me see some money here.
Nah.
Oh, everyone else has it too. Never mind. Had 2 Ricky Henderson rookie cards stolen out of my glove box by a crackhead next door when I lived at the mansions on Hammerley, and they weren't mansions, and this person was literally a crackhead.
And he was hammered.
Well, it was a she, and she had a bunch of crackheads over to her place. There's no question who got into my car. That big band of crackheads.
Well, crackheads need money too. Or they're
going to fence Ricky Henderson.
Sometimes they like
cards.
Baseball. Sometimes they're just big baseball
I doubt those
fans.
crackheads knew what to do with the baseball card anyway.
Well, they probably used it in their spokes when they were riding around.
Mm-hmm.
Riding around looking for crack. Who's next?
Chris is next.
Chris, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that Lance McCullers may need to just ride off into the sunset.
There's nothing clever or funny about it. Just kind of some harsh reality.
It's not the first time we said this.
My friend Zach, who's NFL scout, he's not with the team right now, but he said watching Mr. Coffee pitch right now. He calls him Mr. Coffee. And he went to the game. I guess he was down in Houston. He lives in Dallas, went to the game. And then he showed a video of me when he shared it's Kevin Durant calling somebody a TAN. They shoot a 3 and miss, and Kevin Durant's on the second row calling this guy from the Pacers a TAN, and T stands for trash. And he said me whenever I watch Lance McCullers pitch. It's terrible.
Listen, Lance had the World Series game where he got whiplash. He had the 8-run first inning game, and now he's got this one. Lance has got some blowups now. There's no question.
He's got some memorable bad games. Yeah. But he did come back from that 8-run. He was really good after that. Struck a ton of guys out. So let's just see what happens. He injured a foot. He's coming back. It's weight bearing. Let's just see what happens. I think Lance will come back and be fine. But when's Javier getting back? That's going to still be a while. Hey, when's Arrighetti coming back?
They're pitching now.
Javier threw 15. Let's slow down. It's going to take a while if he even makes it back.
Yep. Any more?
Got one more. Pena, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. I learned this weekend that Ilya Taporia is a MFer, man. Have a good day.
He crushed Charles Oliveira. This guy is the truth. I know exactly what he's talking about in UFC. He knocked him out in the first round. Man, there's some good, other than just Dagestani fighters who, it's like my dad always said, you never want to fight a guy with a beard and no mustache because that probably means they're Dagestani. And you never want to fight a Dagestani fighter.
No.
That's a good thing to live by.
Oh, yeah.
Don't fight guys from Georgia. Look, Atlanta, Georgia is one thing, but Georgia, the country?
No.
It's worse.
No. Do not fight.
No cauliflower ears, somebody from the country of Georgia, and never ever backtalk a Dagestani. These are just words to live by.
No, do not do that.
And also don't put Jose Altuve in a clutch situation if you're another team.
No, because he will kick your ass. Another 2 outs. The only runs they scored were 2 outs.
Yep.
How about that? All right. 713-780-3776. Well done, people. I know it's a holiday week, so we appreciate you coming in. And some people we never heard from before, and some inanimate objects we've never heard from before.
Yeah, I'd never heard of my donut crumbs.
No, your donut crumb. We had not heard from that, and it is zesty. Saying thanks to Game Day Men's Health for sponsoring What Have You Learned This Weekend in One Sentence. And thanks to Texas Card House for being Texas Card House. I love me some Texas Card House because it's a great poker room. There's games going on there right now. It is 8 in the morning, and you can find a game. You can find a game at 4 in the morning. You can find a place to go and have a beer at 1 in the morning because their bar stays open until 2, okay? They keep their bar open till 2, which a lot of places don't. So you can get a beer. You can play some poker. There's 24/7. They're playing poker at Texas Card House. Hijack Poker is 24/7 as well. It's only Texas. You can deposit and you can withdraw money from Texas Card House on Hijack Poker, which makes it a lot easier. Because let's say you got cash, you want to play online, you can't do it. You got to have a credit card. And in a lot of credit cards, you can't get those through. You can go to Texas Card House, deposit your cash, and play on Hijack because it's owned by Texas Card House. So Hijack Poker is something that you want to download that app and play at home. Maybe you can't get to the Texas Card House, either location Westheimer or just off 45 in Spring. Maybe you just can't get there, and you want to play online. That's great. And it's Texas people playing. Look, you want to play poker, Texas Card House is the premier place right now. TexasCardHouse.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Let's talk about Daspit, daspitlaw.com, daspitlaw.com. Justice for the injured, passionately pursuing that justice. Is John Daspit. When you go to daspitlaw.com, you can see John right there on the front page. And you also can see his areas of practice, which are important to find out, because when you're dealing with a personal injury lawyer, a lot of you are probably thinking about just slip and fall or crashes on the roadway where you're injured due to someone else. But, there's wrongful death. There's work injury, workers' compensation. There is product liability, premises liability, recovery from insurance, property contamination. There's a lot. There's a lot that you may fall under, that you may need someone on your side to fight for you. Some of it you may not even realize you're entitled to that compensation and that help, because you have been wronged by someone else's negligence. But they're going to do what they do on a regular basis, which is win. They overturn, or they turn over every stone, and they find any type of hospital bill, any type of you lose time from work, short-term, long-term. They're going to make sure you get compensated for that. And your pain and suffering is going to be taken care of and accounted for by John Daspit and his lawyers. He's got a slew of lawyers so that everyone has, a small caseload so that they can spend the most amount of time on those customers. And so you are going to get the most attention, and you're going to get the attention your case deserves. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. You can chat online as well to get it started, or just go to the website for more information at daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So our headlines, for those of you just joining us, our Astros win another series. Take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. The only hiccup was Lance McCullers on Saturday. But Cam Smith was a hero playing against his former team, well, kind of his former team, former organization for the first time. You traded me, watch this. Boom! Boom! 7-4 Astros win. He homers. Then Lance McCullers on Saturday, and then Jose Altuve yesterday. 2 outs, 1 on, and Jose Altuve homers, and that's the only runs in the game. Brian Abreu came in a 2-on, nobody out situation in the 7th and put out the fire with a pop-up and a couple of strikeouts, and then got the next inning as well. And then Hader just looks fantastic. The Astros have, listen, Abreu should be an all-star too, although he's not going to be, more than likely. But Hader's got to be an all-star. Hunter Brown's got to be an all-star, and Framber's got to be an all-star. Framber has a 2.74, but Framber isn't fantastic. Sometimes he strikes guys out, sometimes he doesn't. But he doesn't have the incredible numbers that a lot of guys do. But Framber's just Framber. Day in, day out, start in, start out. He is just fantastic.
Pay that man. Get your shirts, put it on the back of your cleats, like Dante
again?
Robinson.
You just did this. Can you just not do this again? Good Lord, t-shirt. Enjoy the season.
Pay that man.
Gracious, stop already.
What?
You did it for 20 minutes last week. Stop.
What? We can't get guys paid?
Yeah, you don't do it right now. Stop already.
If you don't do it now, when do you do it?
You don't do it. They don't do it. They would love to pay Framber right now. Guess what he ain't doing? He ain't doing it.
No,
he's going to go to free agency.
I'm going to keep pushing him to do something new, which is get your pitchers back. Bring your best players back.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I would love
that
to
dude.
See
all
Framber.
He does is ball. You want to go look at Framber's last 80 starts and see how good they are?
Yeah.
He's up there with the best in baseball.
Are you trying to argue that they should re-sign for Framber? Is that what you're trying to argue?
He needs to, and he needs to have more. Sometimes I feel like he doesn't get the proper amount of respect he deserves in the city.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's just focus on an all-star appearance right now, and the contract stuff. We'll see. We'll see whether or not it works itself out. That they don't want to sign Framber is silly. Of course, they want to sign Framber. But whether or not they're going to go, and, we'll see. Is it going to be, maybe it's Hunter Brown that's going to be the guy that they sign to
that's fine
the
too.
big long-term
or
deal.
Both would be cool.
That would be great. That would be great
Awesome.
if they did that. So anyway, boy, you know what? You should have Pena as an all-star. You are the third best team in baseball, and yet I don't know that you're going to get anywhere near the respect that you should for it. How many Dodgers are going to be all-stars? How many? I don't know about Tigers. I'm not sure how many Tigers are going to be all-stars. But Yankees. How many Yankees are going to be all-stars? We see it every year. Fromber should be an all-star. Hunter Brown should be an all-star. Pena should be an all-star. Hader should be an all-star. And Abreu should be an all-star. All 5 of those guys should be all-stars this year. And they won't get 5. Even though some teams, when they're the best in the league, and the Astros are right there with the best in the league, they get 6, 7 guys on the all-star team. We'll see what the
a lot of times in the past, Astros didn't go after the the trash can thing and all the other players in the league trying to come down on them. They were like, bleep you, we're not going. But these are guys who would go. Hunter Brown would go. You know, he's never made an all-star appearance. Jeremy Pena's never made one. Brian Abreu's never made one. Hader's made one. But I also think maybe some of that stuff I don't think Jose Altuve will ever go to an all-star game again. Whether he's elected or appointed, I don't think he'll ever go play. I think he wants to hang out with his kids and just, I don't think he'll go. He's done it already.
He's the guy who refused for no reason. He just said, I don't need that anymore. And you know what? He doesn't need that anymore. That's a Hall of Famer right there. And he came through, which was really nice. Really, really, really nice. 713-780-3776. The other big story was Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith signs 5-year, $122 million extension. Here are some interesting numbers, and see what you think of this. Jabari, these are stats per 75 possessions, with Jalen on the floor and without Jalen on the floor. Jabari had 13.5 points with Jalen, 18.4 without him. Rebounds were about the same. Assists about the same.
How many minutes per game did he play without Jalen?
True shooting, he was 10% higher. He was higher 3-point percentage, 8% higher. He was just better with Jalen not on the floor.
I wonder how much of that is when Jalen Green missed time this year with an injury. How much time did Jalen miss?
0.
Oh no, I'm just thinking of what's his name's injury. Yeah, he played 82 games. What am I talking about? Was it last year? I'm thinking of, you're right. So this is all Jalen. So this is not additional minutes really for him.
No.
Maybe it's when Amen Thompson missed time. Maybe he played more when Amen Thompson missed some time and his numbers were better, but that still doesn't account for Jalen Green being on.
Let's not forget Jabari was the second teamer, so there was time that he wasn't on the floor with Jalen.
Okay, so when Jalen's on, so we knew as a second teamer he actually played better. Yeah. He actually looked more comfortable, and maybe that's part of it is not having Jalen in there. You know, when you're in and you're the third or fourth, really honestly the fourth option, I guess maybe. You're whatever
maybe you're more involved.
Yeah, more involved with the offense. Maybe more aggressive. I think it gets to his mindset. He has a more aggressive mindset like he was at Mississippi State. You know, I've made this comparison before, and I'm going to tell you why. So the Robert Horry comparison that I make is because I think their temperament is similar. I think they both, and I've had some pushback from a good friend of mine, but I think it's a pretty good comparison because Robert was a guy who could sit outside and shoot from 3. He developed that. He could block some shots from the post. He could guard. Remember, he famously guarded Barkley and gave him some issues in the postseason that year. The Rockets came back from the 3-1 deficit and ended up winning the championship. He could play 3. He could play stretch 4. Jabari can do both things as well. The difference is Robert Horry, the most points he ever scored in his entire – what do you think his highest average points per game was for his career?
Robert Horry?
Yeah, just have you guess it.
Most points per game.
In a single season. His career spanned, 16 years?
I'm going to say – I don't think he ever averaged double digits.
Yeah, 8? He did.
He did?
Oh, 8 points. I mean, we wouldn't even –
12?
12.
What was his highest?
Flat 12. With the Rockets, he averaged 10.1, 9.9, 10.2, 12, and then he got traded. And After that, he never scored more than 9.2 points per game. Robert Horry was not a good, Robert Horry is one of the weirdest players in the history of the game because he was one of the most clutch. Like, you hated seeing Robert Horry. He was a bad free throw shooter, relatively speaking. He shot 72% for his career. From three, he was a 34% free throw 3-point shooter. That's not great. That's okay. From the field, he shot 42% from the field. Robert Horry was a bad shooter across the board. And yet, I don't know that there's a more clutch player than Big Shot Bob. He has more iconic clutch shots in the postseason and a ton of rings. And when you look at his stats, you would say, Robert Horry stunk. How is Robert Horry being talked about? But he gets this love. You know why? And this always proves, what do you do in the postseason? Well, you win in the postseason, you come up with clutch plays, people will have love for you forever. If you're Jalen Green and you have explosive plays and fun plays and you have good regular seasons and then you trick out in the postseason, that's what's always remembered. For as much as I love Bagwell and Biggio, I will never be able to get away from their postseason failures. Never. It's just part of my memory of who they are, and your memory, John, and everyone's who watched it. As much as as much as Yuli was terrible that last year in 2022, all you can think of is Yuli stepped up in the postseason and helped his team win a championship. He did. 2022, who cares if Yuli played bad? That guy was a great Astro. He was a clutch. He was the best bases loaded Astro I've ever seen in my life. During his career, Yuli's bases loaded numbers are insane. He was so good. I love clutch players, and Robert Horry is a clutch player, and that's why Jabari Smith to me could end up being a much more impactful player than Robert Horry ever was. But he's got that ability, I think, to really stand out with hitting clutch plays. I've seen him make we've seen him make game winners for the Rockets. He has something in there. His DNA, he's got a little something in that DNA that I think is real positive. That's why I'm so excited about this signing, is because it's 5 years. It's fully guaranteed, which not all of them are. You think they're all fully guaranteed, but they're not. Not all contracts are. But I think his agent understood, look, this is who he is. Let's strike right now. If I do this deal right now, I get my salary out of this thing. It's guaranteed. Let's not play games with this. Let's just go get a good relative market value contract. And for the Rockets, he's a great guy to have on that team, a great culture player, a team first player, a guy who was raised up right. His dad did a great job with raising him to play the game the right way. I think there's no question Ime loves him. No question.
Yep. No, that's a really good signing. You got that done early. Listen, this organization is taking care of its own and going out and getting. It's different than baseball. Although you can't listen. Jim Crane has gone out and gotten and spent money. They've gone out and they got Josh Hader. They went and got Verlander. I mean, they've gotten. There's no question. They are spending money. It's on their own that they let go. They're not going to give the long-term, big money contracts to guys just because they did it for them, and they continue to win. It's two different approaches. Although I don't know. Jordan, they did just like a Jabari deal. They did a Jordan deal. They did an Altuve deal. They did a Bregman deal, just like they did a Jabari deal here.
Yeah.
He didn't get Jabari. Could have gone to free agency.
Well, thank God Jordan did an early deal.
Pardon me?
Thank God Jordan did an early deal.
Yeah, right. And some guys won't do early deals. Fromber. I don't know that they wanted to do a Fromber early because Fromber is a little bit older. Let's not forget. And Fromber is just like you said. And Fromber started an all-star game.
Fromber doesn't live off power, though. Those pitchers pitch.
That's it. It's the power thing. They don't respect Fromber like they respect guys that strike guys out.
Who is they? You shouldn't say that about the Astros. I don't know that that's true. Fromber's numbers across the board are phenomenal. And the reason I would tell you, a guy who's not a power guy is more likely to pitch a long time at an effective rate. We've seen that historically. Guys who are able to live off of curveballs and get people to hit pitches they don't like to hit, that's Fromber's value. And he's still actually, his strikeout per nine is actually good. I mean, it's still good.
It's
and he
good.
Gets it up to, and he can throw up to 96 miles an hour.
But it's the guys who strike the guys out.
That's great.
Overpowering.
Go ahead and get y'all's UCL. Go ahead and get your Tommy Johns ready. Get you a couple Tommy Johns in there. Pay for seasons where they don't pitch. I'll just have Fromber, who never gets hurt and who always pitches good. I like pitchers who pitch.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys didn't hear. Some pitchers for the Astros don't pitch because they're hurt. I like guys who always pitch.
And Fromber's
and
there.
win. He's
And
winning at a
Fromber's been
65% clip since 2021. He's 64-34 with an ERA under 3. I mean, that's great. And if the Astros won't sign him, then somebody else needs to sign him to a 5-year deal at about $31 million a year, and Fromber will end up being a 1 or a 2 on that team and going into the playoffs. And I mean, we already know what's going to happen. So just depends on the team. And it's not going to be a slappy team that goes after him. It's going to be a good team or a team on the verge, or it'll be AJ. What it will be is AJ Hinch will go out and get Fromber. Although Hinch was gone when Fromber started becoming a really good player, actually.
Yeah.
Because Fromber took off in 21. He took off in the bubble of COVID, but I mean, AJ was not there for that, right? No, AJ wasn't there.
No, AJ was
so
gone.
AJ's been gone,
19. Yep, after 19. Yep.
So maybe he doesn't know this Fromber. He just knows, oh, the Fromber guy, he stunk whenever he came up and had a couple. Yeah, keep thinking that, AJ.
Well, I mean, AJ might know him.
Can the Dodgers sign him and maybe pay him all of the money in about 40 years and give him maybe give him $80,000 this year and then pay him everything when he's 67, like they're doing? Like that stupid loophole that they take advantage of? Close the loophole.
Let the Dodgers do
cheating tax code.
Okay. Now you're on the Dodgers?
I'm saying Dodgers are a bunch of I don't know.
Wish the Astros would do that. Listen, Jim Crane, you're not going to own the team in 10 years. Sign Fromber to a deal where he gets the majority of the deal in 10 years.
Exactly.
Do it like, why not, Jim? Jim, you're not going to own it in 10 years.
Now, I will say it'll make it a whole lot harder to sell when you've got that kind of balance sheet when you're carrying debt. Moving forward, that's always a bad sign for trying to sell something.
You see what the Lakers went for, $10 billion. You think the Dodgers won't sell just because?
Yeah, that's LA.
Just because of that deal, that Shohei deal.
That's LA.
No, that is different. It is different. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Look, I loved. As a matter of fact, yesterday we were killing ants here, and my wife said we needed an extra, and I said I wish we had McGrath.
Why don't you fly him out? Get him a first class ticket and fly one of Scott's guys out.
I absolutely should.
Go play golf with him, take him to a little poker game, and then take money from him.
How would that be? That would be awesome.
Yeah,
Scott
whatever
McGrath,
you pay him, just get your money back out of him.
You want to come? You want to come and kill some bugs out here? Because he killed bugs for me in Houston for I don't know how many years. He killed mosquitoes for me because I had the mosquito murdering system. I mean, it just doesn't get it. He had the termite inspection on my home, which we didn't have any termites. Thank you very much, Scott McGrath. He can do termite inspection in your home. But the bugs thing, I mean, you're gross. If you got bugs in your house, you're gross. And you know what? We never had bugs in our house because I'm telling you, bugs were dead all over. Outside the garage, you know, and they're trying to get in. They go to try to get in. They're just dead. They're laying there dead. You know why? Because they cannot penetrate his invisible force shield. They just can't. So Scott McGrath is going to make sure that those bugs don't infiltrate your house and cause, they're gross. They're just gross. So if you're looking for the best way to kill them bugs, my man Scott McGrath is here for you. 281-469-8240. He's been doing it. He's got trucks all over the city. You need a good bug killer, especially if you got a big problem. Scott McGrath's going to solve it for you. 281-469-8240 or McGrathPestControl.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number on ESPN 97.5. Have we heard anything more about Ace Bailey? Is he reporting today?
Oh, he reported yesterday.
Oh, no,
he did.
I
didn't see it.
The Ace Bailey experiment, by the way, this kid's been getting killed across the board. It's almost unanimous that this was the dumbest thing to alienate a fan base before you even go there. And it's just not going to end well regardless.
Well, it turns out Utah, after he showed up, the people have embraced him.
They will for now.
They've decided that the media conjured this thing up and Ace was never not going to be there.
They've been fooled into that?
Well, he showed up. The Jazz helped. They said, well, we allow draft picks to go home and get settled and then fly out, so he didn't need to be here the day after. So they certainly gave him a soft landing. He showed up. He did all of the press stuff, took pictures with all the other draft picks. Utah was like, we're going to embrace this kid because they tried to make it a thing.
There are simple people they don't know. His agent tried to game the system. It didn't work. They started taking a bunch of crap. Then his agent tried to say, no, we shared his medicals. We 18 people, they saw him work out and jump. And yeah, that's why they drafted him. And then Ace doesn't show up at this. They thought they were going to be slick and they weren't slick. And then they were alienating their fans. And so probably Austin Ainge or whatever his name is, Danny Ainge's son, probably said, look, here's the deal. We're not trading him. So you can, and if you go overseas, we maintain the rights. So you can go play overseas if you want. If you want to enter back into the draft, you can't play or do anything next year. And you'll lose a year of earning. And that's exactly what happened. They were like,
sorry,
right.
you're the angry Houston fan who's trying to make Ace in Utah not a thing. They have decided you, among others, are wrong. Ace is in town. He's ready to go. We're not listening to any of your nonsense about, he didn't want to be here. Sorry. Your narrative is done for.
Yeah. Okay.
My narrative is the only narrative.
I didn't even know he was there.
Not the one they're spinning. So Ace in the building, showed him dunking in the facility. Utah's all good. Don't try to break up the duo.
Why are you trying to relations between white people and black people, Lance?
White people and black people?
Well, Ace Bailey and the Utah fans.
Ace Bailey and Utah
fans.
fans.
You just consider Utah fans white people?
Have you met any white Utah fans?
Yes.
I've been there. I've been in that building. It's all white.
When is the last time you were there? Because things have really changed drastically.
Really?
They have not.
Things have
A
really changed.
lot of black people have moved to Utah. Yes.
No.
Many people have.
We're not talking about people who play for the Utes.
Oh.
We're talking about people who reside there when they don't go to the college and play there.
Yeah.
Many Polynesians. I trust my work. I put in countless hours in the gym with everything I do, so I trust it. Everybody makes mistakes. God didn't put us here to be perfect, so I just trust myself. Why is he saying everyone makes mistakes?
Because that's a humble individual. Everyone does make mistakes.
Which mistakes did he do? I thought everything was fine.
He's fallible. He's a human being. Everyone makes mistakes.
Everyone does.
I know. Why? What mistakes is he referring to?
The mistakes of being a human. Everyone makes mistakes.
Why is he referencing that at the press conference?
Because he's telling everyone no one's perfect.
Look, man, just hurry up and get into your fight with Utah fans so we can just get you out of there and get you where you want to go.
Well, that's not happening for years.
Just figure that out.
Well, are you trying to short circuit a young man's start to his career?
How did Rutgers not make the tournament when they had 2 top 10 draft picks?
He's just divisive.
Talk to their
That's
coach.
all he is.
Ask the coach. Don't ask me.
Honestly,
he's bringing down race relations.
John, you
saying
realize
that about Lance for
Rutgers
years.
had 2 top 10 picks and didn't make the tournament.
Yeah.
Talk to their coach.
How is that possible?
How is that possible? All right. Another thing yesterday, there's a lot of things that happened, actually. LeBron signed his deal. He picked up his option. That's the first time LeBron has picked up his option, which a lot of people are thinking, oh, okay. He usually declines the option and signs an extension. No extension here. This is probably it for LeBron this year. Although he's going out, he's still a really, really good player. But now there's a question of, what do the Lakers do? And ESPN I think they did a 3-hour special on what do the Lakers do.
I mean, I would 100% deal him to try to surround.
Well, he's got a no
Luka.
trade clause.
Yeah, no, but he's got a no trade clause. But I think he would listen. He's going to ring chase. You send him to the right team, he would 100% go. But he gets to pick who that team is. And so,
well, he could have done that in free agency.
It's a little tougher because you have to have that money available to you. Most teams right now don't have $54 million laying around in cap
Yeah,
space.
but they made the rules harder to trade superstars like this. So
no,
whatever the case.
You just have to get to what you just have to get the numbers right, but you can absolutely trade him.
Yeah.
It's not hard. He has to want to go.
I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to be a Laker.
Probably so, but yeah. I would definitely ask him, hey, LeBron, you want to get traded? And if he says yes, but can you imagine the amount of teams? It would be New York probably.
Are they a contender?
He might say Houston.
Are they a contender with Luka and LeBron?
Oh no, not the Lakers. No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Their roster's not good enough. What do you make of Austin Reeves? Turning down his.
He turned his
option.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? That feels like he wants to be a free agent. Yeah.
And he turned down a max deal.
You want to leave with the great LeBron James there? That doesn't make any sense.
He turned down a max deal.
Yeah. No, he really wants to go.
Yeah. Maybe he said, well, with Luka here, there's too many white guys.
He's trying to get to Houston. Everyone's trying to get to Houston.
He has stated
we've already got our white guy.
We know he doesn't like the city. At least at the time, he didn't like the city.
L.A.?
No, Houston.
But you're talking about LeBron.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
You want Austin Reeves?
No, but Austin Reeves probably wants to come here. But we've already got our Austin Reeves.
Turns down. He turned down the deal in hopes of getting an actual max. The max the Lakers could offer at the time was what they were offering. He said no. He wants a real max, which they could offer next offseason.
If Austin Reeves is a real max dollar player,
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying what he wants.
I'm just telling you, if you sign Austin Reeves to a max deal, your team is not a very good team.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's offering him that.
We're not even giving max deal to Alpern. So
he's not a max player.
No, and neither is Austin Reeves.
Neither is Austin Reeves.
Well, I'm not saying he is. I'm just there. And also, there's a wide gap between what the Lakers are offering as much as they could in this situation, just because of his time in the league and what a max is. So there could be a meeting in the middle. It doesn't have to be the extremes on each end.
If Austin Reeves gets anything that says max at the end, which is what the max that could have been this year, then Austin Reeves should take that.
Listen, he's a good player. Austin Reeves is a good player. I would.
What was it? 4 years, 89? Is that what he was offered?
Yeah, I mean he's 27 now. Austin Reeves is not a young. He's not a young dude. I could see him getting traded. I could 100% see them trying to trade Austin Reeves. He's not a young player, but he's a pretty good player. Like he's had moments. I mean, he averaged 20 points a game, John. He's not a slappy at all. He's averaged 20 a game, 5.8 assists from three. He shoots 37% from three, 86% from the, like Austin Reeves is a good player. I just wouldn't want to have him as max dollar players for me, for my team would be guys I think can help me win a championship and be the best players at winning a championship. They could be the best. As soon as you put that determining factor in, that eliminates a ton of players, as it should. And he's not that guy. Now, I would love to have an Austin Reeves at a relative price. And I do think the only way the Lakers have any chance is with Reeves, LeBron, and Luka next year. And then they're going to have somebody step up. But like LeBron is starting to show signs of age finally. And then Luka is showing signs of fat. So,
wow.
No, that's what they said.
Showing
that's what
signs.
they were said. That's what Dallas said.
That's what
Nico
they said.
Harrison
We'll
said.
see if Luka, after being shamed by Dallas and losing in the first round, will be in shape. So Austin Reeves, if he had taken the deal, the average annual salary, I don't know what his starting salary would be because it escalates, but his annual average salary would be 22.3. Probably
that's a little low.
Believes
what he plays.
He's a better player than that, so he's going to test it in the free agency.
Yeah, no, he's a 30.
Yeah, he'll probably
he's a $30+ million player for sure.
He's taking a chance though, injury or whatever.
Sure,
he's taking a chance. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, come hang with us right now. We got more to talk about here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little Aqueduct Plumbing Company right now.
I had my guys.
You did? What happened?
I had Billy. So, You just never know what you're going to get with teenage boys. And so this plumbing, we had a plumber come out. It was like a friend of ours who's a a contractor. He sent his plumber. We had the toilet was backing up, and so the plunger kept doing it after a plunger. I said, I don't want to bother Billy with this. We already just had him out. So this other plumber came out. Everything was fine. Then it wasn't fine again. And I'm like, Billy, we're having an issue. Billy's guys they come out, they knock it out. Everything's fine. Then it comes back. I tell Billy again, he goes, okay, we're going to pull the toilet off. We're going to put our machine down there, and we're going to get to work on this sucker to find out what it is. And it turns out one of the gifted and talented children in my home was flushing Clorox wipes down the toilet when he was doing some cleaning in the bathroom. He just said, you know where this should just go? Toilet. And that was causing this thing to be a massive headache. And it was Billy Brown's guys came in, found it, case closed. And thank you, because the backup for a teenage boy using a bathroom is not great. It's not great when that thing backs up. Those kids can.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Well, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Hey, you know who's not in Trouble right now?
Scooble.
Tarek Scooble is
another shutout. Yes,
in Trouble. Last night, for the third time this year, Scooble had at least 12 strikeouts and allowed 2 hits or fewer. He's done it 3 times. We're just past the midpoint. That's tied for the most times that's happened in one season in Major League Baseball history. The other 8 to do it 3 times in a season. Listen to this list. I mean, you got to be a badass. Garrett Cole with the Astros, Justin Verlander with the Astros. Let this sink in. Verlander and Cole on one team in 2019, both 3 times that year had 12 strikeouts and 2 hits or less in a game. 3 different times. That's on the same team. Randy Johnson did it in 2001. Kerry Wood did it in 2001. Chan Ho Park in 2000. Nolan Ryan in 89. Sandy Koufax in 65. And Smokey Joe Wood did it in 1911. Now Tarek Skubal has done it. With that said, Tarek Skubal right now considered the best pitcher in all of baseball, and that's fine. But I just out of curiosity, I went and looked up his stats versus our guy Hunter Brown's stats. It's truly incredible. Skubal has pitched 16. He's got 16 games started. He's 9-2 with a 2.29 ERA. Hunter Brown has 16 games started, so the sample size is the same. 8-3 with a 175. Skubal's whip is a 0.87. Hunter Brown 0.89. 102 innings pitched and 125 strikeouts for Skubal. 98 innings and 118 strikeouts for Hunter Brown. The numbers now, Skubal only has 13 walks. Hunter Brown has 28. But, the home run totals are equal at 8 apiece. Like, Hunter Brown is basically pacing right there with Tarek Skubal, who is universally considered the best pitcher in Major League Baseball right now. And yet Hunter Brown is literally right there drafting right behind him with almost all of the numbers are identical. Almost all the numbers are either identical or they are in the same zip code, not the same area code, the same zip code. And it's truly amazing that, and the only way the Astros are doing what we're doing, really, if you really want to be honest about it, it's because Fromber really started to buckle down and become consistent, and Hunter Brown is having a Justin Verlander season. That's what he's having. I mean, Hunter is pitching as well as Tarek Skubal. That's how you are where you are. And Cam Smith has turned into a monster. He's got over 8. He's got like an 869 OPS in June. Cam Smith has become the player that we hoped he would become by next year. He's already becoming that right now with power included. And we haven't even seen the best of Yiner or the best of Jordan. So good thing. And Jeremy Pena has become the player that we hoped he would become also. This has been an amazing turn of events for him. But while Skubal may be considered the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, I guarantee you baseball people are sitting there going, yeah, and Hunter Brown. And Hunter Brown. There's just no getting around. And Hunter Brown's got wins too. Can you imagine if he wasn't having Brian King blow wins for him? Like, Hunter Brown right now would be sitting there with 11 wins.
Yeah.
10 wins minimum.
Favorites to win the Cy. Skubal minus 125. Crochet plus 350. Hunter plus 480. Max Fried plus 1,000. DeGrom plus 1,100.
You may need an injury to Skubal.
Because
that guy is about as steady as it gets.
Yeah. And Crochet is pretty damn good too.
No, he's really good.
Yeah, but Hunter's Hunter's on the best team of Skubal and Hunter are on the best teams, so that'll take into account you're
going to win more
pitcher on the best team.
You're gonna have more wins. Like Garrett Crochet is 7-4. Now he's got a 206 ERA and a WHIP of 102, but and he's got a bunch of strikeouts. Now he's heavy in the strikeout game. But with that said, he may not get to the win total that he needs to get to. Dude, Garrett Crochet is 6'6", 245. What a monster. But he's not going to get to the win total because his offense isn't going to be as good. Of course, What am I talking about? Hunter Brown they can give him one runs like nobody's business, the Astros. It's not like he has a ton of run support.
No, and it seems like every game is like every pitch is meaningful, and maybe that makes him focus more.
Yeah, he doesn't.
If he's in a 9-0 game, sometimes that's harder because you just throw balls over the middle.
You're right. He doesn't get like 4 runs early where he gets to be in cruise control. He has to pitch every inning is like a playoff game for him.
Right. Right. And he's doing it. He's so good. Hunter Brown is so good. So is Fromber, man. So is Fromber. And then if you get the other 4 guys, if you get 2 good starts, you're winning 4 out of 6 games. So if you get decent starts or you get a lot of hitting in those other games, it seems like they're okay with hitting for other guys. They just aren't hitting for Fromber and Hunter. They just don't. Those guys just gotta grind every single outing.
It feels like they do.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does feel. I'm going to go try to find the run support numbers at Fangraphs, but it is like Hunter Brown is in a dogfight every start. And you're right. It feels like that with Fromber too. Fromber's had to go 2 complete games this year. And yeah, I don't, but they've done it, man. They're doing it. They're hanging in there. They're doing a great job.
Yep.
They're doing a great job. It was, it's been good to see Altuve is back. Altuve's back and clicking, but the Astros right now are finding ways to win by whatever means necessary. We know the McCullers game was done early on, and the Astros said, we're just not going to beat up our bullpen. So Lance, you'll just have to pitch through this. And it's his first time, it's let him. He got beat up early. He got through.
He did that to Brandon Walter the other night too.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to get through it. We're sorry. We're not going to eat up our bullpen. You got to do what you got to do.
Yep. So I saw Bregman say the other day, he said, we're fine. We just have to find a way. You got to win these close games, and you have to learn how to win close games. And that's what the Astros do.
Yeah, no matter who's on the roster.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You got to find a way to win close games, and the Astros do that. It seems like every time they find a way to win. Look at their 1-run record. Look at how the scoring with 2 outs. Talk about clutch. And they're how many games? 16 games over 500, and they're only plus 46 as far as run differential.
Right.
That's incredible. By far the lowest of any of the really good teams, the run differential. By far. I mean, the Yankees are plus 113 right now. Man. And the Astros have a better record.
If I'm a Red Sox fan, I'm saying, you know what would help us win some close games? If you were available.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate the insight. You know what would help? If you're actually in the lineup. If you're in the lineup, that might help us win a couple close games. Thank you.
That'd be great if you were actually playing.
Yeah, you haven't swung a bat in a competitive game since May 23rd.
Isn't this crazy that literally Hunter Brown? I'm looking at Hunter Brown's pitch totals. Remember, they changed his pitch in 2024. They changed his usage, and he stopped throwing as many cutters. His cutters in 2023, where he struggled some, was 23%. 23.5% of his pitches were cutters. Then last year it was 17%. But remember, they figured out last year that, hey, let's stop throwing that pitch. You know what? Let's start throwing some sinkers.
So
his
sinker changed his game.
So it's changed his game completely. He throws 24.6% sinkers now, which he gets to throw just like a fastball at 96. Just change his grip. 96.1 miles an hour is a sinker. So he's getting a little bit of movement down, and his cutter is down to, he throws that 4.1% of the time. In 2023, 23.5% cutter. Now it's 4.1. In 23, the sinker was 0.2. Now it's 24.6. Yeah. It's literally been everything for him.
Yep.
Just that one pitch.
But there are levels to this.
And he's added changeup.
Does a Hunter Brown have a NBA All-Star as a friend like Tariq Skubal does?
Who's Tariq Skubal's friend?
Devin Booker. Because
really?
Devin Booker's from Michigan, so he roots for the Tigers, so they became friends, I guess. He just brought Tariq Skubal some Devin Booker branded baseball
Hunter Brown's
cleats.
Friends with Cade Cunningham.
Is he?
Probably. Detroit. There's a Detroit.
So we need an NBA All-Star.
No, but we need a Houston guy.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do. We got an All-Star, Alpy.
But does he care about baseball?
I want him to be friends with Amen Thompson, because then if something pops off too, I know that Amen's coming out of the stands.
Yeah. We don't want him coming out of the stands.
I don't either. But the threat of Amen coming out of the stands is enough to keep.
Hunter's been a little feisty lately.
Yeah, but actually Hunter won't get hit by a pitch because he doesn't hit.
He doesn't hit.
You never have to worry about that.
Hunter gets feisty lately. He hits somebody and they're going at it. Let's go. Hunter's got tats. He'll fight you.
I don't want my starting pitcher fighting.
Yeah.
I think Dell's onto something. We don't want Amen Thompson coming out of the stands.
Because because he's out of his sport
like a high school basketball
arrested
fight
in this case, and then Hunter might get injured. If anyone's going to fight, one of the bullpen catchers can come out and prove their worth and fight for Hunter Brown. I don't need Hunter fighting. Let's not add injury risk to Hunter Brown. He already has it enough. He's an Astros pitcher.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We're not going to add any. That's all. No, you're right. You're right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. We got 1 hour left in the show, so get in 713-780-3776. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros with another series win, 9-0-2 in their last 11 series, which is nice. And the other big story, and especially against the Phillies and the Cubs, to be winning those, especially the way they had played at home for a couple of years. Now they're a power. I mean, I never understood what the hell happened to them at home. Now this is the way it should be at home. You got people who love you and you they've gotten great support, fan support and the way that they played at home in some for I don't know how many series and a couple of years, it was just mystifying. So now this is the way. Hey, yeah, this is how they're supposed to play at home, like they're playing right now.
I'm glad some of the family men have finally gotten out of town.
Reagan, did you hear that? This is how the Astros play at home.
Or all the family men are out the door. Bregman, Tucker, beat it, all of you. Pay too much attention to your families. Beat it.
Tucker, is he married?
You can be a family man and not be married. Just get out of here. We're about ball here, I think.
Astros are pretty much all
care about
married.
your family.
Well, I mean, it's basically the kids, the wife and the kids that are killing your career.
Yeah, and like,
Kyle Tucker is married to somebody named Samantha Scott.
See,
they were married. They were married January 13th of 2024.
Oh, that's
but we don't know.
High school sweetheart. Oh, okay. So they've been together a long time.
Wow.
Yeah,
but we don't know if they're happy or not.
They graduated from high school in 2000.
That's true. We don't know.
Oh my God, they graduated high school in 2015. Kyle Tucker graduated high school in 2000.
Yeah, he's only 28.
That's the same year as JT. Holy crap.
I know.
JT could be in the majors making $40 million a year.
If he decided baseball was his sport.
Or just maybe if he was better.
Well, who do we blame for that? You or Wendy?
It's Wendy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, please. I did all my part. So there's that. We've also got Jabari Smith with the big signing. And here to talk about that with us. Who is it, Del? Who wants to talk?
A different Lance.
Oh, Lance. Lance wants to talk about, is this Lance Zerline that's calling in?
No, it's not Lance Zerline.
Right here.
Oh, okay. It's a different Lance. Okay.
There's others of us.
Oh, there are?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Good morning. I was just curious kind of what y'all's thoughts and opinions were on the signing for Jabari Smith. I saw it was a pretty, 5-year contract. I think it was like $115. Just didn't know what that would do for kind of our future. Obviously, locking him up is good, but I was just curious if it will help us with the free agency coming up this year and next year, and if it was kind of, I just didn't know if it was a good signing or a bad signing. Just kind of want to get your opinions on that. Thanks.
Well, really good. 5 years, $122 million. You got him at a decent price. He's a big part of he's a third overall pick.
He'll be there long after.
Yeah.
He's a with Kevin Durant signing and a post Kevin Durant signing. So he's a core player.
But is he a piece or is he
he's a piece and a trade piece now. Listen, his number, he's locked in as a potential trade piece too. That's the reality. 5 years gives them maneuverability. Unless he has no trade, which there's no way he has a no trade clause. He doesn't have that kind of juice. He's a trade piece for sure. I would keep that in mind. I kind of don't think he even gets out of the rest of his contract. I think he will be dealt at some point, which is fine. I mean, whatever. Rafael Stone's going to keep maneuvering. And, there's a thought that the Rockets are still trying to keep their roster a certain kind of way so that they can make a move on Giannis.
Yeah, Windhorst was on TV saying that today.
Yeah. Is he saying it?
Yeah, he said
that came out over the weekend that they still are like, no, hey, Giannis.
So there is an NBA rule though. After you sign a contract, you got so long.
Yeah.
Right. It would not be right now for
right
Jabari.
now,
closer to the deadline.
And Giannis is a right now deal.
No, but I think it would be in play. Like it comes into play in January or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it would be in play like by the trade deadline.
It
which
would
is
be
February 6th.
It would be by the trade deadline.
Okay.
Now the question is, will Giannis give the Bucks that amount of time to figure things out before he asks out? I don't know. They're not going to have Dame Lillard, so that team probably won't be good. They brought back Bobby Portis, but there's not a lot of ways for them to improve because they've made a couple of all-in moves over the last 5 or 6 years, and it's drained their draft picks. Let me ask you guys this. I did not know that Naz Reid was only 25 years old. He just seems like he's 30, but he's only 25.
Looks 30.
Yeah, he's only 25. He got a very similar deal, a little bit more per year
I like Naz Reid
than Jabari Smith Jr. So for talk, I understand you got Jabari locked up. He's one of your core pieces, But we know Naz Reid's impact. He's a bench guy. He can start. I mean, if you actually
shoot it from distance.
Yeah, he's a very important piece of what the Wolves want to do. Do you think of when you compare it to that deal that the Rockets overpaid when you have another deal on the market for a guy who's certainly impactful?
Nas does a little bit more for them than Jabari does.
Yeah, but I think he also created. I think the market was created, and you just have to work off of it with certain players. I mean, you're giving up. The Rockets get the benefit of not having to deal with the contract, a year later, contract negotiations where the cap is considered to be going up. So you don't take a chance. You just lock them in. And I mean, you can quibble about the numbers. I get what you're saying. And I'd rather, the value of Naz Reid versus Jabari Smith right now would probably fall in Naz Reid's favor.
Yeah.
But at the same time, for what the Rockets need, it's just a price doing business.
He's okay. So it's Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, and Naz Reid, right? That's their big three.
Particularly when it comes to putting points on the board, you can determine what Rudy Gobert is as far as importance because of his defensive acumen. But as far as guys they look to put the ball in the basket, he's there.
So he plays a much bigger role. He's getting more. You think that maybe they overpaid for Jabari, Del, because of that?
I think of it like this, because Jabari is where he stands now. There's not a lot of room for his game to grow because of how they're situated, because Fred's going to be the ball handler, Alperin's going to be the hub, and then KD's your dude. So Jabari's going to be a space guy on the offensive end and a defensive guy. He's a 3-and-D guy right now until guys move. And where's Amin? How Amin fits in, he's going to have more on-ball responsibilities too without Jalen. So I feel like Jabari, I get why they did it, and they probably maybe just were forced to because of how things work in the NBA. But I don't know if he's going to be able to grow his game to a point where we're going to looking at that deal and going, okay, they're getting a value out of it.
I think it's just a solid deal, right? And I think he's still, like Lance was talking about, he's still an attractive. I think at that number, he's an attractive trade piece. Yes, I don't think it's not a crushing deal. It never will be a crushing deal, and it's also somebody that is tradable. I mean, I think Jabari brings enough to the table. In another situation, Jabari might have a much bigger role on a team.
I think it would happen by default. It would depend on the team. Like if he gets traded to a team who isn't a contender, who doesn't have the type of hierarchy the Rockets have, I agree. I think he would get more opportunities.
Yeah.
I just think, I know sometimes you look at these deals when they're signing, go, oh, we got value for Jabari. He's a young player. He's only 22. What can he do? I just don't know where those opportunities are going to come from for him to maybe play up to the deal simply because how the Rockets are built right now. There's just not a lot of room for him to go beyond being a guy who spaces the floor and plays good defense.
Well, for those of you that weren't here a little bit earlier, we looked at Jabari's numbers when Jalen was on the floor and off the floor, and Jabari was a lot better when Jalen wasn't on the floor. Unfortunately, Kevin Durant is going to be on the floor now.
Another high usage guy on the floor, yeah.
And so Jabari is going to be he's always on this team going to be third or fourth option. But he took advantage of those situations. I mean, he even now, Fred's a volume shooter, Alpe's a volume shooter, Kevin Durant's a volume shooter. We'll see. Amen is going to get his opportunities with rebounds or dunks, or maybe he's going to be a better shooter. We'll see. Have you seen all the videos of Amen out there working?
Yes.
I don't need to see videos. He lives it.
Yeah, he does. He really does.
Well, I wasn't worried about. I wonder if Amen's out there just trying to run around with Instagram models.
Well, we're just talking about what he looks like as
that man sleeps with a basketball in his bed.
I think he's more referencing
not a trick.
The perimeter stuff you're seeing, right, John?
In his bed.
The fact that he looks better on the perimeter, very comfortable out there taking shots, just being a ball handler.
Ben Simmons.
Not the fact that he's maybe dating an attractive woman, but Dylan Brooks is no longer here, so there may be an opportunity for Jabari to be a guy who gets more volume in shots, at least from the perimeter, at least.
You know what? And I don't mind. Listen, I didn't mind Dylan Brooks either. Dylan Brooks was filling it up last year, but Jabari can fill it up. Jabari, it never. Oh no, don't shoot this three, Jabari. Jabari can shoot. Jabari's
he's got potential as a shooter. Yeah, to me, his value, Jabari's value is get your make percentage up around 40%. Guard 3 and guard 4, both positions, play 3 and play 4. Be a player who can get that mid-range jumper. Where he's got that little thing where he likes to kind of give a little mid-range post up on players he's bigger than and can shoot over them. He's got value. It's not about scoring a bunch of points, but you need him to make baskets when it's important. You need him just to be a clutch player who can make some threes at critical times and can help you morph defensively, can play switch offs because he can play switch offs. He can switch off positions. I think there's great value in him. He's one of those pieces you have to have, especially when we saw Sam Presti, which, by the way, I don't know if y'all heard about Milk Money, Sam Presti's. Did y'all see that over the weekend? Sam Presti's jazz hip hop album. Pablo Torre found this, I guess, and it's actually pretty nice. It's from back in the 90s, and Sam Presti has this jazz hip hop album, and it's got a little bit of Diggable Planets vibe to it. It's, you can hear the early 90s influence on it. But anyway, the way Sam Presti built his team, the way the Celtics have been built, you can look at how they built them and you can say, yeah, I can see the value for Jabari Smith for sure. I love this contract because you took a commodity, you locked it up at a reasonable rate. Again, it's been a reasonable rate. It's been a great offseason so far for Rafael Stone. And now, not only do you have him on your team being able to do multiple things for you, fit inside the scheme of what Ime does on the court and also what he likes in the locker room, but you also have somebody who is a tradable commodity. You've ensured that commodity is yours to use in the future as well. I love it. I mean, I love this move.
Yep.
And you didn't do something stupid. I don't think the number's stupid. I think it's like Dell said. Yeah, I mean, you didn't rip Jabari off, but you made him a fair deal, market value, and that's fine.
All right, we got to talk. We got to break. We got to talk a little Champion Energy. If you're looking for the best way, if you're looking for the best way to get that electricity, Champion Energy is the place to go. Champion.energy/1560. I love what they've done for me for the last 18 years. Champion has been in our house. I've been saving money. I think I'd say tens of thousands of dollars over these years because I see other. I'm telling you, my buddy was like, "Holy crap, my electric bill is Champion real." I said, "Yes." He went to Champion, and from month to month, it was incredible. He said it was incredible how much money he had saved just month to month. So it wasn't like, oh, this summer versus winter. It was month to month. So if you're looking for a great way to get that electricity to your home and never have a problem and always on your side, and when your contract is up, if there's a better rate out there, they're going to tell you to get that better rate, which a lot of electricity companies aren't going to do. Champion.energy/1560.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you guys see that? It was nice to see Ryan Presley had himself a nice little series, 2 clean sheets, and they played Johnny Cash when he came out. That was pretty cool.
Did they really? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they played the Johnny Cash song.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah,
good for him.
It was a 12-3 game. Who cared?
Yeah, let him have it.
And then and Tucker had himself. He was 5 for 13. He had the big game on Saturday, but he was held in check in the 2 wins. So, but that was having both of those guys back. That was neat. And they played tribute. Did you see the tribute video?
I did see the tribute video.
Yeah,
it was good.
Nice.
It was a classy touch. It's fine.
Yeah, it was. The Astros are classy. That's all. I mean, classy organization.
They show respect to the guys who helped them win, and that's good.
Yep, they were big parts of what we did here. That was nice. of those teams. So, really, 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 really cool. And they had good series too.
Yeah, well, I don't care about that part.
Well,
you can get wrecked as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, those players can get wrecked. I don't care about that. I'm really geeking out right now because I found the arm slot on baseballsavant.mlb.com. I found an arm slot graphic, and like Hunter Brown throws at about a 60%. Like he's as over the top pretty much as you're gonna. He's as over the top as for most major league pitchers. He and Verlander, it's amazing. He and Verlander's arm slots, everything are almost identical as you would imagine, since his entire, life has revolved around copying Justin Verlander. Not a bad guy to copy, by the way, if you can get away with it. But yeah, it's Hunter's so over the top, and then looking at one of the most down, Laredo style down sidearm is Lance McCullers, which makes some sense, I guess, because that's how he throws. But I've always wondered if that put more stress on the arm, but that's a separate conversation.
I just don't even want to think about Hunter Brown's arm ever.
It's just arm slot.
I had some negative.
Yeah,
I had some because he's such a Verlander clone. I was just like,
Well, that happened when Justin got hurt when he was like 36, 37. There's no chance Hunter Brown is with us then.
Oh, yes, there is. He's going to be.
Okay.
He's going to be an Astro.
Yeah, okay.
I hope so.
I did too.
Mostly because I'm actually tired of this guy's leaving conversation that we have all the time. But Fromber's next, and we know I'm sure
they need to be shamed into it and pony up.
I'm sure there'll be a report that the Astros are working to retain Fromber in the offseason, which will amount to nothing because that's just how it'll go. But like you said, John, we can enjoy Fromber this year. And then when he's pitching for the Yankees and he'll get his nice retirement tribute video, we can honor him then. But I don't want to think about it right now.
Yeah. I'm looking at a video right now. Jalen is walking down it looks like he and Drea Michelle are on some vacation somewhere. And he likes to show off her figure.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Our guy Amen's in the gym. You know where Jalen is?
Beach.
With Trey and Michelle riding bikes and showing that thing off.
What thing?
What thing are you referencing?
That thing she got going on. He likes to show.
Which is her love for him?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or is it their new child?
No, I don't see the child in the video.
Is their new child?
Did not see the child in the video.
The child's not in the video. You saw the video, Del?
I did see it.
I did notice her Instagram has you'd never know she's married to, not married. Married?
No, not married. No.
To Jalen Green.
What do you mean?
Is she, last I saw on her Instagram, he wasn't even in there.
Well, she's got a brand to uphold.
What?
The brand
is you might have a shot?
No. Well, that's part of the sell, even if it's not real.
It's always, you never want to say it, but that's what TV people always, you want people to think they.
Yeah, even if it's not.
It's the unsaid part.
There's not a chance.
Let me see all the Jalen Green pictures of her on her Instagram. Oh, none.
Well, no one's going to her page to see her her boyfriend.
Well, how about she shows a little loyalty to Jalen Green on that Insta?
What do you care? He's not
Put him on
He
there.
doesn't even play here anymore.
Put him on there. I'm trying to look out for my guy.
Although officially he's still a Rocket, but it's funny to think about that.
Wait. It can't be.
It can't be until like the 6th. So he's still a Rocket officially. But
looking out for the Rockets.
Okay. But when the calendar turns,
is Kevin Durant even going to pass a physical?
Kevin Durant's still on the Phoenix Suns roster page, actually, right now.
Are the Suns going to renege on this when they see he's not working out? He's with Dre and Michelle.
It's always a possibility. To be fair, you hope he doesn't work out, because what if he got hurt during the workout?
This is not the worst picture I've ever seen.
You want to be strolling around on the beach, because if he actually got hurt working out, then who knows what happens to the trade.
That is true.
You don't want anyone involved in this trade actually doing any basketball stuff, because all the Suns got to do, sorry, can't pass the physical, trade over.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah, so let's have Jalen stroll around the beach with his significant other and just relax.
I was good with running it back if they decided to do that and not having Kevin Durant, but now that the trade's been made, I'm like, beat it. Get out of here, Jalen. But don't get hurt.
You're not loyal.
Just ride on a bike. And don't ride.
That hoe ain't loyal.
Don't ride on a bike.
And the hoe is Lance in this case. Just to be clear, everybody. We're talking about Lance.
No, you are talking about Jalen.
No, we're talking about you.
Don't ride in the bike lane. Just ride like on a cul-de-sac where no one is.
Take all the trips to tropical locations you want. Don't get in the ocean.
No sharks.
Maybe
Can you imagine if he
swim
gets
with
his
the
arm
lifeguard.
bitten off? This is actually a serious question.
No, it isn't.
If his arm gets bitten off by a shark,
no.
If he goes in the water, and sharks are getting closer and closer to the shore.
It's true.
If he goes in there and he's goofing around and a shark bites just his hand off, if a shark bites half his hand off, but it's on a shooting hand, or no, it's on his non-shooting hand. He bites him off. All the fingers are bitten off.
What are you saying?
But he's still got a nub.
We have this conversation. Could you shoot without a pinky?
Yeah. Well. No. If you bite off all the fingers of a non-shooting hand, so he's got kind of a nub.
A nub?
They can cauterize it. So they can cauterize it and get it nubbed out. But he's
nubbed out.
Hold on, just let me finish.
Okay.
That's what the term that people use.
That's not a term.
So
that's what the kids are saying.
That's what they're saying. My kids
nubbed
say that's what Gen Z calls it.
Probably means something else, to be honest with you.
It
probably does.
Probably does. Could they void that?
Yes.
Could they void the contract?
If he loses a hand, yes.
1, 2, 3, no back.
No, that's not how it works. You have to pass a physical. So if he lost a hand in a shark accident, yeah, they'll avoid the trade.
Oh my God! Keep him out of the water.
I told you. Keep him out of the gym.
This is actually really serious.
Keep him out of the gym. Keep him out of the water.
I told you last week that there is a website that can predict shark attacks.
Look, you download it, Jalen.
Get you that so that you don't get attacked by a shark and lose a hand. Okay?
Because if this trade gets overturned.
And then now you have a player on your roster for $30+ million without a hand?
Oh, my God.
Because the trade got revoked?
What do you get?
Well, we don't want any of that, Del.
I'm telling you.
Do you get cap relief?
Because
we didn't get cap relief for Yao Ming's injuries. And even when he retired, there's no cap relief.
I don't know how it works for non-basketball related injuries.
With
Do you
shark
get cap
attacks?
relief?
You should 100% get cap relief from a shark attack.
Let's
Loss
see.
of limb should be 100% cap relief.
Loss of limb by a shark attack should absolutely
be covered.
Yeah.
What kind of inhumane league is this if they don't give any cap relief for shark attacks?
Yeah.
I can't speak to whether they would or
The
wouldn't.
NFL would.
Would they?
We would, absolutely.
I'm not sure that
we care about player safety.
I'm not sure that we've had a dumber conversation in quite a while.
Yeah, it's dumb until somebody loses a hand.
Well,
and all of a sudden, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
You can't
but
blame
does the
us.
trade go through?
This is a Lance thing because at least we were talking about keeping him off.
Keeping
him off the floor in a gym because actually, if he was working out and he tears up his knee, that will revoke the trade. At least that's a potential thing that could happen.
But shark attacks
him losing his hand with the shark attack.
Okay, but if it happened, there's never been precedent. Is there? I'm asking.
Has an NBA player ever lost their hand in a shark attack before?
A lot of people have been asking this question lately, and I'm trying to just get to.
No
do
one
you
has.
have an answer?
No one has. We don't know of an NBA star or pseudo star ever losing their hand in a shark attack. So I don't think that should be on the board.
I don't know if it's in his contract either. That he can't go in the water.
He can't go in the ocean?
How about you can't go in the ocean? Too dangerous. We're putting that in your contract. No, used to be 3-wheeler. It used to be like no ATVs. You can't do this. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Some players can't play basketball, motorcycles. Now it's they can't even go in the water. You can build sandcastles, but if the water even starts to come up and the tide gets a little high, you have to get out of there.
No
or
salt
your contract is voided
no
out.
saltwater recreation.
Now, once you get to Phoenix, I don't care what you do.
Let's break. Let's break now.
Not a lot
we're still being really stupid.
Not
Next, don't go anywhere.
Beaches in Phoenix.
We gotta break and still ahead. News of the weird.
It's not shark repellent nail polish. Stop putting that on. That's not what his nail polish does.
You don't know.
Actually, I don't.
You don't know.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, what else did we? Dwayne Lucas died along with Dave Parker. Dwayne Lucas, I didn't realize this. He was like 89
I couldn't believe he was 89. That guy was deep in the horse race game for a long time.
Yeah.
Like he was still cranking out winners.
Did you guys get a chance to see Aldrich Potgeider?
I did.
Yeah.
I went to the playoffs against Christian Kirk and somebody else named Mickelmeyer or something.
Chris Kirk. Yeah.
Yep.
Christian Kirk is a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. And then who's the other guy?
Max Geyer. Max Geislinger.
It's not Mickelmeyer?
It's not Mickelmeyer.
None of these names sound real.
They were all 22 under. I was like, what's this putt course they're on?
Aldrich Potgeider.
Fake name.
No, it's really
he's South African.
But he's heavy set, and he's 20 years old. 20 years old winning your first tournament.
He's 20, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
For those of you who weren't here a little earlier, Malik Beasley is under investigation for illegal gambling on basketball games or prop bets. whatever the case may be. But the FBI is looking into it, so there seems to be a little smoke there.
Ooh.
Along with James Harden, Jabari Smith, Julius Randle. We didn't mention that. He also signed a deal. $100 million.
The deal we thought Fred might have got, 3 for $100. We were speculating about that for Fred. But, yeah, he gets it a little bit over what he would have made if he would have just invoked his player option of 30. So it just speaks to the market. There's not teams out there who can pay. So for as much as it was hyped about craziest free agency period, a lot of the guys are like, there's no money out there. If it's not a sign and trade, I'm not leaving. I'll just take the money from my team. And that's why the MLE, the non-taxpayer mid-level is going to be such a big deal. The Rockets may be able to sign Dorian Finney-Smith with that. There are like maybe 10 or 12 teams who have access to it. So you may get a bargain on a player who might be a $20 million a year player normally, but because no cap space, they have to take what they can get. So we haven't talked about that in a while, that Dorian Finney-Smith is a Rockets target as well. But yeah, Julius Randle, 3 for $100. So the Wolves, after trading away Cat because of financial concerns, we're just going to give Naz Reid and Julius Randle about $55 million per year combined.
They got two. That's what
players.
Cat is, basically.
Yeah.
Who's a better team, Rockets or Minnesota?
Rockets.
I would say Rockets, but I haven't seen the rest of the team beyond KD do anything in the playoffs. At least the Wolves have a pedigree of winning playoff series together.
Yep, they look better. They look better last postseason, that's for sure.
That's why you had to go out and make a move. So
a lot better.
So the Wolves have Anthony Edwards, and they can win series. This Rocket team together has not done that yet, so I'll give the Wolves that by default until I see the Rockets do it. But I think potential-wise, I think the Rockets should be right there with the Wolves, if not ahead of them.
Man, the West is going to be so tough. It's going to be so tough. BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff is going to leave the program. He's got a sexual assault lawsuit that could net him a 7-game suspension. It doesn't matter where he goes, though. He's going to have to sit that 7. But you don't see that too often. I got to leave the program because of my sexual assault lawsuit. That's not, and especially at BYU. You're not supposed to do that anywhere, Jake. Okay.
Yeah.
Who knows whether or not so let's let that play out. And then the big deal that they beat Costa Rica and they won the Gold Cup, or
they didn't win the Gold Cup.
They made it to the semifinals.
They're on to the semifinals.
It's a big deal for that particular group who either haven't played together very much, unless they played together on like the youth level, but they haven't accomplished anything. And the U.S. program was under a lot of fire for their friendly performances. They were getting their ass kicked by European teams going into the Gold Cup. So this group, who doesn't have a lot of winning under the belt because all their top guys are not playing, it's a big deal. And you get to win it in a way where you were going against one of the best goalkeepers in the world in Keylor Navas. And you came through. Shout out to, I forget the guy's name. Is it Reese? Is that
Matt Freese?
Matt Freese, the goalkeeper for the U.S. who made save after save. So yeah, it's a tournament you're expected to do well in, no matter who's on the roster. And going out in the quarterfinal like Canada did would have been embarrassing. Shout out to Jesse March, the former U.S. international, for before the tournament, going, hey, my guys, he coaches Canada, my guys, no one called out. No, everyone was willing to play as a contrast to the U.S. and all the controversy there. And then after the tournament was over for them, hey, half the team was gone. Half my guys weren't even there. So he was getting crushed for that. But yeah, you win in that the way you did. You allow the late goal, but fight back. You'll take that. Let the young guys show out. Like I said before, this tournament's about, at least in my eyes, finding depth for your World Cup squad. How many guys can you depend on from this squad to supplement the guys you expect to be part of your World Cup roster?
Black German who wanted to be a football player.
Damian Downs.
I love everything about this.
You do, huh?
I love all that.
Well, yeah. I mean, we finally got some athletes.
American-born dad, right? American-born dad.
He was born in Germany. His dad's American.
Wanted to play pro football, ended up in soccer, which is what John and I have been trying to tell you forever. When you get some football players on the soccer pitch, is weak.
But he's not a football player.
Yeah, but he wanted to be.
He wanted to be.
But
he looks like he could play.
How many
maybe
football players
some corner
end up playing soccer? None.
I don't know that.
He's number one. He's the first ever.
You made that up. You don't know that.
Oh, no, I know. You don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. Malik Tillman, who missed a penalty during regular time, scored a penalty as well. So a lot of good there. And now
J.R. Tolkien's grandson missed a penalty kick.
Not spelled the same way. Not Tolkien's grandson. He did the Italian thing though. He missed it, and then he goes, "Mom." He did the whole hand thing. He's like, "Oh,
come on."
He was like, "Oh, I can't believe it." He was like, "I can't believe it."
I didn't see him do that.
Yeah, he missed it, and then he put his hands like a praying symbol. He's, "Oh, I can't believe I missed it."
But
like
I will tell you, the goalkeeper for the U.S., he was on one yesterday. How did he get I've never seen anyone stop anything down the middle on him. They're always diving. And that guy was like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're going to do."
I watched it.
Well, he did. One of them stop was down the middle.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. He knew what was coming.
So I watched that. After that save, they flashed to the U.S. bench of Pochettino, the manager. I don't know if he was hugging the goalkeeper coach, but it appeared like, yeah, we trained him on that. We told him this is what this guy would do. They flashed to him, and he's immediately hugging some coach, and it felt like that was something they told him about. Hey, this guy likes to go down the middle. Wait for him to make a decision before you do. And so I think they scouted that one out pretty well. All in all, dramatic. Penalties are always dramatic. And now it's Guatemala who surprisingly beat Canada after Canada picked up a red card. So you think the path is clear to possibly face Mexico in the final.
So the U.S. won the Gold Cup yesterday.
No, they won a quarterfinal
game. I think after they won that one, these two easy games.
Well, it's Mexico. It's possibly Mexico. It's not so easy. Guatemala, they should win. Mexico. We got breaking news?
Yeah, breaking news. Two breaking news. The WNBA has granted expansion teams to Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia.
No Houston?
No Houston. And the other breaking news, Jalen Ramsey.
They finally traded him?
Traded to the Steelers.
Oh, look at that. For what?
A seventh?
A seventh? That's what it was?
I don't know.
No. I don't know.
I'm just hoping you only got a seventh.
Why? Jalen Ramsey. So people thought it would be the Rams. Apparently he broke his own news. He tweeted it. No, he didn't. Schefter tweeted it first. He said he broke his own news.
What did they say he got for?
I don't know.
Ramsey's adjusted contract includes a $1.5 million raise.
He gets a raise. So he'll get paid $26.6 next year.
Doesn't say what they.
We haven't seen that yet. So the trade is. So the Steelers are, I guess, going all in. They traded away Pickens, but they brought in DK Metcalf, they brought in Aaron Rodgers, and they brought in Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey, known locker room lawyer. I'm sure that'll go well. But he's got Mike Tomlin, so he probably won't get away with it like he did in Miami.
Got Aaron Rodgers. He's got, T.J. Watt, is that settled yet? Is Hendrickson settled yet? Are the second rounders settled yet? I mean, your league, you know what? We need to just start
Which
watching.
league is your league?
Lance's league.
No, which league is your league?
Oh, what's it called? UFL?
You better remember the name if it's your league.
I can't even remember it. I haven't watched a second. But did you see the blocked field goal return yesterday in the CFL?
No.
Can't say that I did.
No.
Yeah, white guy. He picked it up in the end zone.
That delegitimizes it then.
Well, it was. But, dude, I'm telling you, he was, by the time he hit about the 40-yard line, he was done. But he had all his teammates around him. Everybody was like, come on, dude, you can make it. And he did. He actually did.
So another W for you guys, huh?
Another one. Well, that was the CFL.
So that one doesn't count.
No, but I'll take that league, too, over the NFL. If I combine leagues, yeah, we got a much more powerful league than Lance.
Canada
and by the way,
the UFL.
You can't even sign your guys in your league. I mean, how ridiculous is your league right now?
Are we still? Oh, the second rounders, yeah.
Yeah, second rounders. How many second rounders are going to play this year? None? Two, Lance. 2 second rounders are going to play.
Talk to your boy.
Oh, Casario's the one who started this.
Not my business. That's Nick Casario decided he didn't want anyone playing from the second round this year. So he said, well, I'm not 4D chess. I'm signing my guy, guaranteeing it all. And all these other second rounders can't play this year. because their agents can't get guaranteed money contracts. So he's like, I'm going to eliminate the second round this year. Next year he's doing it with the third round.
So you guys kind of get how this stuff works. Considering that Schefter helped break this story and he doesn't have compensation, so he got this from the agent and Ramsey himself, right? If he doesn't, he just knows about the money and doesn't have any compensation.
Insiders, I was told the way it works is all these insiders get it directly from agents. In exchange, there's some, like a lot of times you have to say who the agent is in your post so that they benefit with the contract. They'll give it to you, but you need to mention who the agent is too. So you'll notice that's a new thing, is that everyone's mentioning who the agent is and they're putting their tag in there too.
Yeah, because I have not seen anywhere, whether it come from NFL.com, Pelissero, Rap Sheet, or Schefter, what is going the other way.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah.
So this is just contract. I could ask Omar Khan, but I don't think he'll answer.
You think he's busy?
Probably.
Or he doesn't like you anymore?
Probably not.
John is wrong.
What?
This quarterback from BYU is facing a 7-game violation for having sex.
The honor code is what he broke, right?
Yes.
But he's also being.
Oh, well, he's got a lawsuit for sexual assault.
Yeah, but they would punish him for the honor code stuff, I think.
Well, it's funny because the running back that got suspended only got a 1 game. He didn't get a 7 game.
Yeah,
well, he's leaving anyway.
There's a lawsuit involved, sir.
Well, so he's suspended, but if he's got a lawsuit, he may not play this year anyway.
Well, it depends. If he's got a lawsuit, I don't know how the
depends on the
NCAA is going
information.
to. It's how the NCAA is going to rule on this thing is another story.
Yeah, I don't know what particular part of the honor code they're saying he violated, because if they think there's something to it, that might explain the 7 games as opposed to, like you said, the 1.
Yeah, there was only 1 for the running back.
Was it Jamal Williams?
Was it?
I know he played. I don't remember. Was it him?
Remember, it was a bowl game.
I don't
maybe
remember
that
exactly.
was why it was just 1 too. Maybe they were
Possibly
leaving after that. Or I don't know I think he came back. He might have come back. And finally, highest rate of incompletions due to inaccurate passes. Mac Jones led the league. 46% of his incompletions were due to inaccurate passes. Caleb Williams was 40.3. Where was CJ?
As ranking or as percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise.
I'm going to go with...
Get within 3%.
I'm going to go with 28%.
You are not within 3%.
Okay. Too low or too high?
Too low. 34.7%.
Oh.
Were due to inaccurate.
He did miss some outbreakers.
He did miss some. He missed some passes last year. It was 6th worst in the league.
So,
most accurate passers: Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith, Joe Burrow, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts.
That's when I think of accuracy. I think of Daniel Jones,
Russell Wilson, Sam Darnold. Worst.
Doesn't sound like those stats mean anything.
The worst: Mac Jones, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Matthew Stafford.
That all checks out. Stafford?
Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud.
I don't like him being in that group outside of Stafford, which is one of his guys, so maybe he doesn't mind it. But I don't like that group you just said he's mentioned in.
Sometimes you want to be mentioned in not that kind of mixed company.
No, but there was
a Joe Burrow in there, but
that's according to Warren Sharp, who was pretty disrespectful to our offensive line. A little bit. No,
a little disrespectful or fair? Was he fair?
Trying to put together an accurate list is all I saw.
Yeah, was it this?
He said the Texans had the worst offensive line in football.
He ranked them 32.
No.
You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
Thank you.
There's only one Irishman here.
Or was it?
Fair enough.
A little disrespectful,
I
think.
Fair enough.
I think the Texans probably have the 2nd or 3rd worst. But
look at you, big up in your guys.
Yeah, I got my guys back. If you've got a disrespectful employee, you might need HRP. You might need HRP handling whatever HR problem you have. Because if you're trying to handle HR problems, that's a problem. because businesses have been lost because of HR issues. Businesses have been, well, I mean, maybe not lost, but how much more is it going to cost you because you're doing HR wrong? You don't know HR. That's not your business. Your business is whatever your business is. What is it? Do you sell widgets? Do you have some kind of service? Do you, whatever your business is, you know that. You don't know the payroll business. You don't know the HR business. You don't know tax business. You know, they have experts in all of that. They're experts. They have proprietary technology that is second to none out there on the market. My colleague, they've been coming after his technology, and Mike's like, nope, I'm going to keep on running my business, and I'm going to do it the best, do it great for my people, and, you can't have it. You can't have it because I'm going to continue to serve my people. You hear them all the time with testimonials on our air because everybody loves when they were with HRP. I don't know what you're doing business-wise, but you could do it better. HRP.net. Get a free evaluation of what you're doing business-wise and let HRP see what they can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Oh, man, New York is out of control. New York is just out of control. Apparently, a fire department lieutenant has suspended an officer for giving hot girls rides on fire trucks as the department probes frat house behavior. Don't you think hot girls deserve a ride on a fire truck?
Sorry, we have compensation for Jalen Ramsey. They traded him for Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Oh, that is
Wait,
big.
what?
ESPN sources, Steelers traded 3-time All-Pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick back to the Dolphins, where he originally started, in exchange for Jalen Ramsey. The Dolphins were desperate at safety, and they got their guy back.
Wow, good win. That's a win for the Dolphins. If he
wants to go back.
Well, he didn't have to play for Brian Flores, which he didn't want to do. That's why he left the first time.
Oh. Well, Brian Flores isn't there anymore. I don't think.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
No one knows.
So they traded an all-pro safety for an aging corner.
Huh.
That's crazy.
Maybe Minkah really wanted out. That's wild.
Yeah. Yep. All right, now the important stuff. Should hot girls get free rides on fire trucks?
Don't they already get that?
Yeah.
They get free rides everywhere. Why would fire trucks be any different?
Yeah, well, I don't care. What? Well, the taxpayer dollars. So what? What gas to give hot girls rides? I mean, come on. What are we doing here? All the wasted tax money. Okay. An Australian man was charged. Now, let me ask you if you think this is a good headline or not a good headline. An Australian man was charged with cattle theft after a $100,000 load of bull semen was found. Do you think they could have used a different word than load?
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know?
I think that we're okay with that, right? That's what it is on a truck. I think that's you I just think that's just you being you.
Can we not?
That's what I said.
No,
you said it.
But I'm the one that says that's poorly written.
But the only reason it's on this show is because of you.
Well, he had to say what it was, Dell.
Did he?
Yeah.
In a way.
You know, John, do you ever, I imagine you look at some stories and go, yeah, not this one. This one didn't
pop. Is that what you imagine?
I think at some point he goes, not this show, not this story. This one.
Very rarely. Very, very rarely. That one didn't hit.
Clearly it didn't
hit at all.
Clearly.
No. All right. You think Jalen Green could lose a hand to sharks? How about
that's possible.
Apparently, feral seagulls are close to killing a human. As a stark warning has been issued to Brits. Don't go by feral seagulls. So maybe Jalen might get killed by a seagull instead of losing a hand to a shark.
I don't suspect.
You said Brits?
Yeah, Brits. I don't suspect he's going to be spending any vacation time in Liverpool. So
yeah, but feral seagulls could be all over, not just in London.
Are we sure they're not
in England?
UK based?
You think that just feral seagulls are limited?
I got
to
that
England.
one there with the nail polish on. I'm gonna go down and get him. He's got lovely hair.
So the seagulls have an accent as well?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Disney movies?
£9. £9 for that hair.
What does a Jamaican seagull sound like, Lance?
I have no idea.
Okay. What does a Nigerian seagull sound like? I've heard you do that accent before.
Boom! I'm going down to get his boomba clad hair.
He just says boomba clap.
Okay.
He says boomba clap.
And that man a boomba clad nails. Nail polish for that man, boomba clad.
Thought you said you didn't know.
I remembered.
We're done.
Because I watched
Can
TV.
we do that going forward? At the end of every News of the Weird segment, you do a story about animals in a different country, and he does their accent.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's not good for my show.
What about Chinese panda bears? How do they?
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. That's a protected species, the panda bear. I'm not messing with panda bears.
Yeah. All right. What about?
Supposedly panda bears friendly, but they also have really sharp claws and can bite.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, then that one should stop waking people up with their panda bears, the baby panda bears.
Sloths look scary, but you can.
They move too slow.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
You want to pay him $12 million? Grier's like, welcome to the show. What a busy weekend. We'll get into a lot of Rockets news. The Astros continue to roll. You know, the preeminent insider in the NBA, Shams Charania, promised us a crazy NBA offseason, and we may very well get there. But at this point, it's a lot of guys just re-signing because there's not a lot of money in free agency. I don't know if he should get out of the way of Adam Schefter, because Adam Schefter is breaking news right now. We ended last show discussing the fact that Jalen Ramsey has now been traded to the Steelers for Minkah Fitzpatrick. That's not the only trade the Dolphins and the Steelers have made. Jonnu Smith now is a Steeler, and it's a late round pick swap. This one a little less spectacular with the news, and he gets an extension from the Steelers for like $12 million for next season. Or, excuse me, the season after the one coming up here. So Dolphins and Steelers trade partners once again. And that's the news that just broke over the last 10 minutes or so, that Jalen Ramsey gets swapped for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And then Jonnu Smith, who had long been rumored to be on the move once the Dolphins decided they weren't going to pay a tight end the money that Jonnu Smith wanted, he goes to the Steelers too. So we talk about the AFC and the challenges the Texans might face. We didn't really include the Steelers in any of this. Jonnu Smith makes them better. I'm not sure trading Jalen Ramsey for Minkah Fitzpatrick makes them better. When you get the aging corner for what still is a very good safety and the younger player, it's an odd move. Maybe they pissed off Minkah. Maybe he wanted a new deal and the Dolphins were willing to give him one at 28 years old, where Jalen Ramsey is in his early 30s now. But there it is. We got movement in the AFC. We know the Steelers already have Aaron Rodgers, and they brought in DK Metcalf. So very busy offseason. Now they got to figure out the TJ Watt thing. So that's the latest news there. Of course, anything else happens, we'll talk about it. But as far as locally, I mentioned the Astros still rolling. They take out the Cubs, take 2 out of 3. It was a return of Presley and Tucker. Tucker had a nice series. Presley came in a game that the Cubs were running away with and did his thing. They got their tribute video. Respectful, classy, whatever you want to use to describe the Astros. They honored those two guys for their contributions, and then the Astros proceeded to go take 2 out of 3. The one loss was Lance McCullers' return after his short stint away because of the foot injury. It didn't go well. Lance has had an up and down return. He's been really good in some games, which led to Jeff Blum at some point saying he was a third ace, and he also has had blow-ups. He's had a couple of those. We know one preceded the threats to his family. That thankfully that has been resolved in a timely way that didn't result in anything awful happening. And then he comes back after pitching well, but then gets hurt again, and then we have this. So they lose 2 out of 3. Yesterday it was Altuve, Fromber, Hader, and Abreu coming through. It was very much a stars and scrubs type thing going on yesterday, where Peña's absent because he got hit by a baseball, so he's recovering. You had Paredes leading off, but it was some of your best players coming through. And of course, Altuve with the 2-run home run. And then Fromber going his 6th. Fromber in the bottom of the 6th, he was trying to cover first on a nice play by Walker. And as he's walking off the field, he grimaced. So just be aware of that. He did come out for the 7th, gave up a leadoff double, I believe, and then Altuve had a chance coming in to rush in on a pop-up. He didn't make the play. It led to 2 on and 2 and no outs, I believe, and then that was it for Fromber. And Abreu found a way to get out of that inning, pitched the 8th, and of course, it led to the Hader 9th. So I don't know if Fromber's is in any real trouble, but he did not look good. It was a quick grimace, but you can notice it. And then he got into a little bit of trouble on the top of the seventh. I said the bottom of seventh, bottom of the sixth. It was the top of the sixth. He came out for the top of the seventh and got into a little bit of trouble. So just be aware. Just be on the lookout and see if we get any news about potential thing, or maybe it's just a grimace and he'll be fine there. But 2 out of 3 for the Astros. They continue to dominate the month of June. We talk about them now as far as their recent run, like they're a hockey team or a soccer team. They're 9-0-2 in their last 11 series. The only series they haven't won are series they split. Of course, the latest one is thanks to Nick Kurtz with the A's. If it's not for his 2 walk-off home runs, maybe it'd be 10 out of their last 11 as far as series wins. But excluding splitting series, they've been really, really good. And look, we've gone through it a bit on this show about how if you just look at how they're hitting and you compare them to the top teams in the other divisions, the run differential doesn't match what those other teams are doing. But remember when we kind of scoffed on the show when Eric called in, and look, Eric calling in is going to lead us to scoffing. It's not our fault. It's just his calls. He talked about how they could be on a 100-win pace. I'm like, stop it, Eric. Cut it out. Well, if you're never going to lose a series again, then 100 wins may be in the ballpark. They're inching ever closer to that pace. And
I mean, they have 50 wins with 84 or 84 played.
Yeah.
Not that far off.
Not that far off anymore after what they've done over the course of the month of June. So that's a team who continues to find ways to continue to be good in close games, and they put their top pitchers in difficult spots, because Fromber and Hunter Brown generally have to be great. For whatever reason, they don't get the type of run support that you would hope for, but it is what it is.
They don't need it.
We know what this team is.
Save those runs for
and that was my thought. Like, look, when Colton Gordon's out there, and sure, he'll give you a good start. Sometimes it's not so good. When Gusto's out there, when you get a little taste of Brandon Walter, depending on if he's good or not, you're gonna need the runs. So save them for those guys.
Yeah.
And if you gotta treat this the Fromber Hunter Brown combination like you treated Pettit and Clemens way back when you never supported them, particularly Clemens, I believe, was the one who always had to deal with a lack of run support. Do it, because those two right now, Brown and Valdez, can take it. They'll give you 6 and keep you in a ball game and let your late inning 1-run game magic take over, and you can go find a way to win a ball game as that continues. I mean, there's not a lot to say other than, because we can do this thing where I can't believe it's happening. Well, we're now through 80+ games. Maybe we just accept that it's happening.
In like 2 months of this happening.
Yes.
This exact formula working, where it's guys, once they get the second look at the starting pitcher or the third look at the starting pitcher, that's when the lineup starts getting hits. Even how much the top of the lineup has carried the Astros hasn't been early in the game. It's the top of the lineup late in the game that does a lot of the run scoring for the squad. And I'm sure at some point the pitchers, especially Brown and Valdez, would just be like, hey, you guys can give us run support, though. We wouldn't say no. Or if you are going to score 2, can you score 2 early, so that way it's not stressful. I get to pitch from ahead. We can manage the game differently. But whatever they're doing, it's so far so good. 3rd best record in baseball.
No complaints, other than you love more consistent. You love more consistent choose from their lineup, and that's why apparently the Astros are interested in Cedric Mullins. He's a left-handed bat.
Reportedly.
I mean, you look at his numbers and how much help. Is there some pop in that bat? He just doesn't make contact that much unless he's hitting it out the ballpark.
There we go.
Yeah. So Cedric Mullins, the Oriole outfielder, could be on the way. The Bob Nightingale is reporting that the Astros have some interest there. He's a left-handed bat. We know Dana Brown has talked about wanting a left-handed bat. And look, if you're the Astros, you're not looking to give up a lot, and the Orioles are in the midst of a miserable year.
and Cedric Mullins ain't going to cost very much. So if you're just looking for some pop from the left-hand side of the plate, he might be an option. We know John Singleton's down. By the way, we didn't mention it last week, but if you're not aware, John Singleton is back with the organization down in Sugar Land, still doing what John Singleton does. So I wouldn't lean on that particular option, at least at first. It just depends on what you can garner in the trade market if it comes down to that. So they're going to be active, and they're going to try to supplement their roster on the margins, because as it stands now, they probably need that left-handed bat. But overall, this team has clearly exceeded expectations. If you just look at their Vegas win total, they're far beyond that pace. And if you told everyone beyond, the people who are engagement farming and just say the Astros are inevitable no matter what's happening, if you go beyond those people, I don't know how many people expected this, other than, the whole institutional belief that the Astros will always be good because they have been good since 2015. There was some doubt about what this team could be. The injuries to the pitching staff didn't help very much, but they've overcome it. And as it stands now, one of the best teams in baseball. And nice to take out a couple National League contenders in the Phillies and the Cubs over the weekend, taking 5 out of 6, starting back in the middle of the week, and of course ending it over the weekend. So credit to the Astros. And look who's calling in. We'll get to you when we come back, Eric. Maybe you are here to pat yourself on the back, which wouldn't be surprising. You tend to not surprise me with your calls. So maybe that's what you're going to do. If you want to follow Eric, you know what, to be fair, if you call in, I'll take you before Eric. 713-780-3776. If that's what you want to do, we will talk about what the Rocks have done over the weekend and what they may be primed to do once free agency begins later today, because they remain active, at least rumored to be active in the free agency space, because they still have their non-taxpayer mid-level to give some player a starting salary of around $14.1 million. So they are going to be an attractive spot for a veteran, maybe. And there's a veteran already rumored to be on the Rockets' radar. So we'll get to that. A lot to get to here on the show. Busy weekend, as I said. A lot of news from your local teams. And of course, we had a big trade leading into the show with the Dolphins and the Steelers making a trade to swap, let's say, the best players in their secondary. So the Steelers have Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., and now Jalen Ramsey. So a lot of corners, older corners when it comes to Slay and Ramsey, corners that the teams that got rid of them didn't think were really worth what they wanted anymore as far as money is concerned. So we'll see how the Steelers do with an older cornerback group outside of Porter Jr. And then they added a tight end as well in Johnny Smith. So big trade. Apparently it's being included as one trade, not two separate ones. Rarely do you see the multiplayer trade in the NFL, but that has happened. And so we can talk more about that. But of course, you guys are more than welcome to get in. So me and Sean till noon. Of course, Paul Gallant after us, and then the Killer Bees. We're just getting started. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. As I said, Eric is called in. We're going to get to him here. If you want to follow him, 713-780-3776. After Eric, we'll talk about what the Rockets have done and what we think about the Jabari Smith deal. Because I understand why they did it. I understand why Jabari did it. But then I look at what Naz Reid got, and I wonder, wow, I feel like it's all positive now. If Jabari Smith continues on just track where he is in some ways maybe the fourth most important piece on the team, are we having a different conversation? But let's talk to Eric first. What's up, Eric?
It was an honor calling the number one sports station, sports show in the nation.
There's no basis of reality behind that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think about a month ago, I called about the Astros possibly winning 100-plus games. And there's a few doubters in the Houston area. I won't name any names, but they're looking good. I think they probably will win 100-plus games. This team's looking more like the 2017, 2019, 2022 team, just finding ways to win. The big test is this weekend against the Dodgers. Hopefully they take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. And also, Lance McCullers Jr. I like the guy. He's a good guy. I just think he's done. Maybe he can come back as a pitching coach for the Astros. And just want your thoughts on that. And please don't deport the Latinas. I'll hang up and listen.
Is that a plea, just a general plea? Because this show doesn't have the power to do that and has not shown a willingness to even consider deporting Dick Latinas. As far as the doubters, yeah, I acknowledge this show was doubting. At least me. I don't want to speak for Sean. I did not think they're going to win 100 games when you called in and said it. And they are clearly trending that way. Now, this is us assuming they're going to continue to play at this level over the course of the year. They've had a great month of June. They've been great.
Yeah, they didn't lose a series in the month of June.
Yeah, they've been awesome.
They'll probably
lose
a series.
And as it stands
at
now,
some point
they are not at they're close, but not at a 100-win pace currently, but they're close. So if there is a downturn in their winning, maybe they don't get there. And maybe you're right, Eric, and they will do that. As far as, yes, the Dodger series is I don't know how important it is. It's just fun. You're measuring yourself against the defending champions, a team looked at as a real favorite to win another title. It'll be fun to see where you stack up. I do not think this team talent-wise is at the level of the 17, particularly the 19 team or the 22 team. I don't think they're there talent-wise. What they're doing is a story because they're not, at least they weren't expected to be at that level. I told you, now Vegas is wrong. They're not wrong a lot. That's why they still are in business. But the books weren't saying this Astros team was one of those type of teams. I think we even talked about it before the year began. Like a couple of different sites expected this AL West to be one of the tightest races in baseball. And I think one said it was going to be one of the more historically tight races in all of baseball history, at least recent history, because of the how do I put this? Of the midness of all three teams competing: the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Astros. They all were right around 86 to 87 wins or so. It's supposed to be a really tight race, and of course, the Astros have far outperformed that number. So, do they win a world? Do they get to a World Series? It's possible. You got a strong top two. You're really only looking for one more guy to show himself, and maybe a Spencer Arrighetti when he comes back. Who knows? The lineup, we understand the questions about it, but they're not as talented as the teams that won World Series, but that doesn't always matter. You don't have to be.
Yeah.
In a particular year.
Those teams lost to less talented teams a lot of times.
19. Yeah. maybe the best Astro team.
Yeah, probably.
And did
like talent-wise.
Yeah, talent-wise, and didn't win it. So it doesn't matter. It's a year-to-year thing. And if they make a World Series, at this point, I ain't gonna be surprised. Not when you have those top two guys. You can run out there in a series.
And everyone obviously this weekend looking forward to the Dodgers series. Let's not overlook another fun series that the Astros start tomorrow. They go to Coors Field to play the Colorado Rockies. That'll be fun.
Fun in different ways. Like fun in like it's fun if it goes the way we expect it to go. It's absolutely miserable if the Rockies win a game or two.
Yeah, but I mean, they have 18 wins, 19 wins on the season.
Yeah. So
come on,
you're going in
fun.
there. You're going in there expecting it to be fun.
Yeah.
But if it goes a different way, then it's actually really, really terrible.
Yeah.
To lose a series to the Rockies.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying. You should have a good time there.
Yeah. Let's not overlook. I'm saying let's not overlook them. You know.
Well, it's
but talk about the Dodger series. We got a National League team.
Yes, we have a National League West team to play first.
The rivals, the whatever protected rivalry for the Astros.
It does feel like we play them far more than we should.
I think they literally are like
that's the team they are.
NL counterpart,
the sister city.
Yeah, because they like pair them up, and like some of them make sense, you know, where it's like Mets, Yankees,
sure,
White Sox, Cubs, and like once you get down after all the obvious ones, you're just like. Yeah. Colorado and Houston. Why not?
The problem is the Rangers exist and they're in the AL.
Yeah.
Like normally in a different time when the Astros, were in the NL, it would be the Rangers.
Yeah. But and all the NL Central teams
have their own.
They're all paired up already.
Who's St. Louis paired up with in the AL?
The Royals.
Okay. Well, Missouri. That makes sense. Yeah. So there it is. It's like you know what? You guys and the Rockies.
Yeah.
It's mostly because we can't find one for the Rockies that makes sense, and we can't find one for you that makes sense. So since neither of you make sense,
have
let's
fun.
Put you together. You guys can play in Mexico some years.
Yeah,
you can play in Colorado some years. Some 2 years you'll play in Houston. Either way, get used to it. And there was a big dust up with the Rockies yesterday, I believe. Mostly with the umpire. The interim manager didn't appreciate an umpire.
I forgot they already fired their manager.
Yeah. So like you said, should be fun.
I mean, I saw the record was like 1960, but I still was a little surprised.
Yeah, Warren Schaefer was not happy. He took his hat off and threw it on the ground to show his displeasure. Yeah, if you're going to get thrown out of a game, make sure you let him have it. So thank you for the call. We'll get to the Jabari Smith stuff and the Rocket stuff when we come back. Oddly enough, we're going to try to stay on the clock and on time. At least to start on a Monday. I can't guarantee that's going to even make it to the second hour of the program, but we'll at least try. So get to that. If you want to, as I said, join in, we welcome you. There's a lot of NBA stuff to get to from the Harden deal with the Clippers. He remains there. Of course, we also have a Gold Cup that actually got me. I didn't want to allow it to, but I think I'm in. I think I want to see if this team can go win a Gold Cup. Because I did not care before it happened, before it began. Now I do care. So I'll talk about the USMNT surviving against Costa Rica yesterday as well at some point. And, of course, there's other stuff to get to as well. But me and Sean till noon will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Rockets are active. They're expected to continue to be active. Jabari Smith agrees to an extension with the Rockets. 5 years, $122 million. We'll see whatever the starting salary is, but AAV, annual average salary, a little over $22 million. It is a deal that locks one of your starters down for years to come. There is the thought that it also makes him a more attractive trade piece because now he isn't working himself towards a deal. He has one, so a team doesn't have to worry about paying Jabari Smith if they traded for him. I don't know if that was at front of mind for the Rockets when they made sure to agree to the deal. We'll see if it ever comes to fruition. Of course, Brian Windhorst this morning said the Rockets weren't heavily involved, or at least weren't willing to give up a lot for KD, partly because they want to still be a team who has assets to give if Giannis decides Houston is the place he wants to be. Trading for KD and Giannis in a matter of within 6 months will be nuts. We'll see if that's real. Giannis has not given any indication he wants out. He's just monitoring what the Bucks are doing. So that storyline will be one going forward, I guess, until Giannis makes a final decision.
I love the idea of Giannis just sitting there with his arms folded,
watching.
What are we doing?
He's an active watcher.
What'd you say? Bobby Portis coming back?
He's an active watcher. What the
writes
Bucks
it
are doing.
down.
Yeah, that's one in the Bucks' favor.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bucks GM is looking over. He's like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? He's just writing it down.
Yeah, you never know.
Just nodding his head.
Is that in a plus category or the negative category? Kevin Porter Jr. is going to test free agency. Does Giannis want him back? Does he not want him back?
Now Giannis just sitting in like whatever meeting room all the Bucks decision makers are, and just not saying a word, just like writing down what he sees, being like, okay, we'll talk about this in a couple weeks.
Yeah. So as it stands, the Rockets could still be in the Giannis sweepstakes if they ever begin. But right now, they have another member of their core locked in. We expect a Kevin Durant extension at some point here over the summer, and maybe they'll bring in a free agent as well in that $14 million range. We'll get to a little bit later. But as far as Jabari Smith, he gets a deal at this point in his Rockets career. What are we saying? He's probably, I don't like just going by option because there also is the defensive end of the floor. Yeah, sure. He's not a guy who's first in the action on offense. He's not second or third at this point, but he is a spacer. He is a 3-and-D guy. I don't know if the Rockets are interested in him dribbling more than 2 or 3 times per possession, just because.
Definitely not.
Just because of
what happens after that. Yeah.
Yeah. And also who else will be on the floor. But I asked this question this morning, and I'm still wondering about it. It feels like a good deal now because you locked him up. You don't have to worry about it. But when you start to compare his deal to the one Naz Reid just got, and as I said this morning, I did not know Naz Reid was only 25 years old. It feels like he's 30. I feel like he's been 30 for 3 years, but he's only 25 while Jabari's 22. So they give Naz Reid a bench player, and Jabari Smith turned into a bench player once he got hurt, and Amin Thompson took over. But now we expect him to slide back into the starting lineup with Dillon Brooks being gone, along with Jalen Green, and then you add KD. So there's a starting spot open. Is he a guy whose game is going to grow into that salary? Because Naz Reid, you look at the numbers, are kind of similar. I mean, Naz Reid's a better shooter from the floor and from 3, but you look at the counting stats, and they're not all that different from Jabari Smith. But the importance of Naz Reid is at a higher level than Jabari. Naz Reid is at least on the offensive end on the other floor. We're talking third behind Randall and of course Anthony Edwards. He is part of that big man rotation with Randall and Gobert. He's an important member of that team, and they treated him as such. Jabari Smith's impact on the team isn't as great as Naz Reid's impact. So if he remains a spacer 3-and-D guy, are we talking about that deal in 2 years when Kevin Durant's maybe his time with the Rockets is over? Maybe it's after 3 years. We'll see. Whatever that extension may hold. Are we talking about Jabari Smith's deal as one where he has not grown into that, not because he's not capable of it. It's just because there's no space for him to grow into it because of how the Rockets are built. Now, Fred could be gone after this upcoming year. Does that mean more from Reed Shepherd? We know Amen Thompson. We all expect his game to grow. So I think projecting Jabari Smith's contract and saying it's a value deal, I get it from this point. I just have my doubts that even with the cap expanding, that we're going to be talking about Jabari Smith and saying he is a 23, 20, whatever it escalates to.
It's like 24. Oh, 24 and a half average annual value.
Yeah, whatever it escalates to by the time he may be asked to be a more important figure on this team, has this game grown enough to be someone who is playing to that level. I just don't know if I don't believe there's space for it. I don't think they're built for him to grow his game. It'll be something where, much like the Mikal Bridges thing when he was with Phoenix, where they just had Booker and Ayton when he was actually a good basketball player.
Yeah.
And of course, Chris Paul. Yeah. They just wasn't room for Mikal Bridges to be Mikal Bridges. Hell, Cam Johnson was there too, taking shots and taking usage as well. So he may just be a victim of how the roster is built. But I completely understand why both sides did it. Because Jabari, you're locking yourself in. Okay. No matter what my trajectory is, I got this in my back pocket.
And I feel like it's a deal I'm not worried about coming back to biting them, because Jabari to me just has such a high floor as an NBA player. You know, there's not oh my God, we can't play Jabari Smith just because of what he does on defense, where being a guy who can credibly switch basically any position, maybe some of the bigger fives you don't like him on, like the Jokic, but who do you like on Jokic?
No one.
But in general, just being able to credibly shoot and play defense like that, hey, you're going to make $20 million a year in the NBA doing that. So, I'm not too worried about it. This is just kind of, really him stepping in to the Dylan Brooks salary slot a little bit of, hey, you just trade away a $20 million wing. Now, hey, here's another $20 million wing who's going to be your fifth starter in all likelihood, just hierarchy wise.
Yeah, you think about it right now, and his extension doesn't kick in immediately
until next year.
Yeah, you think about it right now. Of course, you Jalen and Dylan about 50 plus, whatever needed to happen to make the Kevin Durant deal work. So you're bringing in Kevin Durant with his 50, whatever, plus whatever you're going to pay him, and then when Jabari kicks in, yes, they're going to get more expensive, but that makes sense because.
And then you're also cutting 15 more or less from Fred.
Yeah,
last year to this year.
That leads us to what Tari is going to get.
I don't know.
Down to it.
That Tari is tough.
People see
because he misses a lot of time,
and everyone feels like that's a foregone conclusion because they've talked about their love for Tari. But for a guy who is a part-time player, not because of his ability, just because he hasn't not proven to be available, he needs to go through a year where he's available for 70 games, where they don't have to manage him, where they don't have to worry about it's a back-to-back Tari can't play.
Yeah,
that can't be a thing at his age. Consistently, that you would hope that we're past that point where we can get 65 to 70 games out of Tari Eason and to make a real determination about what he can be.
Yeah, I think we all see the vision with Tari Eason. We all understand what kind of player he is, and I at least think he's a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
But that to me is the difference between how Jabari Smith can get this deal while we're waiting on Tari Eason is because of the uncertainty with the availability. It's just this is a guy who missed 60 games in a season, what, a year, 2 years, or no, it was rookie year, right? And he missed another half of a season, and this past year he was mostly healthy, but he still missed a little time and was can't do back-to-backs, a little bit of injury management stuff. So to me, that's why he's just more, I wouldn't be as yep, sign him up, $20 million a year for 4 years, just because there is that big downside risk if you're the Rockets of well, if this guy just stops being able to play relatively consistently, and also a little bit more inconsistent of an outside shot. So he might, again, if we're doing worst case scenarios, there's a chance that you start paying him $25 million a year and you go, ooh, not sure if we love this, not sure if we can get off of this money, without having to attach assets to get off of it. But if all goes well, then congrats. You have, I don't know, Kawhi Leonard 2.0. Shout out to Ime Udoka, who said that.
I saw some people say Jabbar is going to go find his Rashard Lewis upgrade. Now that if we remember what Rashard Lewis was as a player, now that he's got his money, Rashard Lewis not a bad player. I just don't know if Jabari Smith will be counted on to be even that impactful, at least through the course of the first couple of years going forward because of the acquisition of Kevin Durant. And maybe Giannis, if Brian Windhorst is to be believed.
No,
he'll be important in Milwaukee.
I was going to say that's
Jabari.
$24 million. Great salary matching.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. Of course, that was brought up. It is a nice salary to use for a young player that people are going to like.
I was going to say
as part of the deal.
It does pass the Jalen Green test of next summer. There's really nothing he can do to where next summer this isn't still a contract teams can hey, you know what? Young cost control guy in our system. We'll start running plays for him. He'll turn into Kevin Durant 2.0.
We'll put the ball in his hands. And look, we saw what happened with Trey Murphy when guys got hurt and he got to play. We think Jabari Smith, certainly pedigree says, would be better than that.
I do always think, though, of at the end of his rookie year where Steven Silas sort of bragged. I don't know. The tone in which he said this was very strange. But he was like, this season we haven't run a single play for Jabari Smith Jr. I was like, that's not a good thing.
Yeah,
that's not a good thing that you did that.
Top 5 pick, run some plays for him.
Remember, this is the Steven Silas era, so they won 20 games that year. This isn't, Ime Udoka not running a play for him. I'm like, you probably should run plays for him, but also I can at least understand where you're coming from. Jabari Smith, it's he was looking at how's Christian Wood and Kevin Porter Jr. Why are they getting plays called for them and I'm not? What this doesn't even make sense, development wise. Never mind winning basketball games.
If you're going to lose, at least allow your top picks to
top 3 pick.
Have moments. Keith, I see you. You want to talk NFL, so we'll get to that when we come back. Hold on to the break. Before we get to that break, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet isn't going to treat you like Steven Silas treated Jabari Smith. They're going to feature you when you come out there. They're going to make sure you have the right play called for you as you try to get the best car in the car you love. So you can check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. See what's out there. Whether you want a Blazer or a Silverado or a Trax, it's there for you at monumentchevrolet.com. And the great part about them is the prices aren't going to change. If you see something you like out there and the price makes sense to you on the website, once you head on out there and pass, off of Beltway 8 and 225, you're not going to be tricked. They're not going to say, oh, actually, that's different from what we're providing once you step on the lot. That's not what happens. They understand car buying can be a little tricky. You have your eyes set on something. They're not going to switch that up on you. They're going to make sure you get into the car and that you love and at the price that you love. So you'll meet some of the salespeople. They're great out there. They have their own competition. It's Salesperson of the Week. So that means they are motivated to do the best job for you. They get a cool championship belt if they are the Salesperson of the Week. So that motivates the salespeople. It motivates them to get you in your car. So remember the great deals on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. And then remember, when you head on out there, you're going to meet the best people to get you into the best car. That's Monument Chevrolet. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the free agent the Rockets seem to be really tied to in a bit, but let's talk to Keith. He's got an NFL question. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me. I'm sure you touched on it early in the show. I might have missed it, but, big NFL trade, Jalen Ramsey, Johnny Smith, and some picks headed out to Miami for Minka and some picks. What's your thoughts on this as a Dolphins fan? Do you think the Dolphins are going to spend that money on, like, James Bradbury, Stephon Gilmore, maybe Gerald Everett? Do you think why would they reacquire a player that they already had? It feels like, the Blazers with Drew Holiday. I'm just not sure what the Dolphins are doing. They still got Tyreek Hill and Tua, on that roster.
Well, if we're going through the history of why Minka Fitzpatrick isn't a Dolphin or wasn't a Dolphin and now is, Brian Flores and him didn't get along. Brian Flores had a history of not getting along with the young players the Dolphins drafted. Minka Fitzpatrick, Tua, one of the reasons why they fired him. Chris Greer and the owner like Minka Fitzpatrick. They just acquiesced to their coach's wishes. So that's why he's back. Plus, Jalen Ramsey didn't want to be there. Jalen Ramsey can kind of dictated where he wanted to go because no one's going to trade for an unhappy Jalen Ramsey. It's rarely put that way in the NFL, but there are guys who are getting paid a lot of money, and you don't want them in your locker room if they're not going to be happy being there. So Jalen Ramsey gets more money. He goes to the Steelers, where one of the places he wants to be. And in exchange, the Dolphins get a all-pro. At least he has been. We'll see at 28 years old how good Minka Fitzpatrick will be. The Dolphins aren't looking to spend money. That's one of the reasons why they traded Johnny Smith. It's a team who has spent a lot of money in previous off seasons. This is one where they're not looking to do that. They've had interest in other corners to replace Jalen Ramsey, but the money wasn't right, at least in those corners' eyes. We'll see now that they're actually saving because Minka Fitzpatrick makes less, and they're also not paying Johnny Smith, whether they make a move to strengthen a cornerback group that doesn't have a lot of experience and in some ways doesn't have a lot of talent. What they're doing is taking a year where they say, hey, this is a year where if our quarterback stays healthy, big if, and our wide receiver, at least one of them, has his head on straight, we could be pretty good, but we're not going all in. We're done doing that at least for a year. And then we'll use this year as a reset and then look to see where we are after the year. So I think that's where they are. That's why particularly the Johnny Smith move happened and why they haven't invested very heavily in corner. They got a lot of high-priced guys who have either been injured or have disappointed. You can take a look at their defensive end group where they have a Jalen Phillips who could be in line for a big deal. Bradley Chubb, they traded a first-round pick for, who's got a big deal. Of course, they drafted Chop Robinson, who was healthy last year. So they're distributing their money in different ways now, and older players who are requesting a lot of money are not going to be what they do. Hell, they would have traded Tyreek Hill if he didn't have his off-the-field stuff, which made him kind of impossible to trade. So it's not great when you're in your 30s and you're small and you got problems off the field and you have your least productive year. It's not a good combo to get yourself traded, even though he kind of quit on, not even kind of, did quit on the team in the final game of the year.
But he clarified it in the post game when he said, I want to leave.
Yeah. Trust me, they wanted to find a way. It's just that
that's always my favorite is when should I call him a former star player? I guess he's still a star player.
He's a year removed, Sean, from being voted the best player in football by his peers.
Okay. So whatever that is.
Whatever that means.
Where you're 1 year away from being the best player in football. You're not good enough to demand a trade. That's always my favorite. I demand a trade. No one will take you. All right. You know what? I had some productive conversations with Mike McDaniel. I'm ready to give it a shot in 2025.
Hey, you are not in a position to demand a trade because,
no one wants you.
Because while we would be willing to trade you, no one's going to give us anything worth any value to take you on.
It's like, actually, your dead cap drops after next season, so we'll probably just cut you then. All right.
Yeah. So
all right.
if you want,
sounds good.
If you want to plan for your next stop, You probably should play well this year and stop being a problem. So we'll see if that is something he takes into advisement and actually does that. Got my doubts. We'll see.
Yeah. It does seem like he's been setting up for his second career as a Twitch streamer / podcaster a lot.
Hanging out with the Aiden Rosses of the world. Yeah,
I don't have high hopes for him being like, I'm going to put it all together. Although, like you said, year removed from being the best player in football, according to NFL players.
Yeah. So while there's still probably a lot there, probably less than he thinks is there. And we will see how he uses this 2025 season as maybe a springboard to maybe one final deal someplace else. We'll see. But that
one last job.
Yeah. But that's the long and short of it.
Okay.
Keith.
Do we think Tyreek Hill's next team is going to be the Titans, Ravens, or the field?
I think he's better than joining the Titans.
Okay.
The Ravens feel like the
washed wide receiver pipeline.
Like, I feel like the Ravens is more likely because when you go to the Ravens, you still have belief you got a little bit left and a chance to win. You go to the Titans because you may get overpaid to play there for a year.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens, they're not going to pay Tyreek Hill a crap load if he is on the open market. But hey, you want to come win a Super Bowl? You want to do that with Lamar? And he might find that appealing. Although I don't know exactly that his type of receiver works with Lamar very well. But let's not use that as a reason why he would.
No, I just meant.
I understand what you're saying.
Or could it be like a Cowboys, splashy signing, but then ultimately we're like,
they now have Pickens and so probably not.
They don't need him.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about a quarterback who actually would need him, it'd probably be the guy in LA, not Stafford, but Herbert. Don't think he fits with the Jim Harbaugh model though.
Harbaugh would love Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I sense a return to Kansas City. The prodigal son comes home. Ooh. I can see that happening because they don't mind taking a wash receiver.
No, I mean, they're part of the pipeline. They don't get as much hate because honestly, they don't depend on the washed receivers that they bring in. They throw it to their questionably washed tight end
who shows up in the playoffs.
Yeah, but that's a good point too. They're also a little bit of a receiver retirement home.
Yes, and that would be, hey, what a great story. Tyreek's back. So he and Kelsey can retire at the same time, I guess.
Would people actually be like, what a great heartwarming story? I'm happy Tyreek Hill.
The people in Kansas City might spin it that way, but for the rest of us, it wouldn't be that heartwarming. But I could see that happening, a return to Kansas City, and Schefter could write the flowery language when it happens in the tweet or whatever.
Sneak peek of first look of him in a
and all those nerds and people who think it's funny to, hey, got a Tyreek jersey swap. See? Oh, it just happens to be when he was actually in Kansas City. Good one. You fooled me. That's just us being childs of the internet and knowing how that stuff goes for people.
They've been making these jokes for a decade.
Yeah, for people who don't live on Twitter, the joke of the guy who used to play someplace returning. Man, look at the Tyreek Chiefs jersey swap I just did. Yeah, I get it. I remember he played there for the better part of his career. Nice job on that. All right, so we'll go to break with that. We were going to get into the Rockets' potential signing, which for whatever reason, it feels like almost a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll almost definitely be able to talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to happen. So I'll talk about that when we come back in the second hour. If you have questions, we welcome them. Appreciate you, Keith and Eric from earlier. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll get to our second hour when we come back. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. The middle game wasn't competitive. Lance McCullers didn't have a great outing in his comeback from his recent injury or IL stint. But, first game back, we'll see if he improves. The other 2 games, you got great pitching performances as the Astros continue to play great baseball. The stat is 9-0-2. They have not lost a series in 11 tries. Pretty good.
I think we said this after the split in Sacramento with the A's. I think the A's won that split. I think I get it was a 2-2 series.
You mean by how they won the game?
I think the A's won.
When you get 2 walk-offs, you probably side.
They got a result.
Yeah. Oh, you mean because the A's are bad?
Yeah.
Since we're doing
they got a draw that they needed.
Yeah, we talked about
we had to settle for a draw. It's a disappointing.
Yeah, we drop points, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yes.
We drop points.
And
Thank you.
And we'll get into some soccer a little bit later. Yes, the Astros is a favorite in Oakland. Drop points, and the A's got their result by getting those 2 walk-offs. That has been those type of results have been few and far between the last month and a half or so. The Astros don't drop points very much. They are winning series, and hell, you play 2 top contenders in the NL over the last week, and you take 5 out of 6. That's a team that is grabbing points at a remarkable rate right now.
And it was what, 3 shutouts of those 6 games against the Phillies and Cubs, right? Yeah. I mean, the Cubs put up 12, so that throws off the average of how dominant the pitching was for most of those 2 series. But it was 0-0 and then 1 run allowed in the Philly series, and then shutout yesterday, 12th run on Saturday, and then 4 runs given up to the Cubs on Friday. So, I mean, it not only was it 5 out of 6 against these guys, but it was, 4 pretty dominant wins.
Yeah, they have
dominant 2-0 wins, but still,
dominant pitching performance wins.
Yeah.
Yes, and it is a team that we said earlier that we're probably just gonna have to stop talking about how surprising. Yeah, it was 7-4 in game 1 against the.
Yeah, I remember because they scored 7. Hader came in to get a save with 1 out.
Yeah, it was 7-0 through 4, and the Cubs tried to pick at the lead, but it did not matter. They weren't coming back in that game. As the combination of Walter and Ort and Okert and Souza did enough, but they did bring in Hader for 1 out, and he closed it out for him and got a save there. So, the Astros, as I look at the standings, we had Eric on, someone who thinks they can win 100 games, and he's not as far off as we thought before. He called in to get his credit. 50-34 on the year, 6.5 games up on the Mariners. And no complaints here. They have a day off today. We'll see if Pena's back in the lineup. He got hit with the ball in the ribs right around there, so he missed yesterday's game. We'll see if he's back after a couple of days off.
Yeah, they I know they won last night, but they really do need Jeremy Pena. I feel like
not a lot of juice there.
This lineup, they really need Jeremy Pena, even if he misses the next 6 games, and he's back after the All-Star break. Even those 6 games, I'm not looking forward to watching him without Pena. But
it is a bit of a Paredes is leading off. It is a bit. Okay.
You get into Guillorme is out there. All right, okay. It's a lot of okay, this guy's in the lineup. All right.
It's been enough of that where Jordan, please. I'm almost like, hey, could you come back at 95% healed? I was 100% healed. Don't bring it back until then. But at this point, I'm like, hey, 95 is pretty good. You want to try? As long as you can handle the pain.
Yeah. The bottom 3 of the Astros lineup yesterday was Cooper Hummel, Mauricio Dubon, that's fine, and then Guillorme. That's a tough.
And Cooper Hummel was a hero earlier.
Yeah, but it's still
week.
When he walks up to the plate, I'm like, that's Cooper Hummel. That's a key part of the Space Cowboys winning the AAA championship last year.
Yeah,
and everyone's being like, of course they won. They have 29-year-olds like Cooper Hummel out there.
They have guys who, on occasion, have big hits on the major league level. They better win. They better win the AAA title. Cooper Hummel, we appreciate your efforts.
I do. I mean,
yeah, we do, but I'd like to see less of you.
Exactly.
That's
like
all.
I just don't want to depend on Cooper Hummel.
Yeah, I don't need you getting, let's say, 8 at-bats a week. I'm not looking for that. That's all.
I would love for that to be Yordan Alvarez. I would just love it.
Me and you both. Okay, we'll get to this before we go to break. Dorian Finney-Smith is a name or at least a player I keep referring to as someone who at this point feels like he's going to be a Rocket.
You can buy the jerseys
if you want. You want your DFS jersey.
If you want a Finney-Smith jersey,
if that is what you want.
It seems pretty locked and loaded.
Yeah, it became almost a foregone conclusion. It felt like as soon as he decided to decline his option with the Lakers. Now, how could that be the case? There's no tampering. How could he possibly have already figured out he wants to be a Rocket? But the reporting immediately after he declined that option was look for Dorian Finney-Smith and the Rockets to work towards a deal. The Rockets have a target for that for their 14.1 they can give out for the non-taxpayer mid-level.
And that was all, for the most part, that was either national reporting or local Houston reporting that.
Yeah.
Today we got a report from, I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Dan Woik.
Yeah. Dan Woke.
I don't know if it's Wokey. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's the new Lakers beat reporter for The Athletic, and he phrased it as the Lakers are bracing for losing Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets.
Not just to the league.
The last 3 words is the one I'm focused on.
Yeah, to the Rockets.
So, I mean, it's again, it seems like it's a foregone conclusion as much as these things can be before they're, even allowed to start negotiating with each other.
What's coming up in a matter of hours now is the what would they call it? I guess they call the tampering period. The non-tampering period, or whatever.
Legal tampering. That's tampering. What the NFL calls it.
Yeah, whatever it's officially called in the NBA, where deals cannot be officially signed, but you can start negotiating with players. The Rockets' interest or parent signing that's coming up that shouldn't be a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, we should get this at 5:03.
Yeah.
They'll wait like 30 minutes.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like if the Lakers wanted to, tampering.
It did cross my mind of like, is Dorian Finney-Smith good enough to like catch a tampering charge and lose a second-round pick for? I'm like, I don't know. So the Rockets, I think we could have played this one a little bit better.
So the Rockets are like, hey, we may be interested, but we haven't had these discussions yet.
Yeah.
But right now, it feels like the 3-and-D swingman who will be available feels like he's going to be a Rocket here when they can actually announce an agreement.
I think we can just can we just knock it? No, well, should we wait until like tomorrow for the actual?
Sure.
How does he fit on the roster?
Yeah.
Right now we're just talking about how funny it is that
it's very funny
that Dorian Finney-Smith. We're more sure the day before free agency starts because it really started heating up yesterday.
It did.
We're more sure that Dorian Finney-Smith will be a Rocket tomorrow than we were that Kevin Durant would be a Rocket the next day, like on Saturday.
It's true.
Last Saturday, we were less sure.
There was talk of
like 3 different
teams. Him being interested in teams. Is there a secret team that's out there? Yeah. This one there is no secret. It's like, just hey, Dorian Finney-Smith wants to be a Rocket.
He's already on Zillow.
Yeah, Jake Fisher.
I'm just bracing myself for can it be 3 years max?
It probably will be
not 3 years max contract. I'm saying 3 years at the maximum.
3 years,
like $15
the
million.
length of the deal.
Yeah, it'll be the mid-level
exception,
like
and it'll increase per year and stuff escalate per year. So, be aware. He, like Sean said, we're not going to discuss it until it's finalized because we don't want to add to the Rockets potentially being charged with tampering.
Exactly.
Jake Fisher.
We'll see what happens.
You can say they're merging as a front runner. Dan Woke can say that this is going to happen, not us. We're just commenting on everyone saying it's going to happen way before they should even have any knowledge. Yeah, maybe Dorian Finney-Smith is actually committed someplace else and using the Rockets as a distraction.
Yeah, maybe he does think he's going to Rockets, but the Lakers drive to his house and lock him in like DeAndre Jordan on the Clippers.
That's when free agency was at its peak. When when the Clippers would not allow DeAndre Jordan to leave his home because God forbid
so he wouldn't go to the Mavericks.
And of course the Clippers were disbanded. Those three guys the next year.
Yeah, I think it was after the next season.
Yeah, Chris
Paul left, and then the next trade deadline they got Blake Griffin out of there.
Even though they promised him that
they retired his jersey in the free agent meeting.
It is one of the most underhanded things I've ever seen when it comes to free agency.
By the way, everyone always says you can't do that to players because no one the next year they got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George to want to come there. Yeah. I think you can. I think our NBA teams can be a little more ruthless.
It depends.
I don't think it matters that much.
It depends on your
if you're in LA,
where you're situated. But yes, if you don't know that story,
I don't think Danny Ainge could get away with that.
Danny Ainge apparently all he does is trick teams into thinking he'll take a player to force them to not take a player. If you missed that, there's some reporting out there, if you want to call it that Danny Ainge, because apparently the Charlotte Hornets wanted Ace Bailey, but they wanted to trade down to get him. And I forgot who they were trading with. Whoever the sixth team was. It was the Wizards.
Wizards.
The Wizards were going to say, okay, we'll trade up. We'll take our guy, and we'll allow you to go to 6, and you can take your guy. Danny Ainge, he got it out to the Hornets. If you make that trade,
yeah, I hope Ace Bailey isn't your guy
because you're not gonna. If you make that trade, we'll take your guy.
Yeah.
So
I'm Danny Ainge.
So watch it.
Bleep.
We're not gonna allow you to have someone jump up ahead of us and take our guy. So you better be sure that you want to do this. And then the trade was off, and Danny Ainge wound up taking Ace Bailey. And you said number 6? Who was 6 again?
Number 6 was Trey Johnson going to the Wizards.
The Wizards could not jump up ahead of him because the Hornets were so fearful of Danny Ainge taking their guy.
I do wonder, were the Wizards going up for Knipple?
No, I believe they were going up
for Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson, but Danny Ainge said, "I will take Knipple from you, Hornets. You think you can trade down to get him, but I will take him, and now you don't have your guy." And really, he just wanted Ace Bailey, but he wanted to keep the Wizards from jumping up and taking Ace Bailey because I guess that's what
they would have gotten Bailey. Okay, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so he told the Hornets.
Also makes sense why Ace Bailey's pissed off.
Yeah, well, he showed up, so I guess everything's fine there.
He will not hold out with all the could he wait all year and re-enter the draft? He's not doing that. He is definitely pissed off. He is definitely not psyched that he's going to be in Utah.
So I talked about on Friday. I love a standoff. The standoff lasted all of 24 hours since I said it.
It was in Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was that standoff.
Yeah, the Raider,
Omar, his agent, Omar Cooper was doing all the knife moves,
and then Danny Ainge just shot him. Yeah. So it turns out that hours after we talked about it, the reporting started to come out that everything was fine, and Ace Bailey wound up playing, or at least showing up in Utah. He was on a plane, and he's fine, and he's going to be a Jazz. But Danny Ainge pulled his magic to make sure no one could take his guy. Just so to recap, Knipple could have been picked at 6 by the Hornets, but Danny Ainge wasn't going to allow the Wizards to jump ahead of him to take Ace Bailey because they really wanted him. So he did the mind trick and made sure he got his guy, and the Wizards had to wind up with Trey Johnson. Let's also, I see you want to comment on something. We'll get to you when we come back. So Dorian Finney-Smith expected to be a Rocket as of maybe 5:30 this afternoon into the evening. We'll see if that plays out the way a lot of reporting is suggesting it'll play out. But before we get more into the show before we go to break, I want to tell you about Top Dog. Top Dog Fireworks is the place you need to go to if you want great fireworks and really at great prices. 14 locations around the city. You can check out all they have to offer at topdogfireworks.com before you head on out there. And of course, they got the best prices, and they have their buy one, get one free wall. Over 100 buy one, get one items, and it's while supplies last. So you got to get out there pretty quickly and make sure you get what you want. They also have daily in-store promotions, great prices, and a great selection. If you spend $250, you're going to receive a reward. Once again, while supplies last. So get on out there, spend what you'd like to spend, and get a reward from Top Dog Fireworks. And a portion of every sale goes toward a local youth organization. So sure, fireworks are for the kids. I'm sure they're for adults as well. But when you make a purchase, part of that purchase goes to help kids in the community. And they have this. a holiday giveaway contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment that's valued over $450. All you got to do is head on out there and enter to win. And if you do that, you're also eligible for the Top Dog Beast Assortment, which is their grand prize. It is valued at $1,100. To enter for both of these, you can head on out to a location or go to topdogfireworks.com and take your chance to win. Top Dog Fireworks, a place you need to go to for fireworks this holiday season. Top Dog.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Let's get to La Salsa here. La Salsa wants to join us. What's up, La Salsa? No La Salsa? Nope. Crash out La Salsa. If you want to get back in La Salsa, you can.
Lights are too bright.
Sometimes it happens, man. Sometimes it does happen. Understood. You know who didn't suffer from that?
Who?
The USMNT.
They didn't?
They didn't.
Lights weren't too bright in the
It felt like
Gold
that
Cup?
early when they gave a penalty kick to drop down, at least to trail Costa Rica. But they fought back. Matt Freese, the goalkeeper, made 3 saves in the shootout. And the Gold Cup, at least through the first knockout round stage, went immediately from full time to penalty kicks. They did not do the extra time thing. So 90 plus minutes of game, and then they went to penalty
They're
kicks.
like, hey, we're the Gold Cup.
I'm not
all right,
sure if that'll be the case in semifinals and finals. I just know they did it in the quarters.
I thought it was a little bit of like, listen, we're not the World Cup. We know
Yeah,
it's-
I don't know.
We know it's messed up to ask you all to play
Because
an extra
in
45 minutes.
previous Gold Cups at later stages, I know they have gone the extra time, I think. I just didn't do it in the quarters. Matt Freese, the goalkeeper, made 3 saves, and he was someone who was going up against, not directly, but Keylor Navas is a legendary goalkeeper on the, not necessarily for Costa Rica because they're never really in big competitions, but as far as on the club level, he's one of the best goalkeepers in the world. And so he was on the other side. Freese said, penalties are my thing. And they were. in the shootout. So the USMNT
I like this guy.
Wins, and a bunch of young dudes who showed up. Credit to Malik Tillman, who missed a penalty in regular time that would have tied the game, I believe. He made his in the shootout. And despite a miss from a Berhalter, Sebastian Berhalter.
Lights are too bright for the Berhalter family.
It's tough, man, because as Taylor Twellman, former U.S. International, pointed out, they only have access to the world feed. So it's not like Fox cut to the Berhalters family who was in at the game after he missed. But
the world did.
Yes, the world feed did because they wanted the reaction. So
they were like, remember that guy?
So Sebastian Berhalter, the son of the former manager, Gregor Berhalter, Greg with 3 Gs, he misses a penalty that would have given the U.S. a solid lead. I think they would have gone up by 2 goals in the penalty shootout. He misses it, and they flash immediately to the family. And you look, okay, Berhalter's been on TV quite a bit. We get it. He's clapping, but it looks like his young daughter was there.
Yeah, he had like child daughters.
Yeah, they're younger than his son, who's pretty young himself. Yeah. So that was tough. Like one of the daughters almost broke into tears. She pulled it together. Yeah. So that was tough. And then of course the mom / wife was there. So the world feed. I get what you're doing.
They did him dirty.
They did him dirty. Yes. He's standing up there by himself, just watching. And Greg's like, "Ooh," and then he claps. Okay. You just applaud, okay, and they eventually found a way to pull through. So they get a semifinal match against Guatemala, which is an easier draw than they imagined because Canada was supposed to be there. Canada goes up 1-0, and then
choking dog,
and then one of their guys picks up 2 yellows in the first half, which changes the complexion of the entire game. Gives Guatemala an opening, and eventually Guatemala ties it, and then they win in penalties where Canada can't come through.
Not like us.
So at least not on that day, not yesterday. Jesse Marsh, the former U.S. player who was in line to potentially manage the U.S. team, said before the tournament that, and this was a shot at the U.S. because of all the U.S. players who didn't show up, the top line guys, that, hey, all my guys are here. None of my guys really asked out at all. And then after the tournament, he's like,
half my guys are tired.
He said half my team wasn't here. So
go bleep yourself.
So he used an opportunity to take his shot.
I thought he was gonna go. All my guys, long club season.
No, not even. At the end of the day, it was like, actually, my guys weren't here. He used that as an excuse. So half my team wasn't here. Okay,
beat Guatemala.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Exactly. And the winning kick was made by Damian Downs, who is a German-born player who grew up wanting to play football but wound up playing soccer. So it brings all the different topics surrounding the U.S. team distilled into one guy. You've got a non-American born player who some people in the U.S. infrastructure, particularly some of the ex-players, have had issues with because these guys don't care enough about the national anthem and the U.S. as a country because they didn't grow up here. That has been a point of contention. And then you have the other people who suggest if the U.S. had our best athletes playing, then we would be better on the world stage. So all that came together in one. And in fact, it was mentioned by, I forgot the guy's name. His name might be, is it John Strong? I forgot the play-by-play guy for Fox.
That is the play-by-play guy for Fox.
He said, German-born with an American father, grew up wanting to play football. He said it all leading up into the kick.
American football?
Yes.
Is that what he wanted to
play?
He
meant him. Yes,
I can live with that.
He was speaking to an American audience. I think he meant American football. All of those things he got in there right before all the Venn diagram of all the things wrong with U.S. soccer. He put it in there all at once. If he said wasn't part of pay for play, that might have been the last straw. But he threw it all in there, and the kid came through. Damian Downs came through. They're off to the semifinals, where it should be a easier path into the final, where Mexico may await.
I was gonna say who's the other semifinal?
It's Mexico versus
I just don't want to see Panama.
Yeah, Panama.
No thanks.
Panama against the U.S. A giant killer, if you want to call the U.S. giant killers in CONCACAF. Anywhere else, whatever. Panama doesn't really compete.
Yeah.
But when they play us,
the battle for the canal.
Yeah,
it means more.
Yeah. Historically,
they should have rivalry trophies in international soccer, where there's like a giant I guess it could get pretty, gnarly with some of the country's histories.
Yeah, depending on what's the
There's
trophy
probably
gonna
some things
be.
you can't play into, but I think like the battle for the canal.
I don't know. Well, a lot
would
of
be
people
good.
died making that thing, so I'm not sure you can play into that either. Do you want to change the name depending on who wins? When Panama wins, it's the Panama Canal. When we win, it's the U.S. Canal.
I think you do that for Mexico. The Gulf. Well, you can't call it the Gulf War. The Battle of the Gulf. And so, we have to change it from Gulf of America back to Gulf of Mexico.
If they beat us has it ever actually been changed to Gulf of America?
Yes.
Is that official?
Just, a couple months ago.
So if I look at a map, if a new map is printed, it'll say Gulf of America.
Google Maps, right? Didn't they change it? Maybe it was Apple. I don't know.
Apple bending the knee, much like Amazon did after they were like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to show you how much it costs now because of tariffs. And then the administration's like, don't play with us. And they're like, nah, actually, you know what? We're not going to do that. And the administration was like, yeah, that's what we thought. I don't know if Google or Apple have done that. I just don't know if I decided to buy a map, it would say Gulf of America. But maybe you're right.
Who's the last person that's bought
a map?
Yeah, that's not for decoration, like
like to put on your wall. Or
yeah,
something.
but like an actual
I don't know.
I need to get places.
That's what my phone's for. Why would I?
Can you still buy them in like gas stations?
Convenience stores. I haven't worked in that bookstore for a long time.
Bookstores, no.
But the Barnes and Noble I used to work at had a section for that. They had a section for like travel guides, and also maps were there.
Does this fall into the category of if we walked outside and asked someone under 25 to like mail something, like they just wouldn't be able to mail something, like actual mail,
like
it's
actually wind up at a post office?
Yeah, like get a map. For your internship today, we need you to go out and buy a paper map.
Would they know where to get it? And you can't go to a gas station to get it. Would they be able to find it? I mean, there are not many places who sell them.
So. Yeah, that it is tough. It is tougher than mailing something.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's places all over.
I got to tell you, I was in the UPS, and I was in there struggling to cram like a duffel bag into a box, sending it to New Jersey. The age of the people who walked in there, I'm not considered a young person anymore, but
in that room you were.
Yeah, like by 30 years. That was the general age of the people who walked in there when I was in there. So you are right. I don't think many people are mailing things anymore who would consider themselves Gen Z or young millennials. I don't think it's happening. What for? I got Amazon to send stuff. Yeah. Don't even have to find a mailbox. Just click on a couple of things. Yeah, even if you're sending something, just if you're ordering something and you need to send it someplace, they'll just send it. It's not like you have to buy it and then send it yourself.
Yeah, you just send it over there.
You just send it over there. What the hell do I need? I'm not sending letters to people. Who am I? Who's doing that? I don't got a pen pal. What do I need? What do I need to send a letter to someone for? So we began with the USMNT. Bunch of kids who probably aren't sending mail to anyone. If you look at the age of that team.
Sebastian Berhalter, you can redeem yourself.
Well, he did airmail that kick.
Well, but you can redeem yourself if you. I see what you did.
See what I did? Yeah. There was mailing involved. Too bad it was into the 14th row.
But here, I have this. I have this envelope. I already put it in an envelope.
Yeah.
You just need to mail it.
You know what he's not getting? An invitation in the mail to be part of the World Cup squad.
That's ugly.
Doesn't mean it's not true. He's still got a year or so. Actually, is about a year or so.
A little less than a year.
Yeah, to see if he can make that squad. He had actually played pretty well during the tournament. Just the lights got too bright. Sometimes it happens. But for the rest of the squad, except for the one kid who did the prayer thing, I can't believe it. There's like he had a chance to win it in as far as regulation is concerned with the final kicks. As opposed to going to 1-1. It was like the first 5. He had a chance to put it away. He misses it, and he goes. If anyone knows, he did the prayer hands, but he did the shaking thing like he's Italian. Can't believe that happened. So I don't know if that kid's Italian or not. His name says Tolkien, Tolkin. I'm not sure how that name or where that comes from. But
yeah, maybe his mom's Italian.
I don't know, but he did go. I can't believe it. But either way, the U.S. found a way, and now Guatemala up next as they try to win a Gold Cup, in a tournament where they weren't not favored. Canada was a more likely team to win than they were, but Canada's gone because sometimes the lights can be too bright, even for the Canadians. We win again, Canada. First, Kendrick over Drake. Now you're not even in the semifinals to play against us. Shout out to Guatemala. Now I need Guatemala to revert back to Guatemala. And let's have an easy one.
Cinderella run ends here.
Yeah,
Guatemala.
because it's a short turnaround. They only have 2 days in between after playing a contested game, tight game for 90 minutes. I need Guatemala to give up a couple goals early, have it 2-0 within the first 35 minutes, and let's coast. And maybe we see Mexico in the final. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go here. If you want to call in about anything, you know the number. And if you don't, it's 713-780-3776. Sean and I, until noon, we'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We've heard Dana Brown talk about the Astros needing a left-handed bat. Well, the first one to emerge as far as a potential acquisition is Cedric Mullins. He is a center fielder for the Orioles. Cedric Mullins isn't having a great year. He does have little pops. Got 12 home runs on the year. Slash numbers at 213, 295, and 413. But I don't know if the Astros are in a position where they're looking to give up much to add a bat. So is Cedric Mullins the type of bat they're going to be kind of exploring throughout until the trade deadline? No idea, but he is the first name to emerge as far as filling that role that Dana Brown believes they're missing. It's kind of a meh. It's meh. I mean, can't get too excited, but considering where they are, being in first place, comfortably in first place, and simply having a left-handed bench bat, I don't expect them to be willing to give up very much. So if that's the type of guy you're going to get, I can live with it.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat of like, this guy just needs to be left-handed and can credibly play.
Sure.
At least as a platoon guy. And I think Mullins clears that low bar. And yeah, the price should be low enough to where the Astros can pull the trigger, or it's, worth their while to pull the trigger, because I really don't want them, for another year reaching into their already pretty depleted farm system. Although, I don't know. They call guys up all the time and it works out. So I don't know how depleted it really is, but just they don't have a lot of name brand minor leaguers where they could headline a bigger deal for a bigger star. And so I'm good with just like, hey, let's make some moves along the edges. If you want to get a fifth starter, fourth starter type just to eat some innings, like you did last year in like a Coochie like deal, get a lefty bat. I think we're good. As far as like I'm good, at least as the Astros fan.
I would agree.
Because you're also getting Yordan Alvarez, basically like a trade deadline acquisition.
You're getting a third starter back in Arrighetti whenever he's healthy. So do you really need to be full force in the trade market? Shout out to Jeff Blum there.
We should really play into the three aces after
every time
disaster.
Every time there's a disaster, McCullers start
against an NL Central team. Yeah,
look, it is something I remember. Every time Lance McCullers goes out there and doesn't pitch well, I remember what Jeff Blum said.
I will say when he does pitch well, I do go, oh, Jeff Blum. I don't know.
Yeah, but if he's an ace, he can't be as bad as he is when he's bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It needs to be a little bit more steady of production, as opposed to when he's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I need bad to be, he didn't get through 5 and gave up 4.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's a rough start. Everyone has
You're still in the game.
Yeah.
You still got a chance.
Not just like, oh, game's over.
Yeah,
cool.
let's have you take a beating.
Although I do appreciate you giving me my Sundays, or my Saturdays, but still.
You can divert your attention someplace else.
Yeah. It's like, if it's going to happen, let it be on a Saturday.
Yeah, if he's off, you generally get a good runway into the rest of your night. Oh, thanks, Lance. I can get off the exit here and go do whatever I want. Because the spotter's going to leave you out there to take a beating.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to want to waste his bullpen, because the Astros lineup isn't one that scores a lot of runs. You might need that bullpen in the next outing. So Cedric Mullins, possibly, at least someone they're looking at. I'm sure other names will pop up as the season goes on. But right now, left-handed bat aside, at least according to Dana Brown, team continues to find ways. Been great from your top 2, and your lineup has timely hitting, even if it doesn't come as often as you like. They go and find ways to win, and that's why they stand with one of the best records in baseball. Okay, I just wanted to get a quick segment in there before we head on out, because, as I said, at least earlier in the show, we wanted to try to stay on time. It's a short week, so let's try something new.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. I mean, we've only been doing this since last February, but by last February, I mean in the year 2024, not 2025. Yeah. So we've only been doing it since then.
16 months.
So we're trying to change things, like try to stay on time for at least a couple breaks per show, and we'll see if we can hold to that. Feels unlikely, but we can at least try. So we got one more segment to go. If you want to get in and join us, you can. Before we hand it off to Paul, we will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean, you alerted me to some breaking news for the Astros. I wanted to be surprised, so tell the people, what's the breaking news? Your mic's not on, at least there, or at least I couldn't hear it. Yeah.
Jeremy Pena has, quote, a small fracture in one of his ribs on his left side. He will be placed on the 10-day IL. The Astros announced. The team said initial imaging on Pena revealed the fracture.
Oh, so at least
they're doing imaging now.
Oh, jeez.
They're doing imaging. This is good news.
No, it's not good news.
Because they're doing imaging.
I mean, there's progress. They didn't run him out there, and then when he further injured himself, they could, initial imaging didn't show us this. But what is it again?
Small fracture on one of his ribs on his left side.
Why are they putting on a 10-day IL? It's not like he's going to play within 10 days.
One of the ribs.
Stop it. It's a fracture. It's a broken rib, is what it is. I mean,
it says itty bitty fracture.
It didn't say itty bitty. It's a fractured rib. He's not coming back within 10 days, right? Why? Even,
I don't know.
Why?
He's on the 10-day
IL.
IL.
Right.
That's all I know.
You're right. I don't know, but it seems like a guy with a fractured rib is it's gonna take more than 10 days. Is it retroactive? Yeah, retroactive to the 28th.
So
cool.
8 days.
Great.
8-day IL.
We'll see. They would be the team.
Is there even 8 days until the All-Star break? No, there isn't. Or there is, but
come on, man.
He'll come back the last. No, actually, no, there isn't.
Fractured rib for Jeremy Pena. An itty bitty one.
Tiny. Barely even saw it on our imaging, but it's there.
So I guess just logistically put him on the 10-day IL. He won't be back
until after the break anyway. So you basically are getting an extra week out of the IL stint.
So he will miss an All-Star game most likely. Something he likely would have been a part of. It feels like it.
That it is likely.
So the All-Star game is the 15th. So it would be a little bit more time. So the All-Star weekend begins the 13th? No,
yes, the 14th or
14th. So we're only June 30th. So
that is true.
So he would be back if he could be back. I just have my doubts that he would. So there it is.
Actually, yeah, he'll be back. It's a tiny little fracture.
Fractured ribs, though?
Tiny.
Cut it out.
Him and Jordan, fracture boys.
Remember the Texans called themselves the Rock Boys at some point? All those mid linebackers playing the air guitar.
Yeah.
And Deshaun was part of that mix too.
Yeah.
Any of those guys still around? The Rock Boys?
At least they didn't wait a month to, let's run some imaging on this guy. See if his ribs are broken.
Somewhere Jim Crane's going, should have signed that deal when I offered it to you. Now look at you.
No.
Now look at you.
He's still
nope. Now you're hurt. Now look at you.
Damaged goods.
Less valuable now. Should have taken that deal.
Yeah.
Bring in Scott Boras. Oh, well, now look at you.
Yeah. Scott Boras going to protect those ribs.
He has so as Sean told you, additional imaging done on Jeremy Pena has revealed a small fracture in one of the ribs on his left side. As a result, Pena will be placed on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to June 28th. So we're going to not see the best player on the team, at least this year, for a little bit. Everyday lineup. You want to give Hunter Brown that side, you want to give Fromber that side, or whatever. But as far as your lineup, he has been your best player. He won't be around for at least 8 more days.
Just a little fracture.
I don't care how many times you say little or tiny, as they put it.
Small.
Yeah, their word is small.
Mine is tiny.
Tiny or little. Itty bitty, teeny weeny. Fracture. By the way, the final part of that is fracture. Itty bitty, teeny weeny.
Little baby
fracture. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
But he will be out for 10 days.
Yeah, it's large enough for him to be out for at least a week plus.
Yeah.
You can't have good things, man.
If this is a real, timeline, he might still play in the All-Star game.
Hold on. Is he 70% healed? What is it? Because
I'm not the man to ask.
It's only been 2 days, so
I leave that to the experts.
Has the
Dana
healing
Brown.
process started? Since it's only been 2 days, is he 50% healed, 60% healed?
Start drinking some milk, Pena.
Either way, yeah. Why calcium deficient? That's why that bone's broken.
Hit up HEB. I'm sure you get a discount.
Yeah.
Buy as much milk as you can.
Can he breathe? It is a rib. Is he struggling to breathe?
No.
Does it hurt? Does it hurt when he laughs?
That only happens on big, scary fractures.
Yeah.
This is a small one.
Yeah. Either way,
he can still laugh.
He can't swing a bat, which is all I really care about right now. Get healthy, Pena. It's been a great year. Hopefully, when you come back, you pick up right where you left off.
I think he will. Just small fracture.
Mr. Positivity.
Small fracture.
That doesn't help. It's still fractures like supposed to make people think it's not a broken thing. It's broken, but it's fractured.
Small break.
That is the terminology the Astros are using. Don't worry about it. It's just small.
8 days. He'll be right back. You won't even notice that he's gone, except for the Dodgers series.
Do you want to bet? Neither of us are really in a position to bet anything, honestly, money wise. But my bet is he ain't back within 8 days, since it's retroactive to the 28th. I imagine they'll be careful and make sure it's completely healed. And do fractures heal in 8 days? Is that a thing?
This one does.
You don't know that yet. Come on, man.
I think small fracture. I think it's more than 60% healed. Like Jordan's.
Yeah,
Jordan's been out for a month since it's been 60% healed.
But small fracture in your rib makes me think probably going to extend past the 10-day IL for him.
Nah, just shoot it up with some Toradol.
Feels like a poor decision. Poor decision in the middle of July. In fact, not even the middle, the start of July.
Yeah,
when you got a comfortable lead, don't shoot up your star shortstop. Just let it heal on its own. This ain't hockey, and this ain't the Western Conference.
Yeah,
Finals.
he has an abdominal injury. All right.
That's
all. That's all we're saying. And he's questionable for
Kachuk
Tuesday.
had the muscle was away from the bone, and he still played. But that's hockey and the playoffs.
All right, Pena.
Get well.
Dell's saying if Kachuk could play, you should be.
No, I'm just pointing out the differences in how the two sports operate. Not that he should play, because Kachuk shouldn't have done that in the middle of a regular season against the Islanders. He did it because they were going to try to win a cup. And if this was the playoffs, okay, sure, Jeremy Pena, tough it out, maybe. But right now, get healthy. You and Jordan could bond over the healing of your fractures.
Oh, yeah. Milk Boys.
I mean, Milk Boys suggests, you know what Milk Boys actually suggest in internet terms, right? When you say Milk Boys.
They just love milk.
And
they're going to get on the field because of how much milk they have.
No, that's not what Milk Boys mean. Milk Boys, lover of bunnies in the snow. That's what that actually means when you say Milk Boys. But those guys
start a group chat.
Well,
RG3.
This group chat, I have a group chat called Glory Boys, but it's not called Milk Boys. Whatever it takes, Jeremy Pena, drink all the milk you can to get back. In Jordan, you follow suit. Cool. Great news in the show. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
Not Milk Boys. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Altuve sends the ball in the air to deep left field. Ian Happ near the wall, looks up, it's gone! Jose Altuve hits it out to left field. It's 2-0 Astros as he points to the bullpen. He remembered.
I am not going to let today's news ruin what we should be celebrating to open this week on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I am not letting, as reported by Brian McTaggart, Jeremy Pena's trip to the injured list with a broken rib after an MRI and CT scan yesterday. I'm not letting that ruin what the Astros just pulled off because, guys, the Astros just put together with a sweep of the Philadelphia Phillies and a 2 out of 3 against the Chicago Cubs, their best stretch of the year. And do not bring up that the run differential over that stretch was 0. Don't bring it up. They shouldn't have started Lance McCullers on Saturday. It should have been back-to-back sweeps. Don't bring that up. This was incredibly impressive. They beat first-place teams in the National League in Philadelphia and in Chicago 5 out of 6 times and wrapped up the month of June with 0 series losses all month. Unbelievable. They now lead the American League West by 6.5 games. They've even created a little separation between the 2 and the 3 seed in the American League should the playoffs end today. They now lead the Yankees by 1.5 games. What a month. And once again, I have no idea how they keep doing it. I get it. Cam Smith has been great. You got a clutch moment from Jose Altuve. Hunter Brown's a Cy Young Award candidate. Framber Valdez looked really good yesterday. But with all the other stuff, with Brandon Walter, with Colton Gordon, with Ryan Gusto, with Cooper Hummel, with insert rando that you hadn't heard of before this season, that they were able to keep on keeping on what they have been keeping on over these last 6 games deserves the heartiest pat on the back, golf claps, and even a hug. A hug. And if you would like to give a hug, or maybe a little more, on the Paul Gallant Show, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. It's hard to explain any of this stuff. So how do we explain it? What is it that we always say about what the 2025 Houston Astros are doing? Hey, Knight Templar dude, say it.
God Wilson! God Wilson! God Wilson!
God Wilson! God Wilson! I actually spent about 10 minutes trying to explain that reference to my girlfriend over the weekend. And get this, she actually enjoyed the explanation. Because I know that if I said this to any of my other friends, if I'm trying to explain Kingdom of Heaven, which apparently was a flop in the box office, most of my friends start rolling their eyes. But you know what? This is a sign of a good thing. The girlfriend, she sat back, and even if she was zoning out and saying, my God, I'm dating a weirdo who's really obsessed with this movie, she listened. She listened to me explain that entire reference, Sean Mapes.
40% on Rotten Tomatoes.
It got a 40%?
72 audience score.
40%. You know why it got a 40%? They took a lot of the movie out. They pulled a lot of it out. Well, I've watched the
director's commentary and the
no commentary,
extended
just the
version.
Director's Roadshow edition of it, which is a 3-hour and 15-minute movie. Jesus. And there's even an intermission, and they just play the music during the intermission, which is, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. Don't laugh. It's a good movie. They cut out a key plot point.
It looks like it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we talk about this weekend series, and we will talk about Jeremy Pena in the next segment, I had an Astros ER scheduled already. And then as I'm driving in and I see this and I'm like, of effing course. I almost accused them of hiding a broken rib last night when I was on Channel 11. I almost said it. I said I don't trust them because we were talking about, is Jeremy Pena going to be MVP this season? And I was like, no, he probably has, his heart's probably been discombobulated. Oh, rib injury? My ass. What organs does he have in that area where the rib got hit? Do we know that they're not leaking? That they're not hemorrhaging? I want a second opinion and a third opinion and a fourth opinion on whatever they're going to say it is. What was it, a minor fracture? Joe Spada said on Saturday that there was no broken ribs. Joe, shut up! And I like you. Manager of the Year candidate. Shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. The Astros medical staff definitely doesn't know what they're talking about, but you definitely don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, I digress. Let's bring it back. I didn't want to be animated and worked up. I'm really happy about what the Astros pulled off. I even got to go to a game as a fan on Saturday. It was fun. And this weekend, you got to welcome back Ryan Presley and welcome back Kyle Tucker. They got tribute videos. They showed the 2022 World Series for both of them at the end, with Kyle Tucker making the catch. I thought the crowd did a good job all series long in paying them their respect, a tip of the hat. Saturday, I was there in attendance for Kyle Tucker's 4-for-5 performance. Goodness gracious. Home run off of Lance McCullers, a double as well. And for Ryan Presley coming out and getting the Ryan Presley reception that he used to get when he was the Astros closer. I got to say, the Astros pulled out all the stops for the return of these two guys, and I felt like they felt welcomed, and that's all I was looking for out there. But yeah, when Ryan Presley came out, they started playing that Johnny Cash, "They're gonna run on for a long time, run on for a long time." And a few people, not many, a few people pulled out the flashlights on the phone, and they started waving it around. And I like that. I thought that was a very, very classy gesture by Astros. I don't know why I'm turning him into Scott Stapp and Creed along the way. But I do need to say this, okay? So while the Astros fans, they did a good job welcoming some people back. Got to say, Cubs fans, Jesus. Oh, my God. Kill all of them. Sorry, Joe. Round them up and get them out of here. Just the worst. Let's go, Cubbies. Shut up. Go, Cubs, go. Shut up. Get out. Leave. And I'm saying this all because there was one Cubs fan in front of me. I'm literally painting the entire fan base with the one Cubs fan who was in front of me. So there was a guy in front of me who was wearing a jersey, and I'm not going to lie, I didn't know who this player was. Apparently it was a real player. I saw a hyphenated last name, and I assumed that this guy, given his very mediocre facial hair, was someone who would have a dual last name. I'm not judging people that have that, but he just looked like someone who would have two last names. He could have beaten me in a fight.
And a personalized jersey.
Yes, exactly, Sean. He looked like the kind of person who would get a personalized jersey. He's sitting by himself. He clearly has no friends. And he's just sitting there wearing a Crow Armstrong jersey, who's apparently a real person. And guess what he did? Isaac Paredes got hit, first at bat of the game. This a-hole cheered. He cheered. That guy played for your team last year. He played for your team. Everyone's like, oh, the South Side, Chicago's the rough side. Well, this guy clearly, I'm just going to make a lot of just baseless accusations entirely based off the fact that I thought for a moment that he was somebody who would have a hyphenated last name. Okay, I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to assume that he's not from the South Side, that he's probably from some bougie little suburb, and now he's working as a carpetbagger down here in town in the oil and gas field, and he doesn't have any friends. And he's sitting here. You're cheering when Isaac Paredes gets hit? That guy played for you last year. And also got you Kyle Tucker, who, by the way, hit 4 hits in that game, including a home run and a double. So Cubs fans, you suck. And listen, I like Joe George. Joe George is still a part of the station. And Joe and we made a bet on Friday at Drift, and Poor Joe's wife. She's going to be without Joe and the stash for a little bit. Okay, those were the terms of the agreement. Joe might be the exception, but I hate Cubs fans now. I hate them, and I'm sure anyone who is used to their reign of terror when they were a major part of the National League Central, and you got lots of Chicago Cubs fans visiting for a series against the Astros all the time. Like I you already knew. Now I know. Now I know. Awful. Absolutely awful. Terrible people. And again, I'm basing it all off of the one guy who was wearing a Crow Armstrong jersey who was sitting on the third baseline. F you, dude. F you. Stood up unnecessarily, clapping unnecessarily, like way too into it, dude. It's a Saturday game. It's a Saturday game, and you're there by yourself. Who are you trying to impress? Who? Anyway. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Todd the Show is saying he has 62 runs batted and 21 home runs at the halfway point. And to that I say, you're a nerd if you know any stats of a player that's not on the Houston Astros. You're a nerd. Sorry, you are. You are. Don't pay attention to baseball outside of Houston. We don't do that on this show. We're kind of stupid, and we like it. We like to thumb our nose at the sport, unless the Astros are good. And then we're like, yeah, we're the biggest Astros fan show that there is. Anyway, everybody, on the most interactive sports talk show in town, if you think there's a worse fan base than Chicago Cubs fans, have at it. There are. Again, I want to tell all the other Cubs fans that were there, because there actually were a couple of friendly ones. That guy just ruined it for everyone. And yes, I did not know who Matthew Crow Armstrong was. I assumed, one more time, that guy, because of what an a-hole he was somebody who had a hyphenated last name customized jersey. I just did, okay? Don't fault me. I'm not going to pay attention to the National League. The Astros just beat two of the best teams in the National League. And they're going to beat the Dodgers over the 4th of July weekend, okay? All right. God wills it. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It still exists. And on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, another edition of Astros ER. Jeremy Pena is dealing with a broken rib. What a surprise. But we also got an update on Yordan Alvarez that's going to make you laugh. And why the hell did Lance McCullers pitch on Saturday? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. And on the brand new ESPN Houston app. We've got Pena who wants to weigh in on Cubs fans. Pena, what's up?
Yeah, what up, Paul? Hey, man. I went to the game on Friday, and just like you were experiencing an obnoxious Cubs fan, so was I. This guy was saying F Texas, F Houston, Astros suck, blah blah blah. You know, the typical stuff. And then I'm hearing him talk to one of the guys on his row. This guy's like, I'm not even from Chicago. I'm from Louisiana. I was in my head. I was like, well, what the hell? How are you a Cubs fan? You from Louisiana? But anyways, later on in the game, I forgot who was at bat. There was another Cubs fan. A few sections down. This guy has a big butterbean size head, bald. Big butterbean bald head. Foul ball goes up over the netting. This guy tries to catch the ball, and it hits the top of his head. Like, you just hear a smack. The dude had a dent on his head. I was like, gosh. Everybody was like, ooh. But it was a Cubs fan, so I was like, yeah, whatever.
He deserved it.
That's what he gets for his buddy over here talking. But that's it. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate the phone call, Pena. Now, this is again going to sound like it's a shot at Joe George. No, it's not. It's not. But Joe is going to take a stray by proxy here, okay? Because I do really like Joe a lot. Joe's a good friend. But the reason that person might have been in Chicago is because Cubs fans, for whatever reason, they like to pass off their sick addiction to their families. You know? Joe, they like to pass down the misery and the pain. And listen, I'm from Boston. People do the same thing there. The Red Sox got good, but it was the same thing. Hey, you're going to be a Red Sox fan when you grow up, and you're going to like it. What? It's owned by a racist family, number one, and they're cheap. What are we doing? They haven't won from 1918 on. It was 86 years. It was even worse for the Cubs. Imagine passing this down generation to generation. And once it's 1908, and they are also cheap. So I'm sure that person living in Louisiana was probably the son of a Cubs fan. I'm assuming that's how it goes. You don't voluntarily pick the Cubs. They do have cool uniforms for what it's worth, but you don't voluntarily pick them. No, it's passed down to you like an illness, like a disease. And it shouldn't be done. It shouldn't. If you're an out-of-towner and you're living here and you have kids, raise them to like the local teams if you're a Cubs fan. That's all I'm saying. And that one Cub fan, he sucked from the 832, the Cub fan I was talking about. Ooh, I'm going to say 6'2", maybe like 190. Like, he's in good shape. Had just a horrible mustache and some chin music going on. It was kind of, I'm trying to be a pirate cosplay adjacent. Okay. He's wearing the Crow Armstrong jersey on the back. Someone texted in. I think I know the annoying guy you were talking about. He was really annoying. He came to one of the bars I was working at Saturday night with the same Crow Armstrong jersey, and he was annoying as hell. Almost removed him out of the bar. Chris and Humble. Well, Chris, you failed everybody, and you should have called ice on him. Okay? Now, again, I don't know if that would have worked out from a profiling perspective. All I'm saying is you didn't do your job, and that guy's out free. He's out free somewhere, somehow. And whether it's standing up and blocking the view of the person who was very nice enough to take me to the Astros game, the Astros Jeep girl, or just cheering when Isaac Paredes, who used to play for his team, got hit. This guy, scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. The best part was the person I went to the Astros game with, who is a poultry auction committee member of mine. He stood up, this guy, right away. This is when Paredes got hit. And she told him to sit down. And he did sit down the rest of the game, I will say. But he was definitely clapping and hoopla-ing up a storm to try to get under everyone's skin around him. And guess what? He worked.
It worked. I don't think he has any friends. And I hope it remains that way. Does that make me a petty, bad person? A texter texts, Paul, did you know that El Tiempo margaritas are now limited to one per single ID? Yes, I found that out the hard way. Because after waiting in line for a very long time, hoping to get the person that took me to the Astros game an El Tiempo margarita of her own, the person who was in charge of the El Tiempo on the third baseline, her name is Crystal. By the way, she's a strong, powerful, independent woman, number one. But two, like really good at her job. Very good at making everyone efficient. Get your ID out. Get your credit card out.
Yeah, come on. You're waiting in line like there's nothing else to do. Get it out of your pockets.
These lines are long, Sean.
Yeah.
It's a long line. It's like TSA. So be ready to go. Get off your phone.
Yeah.
Stop, looking down at your hands or whatever. Get to the front, make your order, and move along. Like she's taking orders while people are still finishing up their credit cards. But I was bummed to find out that, only one margarita per ID. But again, bang for your buck wise, 24-ounce beer, $18. El Tiempo margarita, $24. Pretty good. Did put me on my ass. I felt pretty drunk after the first one. I didn't eat a lot that day, but I remember I had it and I was like, wow, okay, I'm actually feeling this. So there you go. It was very good.
Did Crow Armstrong in front of you have a El Tiempo?
He didn't know about it. And you know what? Don't tell him. But they do need to build another El Tiempo in the ballpark. We'll talk about Jeremy Pena's injury eventually, okay? Sorry. I'm being very I'm making the show about me. It is the Paul Gallant show, but Jeremy Pena has a busted rib, and we'll talk about the third world equipment the Astros medical staff is clearly using in just a moment. 713-780-3776 to call to text. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Junior Bronco says the Pope hates the Cubs. That's true. I mean, that might say something about the Cubs, that the Pope Leo the 14th, who should be Pope Bob, is a White Sox fan. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says, poor Louisiana fans only have one team to root for, the Saints. To hop on certain bandwagons is pathetic and laughable. I believe that Louisianans, who are our crazy cousins, they are allowed on the Astros bandwagon. You had Alex Bregman playing here. He played at LSU. So that might be another reason why some people are perhaps rooting for the Cubs, because Bregman. Wait, hang on. What am I talking about? They'd be rooting for the Red Sox now. Is there an LSU guy on the Cubs? I don't think so. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know college baseball well enough to.
Nor do I.
Off the top of my head.
Nor do I. But Louisiana Astros fans, that made sense with Bregman aboard. And I feel like, they're close. They're close enough. Let them on.
It's like, I feel like they're either Braves or Astros.
Right. And do you want him to be a Braves fan or do you want him to be an Astros fan? I want him to be an Astros fan, personally.
Yeah.
What else do we have here?
By the way, they also have the Pelicans, but I understand. He said poor New Orleans or poor Louisianans only have the Saints.
They don't count.
I was like, raise your hand. What about the Pelicans? I understand. It doesn't make it better, but they also have the Pelicans.
The Pelicans do not count.
Okay.
They do not count.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that there's another team.
I'm already operating like Zion Williamson doesn't play for them anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
and as soon as he doesn't play for
them much already.
That's true. But as soon as he doesn't play for them, they cease to exist. Like the concept of Zion Williamson is the flickering flame of New Orleans Pelicans basketball. Like that is it. From the 409, do you think Kyle Tucker was rooting for the Astros in the series? He was, and Jeremy Branham caught this, wearing a warm-up shirt, and it had an MLB logo on the back.
Whoa. I didn't even know. Where do they sell those?
I agree.
Who gives them that?
Well,
he probably didn't buy it.
This is definitely team-provided equipment, but I thought it was noteworthy, as Jeremy, I'm sure, did. I don't think he was making a statement here, but every other Cub player around him just had a regular shirt with the back of it was blue, and the back of Tucker's, for some reason, had a massive Major League Baseball logo, and it did seem a little bit like Garrett Cole's Scott Boras hat right after the 2019 World Series. Anyway, speaking of Kyle Tucker, Ryan Presley, since it was brought up, let's play what they both had to say after their return to Daikin Park about the Astros and their next man up mentality. First, it's Ryan Presley, then it's Kyle Tucker.
They've done that for how many years now? 10? I mean, every time they lose somebody, they always seem to replace somebody who's, really good and kind of pick up the baton right behind them and just, keep winning. That's what they've been doing for the past decade now, and it's been, it was fun to watch when I was on the team, but now that I'm not on the team, it's not fun to watch. So, but it's always been a good team, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, they figured out ways to win, and still continue some of their success. So, I mean, I've chatted with guys on the team, multiple people on the team, player wise and staff wise. So, I mean, I've been pretty close to some of them for numerous amount of years, and it's not just like a baseball relationship. We do stuff outside the field too. So, it's cool that they're having success and stuff, but obviously I don't really hope that this series, and I just hope that we come out and have a good series for the fans.
So he is kind of rooting for him, sounds like, if you wanted to get to the bottom of that. Okay, so I promised that I would give you guys a very quick date update. The girlfriend hard launched on Saturday, so that's a thing. Paul, why are you talking about it so much? It's like you're bragging about it. Low-key am. I like this one, okay? What can I say? But she made a confession to me on Saturday night, and I did not know this, but apparently she has been watching all of my shows. And guess where she's been watching all of my shows? In the Twitch. She has been watching all of my shows in the Twitch, and she has some sort of burner. So she has actually been in there and watched all of it. So all you Twitchers, all you toxic little Twitchers, okay? And all the times you're talking bleep about me, she saw. She know. She wrote it down. She was asking me specific questions about specific Twitchers on Saturday, some of whom have been banned. She was asking me specific questions. I'm not kidding. She's like, "Oh, I like Virginia Buttonweed, but ... And then I was kind of turned on, but also alarmed. I was like, wait a second, what did I say? Because she said, "Yeah, I listened to you talk about the time that you went on the date with the really hot girl. I listened to that," and I was like, "Oh God." Well, dude, God, she was crazy. I like vomiting out words, like trying to defend myself. She's like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." I'm like, "Well, this is too nice. You're too good." What do I do here? Anyway, I thought that was funny. Her admitting that she's a Twitcher, so she might be in there right now. So watch it. Be on your best behavior.
That'd be funny if she gets banned. She said something so vile that she gets banned.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, would she? No, I don't think she would. Although we've had some conversations. We've had conversations. Who doesn't? All right. Jeremy Pena has a fractured rib. We got to go into another episode of Astros ER because we've also got a Yordan Alvarez update. And why the hell was Lance McCullers on the mound on Saturday night? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend. They won 5 of 6 against 2 National League first-place teams. They have tonight off. They play the Rockies for a 3-game set in Colorado starting tomorrow night, and then 4th of July weekend. Astros, Dodgers in LA. Excited for that one. I saw Keith from LA text in. Can't wait to see Lance McCullers on Friday give up a leadoff home run to Shohei Ohtani. I would, if I were the Astros, probably move Lance McCullers out of his start against the Dodgers. But hey, maybe this start against the Cubs was the rehab start that he should have been on. Speaking of injuries, we have the latest on Jeremy Pena. It's time for another episode of Astros ER. A press release from the Houston Astros at 11:45 this morning after Jeremy Pena on Friday was hit by a pitch. He stayed in for another at-bat, but eventually Mauricio Dubon stepped in for him. Pena did not play Saturday or Sunday. I thought it was noteworthy that per Joe Espada, there was no rib fracture. But as far as Pena being able to play, when asked about him on Saturday, Espada said, quote, "I'm going to do everything I can to keep him away from today's game. He will get treatment and do some baseball stuff." So that was Saturday. Today, the update, 11:45 a.m. Additional imaging done on Jeremy Pena has revealed a small fracture in one of the ribs on his left side. As a result, Pena will be placed on the 10-day injured list retroactive to June 28th. We will announce a corresponding roster move tomorrow. Okay. Do the Astros use machines from the third world despite being in arguably the medical capital of the United States of America? So they did x-rays on Jeremy Pena Friday night per Julia Morales. They did not reveal a fracture. Additional imaging done Sunday afternoon. An MRI and CT scan revealed a small fracture. It's not the end of the world because it's not like they did not know Jeremy Pena was dealing with this. He wasn't out for a month, only to return for the Astros to then find out that he was dealing with a small fracture. But can't you do the MRI and the CT scan while you're doing the x-rays? Right after you're doing the x-rays? So we could get a head start on this instead of you actually lying to us, Joe Espada, about Pena not having any broken ribs. He got hit in the ribs. He's got a fracture. You didn't have to say anything, and yet you did, and it just lends itself to us constantly questioning everything that the Astros medical staff and training staff does. I am just thankful that Pena did not rush back out to play only for us to figure out that he had a small fracture, but the fact that they could not find the small fracture immediately is an annoying problem that even if medical science can't explain that away, since it's such a long track record of them not knowing what something was originally, only to find out it was worse than they thought it was later, that every single time they do this, I think they look like complete buffoons.
Yeah. Hey, at least he didn't do bragging practice, and then they found out that he had a fracture. Like small fracture. Tiny fracture.
They got a fracture is a fracture now. Don't at this point, Sean, do not tell me it's a small fracture. A fracture is a fracture. Kyle Tucker had a fractured chin last year. It was a bone bruise, a deep bone bruise. Well, he was out 3 months, and he said it was a fracture when he finally came back. Yordan Alvarez had a hand fracture.
60% healed.
By the way,
as of 1 month ago.
Well, speaking of Yordan Alvarez, this is an update courtesy of Dana Brown on the Astros flagship before yesterday's win over the Cubs. Yordan Alvarez joining the team in LA per Dana Brown next weekend is, quote, not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside. What?
It's
Dana.
not happening. It's not happening.
Just say that.
You used 2 sentences to
Just say probably not. If you say probably not and he's back, pleasant surprise. Instead, next weekend is not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside. What is that? Dana is the AL Executive of the Year, or maybe baseball's Executive of the Year. He's had a great year. Dana, just say probably not, okay? Because it lends itself back to the initial diagnosis of Yordan, and last year with Kyle Tucker, and Lance McCullers getting injured, lifting weights, and now this with Jeremy Page dealing with a rib injury. Just stop. Just say day at a time, day to day.
Yeah.
What does this mean? It's not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside. Do you like this show so much that you know Paul's going to go on a rant when you say weird stuff like this? Because if that's the case, well, I guess thank you.
Dana Brown's in the Twitch.
Dana Brown in the Twitch along with my girlfriend. That would be funny. Oh, Dana. I don't even know what that means. That's really the thing I'm trying to figure out.
It just means he won't be there. Like it's the most optimistic way of saying probably not. Probably won't be in LA. I'm not. What was it? It's not likely, but I'm not going to count it out either. Like it's not likely. You could just stop after it's not likely. That's what that means.
I know.
It's not. No, that's what it's not likely means. Is that there's still a chance, but I wouldn't expect so.
Just say.
It's just not 10 words long.
Probably not. Boom. Next question. Day to day. Next question. It's almost like they need coaching from football people who are just like Detective Dignam in The Departed when it comes to his approach to the feds. Feed them, bleep them, keep them in the dock.
Yeah.
Just do that.
That is their problem, is that they try to put the positive spin on these
Yes,
things.
and they put their foot in their mouth every single time. Joe Espada said Jeremy Page did not have a fractured rib. Now he does. And I mean, rib injuries take a while to heal. I know they say 10-day IL.
10 days. That's it.
That's misleading. Just starting off with a 10-day IL. Okay, he could be back soon. I would assume it's at least a month, if not multiple. And now, because Jeremy Page is the only reason your offense has been cooking of late, you're going to need to do something. What is it? Is it throwing Bryce Matthews into the fire? I don't know. Bryce Matthews, top prospect for the Astros right now, who has been doing very well at the minor league level. And hell, he might do well, but I'm imagining Jeremy Page is going to be out for a good amount of time. And that's a shame because he was in the midst of an MVP caliber year. Got snubbed in the All-Star voting side of things. I hope he still ends up being selected to the All-Star game because he is the best Astro out. That's a position player. He's the only position player that, in my opinion, deserves to make it. No offense to Isaac Paredes, who's been good.
Yeah, he won't play in the All-Star. More than likely, he won't play in the All-Star game.
But I want
unless it really is just 8 days and he's back out there. But the fact he might not make it, I mean, I hope they like announce him as an all-star reserve and then immediately get just because that's what matters is to get the little thing on your baseball reference page that says you're an all-star. It doesn't actually matter if you play or not, or if you start or not. It would suck if after the first half of the season he's still a 0-time all-star.
Anyway.
But Yordan maybe back this weekend.
It's not the most likely scenario, but they're not putting that aside. That's literally what Dana Brown said.
Not the most likely scenario.
By the way, Saturday, Lance McCullers got the start. It was really surprising that he was announced to start without a rehab start. Did he need the rehab start? I don't know, but he got shelled. I was there. It was bad. The first inning in particular, my God, he was throwing ball. The first inning was rough. And then as the game wore on, then he started giving up yabos. He was getting destroyed. It was a rough outing for him. After the game, Lance McCullers said something that I'm sure the people that constantly call him a barista were salivating over, foaming at the mouth to dunk on him, because he said, I guess the National League Central is my daddy because of what happened against the Reds, which led to the death threats from the drunk bettor in another country and a little scandal
to follow that up. I don't know if that bettor watched this game or if he bet on that game.
Hopefully he didn't.
I would have advised that bettor to bet against Lance McCullers.
I think that would have been the smart
Fading
thing
Lance
to do.
McCullers makes a lot more sense. I mean, McCullers has had some good outings in between these two Central outings.
I just sent this guy death threats 2 months ago. I kind of like what I've seen out of him.
That would be so funny if he's like, yeah, he's been really good ever since then. And then he bets on this game again and he loses all of his money again. He's just hammered somewhere drinking whatever he drinks in whatever country he's in. They shouldn't have put him out there on Saturday. That's really all I've got. I don't think there was any need to. And then Gusto came in relief. The guy who was originally scheduled to start, and he was all right. So I don't get why they started McCullers on Saturday. People are mad at him again. And I think that's really the Astros' fault more than it's Lance McCullers' fault. Though whatever happened in the gym.
I was going to say it's a little bit.
I want to know what happened in the gym. I want to know what happened.
I did almost
sprain your foot at the gym?
No, finger injury with the dumbbells.
Oh, that happens.
Yeah, where they just kind of like click together on your finger. And I did have the thought of like, God, I hope I didn't just break my finger and I have to tell Paul I broke my finger like Lance McCullers did.
It would be funny.
But we're good.
We're good? Okay.
Yeah,
good,
just
good,
some
good.
ice. We're good.
The worst 24-hour fitness in the world.
Yeah, almost claimed my middle finger.
You could have sued them for damages, but I don't know if they'd be able to pay them. You probably have to
Hey,
pay
want
for
the squat rack.
You'd have to pay for the public defender probably with your taxpayer dollars. What a dump that place is. Anyway, I still go because I'm a boy. And that wraps up Astros ER. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Some interesting Rockets news over the weekend that involves a player that I think is going to regret what he just did. What am I talking about? Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Also live on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is ready to go on your iPhone and should be ready to go on your Droid by Friday. Gotta say, incredible update to the app, in case you haven't checked it out to this point. Also, don't forget, the summer circuit continues. Thursday, you'll have a chance, if you show up, to register and win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. So Thursday, we're going to be at Landry's, right? I think on the Kima Boardwalk. So that'll be a lot of fun. Over the weekend, the Rockets made a pretty substantial move. The Rockets gave a contract extension to one of their important young players, Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith Jr.'s new deal with the Rockets, 5 years, $122 million, fully guaranteed through the 2030-2031 season. Goodness gracious, that's just weird to say. This past season, he averaged 12.2 points a game and 7 rebounds. He broke his left hand. He got supplanted in the starting lineup by Amen Thompson, but it does look like he will be back in the starting lineup. In the playoffs, he shot 45%. And get this, I don't know why ESPN and how they were able to find this, but per ESPN, Jabari Smith Jr. is the only player from the 2022 draft class to have accumulated 2,500 points and 1,500 rebounds to this point. That is a random fun fact.
That's a very fun fact, because the two guys that went ahead of him are Chet Holmgren and Paolo Banchero.
Right.
I guess Holmgren because of injuries, but you think
times an injury, right?
Yeah, you think Banchero.
You would think so.
I like this.
I do too.
Good job, stats and info. Whoever found that one specific stat.
Sean, I think he's going to regret this contract. I think he's going to regret it. I think it's, I mean, for now, it's a good deal. 5 years, $122 million.
Security. Yeah.
But I mean, it's one of those things where I think 2 years, 3 years into it, if he develops in the way where the Rockets clearly feel he can still develop, and now that he's got Kevin Durant helping him out, I think he's going to regret this deal. I think he's going to perhaps ask them to renegotiate it. And look, maybe the Rockets will do it, but it's looking like with Kevin Durant, he's going to take less money than he could theoretically get. Fred VanVleet just took a little bit of a pay cut to stick around too. Hey, if Jabari Smith Jr. wants to be a part of a winning team, and from all accounts, this guy is the embodiment of a team player, great. All I'm thinking is 5 years, $122 million with his size, his athleticism, and theoretically his ability to shoot the three someday, which has been inconsistent to this point. I think he's going to regret this.
Yeah, I think just the floor is so high for what Jabari Smith can be as a player with the shooting ability that he's shown in stretches, and I think will ultimately like kind of level off as a guy who's in a high 30s, maybe gets to 40% from three, and a really good defender who's not just a really good defender, very versatile defender. He can play backup center like he did 2 years ago when Şengün got hurt. He actually played starting center for the most part. And can defend up. He can defend down. So I think that there really is no like downside scenario I see for the Rockets where you're just like, in 3 years, we're looking at the cap sheet and we're like, how are they paying $24 million to Jabari Smith? Because that kind of is just fourth, fifth starter money now. It's like, that is kind of what you pay a guy who will play 30 something minutes a game for you is that. So yeah, I don't know how it goes wrong. And yeah, I think that he just forfeited a lot of upside, especially coming into this year where I would say it's likely that he would be a starter. Yeah. And maybe he puts together, the Nico Collins year that we just saw where he signs a deal right before he really breaks out as a top receiver. I don't think Jabari's going to be like a top player in the league, but something like that where maybe if he went to next offseason as a restricted free agent, he might have gotten 30
and then
instead
the
of
Rockets
24 a year.
It. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens this season. From all accounts, one more time, I mean, embodiment of team player, and this doesn't seem like the kind of thing that he'd be sulking about, like maybe a Cam Whitmore would, but I do think he'll regret it. Whatever the case, I'm happy for him to get the raise because this is a guy who I think has integrity on that side of things. Taking a step back with the grace that he did for Amen Thompson.
That's what I was going to say.
Losing your job to injury and not being
could barely
a baby about it.
Yeah, could barely tell that Jabari, and like he rightfully so should have been pretty bummed down, probably was, like I get it. It was kind of BS.
Yeah.
And for him, it not to show up, like you said, in the ways that it shows up with Cam Whitmore when he gets his 4th straight DMP coach's decision, where you can tell he's not psyched about it. Jabari never, at least outwardly, showed that. And so, yeah, he 100% is a good organizational soldier, I'd say.
Right.
And yeah, like you said, he gets to now probably more than likely be the starter this year and start next to Kevin Durant, who's someone who, he can definitely learn a couple things from. He's not going to be the next Kevin Durant, but he can, mold his game a little bit. What if he is? You know how Kevin Durant lost his starting job in his 3rd year in the NBA?
Listen, I'm just being like every single obnoxious Rockets fan out there.
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
we lost our future Kobe in Jalen Green. So maybe we just signed our future Kevin Durant.
I think I'm saving this segment for tomorrow, Sean, because there is no Astros game to react to on tomorrow's show.
Yeah.
But Rockets fans need an intervention because they have really been embarrassing themselves over the last week. Like, I get it. Everyone's excited, but goodness gracious.
Hey, guys are working out.
Tuck it in the waistband, please. Everyone, when it comes to what the 2025, 2026 campaign could be, it's great that they had a Kevin Durant.
Let's just pace ourselves.
Exactly.
It's not even the start of free agency. It's not the actual start of free agency.
Right. And there's
which is confusing because there basically is a free agent who's already on the Rockets.
Exactly. There's a lot of things that can theoretically happen. We'll see if Cam Whitmore's still a part of the team. I bet everyone's going to cry when he gets traded, and he probably will get traded because, get this, he and Ime Udoka don't see eye to eye. I don't think anything's changed on that front since the end of the series, where you had Ime Udoka smirking when asked about Cam Whitmore basically being upset about a supposed lack of communication about why he's not playing. Like, Whitmore's probably gone, and everyone's going to throw a cry party over it on like, and then start dumping on Ime Udoka despite what they've done these first 2 years. We'll save it for tomorrow. But Jabari Smith gets the extension, 5 years, $122 million, fully guaranteed. I think he's going to end up regretting it, but I am happy he signed it. It's nice to have a guy like that, core player, locked in, and I think he's got a lot of upside. And based off of what we saw from him in the playoff series against the Warriors, I think this is also a guy who doesn't shy away from big moments, unlike Jalen Green.
Yeah, he was up for it. He passed what we really wanted, and why we thought that making the playoffs was going to be so important for the Rockets was that it's a little bit of baptism by fire. Just like, all right, let's separate the real from the fake. And Jabari Smith looked like he was ready for it, probably the most ready out of anybody.
Yes.
On the I guess other than Şengün. Şengün was good. But other than that, he was the only one who I think consistently gave you something.
Yeah, off the bench, him and Steven Adams were two of your best players in the series. The problem was a lot of the starters, they just struggled for much of it. Amen Thompson had his moments. Fred VanVleet also had his moments, but a lot of the other guys, it wasn't great. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros took 2 or 3 from the Phillies from the Cubs over the weekend. And on top of that, Jeremy Pena on the 10-day IL today. Probably going to be longer than 10 days. I'm just saying. And on top of that, we've got some blasphemy going on. Blasphemy against your Houston Astros. I am surprised by the amount of glazing that's being done over someone that I'm not convinced is real. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
Pitch number 10 from Ray. And Smith tries this one. Deep left field. It is gone. Cam Smith wins the battle. 10-pitch at bat. He takes Colin Ray deep. Second home run in as many nights against the team that drafted him in the first round.
I saw that home run live. It was the one brief moment of enjoyment that most Astros fans in the section that I watched Saturday's game had, because the insufferable Cubs fan wearing the Crow Armstrong jersey in front of me, which, by the way, I did not know that was a player. I just assumed this was a guy who had a hyphenated last name because he sucked. Nothing against those people with that. I was just making assumptions. That was awesome because he was crestfallen when he saw Cam Smith give the Astros a brief 2-1 lead on Saturday. They lose that game, but they do take 2 of 3 from the Cubs. They won 5 of 6 on a 6-game homestand against first-place teams in the NL Central, and they did it in spite of a run differential of 0. A lot of that is Lance McCullers' fault and the Astros' fault for putting Lance McCullers out there on Saturday. I've noticed something over the last 24 hours or so, and I don't like it. And yes, you know me, I'm the greatest baseball mind in the city of Houston. I understand this sport on a level that very few people could possibly comprehend. You know it. I know it. But I do not get why people are disrespecting Hunter Brown the way that they are. I mean, wasn't it just Thursday where people were pointing at Hunter Brown, his major league best ERA, the 4th best start to a season in team history, a club that includes Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, Justin Verlander. It was just Thursday where we're all like, yeah, American League Cy Young Award winner. Yeah, should start the All-Star game. But then all of a sudden, something happened. I guess it happened yesterday because I just saw a bunch of posts on the internet about someone that I've never heard of before. Couple of posts. First, a headline in The Athletic. Turk Skubal will not cede his Cy Young throne easily in a crowded AL field. There's a Turk Skubal. I saw this from Bob Nightingale as well. Bob Nightingale covers baseball for the USA Today. Trick Skubal, the greatest pitcher in the game today, putting on a show tonight. First off, I thought everyone thought it was Paul Skeens, but now this Trick Skibble-a-doo-doo, he's the best pitcher in the game today. He throws 6 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts. And then I saw this, and this was perhaps the biggest betrayal of all. Occasional substitute here at the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 family, also on the ESPN app. Will Kunkel posted this. The Cy Young is not decided in June, but Truscable is sure as hell the leader in the clubhouse. Okay, now you guys all know I'm the greatest baseball mind here in town. Tip my hat as I said it. It's a burden. It's a burden I must deal with. So people are always asking me, but guys, this isn't a real person.
It's not. That's not a real player. I've never heard of him before. No idea what he's done. I can't believe that we are after Thursday. Hunter Brown is awesome. I can't believe we are already moving on to Trickskabil or whatever the hell.
Blasphemy!
Yeah, blasphemy. We're already on to Trickskabil. And I don't like that kind of thing. Okay, Trickskabil. The F is this. My inability to pronounce his very foreign seeming name is troubling me, and I don't know. Has IC looked into it? I'm just saying because Hunter Brown should be the American League Cy Young Award winner. In fact, I think he's won it already, Sean.
Is this MLB's first AI pitcher?
Yeah. Is this a real person?
Yeah.
Did
Like
somebody
AI try to make a pitcher and they named it Trickskabil?
Yeah. This looks like this person, and again, I'm not convinced he's real. This person is working with a name that looks like somebody lazily put together a password for their Wi-Fi. Okay? He's just went across the row like ASDFGHJKL. Like that. That's him. So anyway, I don't know who this guy is. Never heard of him before. He's not real. And how is Hunter Brown all of a sudden after Thursday being overlooked in the Cy Young conversation?
Paul, I actually just looked this guy up.
Okay.
He does at least appear to be a real person.
He's real.
Yeah, and actually he pitched against the Astros in last year's playoffs.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 6 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs.
What?
6 strikeouts.
When?
No
Wait,
walks.
Whoa.
And
the Astros made the playoffs last year?
Yeah, they got
Guess I blacked that out. They got dust busted?
Yeah. That was So Paul, they have this thing called the 2-game or the best of 3 wild card series.
Oh.
The Astros were in that.
Oh.
For 2 days.
You know what? I blacked out because I called for a dust busting and it didn't happen. And I just pretended it didn't happen.
They lost 2 mid-afternoon games.
So this guy pitched. Yeah, it was a mid-afternoon game. I couldn't watch it. Couldn't get into the stadium on time. You know?
You missed probably the first inning of this guy. When they introduced him. That's why you don't know who he is.
Look, on a serious note, now that we've pulled off a 10-minute troll job, on a serious note, it's weird that a couple of people are saying, like, it's consensus. I don't think Hunter Brown is consensus AL Cy Young favorite right now, but I would imagine that if there were a popular vote, it should be most of the votes towards him, unless we are...
Towards Scooble?
No, towards Brown. I say it from this perspective. I feel like right now, any end-of-season award that the Tigers get is going to have a lot to do with not just this year, but the end of last year.
Yeah, that they're a team on the... It's a little bit of how normally the NFL Coach of the Year goes to, where it's just like, hey, you're a team that we had it winning 5 games and you ended up making a wild card game. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You are the Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
I think that there is a little bit going...
Hinch is definitely going to get that treatment.
Who?
AJ Hinch is definitely going to get that treatment as manager of the year in the American League. That's a lock. I would, if there's money to put down right now, put it on AJ Hinch winning manager of the year.
He's got to be the
front runner
for at least for the AL. Yeah, I think that this is just something where he is the guy that MLB is or the MLB media is kind of rallying behind. And listen, he had a great start yesterday.
13 strikeouts. Yeah, I mean,
13
really
strikeouts, 1 hit.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I'll take that. But I mean, his start before on Tuesday against the Athletics, 6 innings, 4 earned runs. Like, he's not like on some crazy streak. He's having a very good season, but it's not some unheard of, oh my God. That's I think where I'm at, where I get Will Kunkel did a little bit of, hey, it's still June, whatever. But I don't see him as a runaway favorite for this award. I think Hunter Brown is I think you have to mention them both. I think it is a battle. It is Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen level stuff.
Okay.
I think it's if you're gonna track this thing before the All-Star break, that's how you need to talk about it in my eyes, because I think that Hunter Brown's been right there with them basically all season long.
Paul Skeens, I think, is the best pitcher in baseball. I say that basically as somebody who
probably is paying more attention to the fact that his girlfriend is the strongest and most powerful woman of them all, in Livy Dunn. But that's what I was told, is that he's the best pitcher in baseball. And now people are saying Tarek Skubal is also the best pitcher in baseball. And I don't know. There's too many best pitchers in baseball. Back-to-back Cy Youngs have happened before. Skubal has won it this past season for the Tigers. The last time it happened, and I believe these are both National League cases, was Jacob deGrom with the Mets in 2018 and 2019. Before that, Max Scherzer won it 2016 and 2017. So I guess we had 4 years in a row where it was just two guys winning the National League Cy Young. So it could happen. But I would imagine that there will be a strong push made for Hunter Brown. And I'm just not calling anyone definitively better than Brown and what we've seen from Brown over the last year, even if Skubal has already been established and put himself on that shelf to this point. Like I think Hunter Brown's right up there with anybody in the game, including Skubal, who has been awesome. I know who he is. I'm effing around. I think Brown's right there, though.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And it is funny, the best pitcher in baseball. It's just like whoever we're talking about at the moment, who's currently has an ERA of like under 2.5, like that's the best pitcher in baseball until the end of the sentence. And then I talk about Paul Skeens, and now he's the best pitcher in baseball. I think that Skubal has a little bit of. Does he have more? Funny enough, name recognition after we started the segment. I guess just from winning last year's Cy Young, or
yes,
Hunter Brown. Like we noticed that Hunter Brown after June was just a different guy last
Brown
season.
Is a new commodity, and and
wasn't
Skubal
on the 2022 Astros. Like so, doesn't have a ton of deep playoff starts. Like nationally, Hunter Brown, I feel like is a little bit more under the radar. Not that they don't know who he is, but just like he's not thought of as
the top guy,
the best pitcher in baseball.
Right. He has a strong argument this year, and that is something, to what you said, he'll have to overcome. Good news for Hunter Brown is Skubal's in Detroit. He's in Detroit. I this year for Detroit, fun story. Everyone's excited about it, so that also might help him get his back-to-back Cy Youngs. So
it's not like a glamour team. It's not.
Yeah,
doing
if he was a Yankee,
Yankees. If he's on the Yankees, it's already over.
Yeah,
mail him the trophy.
You could have Tommy John surgery tomorrow, and it would be over.
Yeah, Mets. I mean, Cubs. They're just in town.
Yeah,
Phillies. Like there are some teams where it's just like they are more, I don't know, nationally covered, nationally respected. The Tigers so far aren't at that level. I don't even think the Astros are really on that level. I think they're nationally known, but like they're not doing like Sports Center segments on what's going on with the Astros the same way they do with like the Yankees and the Dodgers and Phillies.
They overlook them every single year going into the season.
I forgot. 3 months ago, this was the Rangers division to lose.
Right, and I mean, when they won the World Series, top 10 storylines going into the year, like the Astros weren't even one of them. It's like, wait, what? It's bizarre. Sean Mapes is behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're going to bring in Jeremy Booth at 1:30 to talk a little more about the Houston Astros. Up next, it is the 10-minute drill. We continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. We are 66 days away. That's the Satan number. We'll talk about what's going on in the football world next. Stay put.
66 days away from the start of the NFL season. Execute Order 66. Before we talk about football, and not a lot going on. Before we talk about football, just got to say, the Jedi, like, how did you let that one slip through the cracks? I mean, we're dumping on the Astros medical staff and their inability to diagnose injuries right away because Jeremy Pena has a small fracture in one of the ribs on his left side and has been placed on the 10-day IL, and he's probably going to miss 2 months, honestly, with the way things go with the Astros. But Jedi, you're supposed to be clairvoyant. You can't detect one Sith Lord? One?
Yeah, too little, too late. They noticed, but it was after after they had already executed the order.
Yoda's a fraud, and Execute Order 66 led to all the Jedis getting taken out. At least Mace Windu went out fighting. Mace Windu was there pretty quick, acted on it. Yoda
also had a win before it turned into a 2-on-1.
Right. Anakin, help me, I'm weak. Best 66 is in NFL history. Larry Little, Alan Faneca, and Ray Nitschke. I know Alan Faneca played for the Steelers. And speaking of the Steelers, this is the big news in the NFL today. It's very rare that you see a player for player, let alone player for players trade. But the Steelers made 2 moves with the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins traded Jalen Ramsey straight up to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. Ramsey will get a $1.5 million raise. The Steelers also got from the Dolphins Jonnu Smith, who's coming off of a career year statistically, for a late round swap. So the Steelers a little more of a threat now, if you look at them. But once again, we are going to entirely base what happens this season on Aaron Rodgers. I will give him credit for being aggressive. They got DK Metcalf this offseason as well. I would not consider this a lock for the Texans if they played the Steelers, just given how good defensively Pittsburgh can be. But Pittsburgh definitely got a little bit better. I don't think Jalen Ramsey's the guy he used to be, but he's still a damn good corner. And on a team, the Texans, that right now has one proven wide receiver at the moment. We'll see what Jaden Higgins do and what Jalen Noel does, and if Tank Dell's back. This is a pretty good guy to have playing cornerback against one of the biggest and most physical wide receivers in the NFL, and Nico Collins.
Yeah, and they also got Joey Porter Jr. on the other side. So they are rounding into a nice defensive backfield. Now, they did give up Minkah Fitzpatrick to do so, so maybe they're just rounding into a good safety unit or a good corner unit and trading from the safety. But I was a little surprised that it was 1-for-1. I would have thought that the Dolphins would have had, or the Steelers rather, the Dolphins would have had to kick in more to get this trade.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like, I would rather have Fitzpatrick. He's also younger.
I think at this point I would.
They're about the same level.
I'm curious as to how the Dolphins look at themselves in the mirror right now, because this move does scream rebuild. And
it does. It feels like one's coming for sure.
Right.
Like this might be the first couple pieces to what happens next offseason.
This is the, I guess, interesting dynamic for the Steelers right now after this trade's been made. This is a report from ESPN. Sources, teams mull possible trade offers for Steelers TJ Watt. In recent weeks, multiple teams have been discussing whether they can trade for TJ Watt. Sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter, what a report this is, huh?
Teams are thinking about trading for like a top 10 edge rusher in the league.
It doesn't even seem like they're thinking about making an offer. It's like,
is he available?
Can we trade for him?
Yeah.
Like, that's what the report is. Can we trade for him? Again, this is late June, early July, NFL stories.
And I'm sure there's some noise about him. Like I don't know if he was at mini camp or whatever.
He was not at mini camp, which is why the noise is happening.
Yeah. So we'll see. If I'm the Steelers, I just kind of pay him, because I feel like every year we get here's what the Steelers defense looks like when TJ Watt's on the field. Here's what they look like when he's off the field. And it's a good defense to a bad defense. So I'd try to get the deal done. Obviously, it probably depends on the price. He's a guy who does miss a lot of time, so we have a big sample size of what it's like without him. But yeah, the Steelers offseason, very strange. They've kind of been coming and going with everything that they make. It's, hey, we're getting DK Metcalf, we're trading away Pickett, we're getting Jalen Ramsey, we're trading away Fitzpatrick. So they're different. I don't know how much better they are. I think the only clear improvement that they had is at quarterback.
I think they are clearly better. It's a tough division that they're in. It's just interesting. They've never been this noisy in an offseason. This is a lot more like a traditional Dolphins or Commanders or insert team that has name brand recognition, but generally doesn't succeed because they try to go all in during the offseason. The Jets. I will say Pittsburgh is one of those teams where you generally trust the process, just given their entire history. For the Steelers' part on TJ Watt, they are insisting that he's sticking around. They are.
I would insist the same.
I would as well. If I'm TJ Watt, do I want to leave? Do I want to leave the Steelers? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's just whoever will pay me like a top 5 defensive end or edge rusher. I think that's what he's going for, but it is, I don't know. It is something where from both sides it seems like a deal makes more sense than to break this thing up.
I'm with you there. We'll see what happens. 66 days away from the NFL season kicking off with the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles, September 4th. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Before we get to Jeremy Booth and to give him a little bit of time to get in here, Sean, we need to have a discussion. Let's fade the music out. This is something I saw yesterday, and I'm a little bit concerned about this, if not bummed out. We've never questioned the artistic direction of the embodiment of the arts. A movie franchise that has truly changed the way film is done, that's built new roads.
Yeah. Destroyed a lot of roads, but built new ones as well.
Built new roads as to how to tell a story.
Yeah.
And specifically a story about the most important thing there is. A little thing that we like to call family. But this is a bridge too far by one of the most creative people that's ever lived. Michelangelo,
Da Vinci,
Shakespeare, Elon Musk, Albert Einstein, everyone. And of course, Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel says that the final Fast and Furious movie will have Paul Walker's character Brian back in it. By the way, Paul Walker's dead. He's been dead for a bit.
Died in like 2014.
It's been 11 years. It was very cool in Furious 7, the way that they sent off Paul Walker's character and paid tribute to Paul Walker. However, in the franchise, technically, Brian is still alive. He's haven't seen him. He's there in spirit.
He's the only guy who ever got to retire.
Right.
There's people that have actually died and come back.
Yes.
But Brian O'Connor gets to hey, he's taking care of the kids this weekend.
There was a clip at the end of one of these movies where Brian's car drives up to the family dinner last. And you're like, oh, Brian, let's go. And I mean, listen, for anyone who's watched Fast and Furious, you got to watch it in theater so you can stand up and get unnaturally excited like I did.
Yep.
Watching it with Sean when I saw that The Rock was going to be back in the next one. I didn't really care as much when Gal Gadot came back up. But listen, even if this is a franchise where there have been cars taking out submarines, cars in space, cars driving through multiple skyscrapers.
Yeah, there's been death that turns into amnesia. There's been actually this movie takes place after this other movie. That's why Han gets to die.
This is too far. This is too far, too furious. Okay?
Too far, too furious.
This is
How
too
far
far.
is too far?
How far is too far? This. I can't
say I'm surprised though. I can't say I'm surprised. I honestly, there's a scene in Fast X where I thought I thought for sure it was the one where, like the house is getting raided, basically,
Yeah.
and one of the guys in the suits where you can't see their face, is saving them. I was like, oh, is this Paul Walker? Is he gonna take off the mask and it's Paul Walker? It was John Cena instead. But yeah, no, can't say I'm surprised. I hope that they do it with dignity.
Well, I hope that too. But we know what this franchise is.
I hope the Walker estate gets all the money that they're promised.
I mean, I hope for that. I also hope that they do it with dignity. Is it possible that them doing it without dignity is better?
I hope that it's just like the last scene of the movie as like a send-off kind of thing. I don't hope that it's like, we're putting together a team. There's only one guy I trust.
For sickos like you and me,
Paul Walker.
For sickos like you and me, I mean, it might be better.
Either way, I mean, I'm buckled in for whatever. I got the harness on. I'm ready to drive this thing off a exploding dam that causes a flood. I'm ready.
Junior Bronco says a Dom Toretto Avengers crossover is eventually happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope that
they
that's
should
where they bring back
honestly,
Paul Walker.
How do you save the Jurassic Park franchise? Sprinkle a little Fast and Furious in there. These are the worst dinos we know, so we called the only guy that can fix it, Dominic Toretto.
He's driving a car.
Yeah, wrangling dinos. Come on. No offense to Scarlett Johansson, but I'd rather see that movie.
There's a subplot where Vin Diesel finds out that he's descended from a dinosaur. It's a family.
My dad died in the original. My dad was the lawyer in the first movie. He died on the toilet.
Billions of years ago, my father and his brother, who one of them ended up being a mammal, the other one ended up being a reptile. It was crazy. All right, we're done.
Tyrese tries to smuggle one back home in his pocket. Yeah.
Ejecto Seca. Paul Gallant Show, Sean Mapes behind the glass. Thank you for letting us self-indulge with a little Fast and Furious. Our Astros front office insider, Jeremy Booth, will join us in a moment. We'll talk about the latest ridiculous Astros injury update with Jeremy Pena having a small fracture in his rib and this incredible homestand that the Astros just pulled off. How sustainable is all of this, especially with Pena's availability in question? We'll discuss. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros took 2 of 3 from the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. They are now 6.5 games up in the American League West, but we did have some rather frustrating news for the Astros coming out of the weekend. On Friday, Jeremy Pena was hit by a pitch. He stayed in the game. He had one more at bat, but he was eventually pulled for Mauricio Dubon. Saturday, Joe Espada emphatically said that Pena does not have a broken rib, but also said that we are going to do everything in our power to keep Pena out of Saturday's game. The game went away where there was no chance of the Astros using Jeremy Pena in a pinch hit situation because it got away from them after Lance McCullers got shelled. But Pena did not play yesterday, which led many to speculate, all right, what the hell's going down? The Astros put out a press release at about 11:45 this afternoon, and a little more context from Julia Morales of the Space City Home Network here. Jeremy Pena has a small fracture in one of the ribs on his left side and has been placed on the 10-day injured list. Astros announced initial x-rays taken on Friday night did not reveal a fracture, but additional imaging was done Sunday afternoon, and an MRI and CT scan revealed a small fracture. I am not a doctor, though I am from a house of a learned doctor, okay? And I understand that it could have taken the Astros a little bit of time to figure out what Pena was dealing with. Maybe now, going forward, whenever your player gets hurt, you do an x-ray, and if the x-ray is negative, you do the MRI and the CT scan right afterwards, because I get that there can be some fractures that are too difficult to see on the x-ray side of things. No harm, no foul. They did not put Jeremy Pena back out there and risk further injury on Saturday. But 10-day injured list, I do not think he's going to be gone for just 10 days. I don't. I hope I'm wrong, especially with how good Pena's been. I mean, he's an MVP candidate. But it's a rib injury. These things take time to heal. By the way, they're also very painful injuries. Very painful. You know, there's generally bruising on top of the actual fracture that's going to make it tough to breathe, to cough, to laugh, to sit in certain situations. You can't lie on your tum-tum anymore, probably. So a lot of things going on here on the Jeremy Pena front, and I'm expecting that he will be out for a while. And this is semi-consistent with the Astros and a track record of initial diagnosis that end up being wrong. This one did not hurt them in any way, but last year with Kyle Tucker and the deep bruise of a shin bone that actually was a fracture, Yordan Alvarez with the muscle strain in his hand that ends up being a small fracture. At the very least, their x-ray machines seem like they suck, and upgrade them. At the worst, they seem like incompetent buffoons.
I will say, at least the time frame is getting smaller of the, you know, this definitely isn't a fracture. And then, oh, actually it is a fracture. Never mind. You know, from Kyle Tucker, where it was 3 months of them saying it wasn't a fracture until Kyle Tucker himself got to say it was, in fact, a fracture, to like the month that it took for Yordan to be properly diagnosed publicly.
There's a lot.
And now this one was only a weekend. It only took a couple days to get eventually to the right diagnosis.
Okay. So there you go. And joining us right now in studio, the man, the myth, the legend, our Houston Astros front office insider, Jeremy Booth. Yeah, just that microphone to your right. Yep, pull that over there. Right. Put it in front of your face so we can hear you.
You know, that's a good thing.
Yeah, we want to be able to hear you. So we were talking about the most recent Astros injury update, which are comical at this point.
Are they? Are they telling us the truth?
Well, at the very least, they didn't put Jeremy Pena out there with a small fracture in his ribs on Saturday or Sunday. So we've at least got that going. But I do now wonder, Jeremy, with how
Pena has looked with the lineup, especially at the top, how this offense is going to score runs in the near future.
I don't have my hat today. You know,
Your hard hat for
yeah,
the
I
lineup
have
construction?
my lineup construction hat. I don't. Well, can McCullers hit?
Didn't take long for that. Well, McCullers got hit. McCullers got hit up. That was a drive-by on Saturday. I witnessed that in person.
It was ugly. It was painful.
He said that NL Central is his daddy.
Well,
he's definitely correct on that front this year.
Is it just them? Is it
this year? It's really just been the NL Central.
I'm sorry. I need to. All right. So Hosey's going to have to move up back in the top of the spot.
Altuve's leadoff now.
Yeah, right. And so now you really got to get Yordan back. You're going to have to get McCormick back. You're going to have to find a way to deal from the big league roster to get something back. And the reason why is only because of now your depth is exposed, right? We got into the third of the season, a review I did for us. And it was like, look, the Astros needed starter pitching. Okay. That's the master of the obvious. They needed an outfielder with depth or with a veteran outfield presence. They're addressing that or trying to. And Cam Smith has come on a lot, so it helps now, but doesn't necessarily win, put him over the top. And you need to address the lineup construction and some depth, and all those things are now being tested, every single one of them. So with Pena's playing every day, it's a different club. We all know that. With Pena's playing at the top of the order, it's a really different club. You have to trade from the big league roster if anything isn't. If you think you have a chance to win now, and they clearly do, certainly in the West, you're gonna have to trade from the big league roster to get something back if Payne is out for a while. Bryce Matthews just got named to the futures game. You may have seen.
I saw that an 11-game hitting streak at the whatever level he's at right now. I am curious as to if he is the corresponding move to come, just given that Dana Brown's always been so aggressive putting young players up there.
Too
early?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. And I think that you let him have that experience in a couple of weeks at the futures game and let that play through, see how he handles being in that environment, and then let's go. Right. And this is a guy who a lot of Astros Nation, they maligned Dana and they maligned the scouting department and Gavin Dickey, who's now the director of player development, and I think assistant GM is official title. He was very instrumental in that pick. And they really tore them up. I remember being in Seattle and that pick comes off the board and people were upset. I was like, that's a great pick. College performer, upside, athletic, back of the first round. And you're seeing it show up a little bit now. We talk about his splits. They're not great. Splits aren't great away from Sugar Land, right? Or they're good away from Sugar Land, not great in Sugar Land, whichever way it is. It's one of the other.
It's hot as balls out there.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame him. That's the ballpark. They need to build a roof.
But he's athletic and he can play. He probably plays second base. And so I don't know if he's the corresponding move with what Hosey's doing and what they're going to do with ultimately Dubon, where he fits in now this situation. I mean, who's going to play short? What are they running out there to play short?
Good question. At this moment in time,
they don't know. Can Dubon handle it? Because he might be the only guy left.
I think he is the only guy left at this moment in time.
So then you've got Dubon and Altuve. You got Walker and Paredes.
Right.
So that's your four. Your outfield's now really thin because you have no other option to put anybody else out there. You got Cam Smith. Jake Myers, how's he doing, by the way?
He's been awesome.
That's good. So Jake Myers in center field. And who's playing left? I've been in the Dominican, as you guys well know, out of the country.
Yeah.
Jamaica, who I wanted Dominican. No.
I mean, we've seen a variety of different people playing out in left field. I believe on Saturday when I went to the game, it was Cooper Hummel. And you've seen guys out there and you're kind of baffled that this team continues to win and has a 6.5 game lead in the American League West and is the third best team in all of baseball with some of the guys that they're throwing out there.
Yeah, I think you got to look at signing potentially in that scenario Jason Hayward back, somebody who's on the scrap heap or finding a trade.
One of the trade targets, supposedly, Jeremy, per Bob Nightingale, is Orioles center fielder Cedric Mullins.
Yeah, I know Cedric pretty well as a player, I should say. He's peripherally as a person. And look, he's pretty good. He's a good player. He's been an all-star. But that's trading off the big league roster, right? If you're the Orioles and you're Mike Elias and the crew out there, you cannot continue to run out teams that don't make, even though they're not doing very well right now, you have to have something that's going to help you win next year, right? Is that a Jake Myers? Probably not now, not for Cedric Mullins. Okay.
I would think of all their guys, and Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider, is with us right now. I would think that Chas McCormick, of all the guys on the roster, mainly because when this team is fully healthy, it doesn't feel like he has had much of a place to be.
Yeah, but they know that too.
Yeah.
Right? They know that too. I mean, so it's not it's great for the Astros, but they know that too.
Other teams.
Yeah. I mean, and Mike and the Mariners, or anybody who's really trade heavy. Some clubs are trade active, right? I mean, Luno and Elias's front offices were very trade active and waiver wire and scrap heap and any number of things to help because they thought their development would reinvigorate guys. And the Mariners are no different. You say that because the places that we match up for McCormick are going to know that they don't have to give much up for him. And I don't think I'm giving up Cedric Mullins, who is a guy that fits in a winning club. Doesn't fit necessarily in Baltimore, certainly with maybe contractual demands or extensions or overall value coming up, but certainly fits in Houston. I want a prospect and I want a big leaguer. And I mean a real prospect and a big leaguer, because I need somebody to back up another player I may not be able to sign back. I need some help to go win in the East next year. The Orioles in the East are struggling. Not just overall, but really in that division.
Yeah, it's weird to see the Orioles record relative to the rest of it, because a lot of people like them, and the last couple of seasons they have been everyone's little sneaky dark horse team, and yeah, it's been rough for them. There's a part of me that does think eventually they wake up and get back to the thick of the pack, at least in the American League East.
You got half the year left,
because you got the Rays, how their weird second half schedule where they're playing a lot of games that are on the road because they wanted to play all their first half games in that outdoor ballpark since there's all those thunderstorms in the Tampa area.
Yeah, because that's fun. The Florida rain has never happened.
No, it's like every day.
You made a point last night. The point last night was strength of schedule, basically.
We were on KHOU last night.
Yeah, strength of schedule, basically, right? And so,
yes,
with that in mind, it applies the other way too. Guys get beat up. Guys have easy pathways, right? And so the Orioles, they have to make a decision. I would say they punted. Mike's a punter. Like he's,
Mike Elias,
fair catch.
Okay.
He's a punter. So he's going to look at what they've got here, and he's going to try to find guys across the league that makes sense to get the most back to win next year. He also has now a duty with this new ownership group, believe it or not, to show them he can do it with his model. His model is cost effective. Doesn't matter if they're freaking Baltimore. Mike doesn't like to spend money. Okay. So it's going to be cost effective. That said, Mullins may not fit for them, and some cost effective young assets here may. What that looks like, I don't know. If I'm him, I'm asking for Myers. And then if I'm turning around, and if I'm Dana, I'm saying no, because that's not enough right now with my outfield depth as it is. Even if Myers becomes my 3 or 4 guy, and I don't believe in him for next year, maybe Mullins plays left. I got to figure out a way to get those guys out there every day.
The way you're laying it out, because it does feel like you need to have Myers the rest of this year. It feels like they're going to have to throw either some other random dude that we've never heard of before out there, like a Cooper Hummel.
Sure.
Or it's going to be Bryce Matthews, maybe even ahead of schedule. Because, look, for whatever reason, all these guys that keep on getting thrown into the fire, they have cooked. And, I mean, shoot, like Cam Smith, especially this weekend. And Cam Smith this weekend looked so damn confident, especially that first home run that he hit on Friday where he knew it was gone immediately. And he gets the home run in the 10-pitch at bat on Saturday as well. Now, Cam Smith is very different than I would imagine anyone else that they're throwing out there right out of the chute. But I think you're in a spot right now where you're going to have to just keep on throwing darts at the wall. And for whatever reason, Dana Brown, who is MacGyvering the bleep out of this team, he just keeps on hitting the 20 or the bullseye every single time he tosses it.
He knows internally what they have. If I'm a club with a target using Mullins only, right, which makes sense. Okay, usually that's not the guy. Just so the first guy you hear is usually not the guy, right? But let's just say Mullins is the guy. You got to give up something you don't want to give up. You just don't want to give it up, because
it almost makes me wonder if they even make a trade. Because I mean, can you afford to give up anything you don't want to give up right now? If you're the Astros?
You cannot. You want to avoid trading off the big league roster. Now, this is where it gets real uncomfortable. And guys, people watching this and listening to it, I am certainly not saying these guys are trade targets or trade options for the Astros, because they're not. But Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena will get you whatever you want. And I'm saying that because they're Boris guys, right? And so they're not going to get you whatever they want. But you're not trading that. You're not doing it. So if you start working around the horn of what the Astros have, if you're the Baltimore Orioles, again, you have to compete. You have to show you can win the division and get into the postseason next year. You got to do it in 26, or Mike's out. Okay, so you got to do it in 26. So when it comes to that, look around the Astros and tell me who you give up that you're comfortable with giving up, that the Orioles will take back for an all-star.
I see no one.
Nobody.
Yeah.
So then that's not a fit. right? So then you look in your system. Do you have Bryce Matthews? Do you have DeCenzo? Pick somebody, right? The arm that's coming out, which you don't want to trade any pitching because as good as these guys are when they get to the big leagues, they break. They all break. Some of them 3 years and come back and think they can start again. Name McCullers. But back
there
to
we go.
back,
I was waiting for the next one. He was
to,
awful on Saturday, so I mean, you want to do a little dance, you can.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. It just does. So when you're back to when you're looking around that, and you've got 5 or 6 high ceiling guys in the organization. If I'm Mike Elias, I'm saying I got something I know you need. Like you need it. The entire league knows you need it. Yeah. What are you going to give me? Chas McCormick. Lance McCullers. Jose Urquidy. I know he's not even here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You start going down the line, and it's just like, no, I'll give you all 3 of those guys. Yeah, still no. Like you have to have something of value. And that's where the Astros find themselves in a tough spot. So a Jason Hayward, again, reunion, something like that makes sense.
He's a free agent
Patching
right now.
holes, something that does well here to be able to get productivity. If it's not every day, running, I'm going to say this again for the millionth time, Mauricio Dubon should be playing every single day somewhere. And this is why you have this guy, right? Because he can go play short when Pena's not playing. Pena comes back, hey, Mo. Hey, Big Mo, go play left field because Hosey can't handle it, right? So you go play left field, okay? And then all of a sudden you've got some help in the lineup. Now go get Hayward. Give some guys some balance, right? Then go ahead and let McCormick come back, and he's your 5th guy. And now you're running out Myers and Cam Smith and Hayward and a mix of Dubon. Oh, wait, that sounds familiar. It's not familiar to you? A little bit. Yeah. So not everybody's playing every day, but you know what? The guys that are need to, and you're not giving anything up that you don't want to give up. You need help on the pitching front too, which makes a lot of this easier. And we talked about that, guys coming back to see they may actually get a couple guys back this year.
It's just at this point, you just need them to come back. When they will come back, who knows? Because of this Astros medical staff, just days and weeks and years, it's all saving league.
That's why actually they're being honest. Because, like I told last time, I think I was actually in studio. We talked about the medical staff, and if I'm Dana, I'm livid. I'm trying to figure out who's not telling me the truth.
Yeah, because like the medical staff keeps on making Dana and Joe look like idiots, and it's not their fault. They're not doctors, because Joe is the most recent one. Joe on Saturday said, "Yeah, there's no fracture," and then they find out the next day, rib fracture,
busted. So how do you go out and the Alvarez one was botched? That's terrible. Like we don't have a
because they put it back out.
We don't have what was it? We can't see imaging.
Right. They said like there's too much swelling, which is crap. I talked to a doctor.
But at the same time, we don't think he needs imaging.
Yeah.
But then there's too much swelling to get imaging.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, when
the
imaging
MRI right away.
Yeah. But you're not helping the situation. Okay. So if we have a bunch of things in Astros land that aren't helping, pitching, depth, when they get here, they break. Not helping. Okay. Yeah. Position player depth. We're light. A little light. Okay. And you get down to the values for trade for pieces that you need. You don't have it. They'll give you something you need anyway. So is Cedric Mullins an upgrade for Jake Myers right now? Right now.
Because I would say no, but I couldn't tell you a damn thing about
let's just say he is.
Okay.
I'm not saying he is or isn't. Let's just say for argument's sake, for right now, you think he's a better player. We all think he's a better player than Jake Myers. Okay. Who I'm still not on the bus. I'm not on the train with Jake Myers. I think it's a regression waiting to happen. Okay. But that said, what he's doing right now is what he's doing. Is Jake Myers better than whoever else your next option is out there right now? Even if Mullins is better than him?
I think so.
Okay, then you don't move him.
Okay.
Because if he's in your top 3, then he doesn't get moved. Now, if you're McCormick, you're like, how fast can I get you on a plane? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where can I send you and how much money
Please
can
get
I
healthy
with you?
But right.
Right. You don't have that. And I'm not putting the guy down. I'm just saying to win a championship, you don't have anything else to do it with. So I think it's a free agent sign and platoon.
And hopefully on that front later on when some of these pitchers come back from injury, maybe some of those guys are potential pieces that they could use. Jeremy Booth is our Houston Astros front office insider at ESPN Houston. Tell us about the Future Star Series, futurestarseries.com.
Man, I've been in all over the place, man. I've been in Aruba, I've been in Dominican, I've been in Canada, I've been on the West Coast. It's been a minute since I've been in the studio. We're about a week away from touchdown here in Houston.
Let's go.
Where all the players are showing up, and and the teams, and it's an exciting and very fast moving time. Got some guys going to compete for the gold medal with the national team, and got some guys eight alumni in the futures game that'll be at the All-Star game in Atlanta. So
oh wow,
yeah, second year in a row with that. So 34 of the top 100 minor league prospects are future Star Series alumni. So we feel like we're moving a little bit here.
Yeah, man.
And we're excited about it on the way in. Had some calls with the Dominican operations, and the pipeline is coming. So it's a good time to be part of it.
We always appreciate your time here, man, and keep on keeping on. We'll see you. I mean, are you going to be out of the country again? Where are you going next?
I'm bouncing.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you when we see you.
All right, man.
He is Jeremy Booth. I am Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
He did he? High. Forget about it. Onto the train track. Train number 11, for the first time in his career, has just left Union Station.
Wow. Wow. That's the prodigious pop that I want to see. That was showtime.
That was stepped on.
Cam Smith, Friday night. Good God, he smoked that. It takes a lot to impress Todd Callis from a home run perspective. That one would have left the actual ballpark. They did not open the roof, to my knowledge. So I'm assuming it still stayed in, but that would have been probably a couple of streets down from Old Dyken Park.
Yeah, that was a big shot. And that's like what the power is with Cam Smith that, we haven't seen a ton of this year. I've been fine with his production. It's just the power just hasn't been part of that production so far. But like they said, like he has it. He has it in him. Like you look at him, he's a strong guy. It's just, however, 80 games into his major league career, you only see flashes of it.
I was watching the game Friday at Easy's, which is up in the Heights. It's my favorite bar for those who do not know. Though I could be paid to say your bar is my favorite bar. But this bar, it's a very good spot. And as I was watching the game, I remember in the midst of conversation, I had to tell the girlfriend, hang on, I need to take a picture of this graphic. Because it was how well Cam Smith has been hitting over the last couple of games. And I think when it comes to Cam Smith right now, he's going to have to carry the lineup now. It's going to have to be him. Next man up, whatever you want to call the story of this Astros season to this point, we like to say, God wills it! God wills it! God wills it! That's what we like to say. But it's next man up. Otherwise, if we're just being serious, if we're being honest. And now it really has to be the guy in Cam Smith who over the last week has just been awesome. And if you don't have the numbers in front of you, he is 8 for his last 20 with 2 homers, 6 runs batted in, and 2 walks. Strikeouts still high, but he's absolutely clobbering the ball. And, Sunday was the first day in a bit that he hadn't gotten a hit. But he had a great series against the Cubs, and he has to keep this up right now. Because if Jeremy Pena's out for a long period of time, and that is my assumption, it's going to be even more difficult for this Astros offense, which is towards the bottom of the league in terms of runs per game. It's going to be tough for them to score. They won yesterday, but that's because it's a Fromber start, and your bullpen's great. You're asking a lot if you're hoping to do that every single night. So who else can I look at on this Astros lineup that does not feature Yordan Alvarez and that will be without Jeremy Pena, I imagine, for some time? Who else can you look at and point to and ask for more from? Altuve is doing about what Altuve can at this moment, and he did have the two-run home run yesterday that gave the Astros the win. But who else is there? You
can ask for more from Christian Walker. You can ask for more. I don't know if you'll get it. But you can ask. Point. He's definitely not at the ceiling of what he can do. At least you hope not. But yeah, I think as far as someone who I'll just realistically could, have a hot streak that at least stops the bleeding when it comes to at least in time for Yordan. If we think that Yordan's coming back before Pena, which I would lean on that side of things, just given what a fractured rib normally puts people out of, no matter how small. I think if you're looking for someone to do that, it kind of has to be, like you said, either Smith or I don't know, maybe could we get like an awesome Yiner couple weeks?
Maybe.
I feel like we haven't gotten the he's been solid recently, but I don't think we've gotten the full scorching hot one to kind of balance out how slow he started.
That's a fair point. Yiner also did pretty well on Friday.
He's been good.
I mean,
that's why I think it's possible is that he's shown signs of it.
In his last 5 games, he's 6 for 18 with the home run that he hit on Friday. So yeah, he's doing all right. This is a very nice little 3-game series that you have coming up, because it's not that it's against the Rockies. It's that it's at Coors Field against the Rockies. You want a confidence boost? Go on out to Colorado, where balls get sent into outer space. I went there for the first time last year for a Marlins Rockies game. And yes, even though it featured 2 teams that are the Pits, the game had a lot of home runs. It actually was a pretty fun game. It was a pretty fun game. I was pleasantly surprised by the game I went to.
Dedication like that makes you baseball's greatest mind.
Exactly.
Of the city of Houston. Who else has gone to a Marlins Rockies game?
No one else. But I saw the opportunity. I was in Colorado, and I was like, you know what? I should pay $60 for a Rockies game. They were good seats. It's a good park. It's a very good park. The area around the park also very nice.
Yeah, their attendance is always really good,
despite the team blowing.
Yeah, considering how bad of a team they are. I think
so that's a huge. This is a huge series coming up for Christian
it's a soft
Walker.
landing spot. It's it's not a bye week because they literally have the day off today, but it is like the stretch of a schedule where, hey, if CJ Stroud has to miss a game, he's in concussion protocol. It's like, oh, okay. But it's against this team. It's against a team looking for the number 1 pick.
Right. It's that. Then you have the 4th of July series against the Dodgers, a battle of good and evil. Yeah. And then afterwards, you have the series against the Guardians, who are below 500, but in second place in the AL Central. And then the Rangers, who are 41 and 43 in 4th place. So, yeah, you got a little bit of slump busting period. But I really think these next 3 games, Christian Walker, please, bro. Please get it going.
Like, ballpark you're used to playing in Arizona.
Right, exactly.
Played there a lot.
I mean, can we get the numbers up? Because the home runs have actually been coming. It's just 213. Can we get 213 to 250? If it was 250, I wouldn't be as mad all the time. But 213, I'm like, that's 20 million. Oh, Jose Abreu was better than you his first year.
I think 240. I'd settle for 240.
Yeah.
240 is when I stop looking at an average and being like, this is a terrible average. That's where I'm like, you know what?
That's your Mendoza line.
Yeah, if it's 240 with some pop, it's like I can live with this. Look at us talking about batting average.
That's why we're the number 1 baseball show there is in town. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Who do you trust to step up for the Astros offensively, with Jeremy Pena dealing with a small fracture in his rib and Yordan Alvarez still not back? Who is going to help this team score runs, which they need to do to win games, because that's how baseball works. Again, we are the number 1 baseball show in town. It is the Paul Gallant Show, live on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, on the brand new ESPN Houston app, and on 97.5 and 92.5. Who's going to step up? You tell us. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros took 2 of 3 against the Cubs over the weekend, but they will likely be without Jeremy Pena for a bit. He is now on the 10-day IL, retroactive to Friday, after he was hit by a pitch on Friday. He has a small fracture in his rib, which was discovered after an MRI and CT scan yesterday. Hey, at the very least, he didn't play with it, but now you're at a point where you're wondering how the hell are the Astros going to get more offense, considering the very real limitations caused largely by injury. I mean, at this point in time, you'd even like Chas McCormick back out there. You know, we are jonesing for some low-grade bats without a Yordan Alvarez, and now with Jeremy Pena, an MVP candidate, out, how the hell are they going to get runs? Someone texted in, Bryce Matthews. I'm all about it. I like how Dana Brown's just throwing darts at the wall this year, and every single one of these darts is landing. And Dana, you know what? At this point, I would trust you to throw a dart with a hand over your eye and even intoxicated. I'd trust you. I wouldn't stand in front of you, but I'd trust you to do all right. I would want you on my team if we're playing darts at a bar, because the darts just keep on landing. So screw it. Let's see Bryce Matthews.
Yeah, he's definitely got the hot hand so far, not just with the Cam Smith acquisition and immediate major league call-up, the Isak, just the haul that he got from Kyle Tucker looks good. Everything that he's done with the pitching staff of all these minor leaguers, then all of a sudden, like Bennett Sousa, you feel good when he comes into the game. The Colton Gordons, Brandon Walters of the world. Listen, it all has been coming up roses so far. I'm open to the Bryce Matthews thing. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm definitely open to him getting the call up probably a little bit earlier than we thought this season. I think we kind of thought he'd be either late season or he would break camp with the Astros to start next year. Starting, in July 2025 is a little bit ahead of schedule, but he's been hitting the ball well in the PCL.
He has been. And that level kind of sucks.
Yeah,
so may as well
a lot
give
of
him
guys
the real
hit it
stuff.
well there, but,
Give him the real bats. By the way, and I've been watching this in the commercial break. Did anyone see the fight between, let me do the count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strong, powerful, independent women in Dallas over the weekend?
One was super strong.
Oh my God.
Super powerful.
So I'm watching this. A couple of drunk girls got into an all-out brawl. And I got to say, all of them are attractive. Also, all of them look like they would be too classy for this, because they all seem to be dressed to the nines. And I'm surprised that they are engaging in this behavior. Paul, that's coded language. Listen, man, they're all hot. Okay? Sorry, girlfriend. I think my girlfriend's better looking than all these.
There
but
we go.
Look at this fight. It starts off with a girl in a black polka dot dress who is very endowed upstairs, who sees someone who looks like straight off the set of the Jersey Shore. She's got black hair. And the black hair girl grabs this polka dot blonde and throws her down to the ground. And you see, as that girl throws her down to the ground, she gets on top and just starts wailing on her head. Bam, 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 while she's down, and holds her down. So then these other girls come into the fight, and they're all trying to separate them. There's this one girl who is in a light green shirt who comes in at the end, and this girl needs to be put into the WWE immediately. You got to see this. She comes in. This small girl in a red dress comes in trying to help her friend out. She grabs her by the hair, throws her back. Then she grabs one of the girls that's on the ground by the hair, who was the one on the ground that was getting the hell beaten out of her already. She picks her up by the hair and then throws her a good 5 feet. I suppose I'm not doing this justice because I'm talking about a video that's on the internet, but this is one of the most entertaining drunk fights I think that I have ever seen. And the woman who was in the turquoise/light green dress did very well. Meanwhile, the girl who is blonde with some bajongas upstairs in the polka dot dress knocked down 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
Including once perhaps by a very small guy who looks like he's trying to stop them from fighting. But also the green lady came back in again for another just punch to the face.
Yeah, straight punch to the face, put her on her ass. Like,
yeah.
I mean, there's some, I won't call them running kicks, but there's some walking straight up to a girl on the ground and just kicking her in the face going on. This is
it's incredible.
Yeah, this is a wild fight. It's also apparently right outside the Dallas Cowboys stadium.
Is it?
At least with one of these.
Let's go.
Oh no, it's saying Frisco.
In Frisco.
No,
Okay.
that's probably the Star, the practice facility.
I gotta say, whoever the lady in green is, that woman, do not mess with her. She cleaned house. Now she might be wanted for assault.
Whatever.
But we respect fighters when we see fighters. Okay,
Like,
this is a sports conversation.
I don't know how to pacifies. I don't know. Like she takes care of 2 women in the first 5 seconds she's in this video.
Yes.
She tosses one by her hair, like you said. She tosses the other one 5 feet away, and then one of them gets back up, and she just punches her in the face.
Clocks her.
Maybe the Indiana Fever should give her a call.
Ooh, that's true. Because it can't be just Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah.
And listen, enough $400 fines, and that's going to go a long way with Sophie Cunningham's salary. Who I think she's still making a decent amount. I think she's making close to 6 figures. So, but $400 is a pain in the ass, Just like if you got a $400 ticket. It's the principle. So why not bring this lady in? I want to know how tall this lady in green is, but she looks like, I bet she's at least 5'7". So I think that this woman needs to be, at the very least, getting a WWE tryout. If not, being hired as an enforcer for the Indiana Fever. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Holy smokes.
Yeah,
boom,
just look
boom.
up Dallas fight and
Dallas fight. It's a good fight. It's a good fight, Now, I understand that a lot of people would like us to stay talking about the Astros here, but listen, they're doing well. The guy's hurt. Are they going to keep doing it? God wills it.
Yeah, you know what?
What?
The Astros need to show this kind of fight on the field without Yordan Alvarez or Jeremy Pena or half of their starting pitching staff from opening day.
Well, let's also be honest, too. We want to see a fight like that against the Dodgers, even if the Astros and Dodgers don't have that same animosity for one another, because the 2017 World Series were a long time ago, but we don't want to see that.
Yeah.
And we want to see it from players, not from people in the stands. Be very careful if you go to Dodger Stadium for that series this weekend. Yeah. Be very careful.
I feel like we are going to see it from the stands no matter what.
For sure.
So
I'm curious if...
Just stay safe out there.
Nick Scurfield, good dude. I actually saw him on Saturday. He was in my section at the Astros game. Nick Scurfield has gone to Dodger Stadium a couple of times, and he'll just walk around and
he likes
video
doing
of
that.
it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's Nick's about that action.
I was gonna say he's up for he goes to all sorts of games.
Yeah.
Nick, keep your head on a swivel. Hopefully you don't bump into Key from LA. One of our texters.
Yeah. Someone texted in that in this fight that took place in Dallas, by the way, sorry to bring it back to that.
No.
But a boob popped out. There was some boobage.
I'll have to review the tape.
I will also have to review the tape. Also, while we're talking about strong, powerful, independent women, whether they're fighting in Dallas, Carson Branstein, strong, powerful, independent woman, a model, and on top of that, a Texas A&M tennis player, was at Wimbledon, but she lost.
I saw this post on Barstool. Carson Branstein, I guess, went up against somebody who's very good. She tried to qualify for Wimbledon, and she's very good looking, right? And she did not make it. But apparently she's also a model and an Aggie. So we almost had an Aggie. And we give the Aggies credit, but we almost had an Aggie in Wimbledon. That would have been cool. Whoop! Honestly, I would love for the Aggies to show up and do the war hymn at Wimbledon in front of these like stuffy douchebags who watch tennis.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, 3/4 of it is Wimbledon people wearing. Well, I guess they all wear white, so the yell leaders will fit in. But
I want all yell leaders.
Yeah, but just one section and of them doing all the chants.
Yeah. See, it's wanted there.
Coco Gauff. Gonna get knocked off.
Whoop. England, bunch of T-Sibs. Look like they went to TU.
They saw him off after the first set. That'd be good.
So I get, saw Elizabeth's whole crown off. Saw Elizabeth's crowns off. Saw Charles Sausage Fingers off. Hey, whoop. So there you go. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. We just wanted to give us some updates in the strong, powerful, independent woman game.
Is this a new segment?
Strong, you know what? Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be because I need a reason to talk about it. Because listen, I'm a taken man. I woke up Sunday morning. Got out of bed to go. Not quite at the point where I want to, drop the kids off nearby the lady. So I went to one of the other bathrooms, and as I went, checked my phone, and I was like, "Oh, she hard launched us last night." So I reposted it. We are hard launched, baby, as the kids say. That means that there's been a social media post about you being in a relationship with somebody. I know it sounds like I'm flexing entirely. No, she just listens. She listens now. She's a Twitcher. She's been in the Twitch for all this time. So now we're just being as honest as we possibly can be, baby.
I wonder what she thinks of the gay jokes.
It's a great question.
She's definitely seen them. She's been on Twitch.
Definitely seen them. She'll have to call in sometime now, because now that we know she's a day one, well, maybe not a day one Twitcher, but she's a Twitcher. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's got a case of the Mondays? I'll tell you who I hope has a case of the Mondays. The epitome of a fan base that I now consider, because of recency bias, the worst in all of sports. But you can nominate who you think has a case of the Mondays. Next, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at Top Dog. If you have a case of the Mondays, get yourself some stuff that blows up. Baby, you're a firework. Top Dog Fireworks. They've got 14 greater Houston area locations. And you could go here and you can go all for the next couple of days before the 4th of July to stock up on some blow-ups, So shop early for the best selection at the best prices. Check out the wall of buy one, get one free products. Over 100 BOGOs, as the kids call them, to choose from while supplies last. You can also go in and see their daily in-store promotions with a great selection at great prices. If you spend $250, you'll get a reward while supplies last. To find a Top Dog Fireworks location near you, visit their website at topdogfireworks.com. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. By the way, if you enter Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest, each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. Everyone who enters will have an opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100. To enter, visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form. Again, it's Top Dog Fireworks, topdogfireworks.com for a location near you. Boom!
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First and third, still only one out. And Tucker drills this one to right. It's gone. A line drive, 3-run shot off the bat of Kyle Tucker. In his return to Houston, third home run of the inning for the Cubs. It is now 7-2 Chicago.
That was a rough one. That was a rough outing for Lance McCullers. He will 100% be in a case of the Mondays when we get that started in just a couple of minutes. It is the most interactive sports talk show in town. That was Saturday. The Astros did get shelled 12-3 on Saturday, but they did win the season series finale between them and the Cubs, and the season finale too. 2-0 yesterday. They take 2 of 3, and they win 5 of 6 on a homestand against 2 of the top teams in the National League. The Phillies, they sweep them. Cubs, 2 of 3. I think this is the most impressive stretch that they have put together this year, and they wrap up June without a series loss. So, couple of cupcake series before the All-Star break as the Astros resume what is the easiest schedule in all of baseball the rest of the way. And then they have the Dodgers sandwiched in between that. Rockies up next. They do not have a game tonight. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, or on our brand new app. Re-download it if you haven't already. You can also get in touch with us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter says, since God wills it, who is the Ed Norton of the Astros? Which Astro is battling leprosy while leading his team to the postseason? What a great question.
I mean, it sounds like most of them are battling some ailment.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's Jeremy Pena. For those who don't know, in the movie Kingdom of Heaven, Ed Norton plays a guy with leprosy, and you never even see his face. He's wearing a mask, this metallic mask the whole time. He's King Godfrey. Legendary king, apparently, from back in the day. Anyway, which Astro is battling leprosy while leading his team to the postseason? Right now, they're all out of commission. And Jordan was not doing much. It is Pena, because Pena, for those who don't know, has a fractured rib and is on the 10-day IL retroactive to June 28th, but I think he's going to be gone for a while. I hope he's not, but if it's a small fracture in the rib, like, don't make that guy play through that, and give him some Kevlar when he comes back.
I was thinking about that. I was like, well, they should wear more padding around the ribs. Like, if they're going to wear the elbow guard, you should also just wear, like, maybe not the full quarterback, whatever rib protector thing, but at least some cushioning there for when you get hit by a 90-mile-per-hour pitch. I don't know.
I would definitely want it. Now, the only reason I wouldn't want to do it is because I'd look a little fat. I'm not even kidding. Like, the protection versus looking fat. I didn't like wearing coats growing up in the Northeast because I thought they made me look fat. Wasn't slim fit enough. This is why I wear the tight shirts, guys. This is why I wear them. It keeps me accountable so that I never will be big. Although I am a little bigger than I want to be right now. But I hate that. And so wearing Kevlar, like, say if I was a cop, I'd be like, oh, I'd look fat. You go on a raid. I don't want to look fat though. I don't want people to think that, like,
it isn't flat.
I've got a big old donut.
Flattering uniform.
No, it's not. No, I mean, Kevlar is just not. It's not flattering. But Jeremy Pena needs to wear Kevlar going forward. And I know there's a lot of women in Houston, have my babies, Jeremy. Though you were saying that at the World Series parade, you might not like it if he's wearing Kevlar. But listen, it's about him, and he's a taken man. He's dating a soccer player now. So shout out to him. But Ed Norton of the Astros right now, it has to be Jeremy Pena, who's battling through something and leading his team to the postseason. I suppose it's next man up, and I think that should be Bryce Matthews. Someone texted in, Isaac Paredes and Yainer Diaz need to continue what they're doing, and the pitching needs to continue to hold up. Yup. Yeah. Can it? I don't know, but at this point, God wills it. God wills it. God wills it. So there you go. All right, guys. It is Monday, 2:30. Time for Who Has a Case of the Mondays. I think that Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley might have a case of the Mondays. I think going back to Dyken Park, getting the reception that they got, the tribute video that they got, Tucker goes yard, probably misses that right field a little bit. Ryan Presley gets the closer intro when he comes into a game that had been decided. I bet they both thought to themselves, damn, I miss it here. And it's probably pretty cool to play at Wrigley Field and play for the Cubs, and the Cubs are having a good year. So there's a chance that, hey, maybe this is a future World Series rematch. And then they end up getting booed. But I bet there's a little bit of nostalgia that they are washing off as they walk away from a series where the Astros took 2 of 3.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I was surprised that they did the Ryan Presley thing. I wonder if it wasn't whatever was an 8-run game, whatever it was by that point. If it was like 3-1 Cubs, I'm not sure if he closes. B, do they still do that, or was it such a blowout? They're like, all right, let's give him his actual moment. If it was a competitive game, like I would be like, why are we playing the intro music for a closer that's not our closer?
Right. Yeah, that would be. But I don't know, though. I don't know.
But yeah, they had it planned, obviously.
And he was there for such a long time. I think they would have done it.
I guess. But
there's enough Cubs fans, too, there, which was a little bit frustrating, where, I mean, you wouldn't have known if they were Cubs fans cheering.
Yeah,
or
you could tell from the Tucker highlight we just played that, like, there's a decent amount of cheering happening.
Yeah,
I think those guys probably have a case of the Mondays. Also because, they look over and they're like, man, we've kind of been replaced. Not only did I get traded, it's like, man, it's Woody with Buzz Lightyear, where everyone's like, oh my God, we love Cam Smith. He had 2 home runs this series.
Strange things are happening to me.
All the posters of Kyle Tucker going down. All the ones of
now it's Cam Smith.
Cam Smith.
No crowns yet in right field, at the very least.
No.
Thought some people might bust out the crowns. I did not see any crowns at Dyken Park. So I guess people just threw them in the trash.
Wow.
God, those things probably cost maybe $5.
Yeah.
Like you get them at Burger King.
That's a trip to Party City.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. I hope that the guy wearing the Crow Armstrong jersey sitting a couple of seats in front of me is having a bad case of the Mondays. I hope you had a bad week, and I hope you're still dealing with a hangover.
I wish Chris from Humble would have thrown him out of the
that would
bar
be
he
awesome.
works.
You're out of here.
You
We're keeping
you.
your card.
Yeah.
Open tab for everyone tonight, boys. Yeah, that guy sucked. I mean, he cheered when Paredes got hurt. Like, dude, that guy was on your team last year.
And he got traded. Like, he didn't leave.
Right. Weird. Very weird. The
He
guy
got traded
sucks.
for Kyle Tucker.
He was clapping way too much, too, like in moments that didn't necessitate it.
You got it.
When they hit the home run to take the lead, that was the first time he should have been up and like kind of flexing a little bit. All the moments before that where he was cheering for second strikes and stuff like that, like, get lost, bro. Case of the Mondays. I bet Jalen Ramsey has a case of the Mondays because he wanted to go to the West Coast and now he's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wanted to get traded to the Steelers, but Jalen Ramsey, for those who don't know, got traded from the Dolphins to the Steelers in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Also, Jonnu Smith went to the Steelers in a pick swap with the Dolphins. If you're the Dolphins, too, Dolphins fan, probably a bit of a case of the Mondays because this does feel like the kind of move in combination, both Ramsey and Smith going, that a team that doesn't think it's a contender makes.
Yeah.
The SEC East is pretty open after the Bills.
Feels like a little bit of a sell-off for the Dolphins. 2-for-1 special. Not quite BOGO.
BOGO.
But the
buy one, get one.
Yeah. The move was, it's a little bit of a head because you also are getting Minkah Fitzpatrick back. So it's not like a complete fire sale, but it also you are trading away 2 guys in, like you said, a division where they can be competitive. At least in the wild card, they should be competitive. in that division. So yeah, I think everyone all around probably has a case of the Mondays. Dolphins fans and Jalen Ramsey, who, like you said, probably wasn't, circling Pittsburgh as a place you want to go to, but it is a team that should be competitive. People like playing for Mike Tomlin. So there's probably worse things in the world, but it probably isn't how he saw this going.
I wanted to be on the West Coast, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, Pittsburgh apparently not that bad. I don't know. I've never been. Yeah, I've never been.
I mean, he's got to live there for 5 months. He'll be all right.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. Just be a little cold at a certain point.
Yeah.
Case of the Mondays. Shams Charania might be having a case of the Tuesdays if the things that he has promised today don't happen.
Oh,
Shams said there's going to be some big deals in the NBA tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. And then all he's done is break news about bench players getting signed.
6 days ago, he said to Scott Van Pelt, "Don't sleep, Scott. Don't sleep." And this was after the Durant trade.
Yeah. I mean,
LeBron trade is the one that everyone's wondering about.
That's the only one that can,
literally
save Shams's bacon. I mean, maybe something that we completely don't see coming, whatever. But as far as things that seem likely or seem like they're on the board, it would have to be a LeBron trade, because the news that he's broken today, I should just read off the names of the guys he's tweeted about and just does Paul know who this is? Jordan Clarkson, Jordan Clarkson.
Case of the Mondays, that girl in the polka dot dress in the Dallas girl fight. Yeah, that girl got walloped. Give her credit. She kept on getting back up there like Rocky.
It's got to be tough to be in a viral fight video where you are getting thrown across the street.
Yeah.
Because everyone sees, you can't lie about, I was holding my own. It's no, you really weren't. you really, I mean, what she has is that she got back up. She kept getting back up. That's what she's got.
Take that strategy and apply it to life now.
Yeah. You knock me down 3 times in 20 seconds, I'll get up the 4th time.
Yes. You're a Chumbawamba, Cebu comments on YouTube about Kyle Tucker. There were crowns Friday night for King Tuck. I asked the Cubs fan, and they don't do that at Wrigley. Well, kiss him goodbye, you losers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Astros also aren't going to re-sign him. So.
No, that's true. That's true. But hey, they got something in return for him.
That is true.
Case of the Mondays. One last one. So, for those who don't know, BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff is planning to transfer from the school. He's facing suspension after admitting to premarital sex, which is a violation of the school's honor code. It surfaced during his response to a civil lawsuit alleging that he raped a woman in 2023. By the way, that lawsuit was dismissed. The parties jointly agreed to dismiss with prejudice, ending the case. None of the parties was immediately available for comment. So that happened today. Retzlaff plans to transfer from BYU. He faces a 7-game suspension for violating the school's honor code by having premarital sex not during the legal proceedings. He admitted to premarital sex.
Yeah,
during the legal
as a part of the legal proceedings, he admitted to premarital sex, violation of the honor code. Doesn't matter that he was accused and then later the case was dismissed of sexual assault.
If you're one of BYU's other players, don't you have a case of the Mondays just realizing you could be suspended if you ever have the relations? Because let's be honest.
Or that your starting quarterback that happened to your starting
Yeah,
quarterback. We don't
they were
have our
good last
starting
year.
quarterback because he had sex.
Weren't they good last year?
They're
solid,
solid.
right.
Retzlaff isn't bad at all.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I remember there was something it was BY.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, there was a joke, the BY Jew and stuff like that. I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying. Pretty sure there were shirts online that you could could buy. Okay.
Don't buy it though.
Don't buy it. We
unless you are Jewish, then I guess you can't.
We disavow it unless you buy it.
Yes.
And maybe you don't want to buy it, especially with these allegations against him. But
yeah,
the lawsuit's been dismissed.
Yeah.
All we're saying is, if you're at BYU, I would imagine a lot of students who play football at BYU are not necessarily devout Mormons. Some are. Some definitely are. That's got to suck. Just the reminder that you cannot fall to temptation.
Yeah, this happened with one of Jimmer Fredette's teammates.
Right, I remember this a couple of years ago.
Brandon Davies.
That's it.
Yeah, they're probably going to make a run in the tournament, and late in the season he got suspended because he had premarital sex.
That's rough. He plays for Alvark Tokyo of the Japanese B League now.
Okay,
Brandon Davies, and he's married. So shout out to him. Did go to high school in Provo, so maybe maybe he knew what he was signing up for, so it should not.
Yeah, I mean the BYU just signed or just got a commitment from a quarterback last week who won't play next season because he's going on his mission.
Damn.
So they
do take it serious.
They got a pipeline of legit Mormons.
They're all 27 years old.
Well,
give or take. Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. That's Case of the Mondays. Garbage time before we get out of here. Stick around. Yes, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Anyone see this? Shout out to American hero Chris Robinson, who in the 400-meter hurdles at Ostrava, I have no idea where that is, had to deal with a wardrobe malfunction. The kind of wardrobe malfunction where his Ramalama Ding Dong kept on flopping through his pants. And in spite of running hurdles with his Johnson hanging for all the world to see, hurdles, by the way, like imagine jumping a hurdle and your thing's flopping around. And this is a pretty good piece of equipment he's got there. What? Listen, I'm appreciating the guy's doing all right, okay? In spite of all that, he still won the race. And then he body planted as soon as he passed the finish line.
Oh, I guess to be decent, I guess.
Maybe to like cover up a little bit.
Yeah.
He was laughing as he did it too. So he knew it was all flopping around.
He also or the person who tweeted this, Gary Al Smith,
had a funny line at the end,
yes. Competition obviously wasn't stiff. Hurdles though. Hurdles in general, I'm like, how does anyone do this?
And imagine your thing's hanging loose.
Yeah, that's even crazy.
Whoa. Ooh, what if it clips it once? Did you keep running?
All right.
Just asking. Anthony DiComo reported this. This is from baseball. Mets reliever Richard Lovelady, while we're talking about wieners, has requested to go by his nickname Dickie. So his name is now Dickie Lovelady from here on out. I like that.
I mean, you got to play into it, right?
Yeah.
How many times has someone been like Richard Lovelady, and you're like, wait a second. It almost sounds like a Bart Simpson name.
Exactly. We don't hear the name Dick that often anymore. I mean, even guys.
Vogue.
Well, I just mean people named Richard generally do not go by Dick, and
they go by Rich or Richie or Rick.
My godson is named Richard, goes by Richie. I mean, his grandfather actually named Dick, goes by Dick, but he goes by Richard, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to be allowed to call him Dick. My godson.
Probably not.
I've been tempted.
Probably not.
I haven't yet.
It would be funny though.
It would be fun. It would be accurate. It's to honor his grandpa.
Yeah, it's a nickname.
His grandpa's great. I love his grandpa. 42 days later, one of the two missing prisoners who escaped that jail in New Orleans by literally just moving something to the side, Antoine Massey, has been captured at a house in New Orleans. I gotta say, like, how did it take this long? This guy's got face tattoos everywhere. Like, did he not leave his house at all?
Yeah, and he's in New Orleans. Like,
right.
That he didn't go very far.
It's a small town.
When we talked about it, weren't we like, you probably have to beat it pretty far? Like, you have to like jump on a train,
yes,
and get out.
Because people would be looking.
Yeah.
He's the one who made the social media video asking for President Trump and the Kardashians to help him while he was on the run.
Hey, still got a chance.
I guess so. What else? The Golden Bachelor was ex-NFL linebacker Mel Owens. You need to put him on The Bachelor. What the hell? He was in the NFL. It's not even like some of these Bachelor guys who got like a tryout once with the NFL. This is former NFL star. It's like that mother bleeper didn't even play. Apparently, during the production process, he told producers that if they gave him any women older than 60, he was cutting them on the spot.
That's how you do it.
That's
how you do it as the Golden Bachelor.
He's 66, but said if they're 60 or over, I'm cutting them. Producers.
I hope they go with my idea of just, hey, they're mostly age appropriate, but then sprinkle in like 5 25-year-olds.
Owens said producers did push back against this, reminding him this is not the Silver Bachelor, it's the Golden Bachelor.
That's funny.
Taking in the interview, he went on to describe his ideal woman, saying she's a lifetime learner, and 5 different ways of saying she would be good looking and in shape.
I like this guy.
I wish there were some 30-year-olds on that show. It would have been hilarious. I don't know if they did that though.
All the other women would hate them so much.
That's how they must have. Absolutely. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our YouTubers, Twitchers, callers, texters, and everyone who listened on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Big thanks to Jeremy Booth, who stopped by earlier, and of course to Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We can never have anything nice in Houston, huh? Astros are playing some good baseball. They're winning every series they play in. They're the best team in June, the second year in a row, by the way. They play good for our birthdays in June.
I was going to say, happy birthday to you today.
Thank you.
They do all right on mine.
19-7 this month for the Astros. The best team in the month of June for back-to-back seasons. The Astros are two-time June World Series champions, back-to-back. 11 straight series wins for the Houston Astros. Everything is great. We're getting ready for the show today. We do good, bad, and ugly every Monday. Whenever they win a series, we start with the good. So much good to talk about, and we will. We will not ignore an injury where we wouldn't in a series win. We will not do that. We will talk about the greatness of Fromber and Abreu and Walter, and it's time to make Cam Smith the rookie of the year. You should know by now. If you don't, you're a cash. You're a cash if you don't know by now. And then we see the news. It hits us like a pound of bricks. Jeremy Payne, it hits us like an 89-mile-per-hour changeup.
Right.
It hits us like an 89-mile-per-hour changeup to the ribs. Jeremy Pena.
You're getting hit on line, too. Speaking, Pena's taking shots in the ribs. You got shot taking ribs today, too.
Chandler Rome dunked on me. Sort of dunked on me on the internet. We'll get to that a little bit later, too. We won't say mean things about Chandler Rome, 713-780-3776. I did find out a lot today about how much Chandler Rome is disliked in this city, though. People don't like a whole lot of Chandler Rome. Some. He's got his admirers, though. There's no doubt about that. So we hear the news. Jeremy Pena, 89-mile-per-hour change up the other day to the ribs. Turns out he does have a rib fracture. He has a fracture in the rib. Happened on Friday in the second inning. Wore it like a champion. He played 3 more innings of defense. I went back and looked at the play-by-play. He did not field a ground ball or catch a ground ball, but I do think he was involved like in relays and stuff like that. So like he didn't have a direct opportunity to, make a play defensively, but he stayed in the game in the 3rd, 4th, top of the 5th. He actually had an at-bat in the 4th inning. I think he grounded out or flew out, didn't reach base, and then got lifted for a pinch hitter, Mauricio Dubon, in the 5th, which at the time, it's like, okay, this is a little unusual. This doesn't feel great. I think I tweeted at the time, like, I don't like seeing this. Now, it was like a 9-2 game, so it's like, okay, precautionary.
Sure.
A little early for precaution, but okay, maybe it's precautionary. 5th inning in a 9-2 game. He's played every single game this year. He's been your Cal Ripken. He's been your Iron Man. Joe Espada says after the game that there is no fracture, just need to, give him a little bit of time. Give him a little bit of he wants to see where he's at tomorrow. Then before the game, Saturday, he says the same thing. He's like, oh, yeah, baseball activity. He might even hit off a tee today. We do not think he needs more imaging. Okay, all right. I understand you get in a day. You don't need more imaging. I don't love that you don't need more imaging. Do your due diligence. Then Sunday comes around. He's not in the lineup again. And I'm like, I don't know about this. I don't like that he is missing a second day in a row. So that's like, they're playing winning baseball. He's trying to give them 3 days off by missing only 2 games because they have a Monday day off. Okay, I can still see it a little bit. I don't like it. I don't like that he's out of the lineup for 2 straight games, but I can see a little bit of the mindset of Espada. He's played in every single game. If we give him off today, he's also off Monday. Now you're looking at Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. Get him ready for Tuesday. But no. Today, we realized the news. I forget who reported it first. My bad if it was you. That Jeremy Pena does indeed have a fractured rib.
Yeah, and when you look at how it all went down, it's like, okay, maybe the one lesson learned in all of this through all the debacle with Yordan Alvarez was maybe that they continue to image. So at least on Sunday, they re-imaged enough to figure out what they didn't find the first time so that now you get the bad news, but at least they know what the definitive answer is. And hopefully they'll know how to treat it. But because of the fact that we've been through too many of these car wrecks that become unsolved mysteries, you just can't help but think, what the hell's going on over there? And why does this always take longer and have such a cloud of mystery over it when it's the Houston Astros? But then immediately I shift to go, okay, well, now you've got a bunch of these has-beens and never will-be's on the roster, some of which are hurt, some of which are just there and playing defense but not hitting real well. And now you got to try and figure out a way to replace a guy that has been hitting better than just about anybody and was headed to an all-star game with the way he was playing.
Yeah.
So now you got to try and consider, again, what they're going to do for yet another guy that's hurt to try and fill another hole for a team that somehow, some way has persevered to be this big up in the division.
Yeah, one at a time. One at a time. We'll peel this back layer by layer because Jeremy Pena today is an onion. He is an onion that we're peeling back layer by layer. Here was a spot because I agree with you. Like my main takeaway of this, like before we like talk about the baseball side of it, like from an astro medical point of view and how they've been awful in the last 2 years, I actually do tip my cap to the Astros halfway. Like, good job, medical staff. We don't think that Jeremy Pena was running on a treadmill whenever he had a fractured bone in his shin, like Kyle Tucker did a year ago. Okay, Astros training staff, he's not swinging off live pitching with a broken bone in his hand. Okay, Astros training staff, that's nice. Now, we don't know if maybe Pena did this on Saturday or even Sunday, and it's like, okay, it still doesn't feel great. Let's now go get more looks at this. So, like, I do want to give them some credit for continuing the imaging thing and the cycling of imaging and eventually finding it. I don't love that the x-rays, again, aren't discovering this. Like, how old is your equipment? Can we find some better
around
equipment?
It's not there, and I get that there's some swelling immediately.
Yeah.
But then the only other thing that I would throw in there is the DeCenzo thing. At least it seems like they learned a lesson there, too.
Well, I think they learned it from Jordan, and DeCenzo was the first guinea
That's what I
pig,
mean.
right?
Yeah.
So,
so at least they're doing more imaging.
So that part, I give them a half tip of the cap. So I kind of like that they discovered this before he's doing anything strenuous, like Tucker running on a treadmill or limping like a gimp onto the field to celebrate a walk-off hit like he did early in that injury last year. Same thing with Jordan. You're not facing live pitching with a broken bone that's 60% healed in your hand. So I do think that it's gotten better. Like, if we're looking at this from a silver linings perspective, silver linings playbook, it does feel better. It feels like they've progressed in that area. Saying that, the other side of my mouth wants to blame Joe Espada. Joe Espada told us after the game on Friday, quote, this is from Brian McTaggart, Jeremy Pena's ribs are sore, but there is no fracture. That makes one to believe there's no fracture. So, okay, so he told us that they're sore. On Saturday, this from Adam Spolane, quoting Joe Espada, Jeremy Pena walked in today feeling better, says Joe. He's getting treatment right now. He's going to move around, probably hit off the tee, so maybe there was work. I'm going to do everything I can to keep him away from today's game. I just to give him a full off day. He's actually been feeling really good. Matt Kawahara said, Espada said. Pena's better today to the point where he did not need follow-up imaging. This is Saturday before the game. But the Astros will try to keep him from using them in the game. So, like, Joe, just stop making proclamations. Like, we're monitoring him. We're going to see where he lands. So, like, that's like, I feel like the Astros have gotten halfway better, half measure. The tangible part about the injury has gotten better in my mind. Now they just need their skipper to stop making like these inaccurate factual claims. It turns out that Pena did have a fracture. Espada told us after the game Friday there was no fracture.
But here's the thing too, because on both fronts, one, the good thing is that they're learning, and so they're kind of doing their due diligence to change things, to basically do more, to figure out more in a shorter period of time. The problem is that they're only doing it because they screwed up multiple times over the last couple of years with key players at different parts of the season that kind of hamstrung you at the time and put you, behind the eight ball more, that you were somehow in a lot of ways still able to recover from. But that's why no matter how much credit you want to give them for like learning and going, the problem is they learned by screwing up a lot of players that you had in the past. And then from the standpoint of Joe Espada, the other thing is, and we've always said this in terms of everything's labeled discomfort and how the releases happen and whatever the hell we don't know about how communication is handled behind the scenes. But if I'm Joe Espada, I'm pissed if someone is the one that's pumping this information into his ear and going, hey, this is what we got. This is where we're at. And a lot of times this is what you should say, because in the NBA, when I worked for an NBA team, all I know is our PR department was in constant contact with our medical staff and then our players and coaches as to say this, not that. This is what we know.
Yeah, but you should nothing burger it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
He's sore. We'll see where he lands.
If you know that there is what I suggested, which we've dealt with in the past, which is initially when you're hit, if there's too much swelling and it might just be a hairline fracture, then just say, hey, we need to get further. We've seen this multiple times in multiple sports. We need further imaging because of the fact that right now there's swelling and we can't be sure. We don't have a definitive answer. That's the simplest way you handle it.
Yeah, it's so that's what we know. He got hit by a pitch Friday, stayed in the game for 3 innings, had another at bat. Espada told us after the game that it's just sore. It's not a fracture. Saturday before the game, Joe Espada told us that he just needs a day. We don't think he needs more imaging. He in fact he said he does not need follow-up imaging. But the Astros we're gonna try to avoid him today. And then whenever I saw that lineup Sunday, I was like, oh, this doesn't make me feel good. I don't like that he is not in the lineup today because, and look, like a lot of people are mocking that it was a changeup to the ribs. It's 89 to the ribs. That doesn't feel good. 89 to the ribs does not feel good.
Fastball.
I mean, I've worn 74 to the upper thigh. It does not feel good. We all know that doesn't feel good. So like I don't really care so much about it being a changeup. Although we have seen a bunch of pitches do a lot less damage that are more vicious than that pitch.
Yeah, but the main thing that always bothers me is that second day. No matter what, with any Astros day-to-day, whenever they say day-to-day or we hear the things like you were mentioning that Espada had said, it's great to feel better. But the fact that if they miss 2 games in a row, especially with the history of this team with medical issues, there's no way you can feel good. No matter what, even if they said he'd be ready for the road trip, because that would have been the follow-up. Otherwise, if they hadn't done the second imaging, he should be ready to go sometime in Colorado. And then, good Lord, who knows what would happen if they did that? Because we've been through the negative side of this too many times where you get that song and dance, and then a couple days later you find out it's still going on and it's still lingering and it's still going to take longer time until it's something much greater than what you could have ever expected.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if I could give him even the half cap.
They found it, Brian.
They did, but it's
in the past they wouldn't have found it. He'd be playing Tuesday in Colorado.
Yeah, he'd play sometime in Colorado.
I guess, but whether it's Joe Espada ad-libbing or he's getting bad information from the medical staff, they told us the day before he has no fracture. There was a tweet from Chandler Rome where right after that part where you read the Espada quote saying that he was going to try to keep him out of the game. Rome was saying that he was going to do baseball activities that day. Now, I don't know what that is. Is that fielding? Is it throwing? Is it hitting off a tee? I don't know. But it kind of goes right back to the Jordan thing of they weren't sure. They didn't think he needed imaging. They didn't know the break was there. And all of a sudden he's hitting. And, actually he has a break.
We don't know for sure that he was hitting.
We don't. But, I mean, Rome's tweet following that Espada quote about I'm going to try to keep him out of the game today, which also suggests they don't think it's serious. It said that he would be doing baseball activities. Now that's undefined. We don't know what it is, but that does suggest a level of misunderstanding as to what the injury was.
No, I misunderstanding. I don't think is the appropriate word.
Well, either Espada's ad-libbing or he's getting terrible information.
I think it's they didn't know the inflammation covered up the break. Like it's ignorance at that point because it's undefined. You don't know. Like you don't know that there's a break there if you can't see a break.
Well, we've been through that.
Yeah, but players. It's not. I wish what they tell us would be phrased differently because
100%
because they phrase it as there isn't a break, as a definitive no break.
That's the problem that I have is that Joe Espada's up there giving factual information whenever he does not really know. Like it's more undefined than factual.
But you don't believe that that's just him making that statement just all by himself.
I believe that he was given the prognosis of the X-ray. We didn't find anything, Skip. And we don't think there's a break. Probably. Like I would say it was something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's even more focused on. I don't blame Joe Espada.
No, I disagree completely. Like if I were a head coach or a manager or whatever, like, profession figurehead, and we see this with D'Amico. If I have a trainer or a doctor, probably the training staff is coming to deliver this news. They're telling me here was the X-ray. We don't see anything, but you, as a person who's been in sports, would know. Okay, well, this could change in a couple of days because maybe the inflammation settles down. You shouldn't go to the podium when you're still a couple of days away from him playing, saying no, there's definitively no break.
You shouldn't, but at the same time, when you hear it from a medical professional, and a lot of these guys they're just baseball lifers. They don't have the media training. They don't know how to handle the media, and we see a lot of that when we start talking about some of the slip ups that guys make. But I think that in a lot of ways, when you're the manager of a team and you hear someone from on your medical staff tell you that there's no break, then you believe that, and granted, there's probably a conversation where you say, is that public knowledge? Can I go with that? I mean, as a coach, you should at least be smart enough to ask the follow-up question. But at the same time, there's been plenty of injuries throughout the three sports teams in this town alone where I believe the PR staff or the medical staff just said, hey, this is what we know. And if a doctor tells you, that there isn't a break, that he probably just turns and goes with it.
Yeah, see, I think that's where the problem lies, is him turning and going with it. Why? Why do that? Why would you go to, like, hey, this is not the case? And I understand he was just told that, but why? Like, what's the purpose of that? What is the incentive? Why not be like, well, let's see where he lands in a couple days. We'll see where he's at tomorrow. If he's not in the lineup tomorrow, we'll see where he lands on Sunday. Like, you don't have to go up there in front of the microphone, in front of the media, and be like, yeah, it's not broken. If you get asked
You're right, you don't
definitively,
have to.
like, why would you? I think it's dumb to just
but there's
do
two
it.
different schools because the Belichick school of thought is bordering on saying nothing at all. Give them the very minimum that you have
Which
to give
covers
them.
your butt.
It does, no question about it. But there's also guys that didn't go to that school that just believe, hey, everybody's clamoring for this. This is big time news. If I can ease everybody's mind to realize what I've been told, and that we're not going to lose one of our star players for a significant amount of time, then I'm going to relay that information because then it makes me and the information that I've gotten made me feel better. I'll do that. Not saying right or wrong, but I'm saying
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm saying that is wrong. Like, that is my take.
But that's
my
also,
take is that, like, upon hearing that news, he should not then just go play the telephone game to the media. There's no incentive to do that. There's no reason to do that. There's no win to do that.
But that's why I also put the pressure on and the onus on the communication staff. They should be in that meeting. They should be well aware of it, whether they are or they aren't. And they should be the ones savvy enough, because this is what they're responsible for doing, to be able to have the conversation with Espada going, hey, let's just, for the next couple days or so, let's pad the brakes. Let's not say too much, because like I said, in my experiences and having the in-house media that is supposed to give the information as well, when you hear certain things about a certain player's medical condition, the other thing is that, you want to tiptoe around it too, because in certain cases, it can be personal information about what they're dealing with. But at the same time, your PR staff is the one that goes, hey, we've been through these things before. Let's not get the cart in front of the horse. Let's just say all signs look good for now. We're waiting on further
I wouldn't even say that. I would say we'll see what happens tomorrow. Like, I don't like what is the incentive? I don't understand the incentive. Like, I literally do not. I think Joe Espada's mindset is, we've been bad with injury, so I want to be transparent with you. Like, it's in an act of good faith. What is the incentive in that?
Well, I think from the standpoint, and you and I go back and forth on this all the time, but I do think to a certain degree, they know that the fans and the media care.
But
and
what's
so
the win, though?
The win is that you can deliver the message that, hey, we dodged a bullet, or it's not as serious as it could have been. It's just the fact that we got the imaging and it looks like he's going to be okay.
And then look what happened.
I understand that.
Like, the risk is way greater than any reward, and the reward is minor. All right, 713-780-ESPN. People have thoughts on this. What next? What is the move now? 713-780-3776. Chandler Rome dunked on me on the internet today. We'll bring that up, too. A bunch to get to today. Mailbag Monday, tomorrow, or really tonight, it's the beginning of NBA free agency. The Rockets have already been linked to a couple of players, maybe one in particular. Did lock up their locksmith to a multi-year deal. Good deal, bad deal. No deal? No, it's a good deal or bad deal. Also, Cedric Mullins has been a name that has come up with the Houston Astros. How would you feel about the Astros acquiring the Orioles outfielder? Lots to get to. 713-780-3776. YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN 975. Jeremy J. Branham. Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham on the Twitter. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, before we go to the break, I have a new sponsor to tell you guys about. Look, you might not always get the honest truth from the Astros and their injury situation, but one thing I can promise you the truth about is great whiskey here in the city of Houston. And I want to tell you about Old Humble Distillery, Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. Their legendary Boomtown bourbon is the bourbon that started all. It's the one that I tried when their owner, Joe, brought it up here to tell us about his product, and it's now my personal favorite. It's a traditional bourbon, but with a sweeter profile and smoother taste, because sipping whiskey should be about relaxing, not something you have to fight to finish. Why is it so good? Why is Old Humble Distillery so good? Because a better process makes for a better result. It really is that simple. They age it in barrels as small as 5 gallons to give each bottle an added complexity and deeper character, and you can really taste the difference. You can grab a bottle for yourself at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble tasting room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6, but Fridays till 9 for date night, where every Friday night from 5 to 9 p.m., you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for 2, all just for $50. Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960 in Humble, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, Killer Bees, 713-780-ESPN. So, Jeremy Pena, broken rib, going to be out a little while. He's going to miss some time. Chandler Rum dunked on me because of it. I was snitch posted to Chandler Rome about something, I don't know who it was, but you know how I do my what is wrong with Joe's lineup, what is wrong with the Spotter's lineup. So what was wrong with the Spotter's lineup for me on Sunday was the fact that Jeremy Pena was not in it. Jeremy Pena, I was like, and I said the change up to the ribs cost Pena 2 days, ? Okay, like I don't love that it's cost him 2 days. People are taking that to think that I said Pena's soft, that I was going after Pena's toughness, which I have gone after people's toughness. So that part I understand. Like my reputation does precede itself there. I've called Jordan soft. I've called Lance McCullers soft. I've called others soft.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the big thing is that when you're typing stuff without tone, people take things a million different ways.
Yeah, and like I can understand that. Like I can understand that. Like what you read is like can come across in very different ways. So like I understand that. I do understand that. Obviously, what I was talking about was like, I don't love this. Like, I don't love the fact that Jeremy Pena is missing 2 days. This could be more. It was more fear mongering than it was questioning Pena's toughness. Really, I've never questioned Pena's toughness. I think Pena is a gamer. Look, in this game, specifically, he hit a cracked rib and stayed in the game for 3 innings. Took another at bat.
Who's the guy you can't get out of the lineup either? Right?
He's played every single game. Yeah. Like, how can I question his toughness? I have never questioned Jeremy Pena's toughness. I have questioned others' toughness, and I think in those cases I've been proven right. Pena to me is not soft, and the text, the change up to the ribs cost Pena 2 days ? Had nothing to do with me and my opinion of Pena's toughness. It was wondering if there was something larger at play, which something larger was at play. But anyway, some random jabroni on the internet went to Chandler Rome, and he said, like, basically, can you believe there's people on the internet questioning his toughness? Chandler said, what a load of horse, bad word. And then he put my tweet, the change up to the ribs cost Pena 2 days. And then Rome said, LOL, what a clown. Talking about yours truly. Talking about
Clown
Branham
show,
here.
Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, Chandler Rome, who a couple of years ago, whenever we were having fun with his batter's eye take and we were talking about it, slid into my DMs trying to talk about the severity of it and how real it was. That guy that was sliding into my DMs to solidify his post and his story is now calling me a clown on the internet. Me, of all people.
Yeah,
and we all know I'm not a clown, right? I'm a delight. I'm a delight.
Depends on when you ask. I think Joel and I would disagree at certain times.
I'm never a clown. I'm always very serious, no doubt, all the time. But anyways, people in the comments started calling him soft and how he's very he hates his job and he has a miserable existence and he hates the Astros and all of that.
I just think from the standpoint of these guys too, that you can give your takes and do whatever. But I mean, some people, I guess you enjoy it. You want to get in on the sparring session or you want to start one and try and figure out how it's going to go from there. But I mean, Chandler's had his bumps in the road as well. I mean, the fact that he's delivering the message, that's cool. You can have conversations with fans. And I think it's pretty weak that someone just randomly decided to throw you under the bus in front of him to let him try and run you over. I mean, that's pretty weak.
I got tattletaled on.
Yeah,
what happened on the internet today.
That's pretty low.
Somebody went to their daddy, Chandler Rome, and tattletaled on Branham, who was a delight.
I think that's weaker than the quote tweet.
No doubt.
I see that all the time where people will run to a different media member.
To be fair, he didn't quote tweet me.
I know what I'm saying is because I see this all the time.
No, he just replied to the guy screen capturing it.
Yeah,
I can actually understand Chandler's
that
point
guy
of view.
sent it to Chandler.
Yeah.
That's my point.
That's just utter BS.
Running to a different media member is like, can you believe what this guy said? Like that whole behavior on the internet is so much weaker than quote tweeting.
I've had that happen to me before, and I've had it where they've sent it to actual players that I've said things about. To this day, I think that Sam Decker probably will never speak to me again because I was honest about the fact that I said that people were saying that Sam Decker should be the centerpiece of a trade to get, I forget which veteran player. And I'm like, hate to break it to you, Sam Decker is not good enough to be the centerpiece of a trade. Someone did that, sent it to Sam. Sam came at me. I always had a good relationship with Sam in the building. And then Sam just hated me after that. And I was like, well, I mean.
Were you still working for them at the time?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't talked about it with Mikhail. And I'm like, hey, look. And he goes, well, you weren't wrong. And I'm like, yeah, but he's ticked about it. So nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I got tattletelled.
So weak.
That person cannot be a grown man. He's got to be.
He's a grown man,
which is not acceptable.
I agree, but he can be a grown man.
If you're a teenage kid, I could see you doing this. Hey, look at this. I'm gonna be rattled up on the internet. If you're a grown man and you're snitch posting to just some random dude, Chandler Rome's not my boss. He's not my manager. I can understand if I said something that was offensive and somebody went to my supervisor. Okay. I get it. I might not condone it. I wouldn't do it. But if I said something that offended somebody, okay, they go to my manager, my boss, okay, write a letter, Karen, all that stuff. At least that one I could understand. Not I'm not condoning that behavior. I'm just saying I understand that behavior. But a random person on the internet grabbing somebody else's tweet and running to the Astros beat reporter and be like, look at this clown, ha, 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 is the lowest form of behavior, because there's a lot of really low forms of behavior, but incredibly childish.
It might be the lowest form of actual violent, destructive behavior.
Non-crime behavior. Yeah, I would agree.
With as much as we deal with and have dealt with social media and all these different outlets, is it not just commonplace now that grown adults love to do this? Grown adults are just clamoring to find the next thing that they can create drama with and they can throw out there, and then they can crap talk about, and then they can come at you and others about. I mean, this is who they are and what they do for kicks on a daily basis, and we have personal experience with it.
Dre, you got to verbalize what you're trying to relay to your Twitter audience. I just don't care enough. If you want to take the tone differently than how I meant it, which is fine and fair, I don't care though. I'm not going to spend all my time trying to convey my message to people who don't understand me. Like, I'm just not going to do it. And if you want to get upset about it after the fact, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not trying to change your opinion. Acts 2, Chandler Rome sucks. We're not going to read bad things about Chandler Rome. 713-780-3776.
They hear what they want to hear. No matter how you put it and put a
for
question
sure,
mark
for
on the end of it, they hear it the way they want to hear it so they can do something with it.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. But again, I'm not going to sit there and like write out 280 words so you can figure out what I'm trying to say. If you know my personality, you know my personality. If you don't, that's great. You can hate me. If he blocks people left and right, we're not going to read bad things about Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome is the soft one, says a texter. Rare, all this does is help you with engagement farming. I know. I'm not upset about it.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
I kind of enjoy it. I kind of like it, actually. I like a little confrontation. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Somebody said they love Chandler Rome. I think Chandler does a really good job. Covering the Astros beat. I do think he's very sarcastic and I don't know. Do you think he has a sense of humor? I don't know. It's hard to tell.
First of all,
I don't know him personally.
I think I look. I respect both Brian McTaggart and Chandler Rome, and the fact that they're both in the market covering the team that I follow and like the most. I love that, and I think they both do a very good job. I think Chandler is one of those guys that searches snarky. He likes to be snarky. So you take a couple of weeks ago when he decided to kind of try and go at the Astros medical staff and communications department. He just decided to start first. He started by showing what another team does and then tried to passive aggressively throw it out there. Wouldn't this be cool? And then kind of let people comment to the point where he got to the point where he could find the next opening to throw a haymaker. And then he jumped back in and then he just started punching.
Yeah. No, I think he does a good job. I do think he's pretty snarky. I don't think he really understands sense of humorness, though.
I think there's maybe a degree to this where the snarkiness is, in a way, kind of been beaten into him because he's constantly battling in his own way against trying to get correct information from the Astros on whatever report he's trying to give.
But I don't know.
I don't know if he started out this snarky, but I think it's kind of been pushed.
I think he has.
You think he started this way?
I think he came out of the womb this way. Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
the Verlander thing
to
was
you,
where
maybe.
he kind of got known for the snarky.
I think he was snarky before we covered the Astros beat.
I could just see where someone maybe a little less snarky, but kind of got pushed this way.
That's right, where the picture was saving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know his background a whole lot. Although he slid in my DMs a few years ago, justifying an article he wrote, and then wants to call me a clown on the internet, which is funny. Texter, Chandler Rome has thin skin. We're not going to read bad things you say about Chandler Rome on the internet. 713-780-ESPN. We're not going to stoop to that level of low. Texter, Chandler Rome is softer than Jordan's hands. We're not reading that stuff. We're not going to read that. You can say all the mean things you want about Chandler Rome. We're not going to repeat it on the air. We don't do that on this show. 713-780-ESPN. But you have spent a whole segment defending it. I was more bringing it to light and laughing about it. I don't care about, people's. If people want to say that I'm calling Jeremy Pena soft, what's going to happen to me? Oh, no. You think I thought Jeremy Pena was soft? The horror. The awfulness. Some random dude thought that Laramie Tunsil actually got me fired. He actually believed that. He fell for that. He was so gullible that he fell for that. Okay, I call Jordan soft daily. I call Lance McCullers soft.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Yeah, there you go. We have a drop calling Jordan Alvarez soft and hanging out at the beach. If you think that I think Pena's soft, okay, cool. That's neat.
And look.
But all Jeremys are rock hard. We know that.
Chandler does have a pretty good contingent of people that do not care for him.
He does. There are a lot of people came out of the woodwork. Apparently, he blocks a lot of people. I've learned. He's a big blocker. I've learned today.
Ben DeBosish.
That's where I was going.
I've learned that today.
I mean, that's the first one that came to mind. There's others too that like to block quickly.
I like Rome 60% of the time and 40% absolutely insufferable. Well, I'm not going to read 40% of that text. 713-780-3776. All right, what's the plan now that Jeremy Pena is going to be out for who knows the amount of time? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I think maybe Chandler Rhomes thinks he is Jim Rome. I don't know if that's insulting. Maybe it's insulting. Maybe he's talking about his ego. We're not going to read mean things about Chandler Rome. 713-780-3776. Todd says Rome hates the Astros and hates the city. Does that mean? Can we say that one? Lear? Is that a mean one?
I don't think he hates the Astros.
I think he might hate the people he has to try to get information from.
I would
which
think
would be
that
the
there's
Astros.
some disdain there. And there's probably been plenty of back and forth. Again, and the main one that sticks out is when Verlander either did or didn't need Tommy John surgery.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing his job. In terms of that, I don't mind the way that he covers the team. I think he does a good job. Like, I've been on record as saying that. I do believe that. I think he's a good journalist. But this is the type of behavior you get from journalists. That's why I'm quick to say I'm not a journalist.
I think the bigger problem too is, but again, it's creating other avenues. But I think that every writer now that came up as a writer and went to journalism school isn't just about being a columnist anymore. It's about getting exposure, getting to TV, expanding your brand, doing a lot of different things than just doing the journalistic part that you went to school for.
Yeah, it depends on the person. It's case by case. Some people do that. Some people don't. But anyways, what's next now? What's the plan while Jeremy Pena's out, which who knows how long he's out? I went to WebMD, and it told me 4 to 8 weeks, which feels like a very, very, I guess, not very specific timeline. That's a big gap there, 4 to 8 weeks.
A month is a whole lot of baseball.
Dana Brown said that he's a little bit more optimistic. Dana Brown in the McTaggart had an article today, and he had quotes from Dana Brown. And Dana Brown's like, I've talked to doctors who said that football guys play with this. Okay, I don't really love that. That's a line of thought. And then he also mentioned something along the lines of this is something that you can play through. Let me find the exact quote. If he feels like he's fine after a week, we'll start some baseball activity. We can give him some things to do, and he might be able to play through it as it heals.
That's hate it. I mean, and especially, again, when we talk about what Espada should or shouldn't say, Dana Brown also should have learned a very valuable lesson or lessons along the way to not say anything like that either. Just say the fact, if you have to say anything at all, that we're going to monitor it closely. We're going to see how he goes from day to day, and then we'll react accordingly as we consult with our doctors and medical staff. What are we going to do? Hear him take baseball activities, and then all of a sudden he's 60% healed? But he had a setback.
No, I think it's stupid, too. He also went on to say this isn't one of those things where you have to be sidelined the whole time. Once the inflammation goes down, he might feel good enough to swing a bat. It's how much he can tolerate, which means he could come back soon after the 10 days. That's why he's on the trip to get treatment and maybe potentially get back as soon as he can. He did go with the team to Colorado and then carries on to L.A. My stance on this is it is June 30th. There's still, 79 games left to play, 78 games left to play. You lead the division by 6.5 games. Why not just be like, hey, Jeremy, take the month of July off and let's get you back for August in the stretch drive. You have the ability, because of how you've played and the lead that you have built, to make sure that Jeremy Pena comes back and he hits the ground running when he comes back. The worst case scenario is that he plays while this is bothering him, and he's never back to being the same player that he's been so far this season because he's dealing with this nagging pain or playing through something that he's not comfortable with. It'd be different if you were 6.5 games back, but you're 6.5 games ahead. Building a lead allows you the luxury to make sure a guy is right. And what is the goal? What is the goal for the Astros? What is the goal for the Astros? To get to the playoffs, to get to the World Series. What they need to do with Jeremy Pena is to make sure he's 100% back. That way he doesn't have any setbacks along the way, and you're good to go.
It's the same conversation we had with Yordan Alvarez, and because of the season that Jeremy Pena is having, he has the same significance, maybe more, because of the fact that the whole time while Yordan Alvarez has been out, Jeremy Pena has been the best player on this team. And so you need to make sure he's 100% or as close as you can get to it before you put him back out there, because the chance that it could linger, the chance that it could be a setback, the fact that it could draw back his ability to play at the level he's been playing up to this point when he got hurt is just far too big of a risk to take. And they should know this better than anybody because of what they had to go through again with their past experiences this year with Yordan Alvarez. Don't push it. Don't push it too far too quick. Don't push him out there when he's not 100% so that he can either keep it painful or, have it linger around to the point where it either stays the same or gets worse, God forbid. And then you really have a bigger problem when you really are going to need him as you get close for the postseason.
What's the rush?
There shouldn't be any
rush. Like, unless you just have this terrible July and then all of a sudden, like, you're in second place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you might be nudging him back. But while you have a comfortable lead in the division, Jeremy, take your time.
Get the All-Star break coming up, too, where you can buy some extra time.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's no way he's back before the All-Star break.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The 10 days wouldn't be up, right?
Yeah, so because of that, the fact that there's going to be a gap of time, too, where you don't play any games at all, so it won't cost you, then just make sure that you shut him down. And then after the All-Star break, don't rush him back there either. But then because you've missed all this time without games being played, monitor him again, more tests, check where he's at. But there should be no reason that you should be trying to get him back as quick as possible.
Would you rather him come back July 9th or August 1st?
At this point, August 1st.
Me too. Without a doubt.
Yeah, why in the hell would anybody say July 9th? What is the right answer? What are you worried about him making the All-Star team?
Why does Dana Brown say something like that?
Sometimes people don't, look at big picture. Like, I had somebody argue with me today that, he's going to be back before you know it. It's a small fracture.
How would
you know? A fracture is a fracture.
How would you know?
They wrote that it was a small fracture, but a fracture is still a fracture. It still takes 4 to 6 weeks for a fractured bone to heal.
Yeah, and it depends on where it's at and what, like, if you're trying to tell. I know where it's at. I'm saying for the people that are saying a small fracture in your rib cage when you're using your torso all the time for both offensive and defensive activities, playing Major League Baseball, it's a thing.
Texture, what if he took another pitch to that rib, season over? Texture, all right, guys, enough on the Pena stuff. Can we keep it moving? All right, coming up next, how the Astros need to handle Jeremy Pena being out. What's the move that you make, the corresponding move that you make? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know that the big holiday is coming up next weekend. You want to be prepared for the 4th of July, and the best way that I can tell you to do that is head to Top Dog Fireworks. Top Dog Fireworks locations are all across the Houston area. 14 locations around H-Town and the surrounding area, and you need to get there as soon as you can because with these locations open, they have a ton of selection, but it is going fast. Everybody wants to put on that special fireworks display in their neighborhood for their family, for their friends, everybody that wants to be around them, and you like to kind of have some clout that, hey, not only do I have some fireworks to shoot off, but I got some really good ones that are going to make me look good too. That's why you go to Top Dog. Top Dog Fireworks, best in the business. You can get their wall of buy one, get one free products. Over 100 buy one, get one frees to choose from, but only while supplies last. That's what I'm telling you. Shop early, best selection, best prices. Don't wait till the day before the 4th. It's going to be a zoo in there trying to get everything that they can get their hands on. You need to get there now. Come in and see the daily in-store promotions. There's a great selection at great prices. And if you spend $250, there's an extra reward while supplies last. See, that key phrase is going to keep popping up. What you need to do is start the process. Go to topdogfireworks.com. Check out where there's a location closest to you. Get there as fast as you can, and then start shopping. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. And the Top Dog Fireworks displays all will feature a holiday giveaway contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450, and everyone who enters in that contest will have the opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast assortment, valued at over $1,100. To enter, visit Top Dog Fireworks locations or visit their website, topdogfireworks.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texture, does Chandler roam, pees, or sit when he pees? We're not reading that stuff. 713-780-ESPN. Twitch, he works for The Athletic. No one reads that crap. Come on, we're not being mean to Chandler today.
I read The Athletic.
I do too. I read The Athletic.
Our boy Kelly works there.
More your boy. He doesn't know my name, Kelly.
Okay. Well,
You don't think he knows your name?
No, that's like a running joke within the show. It's like,
guess I
see you,
haven't caught
Joel, and then you too, man.
Oh, I'll have to look out for that next time.
No, I don't think Kelly doesn't know my name. He doesn't know. He works for The Athletic. No one reads that. I do read The Athletic. I'm not sure that I would though if I didn't have this profession. In fact, I know that I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
I wouldn't pay for
pay
The Athletic
thing,
if I didn't work in this profession.
I understand that.
Chandler Rome's not a good journalist. The guy's arrogant and does not know anything, says Glenn. We're not reading that stuff. I think he's a decent journalist. I think he's a good journalist, in fact. I think that's... Oh, yeah, Rocky on YouTube. Horse manure. Rome talks too much bleep about the Astros. I don't get why he even covers them, says Rocky. I don't think you have to like the team that you cover. If you're a third party down the road covering the beat,
Yeah,
et cetera, et
what
cetera.
percentage of beat reporters were fans of that team growing up? I would say a pretty small percentage.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, people move around. You're not hired to your hometown team very often.
No, I mean, you look at DJ Bieniemy's career when he's gone from the Jets to the
Started off
Texans.
in Louisville, I think.
Yeah, he went to Louisville for he was a
a track star. Yeah,
but overall,
just
there's
assuming.
plenty of guys that grow up as fans of a team, and just the reality is, if this is the business I want to be in, I'm going to cover the team that they assign me to cover because a job is a job. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. I don't think that you have to be a fan of the team to be the beat guy for the team. I think that's kind of ridiculous, really. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Israel, you're in the hive with the bees. What is up?
What's up, fellas? All I want to say is, though, with my man, Dana's right. When it comes to baseball, they could, I'm sure they got some kind of protective thing they can put around his rib. It's not like you playing football and somebody can target your ribs. Even they can do it with the baseball, but a little bit different. And target your ribs and knock you out, man. And it's already broke or whatever, and you can feel the pain. I think that they won 2 games without him. They won 5 out of 6 between the two division leaders or conference leaders in their particular conferences. And I think they got it figured out. And I salute Dana with that, man. You know what I'm saying? And I can get my guy in there. They got a new leader anyway. It's Cam, and they gonna build around him. So he the cleanup hitter. They done won 5 out of 6, and let's talk about that. All right, y'all. I ain't gonna tell you how to do your show, but I mess with you guys. That's it.
I mess with you too, Israel.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you have against Israel?
I don't have Jeremy. Don't start stirring anything up.
You said it,
right?
How could
I
you
don't.
Get mad
It was
at me
sarcastic.
for you saying
yeah,
that
I
and
said
me saying
it,
why,
and that was
you
the tone
went
of
there.
it. Was sarcastic because Israel likes to come at me, and we go back and forth. It's
Just be like it was sarcastic, haha. Like I don't know why you get offended by that. So sensitive about it.
Bro, the day that you actually know me and know when I actually get sensitive is going to be a hell of a
So
nice
this isn't sensitivity?
No, I just get tired of.
Man, I hate to see what
certain things.
sensitivity is. Then.
Great, you're probably right.
I agree.
So, from a standpoint of the team could survive, but at the same time, this is your best player. This is the guy that has been carrying you. So it's a major thing for this team to have to deal with. 1, because of all the injuries you've had previous to this, and 2, because Jordan's back, and because as well as you're playing, you still have some tough series before you get not Colorado, but then after that with Cleveland, some of the teams you have prior to getting to the All-Star break, and the fact that you'd like to stay in a position of power, being in first place by at least a handful of games.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you would rather have Pena than not have Pena. But I'm not banging on the table to get him back. It's unnecessary with a 6.5 game lead. There's no need for it.
And look at last year. We only have to look a year ago when Kyle Tucker went out, and he's one of your best players. Kyle Tucker went out, and as much as we highlighted and documented how this thing got dragged out for months and months and months, and everybody was all up in arms and so concerned about how to replace him, by the time he got back, They were sitting in first. They were exactly where you wanted them to be, and Kyle Tucker was gone for months.
I think Tucker's a great example. You could even do one this year.
Jordan
Alvarez.
Yeah.
Jordan, like baseball is not yes, it's great to have stars, but you're a collection of your parts, whatever that saying is. Like, you don't need the one specific guy. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. You don't need him for, 4 weeks. Like, if worst case scenario, it's 4 to 6 weeks. Okay. Like, you're getting him back August 1st. Let's say he's gone. Where did that come from? Let's say he's gone for 4 weeks. Where are the Astros in the standings?
I mean,
What would you predict? What would you if just say Pena takes July off recovering? Where are they on August 1st?
First place.
Yeah. I'm with you. It's fine.
I don't
It's
think.
gonna be okay.
Yeah, Pena's been great.
Now,
I don't think he's lose 6.5 games in the
No
standings in a
way.
month.
Like, I mean, obviously
Knock
you need
on
other
wood,
guys to
other
lift
guys
the
get
boat.
hurt,
Yeah.
right?
But I also think realistically, the factor is how many other guys have been out, remain out that you've lost to, that make this a little bit more challenging to kind of continue to stay afloat. This is where, to Israel's guy, Dana is going to have the onus on him yet again, because of the fact, as much as he's found these pitchers or, pinpointed pitchers that he thought could be starters or do the job if necessary, and then all of a sudden have to call on them, or you found a Guillermo and a Rogers and other guys that were supposed to be just fillers off the bench. Now they're going to be asked to play a more significant role, and that means you're going to have that on your shoulders to try and scour everything to figure out whether you dip back into Sugarland and look at Matthews or somebody else, or you look on the open market and say, hey, where am I going to find another infielder that might have a better bat and or give us a little bit of something more so that I can carry this and bridge this until he comes back?
Yeah, I have an idea. And real quick on the point about Dana, I agree with I think Dana's done a great job. In fact, I have a take that I'm workshopping as a journalist. This is me typing on a keyboard.
Is that supposed to be you typing?
I was going to say you could just put the keyboard on another screen,
like an old man.
just click on another tab, and then make it right on your actual computer.
You come in like Paul with his triple monitor set.
You were tapping.
Paul's got a behemoth, by the way.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I'm talking about his computer.
The fold-out screens. Yeah.
Phrasing.
Yeah, but I mean,
phrasing.
You also hate that whenever you're on hold with one of these big companies.
Oh, you get
and the minute and you hear all the we're processing your order as we speak. Yeah, you are. You're recording and you're doing nothing of the sort.
I have a Dana take on workshopping. I have a Dana take that I'm workshopping. What were you going to say, Brian?
No, I thought Joel was talking about a live person, because I've heard that too, where you can hear people typing, but you were talking about the recorded messages.
Yes.
And I've noticed that too, that the fake recorded
DirecTV
messages
and AT&T
will
are
play
the
like
absolute
a fake
worst.
typing sound.
Every
Yes.
time you are being redirected for the 15th time, all you hear is typing on a keyboard going,
real?
we're looking right now to get you to the best person.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
So stupid.
Do you think that's real, or do you think it's just like busy noise?
I think it's like a busy loading noise.
Yeah, they're just trying to add sound effects that make you want you.
So you
Because
don't
they
think
want
that's-
you to believe that you're actually talking to someone working on it, and there's no chance.
So you don't think it's like the automation process?
Oh, I think it's all recorded
But
as
you
part of
think
the automation
the
process.
actual searching makes that noise?
Do you think it's like the automation picking up what you said and typing it in? Kind of like America Online in a way, whenever you would sign on, it would do the.
Oh no, this is
No.
all
Well,
all
even if it
recorded.
was-
There's different messages, but the minute that you say, "What can we help you with today?"
So you
and
think
you
that's-
say technical support.
No, I know what you're saying. Do you think that's them? Do you think that's AI typing in technical support?
No, it's
No.
it's
You
just
think
part
it's
of the
just
recorded automated phone system.
To make you feel like they're working for
Yes.
you.
It's annoying as hell.
Eric says that's the least high Israel has ever been on the radio. Probably. AR Brandon, it's your birthday, buddy. Relax. He's on the full court Blankers press. I was just wondering why they had beef. I thought there was something there. My bad. I apologize. But as Bill Belichick said, no days off. Textures, this is a new segment for Mondays. Bash Rome with the Bees. Hey, I never stand in the way. I never stand in the way of what you people want to talk about. We're just not going to read mean things that you say about Chandler Rome.
We don't gatekeep content.
No, we don't gatekeep content. It's a great way of putting that. 713-780-3776. I have an idea, though, Blankers.
Okay.
With Jeremy Pena on the shelf for, Dana thinks 11 days. I think 4 weeks. Somewhere in that window. 11 days, 4 weeks. We'll see where it lands. But I have the plan on what the Astros should do starting tomorrow in the Rockies. 713-780-3776. But first, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, they have the best goals. They have the highest quality basketball. Basketball season is going to be here before you know it. And in a lot of ways, too, the offseason is better than the regular season. Love the offseason. That gets started tonight. So you're going to be clamoring and jonesing to play some hoops. Your kids are going to want it. You're going to want it. The significant other is going to want some goals from Pro Dunk Hoops. And they make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, too. Best goals on planet Earth. Don't waste your time in the big box store. You don't want those. They're going to break. The rim's going to get messed up. The backboard's going to have a hole in it. The wind is going to gust to 10 miles per hour and knock that sucker over. You need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. The only goal worth messing around with. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is a must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable. Your vertical leap isn't what it used to be. Your vertical jump isn't back what it was in your glory days. Well, you can lower the goal down to 5 feet and relive those glory days. You can raise it up to 10 feet to see if you still have the shot, too. Plus, your kids are going to love it. Raise and lower the goals with a drill with their goal Thor. It's the lightning adjust feature. You can raise it to 10 feet, lower it to 5 in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, well, they're next level. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this online at produnk.com, including professional installation. Yeah, you're lazy. It's 100 degrees outside. You want the pros to install the goal for you. That's good because you're not going to mess it up in this case. It's going to be level, perfectly straight. The pros at Pro Dunk will do it for you. You don't install, they will. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Yeah, I have an idea, and real quick on the point about Dana. I agree with I think Dana's done a great job. In fact, I have a take that I'm workshopping as a journalist. This will be typing on a keyboard.
Is that supposed to be you typing?
I was going to say you could just put the keyboard on another
type
screen,
like an old man.
just click on another tab, and then make it right on your actual computer.
You come in like Paul with his triple monitor setup.
You were tapping.
Paul's got a behemoth, by the way.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I'm talking about his computer.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I would like the record to show that the last time you replayed some audio, Brian, you got us in trouble. You got us in a meeting with the suits.
I don't know if it was my replay that got us in trouble.
It did help.
It did help. You're right. It did help. It did help.
Maybe the term piling on.
Yes, it did help. I will agree with that.
I think we're in the clear here. I think.
On you saying Paul has a behemoth?
Computer set up.
Sounded like you were hitting little bongos.
It did.
Well, I mean, it's always different in the studio because I can hear and see exactly what you're doing. But when Brian hit the replay and I heard the sound, I was like, it actually sounds like he's got those little bongo drums and he's tapping out a tune.
It was kind of faint too.
Yeah.
Like out in the distance, like in the horizon, like as the waves come crashing down to the horizon. Texter Branham thinking the recorded phone voice actually typed in words might be the dumbest take in 97.5 history. I think you might be right. I kind of hear it now. I've never really put much thought into it. I've always just wondered. I'm always like, I wonder if that actually means anything. I hadn't really put any thought into it, and probably I should have before going to air. So that's a fair texter, and I went ahead and put myself on Bad Take Boulevard because I deserve to be there.
I mean, all you do is open up a new tab. And...
Yeah, I deserve to. You gotta put that, aim the mic.
You would have to aim the mic at it a little bit, but it's better than the bongos.
Uncle Barney, keep throwing shutouts against the best teams in baseball with pitchers no one has ever heard of, and the Astros will be fine. It's a good point. You don't need Jeremy Pena a whole lot whenever you're pitching shutouts every night. Brandon Walter Moyer out here putting up 7 shutout innings.
Who the is that guy?
I know who he is.
That's why I got to keep it up.
That's fair.
I don't jinx them.
That's a fair one. 3780 ESPN. So here's my idea. Now, I will concede that this is a better idea the longer that Pena is. Not that we're rooting for that. It just makes more sense if Pena's out 4 weeks as opposed to a week and a half. Dana Brown's like holding out hope that Jeremy Pena's going to be back in 11 days. Now, Dana Brown has said about himself that he is overly optimistic and he likes to be optimistic whenever he talks. So, okay. So we know that he's optimistic and he errs on the side of optimism. So Dana Brown saying that he might be back as soon as he's off the IL, probably optimistic view. So here's where I'm at. You have everybody on the injured list right now. Like Jordan's still a little bit away, although Dana Brown told Astros Radio in an optimistic world, he's back for the Los Angeles Dodgers series that begins on Friday. We don't believe that to be true. He even said that's probably not the likely scenario. Chas McCormick is still out for at least a week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll see where he lands. DeCinzo's not even swinging a baseball bat yet. We haven't heard anything on Jacob Melton. Who knows where Brendan Rodgers is at, the whereabouts of Brendan Rodgers. The Astros currently, outside of Jose, we're assuming that Mauricio Dubon's your shortstop most days?
Yes.
Within the absence of Pena, for however long he's at?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we're moving Dubon over to shortstop for the sake of the conversation, for the time being. Jose Altuve is your only worthy starter at second base and left field right now. Sorry, Cooper Hummel. Sorry, Luis Guillerme. Jose Altuve is your only capable starter at second base, left field. Any objection to that? No. Is there anybody else who's a capable left fielder, capable second baseman most days?
No.
Okay, so
Taylor Trammell is just left field, and he ain't good.
Not good.
That dive he had the other night, oof.
Brutal effort. So Trammell not an option, Hummel not an option daily. Sure, spot start, whatever. Guillorme not an option every day. Do we think that Shea Whitcomb could be?
Forshea?
He could.
Forshea Whitcomb.
Yes, I believe that in a pinch, he could be.
See, I'm probably erring on the side of no on that one.
You know, I have
mostly because of the defense.
I was gonna say the flashbacks take me back to the 3-air game, and no matter where you put him, you can't hide him. As much as we talk about hiding Altuve, there's a guy that seems like he's unhideable.
Yeah, agreed. So why not call it Bryce Matthews? Former first-round pick, pride and joy of Atascocita High School. They breed only the best in that area. He's on a tear. His June numbers were fantastic. Now, were a lot of those numbers on the road? Yeah, they were. But let's see what he can bring to the table. It's an 11-game hitting streak, I believe that it was. This is the perfect, and like we've also wondered too, like when is Bryce Matthews ETA? Is there a chance by September 1st that Bryce Matthews could be your best second baseman if he's hitting better than Dubon? If you're not, you don't trade for left fielder, you're not playing Altuve there every day. This is the perfect chance to give Bryce Matthews extended run to see if he is better than Mauricio Dubon once you get Jeremy Pena back. This, in my mind, is the perfect time to call it Bryce Matthews. You have a 6.5 game lead. You don't have to, it's during the All-Star break, so you're not committing to, 21 games over 3 weeks. You're committing to like 14 games over 3 weeks. He's on a tear, so he's swinging a hot bat. You love to call a player up when they're swinging a hot bat to hope that that momentum carries over. You want to get an idea if Bryce Matthews is your best offensive second baseman, not named Jose Altuve, currently in your organization. This is a perfect opportunity to give Bryce Matthews his chance.
And this is the conversation that we don't need to have like we did with Cam Smith. You can just bring him up right now and not worried about all starting the clock and everything else. And you can find out a whole lot of intel. And if you're anywhere close to right, like think about the fact that the conversations that we've had over and over about Cam Smith is, it's not that any of the three of us doubted whether he would be a Major League Baseball player or if he was good enough. It's just at what level of good was he going to be when you brought him up, as opposed to when his contract, when you would have to force, you would have to be forced to deal with the fact that he would be available. You can bring him up right now and get a pretty good indication, essentially at no cost to you, to see if he's capable right now of being a Major League Baseball player. If he's not, you can make a corresponding move. You can send him back down. You can keep going with the guys you have. If he is, and he's kind of just like Cam, but maybe from an offensive perspective, he looks like he can handle his own, you just got your solution while having to go outside the organization.
Obviously you'd rather have Jeremy Pena not hurt, but this is a perfect opportunity to take advantage of him being out. You open up every day at bats for one of your middle infield positions when many are wondering if Bryce Matthews is currently your best offensive second baseman. It makes too much sense. It makes the only caveat I would throw in here is if they really believe that Pena's going to be back in 10 days, it makes more sense the longer Pena is out, because it opens up more of a runway for him to get those ABs. And look, it's low pressure situations. Yes, it's the bigs, but you have a 6.5 game lead. I'm probably batting them 8th or 9th most days. So there's no pressure there. You're absolutely right in terms of like the service time manipulation. That is long gone. Like, you've already gotten the extra year, plus you've already escaped the Super 2 parameters of the baseball calendar. I don't see a negative in calling up Bryce. The only, as I talk to myself, the only negative would be if you had visions of trading him. I don't think that. And he just it's the bed. Then that's not great. But I don't really think that they had that in mind. I don't think him being on the trade market was really in play. So I don't see a negative in calling up Bryce Matthews and giving him an extended runway.
I don't either, because of the fact that when you think about it too, in terms of like a lot of your solutions, or at least one of your other solutions in Brendan Rodgers is out, and DeCenzo, because he's played multiple positions before, could have been a solution. He's out. So you need help. And so it's not like anybody's going to browbeat you for the fact that you made a dumb decision at the absolute wrong time. This is a chance to take a guy that just made the futures game, that's playing his tail off in Sugarland, that is one of your most recent top draft picks, that could actually step in and give you a lift. So if you were willing to do it at the start of the season for Cam Smith, why would you not be ready to do it right now and willing to do it to give it a shot, especially because there's not the ramifications of Cam Smith?
Yeah, I think the pushback, and I don't agree with this pushback, but the pushback would be because of those drastic home road splits, you might bring him up and have him struggle, ruin some confidence. But I just think I've gotten to the point with the guys that are supposed to be, high-level prospects, where if a bad 10 days ruins your confidence to the point where you can't recover, then you were never going to be that guy anyway.
And by the way, the first series that he would, if you brought him up today, the first series that you would start would be in exactly what he's been hitting in on the road, in the altitude of Colorado.
Perfect place to debut him.
It makes too much sense.
I'm with it.
I don't think there's a negative here. Do y'all see negative? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776.
Offensively, who would you have more confidence in right now today to hit a baseball in play and have the potential of a hit? Matthews or Guillorme?
Guillorme had a knock yesterday, but probably Matthews.
I was going to say, but yeah, okay, he gets a knock here or there, but you're looking at a guy that at least if he comes close to what his potential is and or what he's been doing in Sugarland, I'd have more confidence in him.
Look, even if you don't know the answer to that question today, the purpose of bringing up Bryce isn't who gives you a better chance to get a knock on July 1st. What you're trying, the information that you're trying to gather is, can this guy help us in the stretch drive? Can this guy help us in October?
Yeah, this is a free extra scouting report that you don't have to pay for.
Yeah, like Guillerme, whatever you say that dude's name. He earned my respect when he made that diving catch, so I learned how to say it. I think it's Guillerme. like fine, like that guy's on your bench. He's going to be on your team whenever you have injuries. That guy's not helping you in the playoffs. There is a realistic chance, and look, it might not come to fruition, but it helps to like find out. There's a realistic chance Bryce Matthews is in your starting lineup in October, and the quicker that you find out if he is that guy, the better. And yes, it stinks that Jeremy Pena is hurt, but it opens up the door for us to take a look.
Let's also go back to when you and I were having this conversation before the season even started and trying to put a kind of a guess date on when he might be up with the big league club. And we said probably by the end of the season, or probably like August, or probably later in the year. But let's not kid ourselves in the fact that as Dana goes along with his plan year to year and his bigger picture plan year to year, there's a pretty good chance that he was penciled in to be a part of the roster for next season. If that's the case, then why not get some of the intel that you need right now so that you might have to readjust if he isn't that guy, or that you can really count on him because he is that guy. Get it for free at a time when you need it most, because you have a glaring opening to where you could need an extra fresh body that could help you to get what you need to know, not only for now, but a whole lot of information on what you'll need for next year.
Any negative to this? 713-780-3776. Also, the name that's been kicked around with the Astros over the weekend, left-handed outfield bat, Cedric Mullins. Is there interest there? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. There should be interest in Monument Chevy. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, now's the time. And why is now the time? Because you can celebrate savings with the 4th of July at Monument Chevrolet. They have a great sale going on right now at Monument Chevrolet. So if you've been teetering, you've been on the fence, the cusp of buying a new vehicle, well, take advantage of the 4th of July at Monument Chevrolet. Enjoy unbeatable prices on a wide selection of American-made vehicles. Take advantage of unbelievable deals through July 7th on some of the classics like the Chevy Suburban, the Silverado, and popular new models like the EV Blazer and Chevy Trax. And as always, the price listed is the price you get at Monument Chevrolet. No surprises, no haggling, no hassling. Monument Chevrolet is the dealership that you can trust. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly feel, good people, culture's fantastic. If you've been in the market, now is the time to do it for the 4th of July savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Take advantage of the savings this 4th of July with Monument Chevrolet. Check out their inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. Their lot is massive at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Absolutely. Call up Bryce, Blaine, maybe bring Jason Hayward off the trash heap for some help in the outfield and get Altuve back to second. Have you seen Hayward's numbers?
They weren't great. He was barely playing for the Padres, so it's tough to get a real sample, but it's probably about time.
Yeah, I'm good. I think
he's probably about done.
I don't want to move Altuve back to second base permanently. Did you see that little effort he made on that little bloop at second base yesterday?
Where he tried to slide catch it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Altuve?
Yeah. I never want to see Jose Altuve play second base behind Framber Valdez and Herb Brown. It terrifies me. I tremble in my boots.
I'm with you on that. I mean, the fact is even when they're not pitching, there's plays that you hold your breath on, and then you think it's all going to be like his range and his ability to field, and then he makes a horrible throw last week, and you're just like, oh boy, man, you can't hide him.
Dude, why are you saying this about him now, Bryce? It took you an injury to come up with this stance on Bryce. Jesus, you guys are so much more reactive than proactive. Well, that's the business we are in. We're in the reactive business. We believe in reaction. But, why now? Well, Jeremy Pena is your leadoff man and gets 5 plate appearances a game. There is suddenly an avenue for Bryce Matthews that did not exist prior to Jeremy Pena breaking his rib. Were you going to play him at second base over Mauricio Dubon in June? I'm not.
At the same time, we're doing what we see and we're reacting to because of the injury. Dana Brown's doing the same thing. He's reacting to the fact that he doesn't think Bryce Matthews at the start of the year is ready to play yet like he did Cam Smith. So the best thing for him and the organization is to get more seasoning, experience, go stay in the minor leagues. If he felt like there was a chance for him to be better, he'd already be on this roster.
Yeah. And I think part of it, too, is the seasoning. He might be better today than Mauricio Dubon. He might be. But it's not the time of year that you're figuring it out. Now that you've had a player go down, it makes it worth the while. Texture says that was a tough play on the Altuve thing. Yeah, I think it was a tough play. I wouldn't have went feet first there, and I probably would have played it on the bounce. It would have been a funny bounce, though. So I don't know if it bounces away from him.
I just think that the track record shows that even recently that he just is not a good fielder anymore. We know, and I mean, I made the statement, I think a week or so ago, the only secure place I feel with Jose Altuve these days is in the batter's box. Other than that, on the base paths and defensively, no matter where you put him, I'm going to hold my breath and be a little bit concerned at him playing defense or running.
And he'll still swing at a 1-2, 56-foot breaking ball, but then he'll homer in his next at
You
bat.
talking about where Jake was trying to steal? Yeah, man. That ball was another
tomahawk the ball at his eyebrows or above and end up putting it in the Crawford boxes. You go, how the hell did he do that? But okay, he's our guy.
He's our guy. He's our unique Jose Altuve, unique New York. Absolutely call up Bryce, another texter. What are y'all's thoughts for long-term solutions for replacing Pena in the leadoff spot? I'm in favor of just going Isak.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look, the guy has not let you down all season long, no matter where you put him. He's a constant. He's consistent just about wherever you put him. And, I had said a few weeks ago that I thought that he might borderline all-star. He won't make the all-star game. But my goodness, has he been fantastic no matter where you put him in the batting lineup this year.
Yeah, I would go Isak. I like what they did yesterday. Isak, Myers, keep Altuve in the third spot. Hopefully Jordan's back in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, and then he's your cleanup man. And then when Pena comes back, whenever it is, okay, we'll naturally put him back in the leadoff spot. Isak 2, you bump down Myers. I'm okay with – I like what Espada did. Without the Pena in the last 2 games.
We've talked about it with specifics as it relates to guys like Jordan and Pena, but the bottom line is you could put Jake at 2, you could put him at 4. Jake's been consistent too, hitting the ball. So it's not like you expect that if you put him in a different spot that he's not going to succeed. And I think you have enough guys at the top of the lineup that are interchangeable now, especially since Altuve isn't just in a Sharpie at the leadoff spot, that you can mix and match a lot of different ways. Just give him ample time to get his batting gloves on. Don't put him in the leadoff spot.
It seems like he's Sharpied into the 3 spot because even whenever Pena's not there, they're moving Myers to the 2 spot and keeping Altuve third, which I like. I've wanted Altuve in the 3 spot really forever. I think he's an ideal 3-hole hitter. But whatever. 713-780-ESPN. Rack and Pete. Astros need to take a chance with Matthews, especially since they're playing the Rockies. Guillorme needs to stay on the team bus with McCullers. That's cruel. It's cruel and unusual punishment. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the high. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, how the killer bees today?
Our guy Robbie.
What's up, Robbie?
I want to give y'all kudos. Because when we were Cactus Chats, I said, you think they can take 2 out of 3? You said straight up, yes. We can take 2 out of 3. And you were correct on that. I think they could have got a sweep if they would have pulled McCullers out when he did that slide. Because after that, he just wasn't on point. I'll hang up and listen to what y'all think about that.
You want to table that
No,
until we
I
get
mean,
to.
I mean, Robbie's right. We are just brilliant, unbelievably smart. We know what we're talking about. It's why you all listen to us. We always say that we have the most sophisticated listenership in sports radio, the Hive. You know why they're the most sophisticated sports listenership in all of sports radio? Because they listen to us.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
That was well done. That was perfect timing.
I mean, I was just asking if you wanted to move Robbie or comment on Robbie's comments when we get to the good, bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, I think it's a good segue.
Well, I'm just going to, right now, what I'm going to do is
You got to do that on the desk. We're looking for.
Yeah, make it very loud.
Yeah, we're looking for this sound effect.
I like your commitment to the joke.
Right there. It's there. It's there now. Sorry, it's there now.
Cedric Mullins has been a name that has come up. I think Bob Nightingale reported it. What do you think of that?
See, the thing is in the past, Cedric Mullins was a name that excited me because he was really good. He was hovering around a 300 hitter, really good defensive center fielder. And you were like, well, there's a guy that could help the Astros. And of course, it was at a time too when Jake wasn't great. Cedric Mullins is not having a good year at all this year. But could he help you? Yes. But the price matters. And the fact is that there's a lot of factors here. You've got to worry about the finances because, Crane doesn't want to pay the tax. You have to look for a guy that is a change of environment and a fresh start somewhere else going to rejuvenate this guy. You just don't know what you don't know. Do I think he's better than a lot of what you have? Yes. Do I think he's better than Cooper Hummel and Trammell? Yes, I absolutely do. But at what price is it going to take getting him? If it's Chas McCormick and a draft pick or two, I would sincerely consider that. If it's anything more than that, and I've seen a lot of crazy scenarios thrown out there, I'm probably not interested.
Yeah. Is he the player that you're willing to go into the luxury tax? This is kind of like the Verdugo conversation on steroids a bit. Is Cedric Mullins a good enough player to go into the luxury tax over? I understand it's not our money, that sort of thing, but it feels like they're operating where they're not going to go into the luxury tax unless it's for a splashy player. He makes nearly $9 million a year. The Astros are somewhere between $1 and $3 million under the competitive balance tax. To me, Cedric Mullins is not a player that you go over the competitive balance tax for. So on that, I'm out. He's interesting in the sense that he has reverse splits this year, which is weird, and it's not his career norm, but he has egregious reverse splits by that left-handed hitter that's actually hitting lefties better than righties. The Astros want a left-handed bat that does what? Hits righties. So it's kind of weird that he hasn't hit righties this year. That's a bit curious. Do I think it's fluky? Yes, but it is something that I've noted. It's something that I've noticed. In the past, that's not the case. He hits righties better than lefties. Do I think he's better than Taylor Trammell or Cooper Hummel? Yes, I do think that. But the salary kind of pushes me out on Cedric Mullins. The only way that I would be okay with the Astros giving up, let's call it a B- C+ level prospect for Cedric Mullins is if Baltimore takes on Lance McCullers.
I saw someone throw that out.
You can if you want a B-level prospect for Cedric, not one of my top 10 guys, but if you want some guy in my teens, you want to take a flyer and you're not re-signing Cedric Mullins. He's in the last year of his contract, so he's going to leave you in the offseason. This is your last chance to get anything for Cedric Mullins. Okay. All right, Mike Elias.
Didn't Mike Elias
yes, hold on. Let me jumping in, finishing my tape blankers. Come on now. Jumping in, stealing my info, my data. Your data dumping my take in the middle of it. But that's the chemistry we have. We can complete each other's sentences. You're right, though. Mike Elias was whose right-hand man when Lance McCullers got drafted?
That would be Jeff Luna.
Jeff Luna's right-hand man. Mike Elias was the guy that drafted Lance McCullers. What do we know about Baltimore? Their pitching stinks. Yeah. Their pitching is awful. They're brutal. So this wouldn't be a move that they're making to be like, okay, we're going to get back in the race with Lance. No, you're trying to add a starter for next year. And look, Lance doesn't make a lot of money. No, it hasn't been a great contract, but Lance doesn't make tons of money for a starting pitcher. It's like $18 million.
It's like 17 and a half for next season. Yeah.
More than he's worth, but it's not like debilitating for a franchise. So, hey, hey, Mike, do you have this, this Lance McCullers guy over here? You're trying to get something for Ced Mullins. We'll take on Ced Mullins and give you our 12th best prospect, but we know that you're desperate for starting pitching. We know that you drafted him. You got to take on the contract of Lance McCullers.
Because then you actually come below the tax
about $10 million,
significantly enough to where you could add
saving,
someone else if you needed to add someone else.
Honestly, it sounds ludicrous, but it's the only way I could see them trading for Cedric Mullins.
What's Chad making? Chad's making like 4.5.
Yeah, it's a few million.
Yeah, it's not going to get it done.
Like I do not like. I know this sounds outlandish. Like no one's trading for Lance. Like, and I get that. I totally get that. But you have to take flyers sometimes to find starting pitching, especially if you have ownership that isn't willing to give out this big money to sign starting pitching. No. Okay, that's the way you do it. But then why would the Astros trade for Cedric Mullins, who's been awful offensively, can't hit right-handed pitching, and then go over the luxury tax in the process? See, that to me is actually more far-fetched and unrealistic than trading Lance in this trade.
And the thing is when you think about it from your perspective, if you give up Lance McCullers, and of course you're going to get the bury me in the H, oh God, we can't trade Lance. We love Lance. He's a part of the fabric of the Houston Astros. The bottom line is because of what Lance has been through, and also even what we just went through with Lance McCullers, if all these pitchers come back healthy, or just some of these pitchers come back healthy, it begs the question of where does Lance fit in? Like, and is he still going to be a top 5 starter, top 6 starter if you go to the 6-man rotation? And if the answer is no to any or all of those questions, then why wouldn't you do this?
Yeah, like I'm not quitting on Lance if I can't trade him, obviously. Like, I'm not buying him out today. I'm not paying him the rest of his contract. But to me, it's the only way that it's feasible for the Astros to go over. Like, I just don't see him going over the luxury tax for Cedric Mullins. So I started to think, I'm like, okay, like there's no way they would go into the luxury tax for Cedric Mullins, right? Like, I don't think there's any way.
Think so.
I pulled up the Astros salaries today, and there's really only 2 players that I think have like negative. Like, Dusty would always say a contract is upside down. Like, he's not worth what his contract is. I really only think the Astros have 2 of those guys. One being Lance McCullers, the other being
Christian Walker.
Like, I think those are the only. And they're not going to trade.
They're not dumping out on Walker in year one.
One, and Baltimore's not going to trade for him either.
No. With 2 years
left,
they're
not going to trade for an aging first baseman with 2 years left. Now, would they trade for a starting pitcher with arm concerns with his early 30s at 18? Yeah, that's more likely. Especially for the guy who drafted him. Lance has had some good starts. It hasn't been all bad. Like, right? Like, they're not trading.
He had the 12 strikeout game. He had a couple games back-to-back where you could look at it where you can say, hey, again, if you're just a team that's looking to bridge a gap and trying to get a guy that maybe you catch a flyer on, and for this and all of next, you catch a guy that's at least affordable compared to if you went out in the open market in the offseason and tried to secure an experienced starting pitcher, you're probably paying at or more than that.
I think it's a reclamation project for a reclamation project.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros get out of the contract. They get a left-handed outfield bat who is an upgrade without going over the competitive balance tax, and the Orioles get a starter who has a chance to be in their rotation next year.
I think it would work. It makes sense because I saw some of the other things where it was like Chaz and Gusto, and that doesn't come close. You're still going to
pass on that.
You're still going to be paying tax too.
I see. That's where that's my biggest. Like, the moment that I saw Cedric Mullins, like, okay, well, he's not the player he used to be. Secondly, is Jim Crane going to go over the luxury tax for Cedric Mullins? I would be stunned.
Yeah, again, you hit on something that's extremely accurate in terms of what we know about this entire situation, and that is Jim Crane is only willing to splurge when it is splashy. He is not going to splurge for Cedric Mullins. He is going to splurge for a bigger name that catches the wow factor that everybody says, oh, man, that could really possibly help the Astros, or boom, there's a name that everybody's going to take note of. So that's what I think also has to be factored in because there's, look, Baltimore also has Ryan O'Hearn. He was rumored to be a guy that the Astros would be interested in too, but Ryan O'Hearn's not a big enough, splashy enough name, I don't think, for Jim Crane, but I think Ryan O'Hearn could make some sense. He's a left-handed bat.
Yeah, I think he's a better offensive player than Mullins is at this point. He's actually cheaper than Mullins too. He's making,
right, except for first base, and you got a first base.
He's making what's interesting about O'Hearn, no, he's making 8, so a little bit, not much. He can play a little bit of outfield. He's capable of playing a little outfield.
You'd be concerned about his defense.
He's not a good defender.
From a left-handed bat standpoint, he could help you.
Like, he's probably better defensively than Jordan, which isn't saying much, but like, he can play left field. But the other thing with O'Hearn is like, okay, well, he's not playing left field every day because they don't want Jose Altuve playing second behind Fromber and Hunter Brown. Right. And O'Hearn's been slumping a little bit too lately because I've had my eye on him. Yeah. I've had my eye on O'Hearn, and last month he's been hadn't been awful, but he hasn't been stellar. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. What's the good? What's the bad? What's the ugly? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Uncle Barney says maybe you have to retain some of McCullers' contract. That could be the case, too. Instead of like, hey, you take all of Lance's contract, we'll eat half of it this year, which now equals Mullins. So it's a net zero.
Yep.
And then we'll eat half of it next year whenever you have a lot of money coming off the books. That's probably more likely than Baltimore taking the entire salary. But Uncle Barney's always been way smarter than me.
Yeah, it makes sense from the standpoint, no matter what move you make, if you can get cash back, that can at least help to kind of ease the burden.
Sounds like the Larry David thing. I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Whitworth.
877 cash now.
That's right. 877 cash now.
All right. Good, bad, and ugly from the Astros weekend. Let me read this text real quick. LOL, 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 LOL. You guys are so ridiculous. A couple of weeks ago, y'all are up in Lance's jockstrap because he had two good ones in a row. Now y'all are advocating his trade value and wanting him gone. LOL, 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 LOL. Typical Astro fans. You know what I gathered from that text? Do pitchers wear jocks? I never pitched. Blankers did. I played infield. I wore a jock.
Well, now they've built
It
into
is an infielder.
your they used to, but now the ability to wear a cup in your sliding shorts is they build in the pouch in your sliding shorts.
You think they wear them though, pitchers?
I do.
I know. I mean, as an infielder, I would never be caught dead without a cat.
Well, I mean, technology has also created a very much more comfortable banana cup that is more like anatomically correct than that like hockey mask that you used to have to wear that was just a triangle shape and wasn't real comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. Infielder, I wore one. I wouldn't know. I never pitched. I was, what do you call them?
Take a line drive or two anywhere near the area and realize you never second guess it again. Yeah. At the time you're like, God, this thing's not exactly the most comfortable thing in the world. And then you realize when it does what it's supposed to do, it's a lifesaver.
Yeah, I bet. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. What do you have? Good. Let's start with the good. Let's hit the good.
There's lots of good.
There
I mean,
is.
right off the top, start with Israel's boy Cam. I mean, Cam against the team that traded him away to have back-to-back bombs, in 2 straight days. He was 4 for his first 6. Yeah, he offered Sunday, but Sunday was a tough day for everybody offensively for the most part. But Cam Smith and Paredes, both guys involved in the trade, were huge for them over the course of the weekend.
Mm-hmm. I had Cam on mine as well.
So, I mean, you just want me to rattle off my list.
No, go one by one's fine.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't think there's anything to add to the Cam stuff. Like that.
No,
Cam,
it was great. He was on mine too.
Especially having like the revenge series against the Cubs, homered. Like you're seeing the power come out.
Oh
so, yeah,
my God, that Homer Friday.
You stepped into it.
Boy, did he love watching it too. Good for him on that part too.
I did wonder. I think it was more on what was the one where he was running up the line and he got very happy? I think it was Saturday's home run where he was kind of run up the line, looked into the dugout. I was like, let's go. Because I know Saturday turned out to be a blowout.
I thought that's what I'm talking about too. The one that was a no doubter. Both of them were no doubters.
Well, Friday was the one on the train tracks.
But Saturday, I think Saturday gave him the lead. I know they lost the game easily, like comfortably, but whenever Cam Smith hit the home run in game 2, it gave him a 2-1 lead.
He did a small flip, looked in the dugout, eventually started pounding his chest and then going up the baseline.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Yep. I did wonder when he did that if teams are going to take objection to that kind of behavior.
I don't think so. I think with all the flipping going on in the game today, I don't think so.
All right.
Yeah, who was that bat flip? Like, was it Nick Kurtz that had that huge bat flip against the Astros just like 2 weeks ago?
The Astros threw a Jacob Wilson.
Okay,
well,
fair
but Jacob
point.
Wilson did that for obstruction.
Well, I believe the Astros, whenever I don't like the A's had multiple things in that series that could be deemed, Bush League or like bean worthy or hit worthy. I actually didn't mind the Nick Kurtz bat flip. It was a walk-off home run. Like you said, people were bat flipping a lot. I didn't mind the bat flip. I did take objection to the Jacob Wilson.
2 walk-offs in the series.
Walking.
I want to say that he flipped both.
Game 1, game 3.
Yeah.
But you didn't have a chance to hit him again after game 3.
Right.
Because that was a series finale. There was a Yankee guy that was talking about.
4-game series.
That's right. Good point. The I don't know who the Yankee pitcher was, but the Yankee pitcher had some beef with Jacob Wilson.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. He got the ball hit back to him and ran it over to first base and then had plenty to say. And then Judge coming in from right field talked to Wilson like, "What am I missing? What's going on?"
The pitcher after the game was like, "I didn't like his behavior in the box."
Really?
Yeah. He I didn't like that he didn't run something out or something like that. So I was like, okay, I told you, Jacob Wilson.
Sent to Jacob Wilson.
Jacob Wilson's a Bush League player. I told you. All right, what else you
got? Obviously the starting pitching on 2 of the 3 nights, but Walter and Fromber were fantastic. So they were a huge reason why. But the starting pitching in general, you talk about of the 5 wins in the 6 games, they gave up 1 earned run.
It's insane.
That is nuts. Against 2 teams. It's like if you're playing Colorado and the White Sox, it's one thing. When you're playing 2 first-place teams that have been really hot until they faced you, you win 5 out of 6, and your starting pitchers in the 5 wins give up 1 earned run total.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredibly good.
The only thing that I would add on to the Walter thing, because I had him on mine too, was the bounce back. Because his previous start was not good. So it's like, okay, is this like, was that the real Brandon Walter? Will you please stand up? Who is the real Brandon Walter? Will you please stand up? And the way that he bounced back and pitched well gave me a lot more confidence about him.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and then the back of the bullpen.
Let me get one quick nugget on Fromber. Did you know that the Astros are 10-0 in his last 10 starts?
Yep.
His numbers in those 10 starts, 172 ERA, 71 strikeouts, and 68 innings. And during that 10-0 stretch, this was Astros Future who tweeted that, Jimmy Price. During that time, Fromber has the lowest ERA in the American League. Last 10 starts for Fromber, he is the ERA leader. Meanwhile, you have Hunter Brown, who is the ERA leader, period.
It's amazing, and that's why when we talked about it, he ain't going anywhere. And he is here for the rest of the year, and then the cards fall where they will. But at the same time, to have those 2 guys at the top of your rotation, especially if it's a wild card, but regardless, in any playoff series, you can have a better than a fighter's chance if you got those 2 guys at the top of your rotation.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, so the bullpen?
back to the bullpen. I mean, you only needed to use Abreu once, but he went 2 innings, and they were 2 much needed innings. He was huge in that game, and the fact that that Hader got 2 saves over the course of the weekend continues to be rock solid. Those 2 guys are again a huge reason why you are sitting where you're sitting right now.
Yeah, the Abreu yesterday was nasty. He was so filthy. And I don't think it's a coincidence, too, that he had multiple days off before he pitched. Because remember, he ran into that rough spot like a couple of weeks ago where he was shaky. Yep. Like sometimes you get out of it, but he was still shaky. Like, bases loaded, 2 runners on, like get out of things, escape.
Yeah, he got beat once. And then the day after, he was shaky but got through.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's a little bit of overusage coming into play there. Because yesterday, 2 days off and then was filthy. I mean, pitched the 7th and 8th inning, came into the 7th inning, got all 3 outs in the 7th inning, and then, obviously pitched the 8th inning as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that give him a couple of days, he's fresh, which is something that I hope Espada pays attention to second half of the year. Let's not use Ryan Abreu in 4-run leads. And the other thing that we've talked about a lot that I think might have gotten answered in that game yesterday, who is the Astros 7th inning guy in a big game? Game 7, World Series, who's the Astros 7th inning?
Abreu.
It's Brian Abreu.
Yeah, and we always talked about, use them where the pocket fits best. But the fact that we also talked about in the past, Hader wasn't a 2-inning guy until Hader got the contract, he became a 2-inning guy. Now Abreu looks like a guy that could be a 2-inning guy. Yeah, sure, it was great because of the combination of he hadn't been used in 2 days and he was facing a day off the day after the game. But he certainly can go down, get the guys up, go up, down, come back out there, give you 6 quality outs in a playoff game. That's massive. Yep. Now they'll monitor, I'm sure, how easily he bounces back.
And look, I don't want to see it much in the regular season.
Yeah, don't do it frequently, but it tells you that if you need to in the playoffs, you got 2 guys that can go 2 innings each for you.
And I think the way that you handle it is if they have they haven't been used a lot. I think you handle it with you have 2 guys to give you through 3 innings. Like it might not be Abreu 2 innings every night. It might be okay. Abreu comes in, start of the 7th. Maybe he gets an out or 2 in the 8th inning. Then you have a tough lefty. Okay, yes, there you go, Hader. Yep. And now you go an inning in the 3rd. So it's 2 guys to get you through 3 innings in the postseason, whether it's Abreu 2, whether it's Abreu 1.1, and then Hader cleans up the mess in the 8th and then comes on for the 9th. I think that's the way that Espada is going to handle it in the postseason.
Yeah, Altuve didn't have a great day. Great weekend overall at the plate. He was 2 for 11. But the home run yesterday was the only offense you got, and it was massive. So I put him on the list. And then Yiner and Jake. Jake, you're moving him around no matter where you move him around. He's getting you at least 1 knock a game, and he had a hit in every game of the series. And from a Yiner perspective, he had the home run on Friday. He finished 4 for 12. I'll take that from Yiner Diaz, from where he's started the year to where he is now. And again, because you got so many guys out, and with Pena missing 2 of the 3 games, his offense was much needed. And he stepped up.
Yeah, the Altuve homer was high. It was a high home run. I didn't think it was hit as far as it really was. It was hit pretty far.
Yeah.
It was hit further than I thought.
And it's tough reading that building anyway, especially when it gets over the box.
The left fielder the left fielder, the way that he ran at it made it look like he had a play on it. And then all of a sudden he gets to the track and he looks back at the wall. It's kind of weird.
It also might be a guy that's not either never played or isn't familiar playing in the dike.
Yeah. You hit all the ones that I had. The only other one that I had was I thought the tribute videos to Presley and Tucker were very well done. I thought that was very nice.
Class act the fact that, and again, you take it a step further than you had to when you play. And I guess it probably helps that when he comes in, it's a game that's pretty much out of hand. But when Presley comes in for the first time and you play Johnny Cash one more time.
Yeah. God's going to cut him down. I thought that was well done. I like the way that it was done too. Or Presley starts off with the little pitch that clinched the World Series, and then you do Presley's thing, and then Tucker catches it, and then you do Tucker's thing. I thought that was very, very nice. And also I thought that the crowd reaction was nice too. Kyle Tucker walking to the plate there for his first at bat, and the fans give him a nice standing ovation.
He got a little emotional, it looked like.
You think?
Yeah, it looked like. I don't know that he full blown cried or anything, but it seemed like he got a little emotional and took a little extra time because every player coming back to their former team in town for the first time, you don't know. There's a little uncertainty about, I wonder what they will do. And the fact that the crowns were all over the place and the signs were, "We still love you, Tuck," and King Tuck and all those things had to feel real good for him.
Yeah. I don't want him to do that with Bregman though. I want him to boo Bregman.
I know you don't.
I want him to boo Bregman. Now, I do think they're going to give Bregman the tribute video. Like what the team does and what the fans do are 2 separate things. I think that you handle it right, fans, with Presley and with Tucker. They were traded. They didn't bolt you. They didn't have a standing offer from you. Alex Bregman had a standing offer from you, and then he went to Boston of all places. He went to Beantown of all places. We have to endure these terrible Boston Red Sox fans. Be like, we got your guy. And I have a lot of receipts from Boston fans, too, at the start of the season, saying how he picked a spot that had a better chance to win. Don't you think I forgot about you, Boston?
Especially when then you also had to deal with the fact that your best player before you acquired Alex Bregman is no longer there.
Devers.
Yeah. I think Boston fan with quick fingertips on the keyboard at that time probably wasn't planning on Rafi Devers being a San Francisco Giant.
No, they were scoring. They were torn. Brian, do you have some good ones that Blinkers and I missed?
I think all the ones you guys hit were the ones I had. I mean, on my list were obviously Brandon Walter and Fromber, Brian Abreu coming in, especially since he came in with 2 runners on and put out the fire.
No outs.
Yeah, put out the fire
Brian
yesterday.
put out the fire.
Yeah. Yiner with the 3-hit game on Friday. Paredes had a hit in every game. Jake had a hit in every game, and of course Cam with the 2 2-hit games. Those are my goods.
How about Isak? Seeing 30-something pitches.
Yeah, it was like 30 out of what I think Tyon threw like 101.
Tyon from the Woodlands as well.
The Woodlands, yeah, but he basically Isak saw a third of the pitches.
30-something pitches.
I know Callis said at one. I can't remember which at bat it was, but one of his at bats lasted 3.5 minutes.
I thought it was never going to end. What was the Wimbledon match a few years ago that never ended?
Federer and Nadal.
No.
It was Isner.
No, and the
Josh Isner and somebody.
What's the guy's name that's the phenom now from Spain?
No, I don't think it was him. This is like Isner and some random nobody. Isner and some random nobody at Wimbledon played like for 40 hours.
I thought it was a 5-set tiebreaker in the 5th set with the guy who he ended up winning Wimbledon. It starts with a C, right? The guy that's the
You're thinking of Alcaraz?
Alcaraz. I thought it was Alcaraz and somebody that went 6.
You talking about recently?
Tiebreaker. Yeah,
they went nuts in Roland Garros.
Yeah, it was at a major. Yeah,
the Alcaraz, the Grand Slam. Alcaraz and that dude play like a 5-hour marathon. But the way that Wimbledon is, they don't have the tiebreaker. You have to win by 2 sets. And this Isner and some other random jabroni, it was like a second round. Like neither guy was good. And they couldn't break each other's serve.
Didn't they carry it over 2 days or something?
Yeah, it got dark and they had to suspend the match. And it was like a 12-hour match. I'm being a little facetious. I don't think it was 12 hours. But they played this like the longest tennis match in the history of the world because Wimbledon doesn't do the tiebreaker rules. You have to beat the other opponent by two games, and they couldn't do it. Like they couldn't break each other's serves. So they traded serves for like hours and days. Those 2 guys. That's what it gave me. That's what I felt like Paredes and Tyon did yesterday. Was they couldn't break each other. They couldn't break 30-something pitches. It was ridiculous. Rackham Pete, the ugly. We'll get to the ugly in a minute. Rackham Pete. Saturday 4th inning when Lance was having his second meltdown. The fact that no one went out to the mound before Tucker was infuriating, and then again after Tucker gives up a triple. That's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that, but usually you see a catcher take a visit there, or you have Miller come out there and pay a visit.
Slow down the heartbeat, let him kind of gather everything together, get his bleep together. But I had LMJ's 4th inning on my ugly list.
It was not great. Texture Altuve is going to be here for at least another 5 years. You are being too rough on his defense. Are we though?
Go back and look.
It's only going to get worse.
Film don't lie. Film don't lie. Just go back in either position, but primarily even as a second base. But just go back and look, and then just for extra credit, go look at the base running.
Well, I mean, he didn't say base running.
I know. I'm saying because I said the only place that he's good is in the batter's box.
Here's the the thing that I would say about that text about like you're being too harsh on his defense. What did the Astros do with Jose Altuve at the start of the year?
Moved him to a place where he's supposed to be a better defender.
I don't even think it's that.
Or just get him out away from second base because you got your 2 best pitchers are ground ball pitchers.
I think what the decision to do that was, and he still plays some second, was we want Jose Altuve to not touch the baseball. What can we do to limit the amount of times Jose Altuve touches the baseball as a defender? So it's not even us. We're just pointing out what the Astros did. And it's a move that I applaud. Like, it's a good move. Like, we're sitting here June 30th over halfway through the year. Do we still look back at that and say that was a bad move?
No, the best part is they owned it. Most teams will try and cover it up, and still play guys past their prime and past their best abilities defensively at those positions because that's where they've always played. And the best moves are made when you can nip it in the bud and especially do it before the season even starts. And you started doing it months before the season, spring training even started, trying to get him ready and prepped to possibly play left field. Good on everybody involved. Good on him for being open to it and accepting it. Good on the Astros for prepping him months before spring training started and then seeing where we could take it.
It was 11 hours and 5 minutes. Isner and Mahout. M-A-H-U-T.
Mahout.
Yeah, I would have never gotten Mahout either. I remember it was Isner, but apparently I botched his first name. I know you just didn't call him Josh Isner Branham. It's John Isner, LOL. was like our best American for like a decade, which isn't saying much.
Josh
Man,
Pastner.
I'm a casual tennis fan. Like,
Yeah,
I'll be
me too.
honest. I used to love it back when I was a kid. You get Sampras and Agassi. What was it, Chang? With those
Michael Che.
He had those hamstrings that were like the size of a red oak tree. Those things were massive.
They got I
Steffi
think there's a
Graf.
30 for 30 on Michael Chang right now because he was such a kid phenom.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he American?
Oh, yes.
I think he was.
Yes, he went to, and I think he went to Stanford.
Remember Jimmy Connors? Like, I used to like tennis.
The
when I was young.
McEnroe matches, no matter who, and especially because McEnroe and Connors hated each other, and then McEnroe and Borg. The McEnroe matches were always fantastic, and the Federer Nadal matches
rivalry was always
It
great.
started to kind of fade out by the time they came.
Sampras was a beast.
I
too.
was more of an Agassi guy because he had flair and fake hair.
Once beat Pete Sampras in a golf match.
You did?
Yeah,
That's a sick flex.
It was a great flex.
Is he
'Cause
good?
It was very, yeah. He and his best friend who was caddying for him in Tahoe, and Keenan McCardle and I played them head up, and I made a long putt on 18 to win some cash.
Did you go Wimbledon?
I know that. No.
Did you should have went game, set, and match, Pete.
This ain't clay court, Pete.
Yeah, it was like before the tournament even started. I knew I'd probably see him a time or two. I didn't want to be that guy.
This ain't Wimbledon, bro. This ain't Roland Garros. You got nothing on me.
Volley that.
This ain't the hard courts of the French Open. No, wait, French is on.
I mean, that dude is he's an introvert too.
The hard court's the U.S. Open.
And the Australian Open, yeah.
The Australian Open's on hard court.
It's Australian and U.S.
I used to play a little tennis. Like I was terrible, but I used to enjoy playing. I had a buddy Dave who could never beat me.
Yeah, I had a couple buddies of mine that would, like, if there was nothing to do, we'd go and play a set or two just because it's a decent workout too.
I did watch the Alcaraz, the French Open, because it was on early. I woke up, there was nothing to do, and I turned it on. It was a marathon, though. It was a marathon match. Yep. Americans had a men's tennis major for almost 20 straight years, but now it's been almost 20 years since we had one. Yeah, it's not really an American sport anymore.
You're hoping, from a female standpoint too, you're hoping Coco Gauff is the one that can kind of.
She's won two, right?
She just won them. She just won the French.
Was that her second? I think it was her second.
That was her first.
Oh, okay. I look again. I'm a tennis casual.
I think but I'm with you. I'm no tennis expert.
I remember when Monica Seles was stabbed. Like I was young.
Yeah.
I don't think I was watching live, but I remember it happening, and they're showing on SportsCenter and stuff. Jaybert says, "Don't forget about Anna Kournikova." I'm sorry, Jaybert. I like tennis players who win tournaments.
Yeah, she wasn't good. She was just hot.
I like tennis players who win, Jaybert. Sorry, call me an elitist.
And then she started dating what's his name, Enrique. I think they got married.
Enrique Iglesias.
Oh yeah,
really? Did not know that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's not ignore in victory what we win in defeat. What were the bad and the ugly from the Astros weekend? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking for something fun to do, whether it's on the weekend, whether you just want to blow off some work in the middle of summer during the middle of the week? Of course you do. And that's why Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is calling your name. You can escape the rat race. You can escape the hustle and bustle, whatever's causing you stress and anxiety. You're going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort and leave all your bad memories behind. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. They have open green spaces. They have wildlife you don't see in the city, if that's your lane. They have majestic trees that are massive and beautiful. And they also have some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. Whether you're fishing on their two creeks, whether you go throw a line in the catch and release pond they have there for the kiddos too. It's a great time to be had for all. We had a great time. Branham family went out there about a month ago. We loved it. We had a blast. We're going to get out there as quickly as we can. We're going to be out there soon. It's also just 90 minutes from Houston. In fact, I worked Friday. I did the show Friday. I drove up there. I was there in no time. It was like I was heading home, actually. You're going to be there in a hurry. Don't have to worry about driving a long way. Don't have to worry about airplanes and automobiles. No, you're there in 90 minutes. You're going to be hiking their 92-acre property, kayaking their water, playing a little pickleball on their pickleball courts. Or if, hey, you just want to take it easy, I got you. Hang out by the pool with a drink. You can do that too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always takes care of their customers and their visitors. They had a food truck both nights we were out there. They had some live music on Saturday. It was great. Glamping, cabins, pull up the RV. We stayed in the treehouse. You can stay in the treehouse. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Also, incredible savings are in store this July. If you book 5 nights, you save 35%. How about that? Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Blankety on Twitch says he used to work at Bennigan's. I think he said he was fired at Bennigan's. He said the Monte Cristo is the second most popular item. Guess the first.
Potato skins?
Wings.
He said wings. They were amazing. The sauce was made with lard. Sounds good. I'd try. There's still some Bennigan's, right? And they're like one or two.
I think
so.
not Houston area, but I think there's a couple that made us
the one that
come
was
back.
super popular when the Rockets still played at the Summit was on Kirby, about 2 blocks away.
I think the only one that is available in Texas might be the Dallas airport. Is that right? 713-780 ESPN? I don't know. That my Bennigan's.
There's no way to know.
Yeah, well, I think I heard that. But there's a way to know.
There's no way to know.
That's you being definitively wrong.
It's being lazy, not wanting to look it up.
There's no way to know.
He doesn't want to look it up. He's being lazy.
You don't think that there are people out
You know
there
what?
that can say
You know
this,
what, Brian?
like you do? There's a Bennigan still by my house.
You know what, Brian? Just don't show up for work Wednesday and Thursday with this kind of
can do that.
attitude, lazy bones, unwilling to look things up for the talent. Just don't show up the second half of this week. We'll be off Friday.
Let me know when the talent arrives, and I'll look it up for him.
Oh, that's not very nice. All right, good, bad, ugly. Bad and ugly. Do not ignore in victory what you win in defeat. What do you have for the bad and ugly? I don't have a whole lot. I'll be honest.
I mean, Altuve anywhere but the batter's box.
Fair.
LMJ's 4th inning.
The first one, great.
No, but he was okay. I don't think he was awful.
He threw like 12
but he
straight
wasn't great.
balls.
Yeah. It's
What do
just,
you mean?
But the thing to me was that I think how the whole thing was handled with him is annoying to me. I think that you're playing Colorado. If you wanted to give him a couple extra days instead of playing a first place and really good hitting ball club like the Cubs would have been something to consider. I think a rehab start or two would have been a thing to consider. But the fact that you thrust him back into the starting rotation in the middle of a Cubs series and he got his ass handed to him was not good.
My thing is they mishandled the rehab thing. Why not give them a rehab starter or two? Don't mess up the feng shui you have going. Like things have been going pretty good around here. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Astros have had the best record in all of baseball in June. The pitching's been pretty good. I don't know if you noticed, the pitching's been pretty good. Lance, I understand that your ego is that's probably why it didn't happen. Lance, I understand your ego is what it is. You know, you pitching in Sugarland or Corpus, wherever they're at, because you went on the IL for 15 days, like you think that you should be making your return start to Minute Maid. Oh, it wasn't an arm injury. It's a foot injury. You don't need a rehab. I'm sorry, Lance. You're going to have to go make a rehab start or two.
I mean, it's a one thing when you do it with Jordan because Jordan can get his swings in and they'll bring pitchers in for Jordan. From a Lance perspective, especially with all that we've been through with Lance, I'm sorry, but just go to Sugarland and face some AAA talent for a game or two, build your confidence up, make sure your stuff is sharp again, and then come on back. We still got a spot for you. It's not like we're saying we don't.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, because of the fact that you've basically been earning free money for a majority of this contract, it ain't a bad thing if Jim Crane can pick up some extra coin and sell some more tickets at Sugarland.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah, I thought they misplayed that. I thought he should have had at least a rehab assignment. And then
I
once,
agree.
And plus, look, he has to live on his curveball. You go back to that first inning when he walked 12 straight dudes. He was throwing 3-0 sliders. Why are you throwing 3-0 sliders? Why would a pitcher do that?
Because it's the only thing he has a chance to control.
Because he is terrified what the hitter's going to do with a 3-0 fastball.
Yeah.
He's scared.
The
to
numbers
throw a
on his fastball and a sinker.
He's scared
Terrible.
to throw it, and it's hard to land curveballs, especially with his movement. Like it's not easy to do breaking balls. It's hard to land, especially when you don't have a feel for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to come back after 15 days and to have to feel for your breaking ball. If you're relying on your breaking ball to be your pitch with command because you don't trust your fastball, that's more of a sneak it by on pitch, then you need feel. You need a rehab assignment. So I thought they mishandled the whole thing. I thought first and fourth inning were bad. It is interesting the second and third weren't awful though.
Right.
So it's like, okay, there's still a hope there. It's not entirely lost. But no, that wasn't.
He got touched up pretty good in the fourth too.
He got smoked.
Forget just the Tucker home run. The base hits and everything were barreled pretty good.
They were just. I mean, they knew they weren't seeing a fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Like they started to just feast on Osby. Okay, I know I'm getting a changeup. I know I'm getting a breaking ball, and I'm going to feast. I'm going to hunt it. If you throw a fastball by me, tip my cap. But I know you ain't throwing a fastball by me.
Isn't that kind of, I mean, I do think it's not necessarily over. Like, okay, he's going to be terrible. But isn't that kind of the fear when he only has, because that was even the case when he was going well. Like it was curveball, slider, and he could only really sneak the fastball.
When he's landing his breaking stuff, he can still be effective.
Yeah, I know. I think that kind of fear of, I'm not worried about the fastball. I'm sitting on your other pitches. Then
well, if you get ahead of the count, you land a breaking ball, you're up 0-1. It's much different at bat. Like
Sure.
I mean, if you're sitting there 3 or early in the count, like he's gonna have to throw his sinker though. He's gonna have to. You're right. He's gonna have to throw it.
And the starts we saw early in the season were the same thing, where he didn't have command, so that he couldn't keep these hitters off balance, and then use the fastball as like a weapon instead of being an effective pitch. Everybody, they get to be so much waiting for that breaking pitch, they get caught on their front foot a lot, and or when you surprise them with a fastball, it seemingly comes in faster because they're sitting breaking.
Yeah.
And it keeps him off balance.
He's got his effectiveness is going to depend on can he land his breaking stuff. If he can, he's toast. And like, I mean, regular season, whatever, like you can let him throw 80 pitches and eat 4 innings, like whatever, you're going to lose the game anyways. But in games that matter, if you see early in games, and he might not be pitching in these games, but if he's pitching in games that matter and isn't landing his breaking stuff early, see a quick hook. Like it's the reality of where Lance McCullers is at. And he can be effective if he's landing it. But he's got to land it. And if he can't, he's going to have a bad outing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my other 3 were Trammell, Gusto.
He's brutal.
He's not a major league player.
He's not.
At least not right now. Maybe he was in the past. He's not a major league player. It's tough to watch him in the field. It's tougher to watch him at the plate. He's overmatched, and he should not be on this roster. Period. End of story. Gusto struggled. I understand because I always say this because I continually feel for him, but they have moved him around and played musical chairs with him so much this year that's the factor that gives me a little sympathy towards him. But he was not good, and that's not good for him because inevitably they thought, I think they still think at some point they might need him as a starter, but they just keep screwing around with him, which is tough. But that was a bad outing. So Trammell, Gusto, and then Ort wasn't good either in the 2/3 of an inning that he pitched.
The thing with Gusto that I would push back on is that he was pretty good. I mean, he went 3 shutout innings and then he got hit hard in the 8th. Like, I think that's more about him being thrust into a bad situation. Like, I took some positive from Gusto's start. 3 shutout innings, you're piggybacking. They're trying to get an extra inning out of you because it's mop-up duty. I give Gusto a pass.
I get it as much as you think as a fan, well, it's just like a start, only you're coming in as the second guy. Coming in as a second guy and not doing the same, trying to get in your same routine of how you get warm and everything like that can be a factor. But I think that's just this whole season has been just so tough for him because he's been a reliever. He's been a starter. He's up, he's down. They screw around with him a lot.
Yeah. So that's why I give him his line score is not good. I'm not arguing that. But I take some solace in the fact that he went 3 shutout innings and it was a day that they were like messing around with him. Like, I'm not worried about his long-term outlook. 100% not a great outing for him. The only other bad that I had that you didn't cover was the I don't like that Fox team. I don't like that Fox team that was calling that game Saturday. You know how I feel about AJ Przinsky. I do not like AJ Przinsky. I would be happy if I've never heard AJ Przinsky again in my life. Kenny Albert, not a baseball voice.
No, he's not.
I like Kenny Albert. Not a baseball voice.
Sounds weird on a baseball broadcast.
He sounds weird on a baseball broadcast.
Yeah.
Hey, call hockey, man. I love you. Call hockey.
You can do some basketball.
He's good at football.
You
He's
can
good at football.
be. You can be the fourth.
Good at football.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He's
can be
better
the
better than baseball.
You can be agreed. You can be the 4th or 5th Fox NFL team. That's fine. But I don't need you calling Astro games. I didn't like that crew. Didn't like it at all.
Yeah, Przinsky to me, just like when he was a player. I mean, I always felt like he thought he was better than he was. And with it, he had the arrogant ego of a guy that was not as good as he thought he was.
Can't stand him.
And he always wanted to fight. He definitely always wanted to get in a scrap. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of him on TV at all. And I think that what's his name, the ex-Cardinals pitcher. I think he's a
Carpenter.
I think Carpenter's
really
really
good.
good.
He's talking about Carpenter's dad.
Yeah,
he's talking
sorry,
about Adam
Wainwright.
Or Adam Wainwright. There you go. Adam Wainwright. Carpenter's dad.
Yeah, he died in a plane crash.
Really?
I think he went. I think he in his
Wasn't
plane.
that Roy Halladay?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Roy Halladay. Doc Halladay died in a plane crash. It was his own
Why
plane.
are you laughing at somebody dying, Brian?
No, I'm laughing at you kind of Kitty Stabling it.
No, Brian. He
I
was very
Brianed
adamant. He was very adamant that he was right and he's wrong.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I Brianed it for sure.
Wainwright's
Chris Carpenter
really
very
good.
much alive, by the way.
I would like it if Wainwright was the guy instead of Przinsky.
Is he not dead, Carpenter?
No, he's very much alive.
You'll research that one.
Oh, I did research. I researched Bennigan's, by the way. Just I didn't want to tell you because whatever. But there's 2 in Texas, not in Dallas though. There's one just outside Odessa and one just outside of Midland, or no, outside of
right.
Amarillo.
There's 2.
There's 2. Was the one in Dallas in the airport?
There's not one in Dallas.
Oh, not one in Dallas. I wasn't listening. I was putting myself on
Clearly.
Bad Take Boulevard for the Chris Carpenter.
No, so there's 10 U.S. wide, but in Texas there's just 2. It's one outside of Amarillo and one outside of Odessa.
I wonder if that dude from Landman has eaten there.
Jerry Jones?
Bill Bob. Rackham Pete, the ugly McCullers performance on Saturday gave me great memories of Game 3 of the 22 World Series against Philly.
Yeah.
It's not very nice. My good is that tremendous AB from Cam Smith that led to the homer. I'm a sucker for selective hitters, especially on a team of undisciplined free swingers like Altuve, Yiner, and Dubon. Cam is refreshing. I mean, Esau's that way too.
Esau's eye at the plate, and you saw it. It's phenomenal.
Walker's decent plate approach guy. He just doesn't get hits. Put Forrest Whitley in the bad or ugly category. This is an Astro segment, Texter.
How bad is the frustration every time Christian Walker's got his tail between his legs walking back to the dugout?
He dropped a big F-bomb.
Oh, he sure did. It was extremely audible.
And they went to him on camera as he did it. So not only could you hear it, but you could read his lips, which doesn't.
That's not
take
the
a lot.
first time either. He's done it on the shin too.
He has. Who's going to play in Pena's spot? That'll be Dubon. Probably more days than not.
You're not going to have the slow pitch softball player body playing shortstop. You're just not.
Guillorme?
Guillorme
he
is
can
not.
play.
He
play
has
short.
in the past.
No, he can play short.
I ain't putting him there now.
He can play short.
Okay, he can play.
No,
it.
his range.
I don't want him playing.
You sleep on his range. His range isn't bad.
Just because he did the flying.
That's not only why. He's got
Superman.
range. Dude has range, man.
You're just saying he can't play short because he looks like Jason Kelsey.
He's got range.
If that's how you want to position it, sure.
Stereotyping him, man.
I just don't think he has the range anymore to play
He's known
shortstop.
for his defense, Guillorme.
Maybe he has been leading up to this season, where he was known to be a guy that might have packed on a few.
He's a former JUCO All-American that's playing 40 over softball.
So the back of his baseball card says he looks like an
off.
offensive lineman, but he's nimble enough to play shortstop.
The back of his baseball card.
So Altuve is your DH. Jordan's your everyday left fielder. No. Jordan's your DH. Altuve, you just take what you get. Coco Gauff, by the way, Key from LA said that she has 2 major titles, U.S. Open and the one she just won. So she's won 2 Grand Slams.
Okay.
Coco Gauff. We're just tennis casuals. Bad is the unwillingness or inability of this offense to play small ball, says Ocho. Ocho loves bunting. Find somebody that loves you as much as Ocho loves bunting the baseball. It's ridiculous. My grandmother cooked her tortillas with lard, kept a 5-gallon can in the kitchen. My grandma did too. Chandler going at you is bad and ugly and lame. It is very ugly. I agree. Chandler's it was very ugly look by Chandler Rome today, going after yours truly, who everybody knows is a delight. Lance McCullers' next scheduled start is against the Dodgers. Keep from LA. It looks like Lance McCullers' next start. Play the over Friday in LA. Play the over, and that's
he's going against Shohei, by the way. Or at least that's the schedule starter for the Dodgers.
What, 2 innings?
Oh, we're gonna see Shohei?
That's what when I looked at the schedule ahead, it showed Shohei as the schedule
They've
starter.
been limiting him to 1, and we're thinking about 2.
That's great. I would love to see Shohei pitch, even if it's just for an inning.
Okay.
Oh, TGI Fridays is the one to the Dallas airport. There you go. If Carpenter dies in the next 2 weeks, Branham killed him.
Wow.
That's fair. Texture, you have 2 Bad Take Boulevards now, Branham. I mean, I always find a way to land on Bad Take Boulevard, but usually not 2 in the first 2 hours of the show. Today, whenever I said that the little
the key,
it was the AI. Payne, you suck it up and get out there and play. Come on, man. He's got a broken rib. What would you do with a broken rib? 713-780-ESPN. Jabari Smith has been locked up. The locksmith locked up. 5 years, $122 million. Is this a good deal? Is it a bad deal? Also, free agency starts tonight. What are names you're looking at for the Rockets? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
New ESPN Houston app is live. Is that what the kids say? Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways. Hit the go button. You'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other in the shows. And I'm sure they'll all be on their best behavior, like all of our other chats. They'll be on their absolute best behavior. 713-780-ESPN. Kelly Eco tweeted out minutes ago that the Rockets have made it official with Jeff Green and Aaron Holiday. They're coming back on a one-year deal at a veteran minimum. So that's great. That's good. Don't mind having those guys back on veteran minimums at all. The big news, though, came yesterday. This one's not official, but they've agreed in terms with Jabari Smith on a 5-year, $122 million extension. Good deal, bad deal? Blinkers, what do you think?
I think it's a great deal. As much as I was worried about Jabari when it was his time to get a contract, that he'd be looking for more max-type money, the fact that you're able to come to this agreement this soon in terms of the overall big picture for the Rockets, that you can lock him up on a contract that is very team friendly for the next 5 years, I think is a huge move for the Rockets. I think that I was expecting that, he was, based on where he was drafted and the guys around him and some of the contracts they've been getting, I was a little concerned that he was going to shoot for the moon and ask for way more money than the Rockets should be willing to give him. And the fact that you can get him for this price for this long of a time, I think is a huge win for their organization.
I'm surprised that you have this stance. I predicted what you were going to say, and I thought you were going to say that you needed to see more from Jabari.
No, because he's not looking for max money. At 21 a year average, that's way easier to digest. When we start talking about it, and especially now because I was looking at a lot of these contracts as it relates to the mid-level and some of the contracts for some of the more average to a little bit above average players that the Rockets might be considering. I mean, if you take, for example, Finney Smith, if Finney Smith is in the market for 15 to 20, and you can get Jabari Smith for 20, a little over 20, then I think it's a huge win for the organization. If he was looking for Jalen and Alpy type money and above it, that's when I would be deeply concerned. And then his agent stance of coming in saying, hey, look, if he got more touches, if he got, more chances, if he got more plays called for him, we think he could be this. So therefore we want that.
Yeah.
The fact that you were able to get him for this for 5 years, I think is a massive win for this franchise.
Yeah, I didn't expect that coming from your point of view. I agree. I like the news of this a whole lot. Like Ocho texted earlier, $24 million per year for Jabari. It pays to be average. I think that Jabari has a very unique skill set. I think it's a skill set that is very advantageous to a winning team. I think it's a skill set that's very advantageous for a Kevin Durant on being on your team. I saw some numbers with Jabari Smith, too, when Jalen Green was on the floor, when he was off the floor, and it's pretty drastic in the good side, where he was really good whenever Jalen was off the floor versus it was pretty pedestrian when he was on the floor. Jabari gives you a guy who I think has the potential, hasn't done it yet, but I think has the potential to shoot 40% from three. Like he's been in the 35s, 36s these last 2 years, and I think he's going to get better as a shooter. I think he has the potential to be a 40% three-point shooter once or twice in his career. I think he has the potential, hadn't done it yet, but has the potential to be a double-digit rebounding guy as well. So he's a guy who can play the four, be a solid defender, can rim protect a little, that I believe has the potential to be a 40% three-point shooter and also give you double-digit rebounds in a game. That is a unique skill set, especially when you combine him with other guys who you have high hopes for. Kevin Durant.
When you look at some of the salaries of some of these guys, but you look at some of the things that you just said and guys that can do that currently and the state of the NBA. Business is good for the NBA. As much as people want to try and crap on it in terms of their TV ratings and otherwise, from a revenue perspective, when your best players are making upwards of $60 million a season, then you know that business is good. And with business being good, that means all the other contracts for all the other players and the averages go up. The fact that you've locked him in at this rate while salaries continue to go up is just another win because you still can explore his potential. You still can say that there is room for him to grow to get to his ceiling so that you can find out who he can truly be. If you want to call more plays for him, or like you said, if he gets more opportunities, especially with a Kevin Durant, that he's going to get more open looks from three and he's going to get more opportunities to score because of the double teams that are coming. This is the right place for him right now in the right system with the right players around him to where he can still flourish. But at that rate, I mean, that's a massive win.
I think $24 million a year is what he currently is. So I think they're paying him for what he currently is. And like you mentioned, I think he has the potential to be far greater than a $24 million.
I think year one is
player.
21 too. So it starts
It has
at 21,
the
then it
I was
escalates.
talking about the average salary.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, still, I don't think that hurts you at all. Now, the one that scares me, the one that's still being contemplated, the one that now moves to closer to the front of the list is Tari Eason. There's no way in hell to me Tari Eason's worth anywhere close to that. Tari Eason is not close to what I think he's going to want to ask for. Tari Eason, for me, is a liability from an injury perspective on top of everything else, to where Tari Eason's a guy that if there's the right trade that comes along, I'm trading Tari Eason because I think that there's a lot of red flags and a lot of concerns from my standpoint in terms of like his on-court intelligence too, to where I don't want to get anywhere near a long-term contract for Tari Eason if it's in the 20s.
I don't think he'll get what Jabari got. I don't think he'll get anywhere near 20. Oh, I would say near.
I don't think he's going to get it here.
I think the Rockets extend him. I think they extend Tari. Rafael Stone is not in the business of letting good players walk for free. He doesn't do it.
So that means he could do one, two things. He could trade him, or like you can extend him. And I think that he's not out of the realm of possibilities to be traded either.
I would say it's more likely that they extend him than trade him. I wouldn't dismiss it completely. I'm with you on that. Like, I wouldn't dismiss the idea they trade him completely. I would bet, cash or trash, that he gets extended this offseason before he gets traded this offseason.
I would trash it.
Okay. Look at his history.
Now I will say this, because you're going where but you're going to somewhere I'm going.
Yeah.
The biggest concern in that is that another team he's going to have to pass a physical for another team. And the strange oddities that go with the multiple years of injuries that he has makes me concerned about his health if he goes to another team.
Yeah, it's in play. Like, he does have the weird leg injury, but look at Rafael Stone's history with these young players. He's locked up Jalen Green when you thought it was maybe unwise to do
it was too soon. Yeah.
Alpi Şengün, he locked him up maybe at a price he thought was a little bit too high. He did it with Jabari here. Rafael Stone locks up young players that he thinks are in their rotation. And like the Jalen Green thing, like when you look at that on its surface in terms of the salary and the production, like maybe it was fair, maybe it was a little bit unbalanced, who knows? But then he used them as a piece to get Kevin Durant. Like, I do not believe it is wise to let good young players leave for free.
Right.
So that's why I think Rafael Stone's going to also extend Tari. But if I just like I cashed or trashed, he gets extended or traded, I believe he gets extended. I will also cash or trash. He gets less money in an extension than Jabari.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, if you're going to extend him, then for me, if that is the case, and you're right on that one, then that means that he is getting, I don't want to say like significantly, but he definitely better be making less than Jabari. And I would say by several $1 million.
Durant has missed fewer games than Tari the last 3 seasons. No, Blanker's concern about his injuries are 100% factual. I'll have the same concerns. Just the way Rafael Stone has conducted business, though, he doesn't let young players enter free agency.
He's also very savvy in terms of the negotiation, and I've negotiated deals in the same room as Rafael Stone, and I know that he has no emotion, and he is hardcore, and he will use anything against you. And I think that from the standpoint of what you're looking at, with just his medical history alone, that I think that he will use that to say, if you want to be here and be here long term, especially with the other guys he's already wrapped up, and you're assuming that what we all are, that Kevin Durant's going to be locked up for 2 more years pretty quickly here, that because he's going to have to be creative too, if Tari wants to stay here and be a part of this thing, he's going to take less.
Yeah. I think I believe it'll be extended. I believe it'll be somewhere around $20 million a year shorter term. I think like AV says, how about $15 million a year? 15 for Tari, 4 for 60. I think it's going to be closer to I think he might get 80 for 4. I think he might get 80 for 4, 60 for 3.
I don't think they give him 20 a year.
Okay.
I think it's on the downside of 20. I think it's got to be under 20 for them to extend him.
I think Tari gets extended, which makes him trade eligible by the deadline as well. Oh, that's a good point too. It makes sense to do it at this point in the calendar because he gets officially. Ocho says that Dorian Finney-Smith is officially a Rocket. They can't officially be a Rocket yet. Free agency doesn't open up until tonight.
I think it just opened up right now. I think it was 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. I think.
No, I just pulled up Twitter and there are guys signing, so it is opened up. Currently, in this very moment, it is open. Let's see if he actually signed. Let's go to Kelly Iko.
Well, God, if he actually signed, can you imagine
Kelly
getting
Iko
a contract done in a minute?
Happens all the time. Kelly Eco hasn't reported anything on that. Let's see if Shams has, though. Shams, Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. Finney-Smith's agent, Michael Tellum of XL Sports, negotiated terms of the deal tonight with Rocket executives for the 3-and-D wing. So Dorian Finney-Smith is a Houston Rocket.
He took less to be with the Rockets
4
than he was going
years
to make with the
AAV.
Lakers.
He got more years,
for one. Yeah, he got more years.
4 years, 53 for Dorian Finney-Smith. Is this good for the Houston Rockets? What does he add to this Houston Rockets team? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Dorian Finney-Smith is a Houston Rocket. 4 years for Dorian Finney-Smith, which the years, I would have preferred 3,
32.
but what can I do? 4 years, $53 million. What do you think, Blankers?
It's not the move that I like the most, but I think that kind of first piggybacking on our last segment, I think this might be the exact reason why I feel like Tari Eason could be traded, because I think this is a veteran replacement that's a far better three-point shooter for the Houston Rockets, especially when he gets spot-up threes like he got when he's played with Luka in Dallas and when he played with the Lakers for his limited time there last year. I think that you got a guy that can shoot, like you were saying, and what you wanted to see out of Jabari a year or two. I think he can shoot close to 40% on threes if he gets a lot of knockdowns where he's wide open. I think that he's experienced. He can play defense. He's physical. He's athletic. He's got a bigger body. The price tag's the only thing that bothered me a little bit. I think that's why they went with more years to get the number down just a little bit. I had heard rumblings that there might have been a package deal where you could have gotten Nikhil Alexander from Minnesota and Luke Kennard, but for about the same money. But at the same time, if you're going to tell me that you get a veteran wing that can shoot the three, that can play some defense, that can kind of be your poor man's replacement for Dylan Brooks, and really help a team that's trying to win, I'm good with it.
I think that the AAV is very affordable. 13 and a quarter AAV, though, whatever way they escalate it, they'll escalate it. I watched about 5 minutes of Dorian Finney-Smith highlights today because this was heavily rumored. This has been heavily rumored over the weekend. So I know everything about Dorian Finney-Smith by watching 5 minutes of highlights from his play earlier today. Whenever I watched him play, I saw a lot of Tari Eason, actually. Finney-Smith is 6'7", 220. Tari Eason, 6'8", 216. Now, where they're different in my mind is that Tari's a little bit more of a volume scorer than Dorian Finney-Smith, but Dorian Finney-Smith's a better shooter than Tari Eason. Like DFS averaged last year less than 9 points a game. Eason averaged 12 points a game. So I do think that Eason's a better scorer. Finney-Smith's a better shooter. I think they are a bit different when it comes to that. But even Finney-Smith is like, if you close out too hard, like he can go around you a little bit and drive. Like he's a decent slasher. Like he's not going to beat you off the dribble, but you close out strong, he can at least put it on the deck and get to the rim a little bit. Similar to Tari in that sense. Now, it's very clear to me what Ime Udoka wants. He wants long-bodied players that can defend 1 through 5. Because Finney-Smith can defend the perimeter. Yeah. He can defend a little bit in the paint as well. This is similar to Tari Eason, who can kind of defend multiple positions. It's similar to Amin Thompson, who can defend multiple positions. It's a little similar to Durant, who can't defend as well, but he can defend multiple positions. I like Dorian Finney-Smith. I think it's a good fit. The fourth year is a little bit the fourth year is where my hesitation's at, but getting him at 13 and a quarter, I'll take the fourth year at it. I think it's a win for Rafael Stone.
It is, but I think it's a bigger win, as you mentioned, for Udoka. This is the exact kind of player he wants. A veteran player. He doesn't have to worry about having mental mistakes on the court, that he knows if he gets a wide open look at a three, he can trust it. He will take it. He has confidence with it. He can get to the free throw line, but because he can defend as well. You've seen all the different guys that Ime used to have with Boston, that he likes those kind of players that I can plug in and play in him, and I can believe in him, and I don't have to worry about him. And I think that takes so much off of his plate, because you saw between Cam and Tari and guys that just made, even Amen to some degree, guys that just made it kind of mental mistakes on the floor on top of everything else that just weren't great shooters, that he was like, now you got a guy that with guys that are going to get doubled when KD puts it on the floor, when Amen puts it on the floor because he's such a good passer. If they get doubled or the lane collapses and he's just sitting there on the wing, you trust he's going to make a whole lot of threes in that scenario.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good move. 4 years for 53 is great. Gives you time to see if the Phoenix picks your top 5 and he doesn't fit. Nice size contract to put in a trade. That's true. It could be used as some salary filler if he doesn't turn out to be a player. That's always significant. That's always important. Somebody on the Twitter too is like, maybe the fourth year is a team option. That'd be great. Like, let's see what the details. Like, that would be a major win if that's a team option. That would throw in things here. Some texters are saying, and even Alex on the YouTube, that goodbye Tari. There goes Tari's money. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think you can still do both. I don't think that Dorian, like, it might. I'm not denying that, but Dorian Finney-Smith and Tari Eason can be in the same rotation.
They can. I just think that, again, what we were talking about to start with, it would be the next guy in line to get an extension. His agent, in order to get the money that he wants, whether it be from the Rockets or anybody else, is going to think he's got to play. And Ime is not thinking about whether he gets a new contract or not. Ime is thinking about, how do I have the best chance to win? I think there are times, especially when he's going with a defensive lineup, because he wants to stop a team that's athletic and getting up and down the floor, that both could be on the floor. But do I think that this significantly alters the future of Tari Eason as a Rocket? I actually do.
Yeah, I still think there's enough minutes to go around. Like, it's tighter. It's tighter because, like, now you're looking at a 2 deep. You go Fred VanVleet, I guess, Reed's your backup point guard. So you have Holiday, all that, but he's kind of a veteran guy. So if you just go point guards, Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd. If you go your twos, you're looking at Amin Thompson. I guess you can make one of these two guys your backup twos, Dorian Finney-Smith or Tari Eason. Your 3 is Kevin Durant. Your backup 3 is one of these guys, Dorian Finney-Smith or Tari Eason. Then you have Jabari at the 4. Am I missing anybody on the back, like Jeff Green, whatever? And then your 5 is Alpi Şengün, and your backup Steven Adams. So I mean, you have a 9-man rotation, which I think 9 guys can fit in. Of that, Fred VanVleet, of Amin Thompson, of Kevin Durant, of Jabari Smith, of Alpi Şengün, of Reed Shepherd, of Dorian Finney-Smith, of Tari Eason, and Steven Adams. There's your 9-man rotation.
That means Cam's gone.
Well, yeah, I don't think Cam's cracking that rotation. Cam's not higher on the pecking order than Tari.
I think Cam could be.
I don't. I disagree completely.
I think Cam could be. If he got his mental aspect of between the ears.
You understand how big of an if that is, though.
Sure, but I also
that's the reason he slid to
understand
20.
that multiple teams are pursuing him right now to where I think he's probably gone, which does bother me to some degree because I do think he's got all the skills, and I've said that multiple times. But I do think that he could defend if he wanted to. He just doesn't want to. And this is just kind of similar to Tari, that lesser of two evils. At least I know when I put Tari on the floor defensively, he's going to give me everything I need. And I've got plenty of guys to put the ball through the hoop. Cam just wants to put the ball through the hoop. So unfortunately, I think he's going to go and he's not going to be in that rotation, as you mentioned. And that bothers me because I think he's going to be a player in this league.
Texture Tari doesn't play back-to-backs. They'll be 5 minutes wise. I also don't want Kevin Durant to play back-to-backs. I also don't care if Steven Adams plays back-to-backs. So I like that's your 9-man rotation. I think your 9-man rotation is mostly set.
I think when you look at it from the perspective too, if and I don't think it's to the severity of saying he's not going to play back-to-backs, but the fact that he does not play games still, after this mysterious leg injury of 2 straight years, I think that's going to greatly affect his value to any team that wants to give him a long-term deal, including the Rockets. That's why I think it'll be below 20, and I think it might be significantly below 20 if he stays with the Rockets.
Yeah, that would hurt his value. There's no disputing that. I mean, that's the one thing you would hold over him in negotiations. Rockets continue to load their roster to win the NBA title next June. Another outstanding signing in Dorian Finney-Smith. Texture, they need a shooting guard. I think that's a valid criticism because that 9-man rotation really doesn't have a shooting guard unless you're talking about Reed Shepherd. But I don't think they care. I think Ime wants to play point guard and then a bunch of dudes who can defend multiple positions so he can switch everything.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that you're not getting primetime Dorian Finney-Smith to where in the past he probably could guard twos and also be good enough, like I said, because of the offense they're going to run, getting open looks that he could knock down enough shots to be a shooting guard. I just don't think they're not traditionalists when it comes to positions anyway. So a man could guard the 2, he could guard the 3 or the 4. So I think they're positionless from that regard. But yeah, I still think they need shooting.
I mean, Kevin Durant's your shooting guard. Hey, you're going to be guard. You go shoot the ball. There's your shooting guard.
Kevin Durant, take guard out of it. Kevin Durant's your shooter.
No doubt. Like, I do think that we overrate the shooting guard, small forward thing. Like, yeah, I look at them as
stuck
wings.
In the traditional, positions. And so much. You see so many teams around the league that are positionless. I mean, you think about the lineups that can be out there where there's no traditional center anywhere near the lineup. They're just playing athletic guys that get up and down the floor that can play a little post defense.
Rack and Pete, with this deal for Finney-Smith, the only thing Rockets need is a backup point guard. You see Stone possibly shopping Tari and or Cam Whitmore for a guard. See, I think if they trade anybody, I think it's for future assets. They re-signed Holiday vet minimum. They want to play Reed Shepherd. They want to give him minutes. I don't think that they're adding any more pieces to the rotation. I think this is kind of it.
I think I could see a situational shooter, like a veteran guy you could bring off the bench that they could still add to this roster. But I think it's under the pretense that, hey, you're coming in here to be just that. You're going to be like a hired gun that when we need shooting or we're having an off night shooting, we're going to put you out there. Otherwise, please don't expect to be a steady minutes rotational guy.
Yeah, I could see that too.
I think if Luke Kennard just wants to win, depending on what the market is for Luke Kennard, and it might be a little too grandiose to think that because I think somebody may still overpay him, but he's been around a lot. He hasn't done a lot of winning. But I think if you get a guy like that can come in and just knock down some jump shots for you, he's perfect.
Whenever you said hired gun, my mind immediately went to Kennard, but I'm wondering if the market will be too great because he'd be perfect in that role.
Early on, depending on what Alexander was going to get from Minnesota, on top of they think it was around 9. If you could have gotten Luke Kennard for around 4 or 5 a year for a year or two, then I think you possibly could have added both those guys. You get a better shoot. You just get in a combo package that's a little older and Dorian Finney-Smith, a little more expensive, But because there's not going to be those minutes, if Kennard or anybody is expecting to be a rotational player, it's not going to be here.
Holiday's going to get more time than Reed. Don't forget that. Rockets with another major upgrade with DFS over Green and Brooks. I'm going to go on a limb and say their 9-man rotation is set. I think that's their 9-man rotation.
Yeah, like I said, I think that means that Cam is completely out, and that would suck for me because I just see talent there.
Look, and maybe he's your 10th guy that can fight for minutes.
And I mean, look, and teams are going to rest guys and have injuries, but yeah, that's probably, and I think it's pretty solid. I think that the only thing they could change that is if they get a little creative or they make a deal just to bring in a veteran shooter.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think that they could fill out the bench with a hired gun as a shooter, but I don't think he cracks your 9. I'd rather keep Whitmore as my 10 than trade him for a bunch of like second-round picks.
But let's also consider whether it's the big man that they already got on their roster or not, that Steven Adams is not going to be available for every game either.
Mm-hmm.
So that even if Alpi is your starting center, they're probably going to add another big just in the back of the bench just because, again, he's not going to play all the time. But if one or both of those guys are down or out for any time at all, they're going to need another big man on the roster.
I wouldn't hate if it's Dante. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't mind
I
him
like
being
his
your
physicality
big.
and athleticism for a guy his size that can get putbacks and he can be physical. I like it if all those things are improving here in the offseason and in camp he looks like he could do it. I think he's capable because, again, it's not going to be every night.
No. I mean, how many back-to-backs you play in a year? Maybe 10? Maybe?
It depends. Like, you're going to be a better team schedule-wise and otherwise, but I think that, yeah, you probably average about 11. They've tried to minimize it, but probably 11 to 13.
Okay. So that feels like a lot.
I mean, they've tried to minimize it.
26 of their 82 games are going to be back-to-backs?
I think so. Let me look.
But whatever. Like, I wouldn't mind Dante being that third big. All right, the summer circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, we'll be hanging out, enjoying food and drinks at Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Come out, join us this Thursday, noon to 6 at Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
CarX of the day, what you got? 713-780-ESPN. ESPN National coming up after us. CarX of the day, what do you have, Blankers?
I'll start with Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley is a free agent. Malik Beasley is a guy that I thought the Rockets might consider in terms of a shooter that can score from the perimeter, that can guard multiple positions. Malik Beasley is being investigated for gambling and prop bets and player bets within games to where it could be he's going to cost himself a whole hell of a lot of money, and the league is extremely worried about where this might be going.
We don't know how much he made, though.
No, we don't. But you remember that what's his name from the Nuggets? His brother got drilled and banned for life, and like you said, wasn't making a whole lot of cash in the process, but was trying to catch some extra coin.
Yeah,
it's a bad look, man.
Yeah, unless he made millions. If he made millions,
but
doing
Malik Beasley was making good money in the league.
I'm just teasing. Yeah, not great. Maybe it's not true. Although I saw some of his defensive plays.
Maybe it was his interpreter, not him.
Yeah, maybe it was his interpreter.
There you go.
There is people posting videos of like some of his defensive moments where like he stood like this, like in the crouch down guarding position, didn't move.
Yeah.
And there's another one where he got an inbounds pass in like an 8-point game or something like that, and he went coast to coast in 5 seconds and dunked it in to cover the spread.
At the very last second.
Yeah, it covered
completely
the spread.
Meaningless.
Not
I know. But to the naked eye, it was completely meaningless. But
yeah,
and now because of the gambling and the bad beats and Scott Van Pelt and everybody else, these things just don't get kind of swept under the rug and no one pays attention anymore. They see all of it. There were some people that saying even when Giannis blocked his 3-point attempt last year, even though they said it didn't happen in last season in Detroit, but that the reason why he was ticked off at his former teammate was the fact that he was 3 points shy of covering.
Unreal. Yeah, not great. I nominate Trevor Bauer, NPB worst ERA for those pitchers that qualify at 413. He's been optioned to the minors in the NPB. Trevor Bauer, option to the AAA in Japan. And also, all of you Comet fans, car wreck of the day, WNBA announced 3 new expansion cities: Cleveland, Detroit, and the city of sisterly love, Philadelphia.
Yeah, now Bauer wasn't he playing in Mexico recently?
I don't know. I don't keep up with Bauer.
No, I know.
He was playing like Japan or
maybe
Korea?
he was playing like in the Winter League. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's bounced around because we see his agent trying to promote the fact that he's ready to join a major league team, and he was cleared of all charges. But Trevor Bauer, your time in the league is completely over.
What you got, Brian?
I'll nominate AI typing. Chandler Rome's attack on Jeremy Branham on his birthday, no less. And then finally, Chris Carpenter's not dead.
Carpenter's dead.
Yeah,
He's talking
sorry,
about Adam
Wainwright.
Or Adam Wainwright. There you go. Adam Wainwright. Carpenter's dead.
Yeah, he died in a plane crash.
Really?
I think he went in his
Wasn't that Roy Halladay?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Roy Halladay. Doc Halladay died in a plane crash. It was his own
Why
plane.
are you laughing at somebody dying, Brian?
No, I'm laughing at you kind of Kenny Stable
right now. No,
Brian's got
Brian's
got so much effort
right,
to go
wrong.
pull audio when it's somebody else.
Wainwright,
Chris Carpenter very much alive.
I would like it if Wainwright was the guy instead.
Thanks for so long. We got the point. We got the point.
He's very
got the point. Brian's eager and quick to pull audio when it's dunking on somebody else. But whenever we want audio of Brian, do we ever get that?
Well, what have you asked for that I didn't pull?
Oh,
Great
Brian,
Lakes,
I got to give you credit.
Oceans.
The one time that we had the dispute at St. Arnold's, of course, to prove that you were right, you did pull the audio.
See?
If you ask for it, I will pull it.
No, I didn't ask for it. You went and got it because you wanted to prove you.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
To be fair to me, Carpenter and Holiday do have a whole lot of similarities.
What, they're white?
Cardinals?
They're both big, tall righties that played in Toronto and then went on to an NL team that wears red. Pretty similar. Pretty much the same guy. All right. What wins?
I'll go Malik Beasley.
I was going to say Chandler Rome.
Chandler Rome.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
he's
fine.
winner.
Yeah,
he's the
fine.
car wreck of the day. All right, does it for us. Thanks to BMAC. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. ESPN National coming up next.